So yeah, that was a good episode. So let's watch. I tried dyeing my white leggings video from Kathryn Mueller YouTube channel.
Hello. Today I thought we would do something fun. Normally we just do a classic activewear review on this channel, but today we are doing something. Oh hey Peach. But today we're doing a little arts and crafts. Alright Peach, go to your little bit. There you go. So I asked you guys on my story probably a week ago by the time I post this what I am doing with a bunch of white leggings. Today we're going to be tie-dyeing our white leggings. This seems to be a huge trend right now. Not just tie-dyeing activewear, but like people are tie-dyeing sweatsuits and everything. So maybe I'll do that after I tie-dye these because I bought a giant thing of tie-dye because it's the only one that would come on Amazon in time. My main inspos for this was Susie KB. She tie-dyed her white Lululemon lines. And Chloe Gottschalk, she also tie-dyed what looked like her Lululemon lines, but she didn't say which leggings they were. Side note, one of the reasons I made a fitness account was to post my activewear and always make sure to post what exactly I was wearing in the description because people would always wear cute leggings and then I'd go to the bottom of the post and no one would tell me what they're wearing. So you're welcome for always doing that. But I got a bunch of pairs of white leggings on Amazon. I got some really cheap ones, kind of for like a test out piece, you know? And then I got some less cheap ones, but they're still all under $30. So I guess they're really all cheap. My intention was to start out with some cheaper leggings and then tie-dye a pair of white Lululemon lines. The white Lululemon lines are all sold out. Also, it's kind of a sign because they're very expensive and, you know, your girl doesn't want to drop that much money. So here's my tie-dye kit. I got it on Amazon. I'll link everything down below. It is the Tulip one-step tie-dye kit. Before we get too far into this video, this isn't a how to tie-dye your leggings tutorial. I am not experienced at tie-dye. I have not tie-dyed since probably I was like 10 and I was in like summer camp and the counselors did most of it for me. But I figured it can't be too hard, right? This is clearly aimed at children, so today we're channeling our inner toddlers. But I'm going to take you along my tie-dyeing my white leggings journey. Maybe we'll learn some things along the way. I kind of had the question of like, can you only tie-dye certain fabrics? Because I feel like it works best on cotton, and these leggings certainly aren't like all cotton, or I don't know if they have any cotton at all. So we'll see if it works. I'm going to read the instructions and maybe watch a little video on tie-dyeing first, because I bet that'll be helpful considering I'm not an experienced tie-dyer. So I got these white seamless leggings, which I personally think might be the cutest. These are from Nikki Bicky on Amazon. They're one size, and they're probably not going to be very squat-proof, but they're white leggings, so wear at your own discretion. I also got a pair of the 90-degree leggings. I've tried these in the past. They're a pretty solid legging. They might be a crop. I don't know if I'm going to tie-dye every single pair because I got 4 leggings. I think maybe 2 to 3, depending on how they turn out. I'm going to tie-dye until I get a good pair, though. We have these super cheap, quite awful looking leggings, to be quite honest, but they look very cottony. They're polyester. I don't know what cotton feels like, I guess, guys. But these look like they have zero structure, zero shape. They have a top seam. They look very sheer. Maybe these will be my starting out pair. These might have been like the $15 ones I got. And then I got a pair of CRZ Yogas. I believe these are the Naked Feel leggings. But we're going to experiment with which fabric is the best for tie-dye because I feel like a more soft plush fabric is better than something like this, which seems like a performance kind of material. I kind of didn't know it was going to come with a lot of stuff, but it comes with little rubber bands, which I did not plan ahead and get those, so thank you, tie-dye kit. And I think it also might come with some gloves. I don't know if I have gloves, and I don't really want my hands to be stained, so that's also good. And then I got a giant kit, but I was like, you know what, might as well have some fun colors. Maybe this will be my new quarantine activity. Alright, and we got some instructions. Most vibrant on fibers such as 100% cotton, rayon, and silk. Don't think any of this is any of those things. Okay, so step 1 is to pre-wash fabric. It says pre-wash fabric to remove sizing. Okay, so apparently there are 2 techniques. You can either do a wet technique where you tie-dye it directly from the washer, or you can do a dry technique where you put it in the dryer first. I think I'll probably use the wet technique just because that's what I've heard is more common. Next step, mix the dye. Add water to the dye bottles. So The bottles have like a concentrated little powder at the bottom, so you just add water to the dye. Hopefully it lasts a while so I can use this in the future. Oh yeah, so you fill it all the way to the top. So I have a ton of colors. Apply dye within 72 hours after mixing. So it looks like I'll try to reserve some of these colors to use later. Then we dye the fabric, apply dye onto fabric, make sure it has penetrated into the folds. Do not oversaturate. Then you cover it with plastic and keep it damp for 6 to 8 hours. Well with water until excess dye is removed. Then you wash on hot with a small load of laundry soap and wash separately for the first few washes. My nightmare is my clothes staining each other, so I will definitely be doing that. I don't want my white clothes to come out all colorful, you know? Unless it's like literally these white clothes, you know what I mean? Oh, we have a couple different techniques. We have a bullseye, swirl, ombre, which is exciting. I think I'll do like a crumple situation, except maybe like with different colors. All right, now I'm gonna do a little YouTube research to make sure I know what I'm doing, and then we will start tie-dye. Okay, so I just watched some YouTube videos, and one girl was like super into tie-dye. Like tie-dye was like her whole channel, and she was just doing too many like things on hers, and I just don't want mine to look like, I don't want to like put like hearts on my leggings, you know? So I think I'm just gonna go with the scrunch method. That's what this girl did that I'm watching right now. Her name's Amanda Ensing. She has 1.4 million subscribers, but I've never heard of her, but I like her stuff. Basically, she just kind of scrunched hers. She's doing sweatsuits, like sweatpants and sweatshirts, and based on the photos from Susie KB and Chloe Gotts, I like how theirs is like very tie-dyed, like there's a lot of color and not too many white spaces. I think I'm gonna wash 2 leggings right now and then just kind of wing it, see what happens. This is gonna be a learning experience for us both. I'm really scared that they're just not gonna dye anything at all, and then this will be a total dud video. All right, welcome to my laundry room. I decided we're just gonna go big and try 2 pairs of leggings right now. I'm gonna do the Nikki Bicky seamless ones and then the softer cottony feeling ones that aren't actually cotton. I just figured these would probably be the best because they feel more absorbent than the other ones. So I'm gonna wash them because it said to pre-wash. Just gonna throw them in with a little detergent, and then I'm gonna get set up, and then we're just gonna have a fun tie-dye tie. Alright, so I took my makeup off because I didn't feel like wearing them anymore. So the leggings are damp, they've been washed, and now we're gonna start. I got set up. I didn't want to do all the colors because I felt like that's wasteful, so I have like a light pink, a little purpley magenta color, a teal, and a yellow. So I'm gonna figure out how exactly to do this. I think I just filled up. I don't know if it needs to be like warm or cold water kind of thing. It just says add water. So we're gonna go with room temp. I'm gonna go for the cheap cotton ones first, just to see how it turns out. I keep calling them cotton. I know it's not cotton. Pinto, you're not invited. You're not invited. You're seriously, you cannot be up here. I'm sorry. Sorry. Wait, down we go. Go find something else to do. Alright, so I think this is the best I can do in terms of camera angles. And I honestly don't feel very damp, but I don't know. Okay, so I'm struggling a little bit because the blue dye wasn't mixing very well. So I shook it up a lot, and then like it kind of just started going everywhere. I don't think I got any of my shirt, luckily. I should probably wear like a t-shirt. Maybe I'll go throw one on. The issue with these is that like the powder's at the bottom, and usually you add powder to liquid, not liquid to powder. So it's not like mixing up super well. All right, that looks decent. This is the pink. All right, so now that everything's mixed, I think I'm gonna start doing the little sprinkle crinkle effect. Okay, I saved the ones that I'm kind of going off of. So this is Chloe's. Those look really cute. I like how she like kind of like went to the bottom in kind of like little stripy colors. Susie's are definitely more subtle, but I do like them. So I really have no idea what I'm doing, so we're just gonna do our best. The girl whose video I followed, she kind of just like scrunched it up from the bottom. And I feel like, you know, it doesn't need to be perfect, right? Like it's tie-dye, it's supposed to be kind of imperfect. Pinto, you cannot come up here. All right, so here's what I have scrunched. Okay, the way that I did this, I don't know if I can really do the whole thing that like Chloe did. All right, I'm just gonna start with pink because I like pink. All right, I am just gonna wing it. Maybe I should start with yellow. I have changed my mind. A lot of this involves a little bit of messiness, so good thing they came with this little plastic. All right, we're just gonna like do some yellow. Hopefully it doesn't look like, I really am gonna try to avoid yellow in the crotch region. We don't wanna have like a little a little pea situation. I'm gonna put like pink around the yellow, trying not to overlap too much. And then we can either go for purple or blue, but I'm gonna go with blue. That's side number 1. Now we do side number 2. That looks pretty good, I guess. I'm kind of hoping the colors turn out more muted. The girl in the video I watched kind of opened it up and like redid some of the like less dyed sections, but I actually feel like this is okay. I think I'm gonna keep this. So I'm gonna get some plastic wrap, wrap her up. Okay, turns out I don't have plastic wrap, but I do have garbage bags. Now for number 2, I'm kind of excited about these. Now, I don't know, I kind of want to do that rainbow thing that Chloe did. So I don't know how much I really need to scrunch this, but I'm definitely going to scrunch it less. A little swirl situation on the butt. This is exactly not what she did, but I'm just going to work with it. I'm getting blue on the back because it was still on the bottom.
Hey, would you rather sit right here, make everything disappear?
You know what, as long as it has like a little section of swirl, that is all I'm really looking for.
What if we stay right here, make everything disappear?
This like actually might be really bad, but I don't care. Okay, then the legs, I'm just gonna do a gentle scrunch. I did my best to swirl right here and then some scrunched legs.
Why don't we all calm down? I think I'm the wrong size. Not enough room for everybody's egos. Why don't we all calm down? Why don't we all calm down? On and on it goes.
All right, that is all I'm gonna do for this one. So now I gotta put it in the plastic bag. I really hope these don't turn out too opaque, but that's why we have more leggings to try. And who knows, maybe I'll make a follow-up video tie-dyeing some kind of sweatsuit, because like that seems to be a thing right now. All right, so I am going to leave those there to sit for, I guess 6 to 8 hours. I guess I might as well just let them sit overnight and check in the morning. All right, guess we're taking this down for the day. I will check in when they are all ready to go. So I decided to wait overnight because I read online and it was like wait 2 to 24 hours. If you can wait longer, do it. I don't know if that's like true for this specific dye, but so I have my tie-dyes in this little bag. They stay nice and moist. And I don't know if we have to wear gloves to rinse out the fabric, but I don't really want my hands to be all rainbow today. Okay, somehow the purple got like dots on everything. Maybe that kind of looks cool. I don't really know. Maybe it won't actually be too big of an issue. All right. Oh my gosh. I don't like what happened. I don't really understand why like the blue kind of got on everything. Maybe it actually doesn't look bad. Oh well, I hope it actually doesn't turn out this bright. Okay, so it looks a lot lighter after doing that, and some of those little dots actually came away. So I freaked out too soon, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this actually looks pretty good so far. The colors didn't blend too much. All right, we'll do a final review after I actually like wash it and see how it turns out. But so far, actually not so bad. And now for the second pair, I'm gonna show you like how much dye comes out.
I'll be in fools, drifting to deep space. So brave and so stupid.
Okay, so these ones basically did not hold on to any of the pink or yellow and just kind of turned into different shades of blue, which I'm not mad about. It's just kind of like peach, just kind of like a random yellow spot up here and a little bit there, but maybe it'll turn out okay. So I guess this one didn't hold on to the color quite as well. These were the cheap ones. All right, and according to the instructions, it said to wash it on a large load. I hope that they don't bleed into each other. If they do, then I will have learned my lesson. I think I just had to rinse, not actually out of any detergent. Let me see. Okay, it says a small amount of laundry soap. Check back in a couple hours, I guess. Just took them out of the wash, and yeah, this one's basically just all blue. With minimal other colors, but it's kind of a look. Like, it's pretty cute. So I'm just gonna lay these to dry. You can dry them, but I don't dry my activewear really. These are the Nicky Bicky seamless ones, and I think they turned out really well. I'm gonna show you a close-up once it's all dry and everything, but honestly, kind of here for it. It took up the color really well, and it's not like too bold. So here they are. These are the seamless ones. The cheap ones kind of just turned all one color, which is blue with like a little bit of color on the top that honestly you can't even see. Seamless ones, I would do this again with the seamless ones because these were like $18, I think. And I could actually do this with like a few different colors. All right, so here's how they turned out. Pinto, I would like you to please excuse yourself for the moment. Here you go. In terms of color absorbance, the seamless Nicky Bicky ones did a really good job. I'm honestly tempted to get another pair and tie-dye them in a different way, but for now I'm gonna try these on in a minute. And the ones I thought would absorb the color the most actually did not do a very good job. They don't look bad per se, but they basically lost all color except for any hint of blue. And when I applied the blue, it was actually really dark. So I'm gonna try this on, show you. I actually haven't tried any of these on at all yet, so guess we'll see. All right, so here are the seamless leggings, and I had actually not tried them on, but they're a one size fit, and they're actually super, super stretchy, even with the dye in them. I usually wear a size small, and I'd say that these fit. The waistband is nice, it has a little compression. I'd say these overall aren't like super compressive leggings or anything, but this isn't a legging review, we're talking about the tie-dye. I think maybe next time I'd try to do less like spots, because these are pretty like spotty, splotchy, but the beauty of tie-dye is you can kind of do whatever you want. I am gonna link the white leggings down below. They're cheap, they're good. If you've heard of Kitty Gaines before on Instagram, Nicky Bicky is their supplier, so these are like the same leggings as Kitty Gaines. So yeah, overall I would deem these a success. All right, so here are the cheaper leggings. They're actually like super, super soft. Would definitely be a good lounge legging. So if you're looking for a tie-dye legging that's maybe not like for the gym entirely, these aren't a bad option. The only thing is that they just didn't absorb a lot of color. You saw I applied almost every single color to this one, including the pink and yellow, and somehow it did not show up. Waistband is also super high on these. The band isn't cutting into me though, and they're definitely not squat proof, so wouldn't be working out in these, but I don't really think that's like the purpose of them. So yeah, I think the Nicky Bicky seamless are the winners here today. Sorry, I literally haven't washed my hair in days. It's been a rough time. I hope you enjoyed this video. It was super fun. I think I might do some more tie-dye just because I had a good time. And I think I can make some adjustments to these to make them like the perfect tie-dye legging. Leave me a comment down below if you're gonna try this or if you have already tried it. I'd love to see how yours turned out. And also leave me a comment down below if I should wait for some white Lululemons and do this to them too. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Bye! Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today I have a literally giant box full of stuff to review. All of this stuff is from Nubre on AliExpress, so it's all super affordable, super cute, and I am very excited. I love doing these little AliExpress hauls because they're just so fun, and we get to try so much stuff, and we definitely have some exciting things in this video. Before we start the review, I always get a lot of questions if you should order through Nubre website or their website on AliExpress, and they are the same. They're shipped in the same amount of time. Really, whatever is easiest for you. If you're making a bigger order, oftentimes it's better to go through their website because I do have discount codes that you can use to get like a little more percentage off. So I'll list my discount codes here. Those only work on the website, but I do also have a support code. It's like 1% off or something for AliExpress.
So yeah, let's do my first athletic wear collection Buffbunny behind the scenes video.
You guys, I've been keeping a little secret for over a year and a half now, but today I can finally announce that my collab with Buffbunny called No Filter is coming out on Saturday, April 6th, and I am so excited for you guys to finally see what I've been working on for so long. I just have a couple little samples behind me. I don't have my full range yet. That will be coming when I do my full review, which should be up about a week before the launch, but I wanted to get this up as soon as possible for you guys because I know you're gonna have questions. In this video, I'm gonna take you behind the scenes of every time I had to go out to work on this, my thought process, my ideas, testing out the samples, just everything I didn't want to include in my review because I just felt like it was going to be too much because my last Buffbunny review was an hour and a half. So this one may also be very long, but I figured we could just do an entire video on all the details of the collab. So I've gotten offers to collaborate with other brands, but you know I'm so picky about activewear in general. If it's something that's going to have my name associated with it, I wanted to pick a brand that I knew was not gonna flop on me. I know Buffbunny always gets it right. Their quality is always there. And I've been working with Buffbunny Collection for 5 years now, so we know each other at this point. There's an established relationship. I really respect the team. So I just knew this was going to be good. And guys, you were gonna be so excited. Buffbunny's been in a little bit of a sad beige era lately. A lot of neutrals, which, listen, I love a good neutral, but we're bringing in the color with this launch, and I'm just so excited. Buffbunny as a brand also focuses on inclusivity, high quality pieces, and they also have really big launches. A lot of brands will only launch like 2 sports bras, a couple leggings, but I knew if I did a collection, I would want to have a lot of pieces. I don't even have everything that I wanted. Like this collection could be double the size, but there are limits. But still, we have so many items that appeal to different heights, body shapes, coverage options, and I just really wanted all of that because, you know, as a tall girly, I feel like height is often forgotten about with inclusivity, and several of the pieces in my launch do have multiple length options. I'm not just talking about leggings. My dress has a short and a regular. I have a top that comes in a more cropped version and a longer version if you don't want to have as much skin showing. Little things like that I wanted to prioritize. So I would love to know if any of you guys saw this coming because I was very zipped up, closed off about this. I've been working on this since July 2022 when I was still in the thick of dental school. Like, I'm just so glad that they worked with me through that and worked with my schedule because there was a lot of work going into this. I will go over the timeline of everything as well as sharing all the behind the scenes of the shoot, but first I just wanted to have a little chat about the launch. So like I said, very springy, fun colors. I knew that I wanted my launch to be a springtime launch because those are the colors that appeal to me most. I love brights and pastels. It was definitely a collaborative effort. I am not an activewear designer. I had ideas that I brought in, but the Buffbunny design team worked so hard in bringing my ideas to life, but also bringing in some of their own ideas and asking me what I thought about them, and it just kind of worked out that way. And of course, this is definitely my favorite Buffbunny launch so far, but there will still be critiques, so a review is still coming. Nothing is ever fully perfect. This is my first time doing a collab with a brand. Honestly, there were a good amount of pieces that I got to try and fine-tune to my liking, but I did not get to try every single piece between when we had the idea until the end. So I didn't really get some of the fine-tuning stages, like, oh, this needs a little bit more of this, this needs a little bit more of this, that I would have wanted So we will still see some comments in my review, but just because it's not something that is a perfect fit for me doesn't mean it won't fit another body type. I can still wear every piece, but you know what I'm saying. We also lost a lot of pieces due to them either being too expensive in the end or just not working out design-wise. Like when I look at our initial idea sheet, our initial line sheet, it was like twice the size of this. And every time we talked, more and more things would fall off. Luckily, my favorite things definitely did stay, but that's just part of the design process. You'll notice from some Buffbunny launches, they will pull an item that they said was launching because the quality is just not there. Like things can still fall off last minute. And we did actually just have one of my favorite pieces fall off recently, but it should be around later this year. I really did want a nice solid performance legging because not a lot of brands are doing good performance leggings in my opinion. I also wanted a sweatshirt, wide leg lounge pants, like just the list goes on. If you feel like there's something missing from my collection, it probably was meant to be there at some point. And like I was saying, there are also things in my collection that either you will see months from now, or even I know a piece of mine is going to be like a year from now. Like you will continue to see some of the pieces that I worked on throughout the next months or even a year from now. Or there are things like the Colorado zip jacket, which when I was out there in Houston last month, I was like, oh guys, what happened to my sweatshirt? And they were like, we're launching it in boyfriend. So if you notice the cuffins on that sweatshirt, that was one of my requests because I love a good hand pocket. You guys know I'm always talking about that. That jacket was one of my highly requested items. So if you got the Colorado zip jacket, that was mine, which I'm not mad about it, but I would have liked more colors. Another bummer is that I would have loved to have every single item in every single color because I just love my colors so much. Like my Karma crop, my bend and snap dress, they're only coming in bone and black. And I would have loved to have those in like the lover pink, the lavender haze, but the launch just would have been too big. Like I was saying before, there are brands that do their leggings in like 8 colors, but they also are probably only launching like 1 or 2 leggings in the launch. So it makes sense that they can have them in all the colors. My launch does have a lot of legging options, so we just get them in fewer colors. But in my review, I will be posting which leggings have which matching sports bra options so that you know what you can pair with what. All right, let's talk a little bit about the color and naming inspiration. If you guys have followed me for a long time, I have been a Swiftie since day one. When people ask what my taste in music is, it's literally just Taylor Swift. So it just made sense to name my pieces after some of my favorite songs. So this color palette is very Lover era. So we have Afterglow Yellow, we have Lover Pink, we have Lavender Haze, which is Midnight's. But I have been waiting to name something Lavender Haze since that song came out. And we've been working on this since around the time that Midnight's came out. So it makes sense. There's also a little Legally Blonde action in there, the bend and snap dress. We were very proud of that name. And a little Powerpuff Girls. We have the blue color, Blue Bubbles, and then the Buttercup sports bra. And as I mentioned before, the launch is called the No Filter collection. The name originally was thought of because I was talking with the design team and they were like, well, in your reviews, you really have no filter. And then we really were thinking about it, and I really like to show my genuine self, my real life. I'll pop on in these videos in my Instagram stories, like with my skin breaking out, not feeling my best. I'm always trying to post myself in my posed and unposed so that we're not only not always seeing posed images of everyone else, but even not looking at ourselves always in a posed way, because that can really skew how we see ourselves. So we just figured that would really fit with the no filter theme and being a true unfiltered authentic version of yourself. Onto the campaign video, which if I've timed my video correctly, we should be posting this pretty shortly after the campaign video is released. Some of the pieces in my collection and some of the things that we discussed in working with the idea for the launch as well as the designs was that for a large part of my life I did a lot of ballet. I don't know if you guys knew this about me, but that is kind of how I started my fitness journey. I got into ballet classes at 3 years old, and I did ballet for 15 years of my life, all the way up until college. I was on my college dance team. I dabbled in a couple more styles of dance there. I've since taken a little bit of a break from dance, but I actually found a studio around me with some adult classes, and I am getting back into it. Now that I have more time, now that I'm not in school, I have more time to kind of revisit that old passion of mine, but dance was truly literally my entire life growing up. Some of my closest friends still were my dance friends because we spent just every moment with each other outside of school. So with the creative team, we kind of took this idea of someone like me kind of trying to rekindle that love for dance or for something that you left behind from your childhood. And we brought in real dancers for this, which was so awesome, like real professional dancers. I feel like if you dance, you can be a dancer, you know? But professional dancers, they dance professionally. And honestly, I was super nervous for this because one, they had me bring out my point shoes. I did probably like 7 years of point growing up, but I had not thrown on my point shoes in a while. And my feet have thanked me for that. I no longer have any interest in doing pointe, but it just made sense for the video. And having to dance with my pointe shoes on in front of these girls who are literally dancers, I was definitely feeling very self-conscious about that, nervous that they would be judging me, even though they were the sweetest people. Like, they were so nice. They were helping me so much. I had them help me like correct my form because we did not have mirrors around us in the first location. So here I am, not having worn pointe shoes in so many years, trying to dance, and I don't even have the feedback of a mirror to correct myself. So there was a portion where they wanted me to kind of improv, and I definitely felt very uncomfortable doing that with all of those eyes on me, when I feel like I would have been more confident if I was just by myself. I also was a little bit nervous about this theme because the dance community is definitely very intense, and I never wanted it to seem like anyone was like cosplaying dance. It's obviously a huge pet peeve of people who've actually trained in dancing to see brands just put models in pointe shoes and actually make them do that, when I'm like, their ankles are not ready for that. Like, you don't just throw on pointe shoes. So I really didn't want anyone to feel like that's what we were doing, but we actually had professional dancers. And I do have 15 years of ballet experience. Like, I'm not inexperienced, but it has been a little while for me. So I really wanted in the video for that to come across like I was getting back into dance, not that I am trying to be like this dancer, because I'm just getting back into it. And the last thing with the campaign video, it definitely had me feeling some imposter syndrome, because it definitely felt like they were highlighting me and my life. And when you're living your life, like, I'm just a girl, you know? I'm literally just a person. And it just was so crazy to me that they're like wanting to highlight me and my journey and my career too. We had a scene with me and all my dentist stuff. If you guys didn't know, I'm a dentist. But it was just a big imposter syndrome moment, because I'm like, really? You want to highlight me? I don't know. But I had a great time doing the campaign shoot. Anyways, moving on to the timeline of me working on this launch with Buffbunny Collection. So in early July of 2022, Heidi sent me a DM saying, would you like to do an exclusive collaboration with us? No thoughts, just said yes. I honestly never thought this would happen, because I assumed that they would only ever ask people who are exclusive with the brand. And if you guys know me and what I do, I review activewear. That is what this channel is built upon. So being exclusive with a brand just doesn't fit in with what I do. But I have worked with Buffbunny for 3 years, and I've reviewed every single launch in excruciating detail ever since. And it just meant a lot to me that they would consider collaborating with me. Okay, it's July of 2022, and just a week ago, Heidi reached out and asked if I wanted to do my own collection with Buffbunny. And literally just a few months ago, I was saying how I would love to do a collection with them, but they would never pick me because I am not an exclusive athlete with them. But they reached out and they asked, probably due to all of your comments always requesting a collection with me, but I'm so excited. There's honestly no company that I think would be a better fit for me to do a collaboration with. I know they have good stock. I know they have inclusive sizing, and obviously I always love all of the pieces, so I'm so excited. I just had my first meeting with Heidi and Beverly today, and when you're watching this, this is probably like 2024. But I just figured I would kind of document the process. So as soon as they mentioned having a collaboration with me, I immediately just started making a list of things that I wanted to see. We'll see what ends up happening. They told me the process is slow, so we'll see. So first I was tasked with coming up with some basic ideas, some colors, taking screenshots of anything that I kind of liked that we could, you know, pull some inspo from. And I have my original notes where I said everything that I wanted. I wanted 6 or 7 inch shorts. That's happening. I said legacy and Rosa pocket leggings, and we kind of took inspiration from that. We have a new take on the legacy leggings, the micro legacy leggings. You'll see all the details in my review. And then we also have the contour pocket flare leggings, so we kind of got a little bit of both of those. I wanted more longer tops, which we do have a longer top option. I wanted more fun bras. I wanted to bring back the Catalina bra, which we did bring back. Built-in bra tanks. I wanted a jacquard set because I loved the OG Buffbunny Martini jacquard, how stretchy that was, and we are bringing one of those back, or in a new way. Here I have my active jacket that I wanted, with a mock neck, full zip pockets, thumb holes, and cuffins fold over hand pockets, which is the Colorado zip jacket. So if you missed that one, it's not too late. I think they still have good stock. I did want some loungewear. I wanted a wrap neck hoodie. Again, we may be seeing some of these pieces at some point. And a couple more things that we ended up incorporating, but that was my initial list. And then mid-July 2022, we had a FaceTime call. I was literally on lunch between seeing patients at school. And this was to discuss initial launch ideas as well as the timeline. And they were pretty right on with it. They were like, it's not happening next year. And honestly, I didn't think that it would. So here we are 2 years later, and it's finally happening. Listen, good things come to those who wait. I can be patient. So this is where we discussed more of the direction, the cohesiveness of the collection, and then we decided to incorporate more feminine, ballet-inspired details. And then they were MIA, working on everything in the background. And then we actually had the Buffbunny holiday party in between this, and I already knew about it at that point, but I couldn't say anything, so I didn't tell a soul. Then February 2023, I flew out to Houston for the first time since, I mean, I've been to Houston before, but the first time for my launch. So I am all packed and ready to go to Houston for the weekend. So this was for overall theme, colors, just kind of working through some of the initial ideas and designs. And again, we had so many items that initially were going to be in the launch at first that things just ended up falling off over time, but they did warn me that it was likely that not all of the pieces would make it. We also selected the initial color palette, and I ended up going back, I don't know, I think it was actually after I got home from the launch, and I was like, guys, I don't think there's enough color. So we ended up changing some of the colors. That's when we added the Bubbles Blue and the Lover Pink, which turned out to be one of my favorite colors. So glad we did that. Then at the very end of the meeting, we were literally done. Heidi all of a sudden brings up accessories. She's like, oh, we didn't talk about accessories. What do you want? And I was like, well, I love my Game Changer tote. Since the moment I got the Game Changer tote, I used it through almost all of dental school. I use it for my travel bag. I use it for work now. And I was like, okay, I really want to bring back the Game Changer tote because it's literally one of my most worn Buffbunny pieces because I use it every single day. But sometimes it's just a little bit too big and you want something smaller. And thus the mini Game Changer tote was born. You guys will see more about this in my review, but it's so cute. I have worn this a couple times out. Actually, I've worn this a lot since I got my sample. This is just a sample, but it's literally the cutest little bag. It's also coming in the bone color, which is my preferred color. And they said that they were very impressed that this made it in time for my launch. So we are all so lucky to have mini Game Changer because I love her so much. Shortly later in April 2023, I started getting my first samples, and this is when we started sampling the Rosa Jacquard for the first time. I knew I wanted a Jacquard, but it wasn't until they actually looked at some of the samples and they were like, what about this Jacquard? They found a fabric that basically looked like the Bossy print, but it was a Jacquard, which means that the print is knit into the fabric. And I was like, say no more. The Bossy print is one of my all-time favorite patterns. It's just such a wearable but still bold pattern. So they just had me check it for fit, squat proofness. I felt like it was a little tight on the calves and I wanted it to be a little bit softer. So they said, I found out what a soft wash is. I didn't know you could just add a little wash onto the fabric and it makes it stretchier, softer. Next we have July 2023. I got some more samples. I got some samples of the Karma Crops, which is what I'm wearing right now in the short and the long version. And then we also had the video meeting where we named all of the pieces as well as the colors. That was really hard. Like they wanted me to come in with ideas and honestly, I didn't come in with very many ideas. We kind of had to like brainstorm on the spot. And then for the rest of the year, a little bit more samples back and forth. January of this year, so 2024, we started brainstorming ideas for the campaign video. So I got connected with the creative director, Michael, and we did a lot of back and forth on that. And they were very patient with my horrible texting because if you text me on a day that I work, I probably won't reply until the end of the day. So they were very flexible with me. Then February 2024, just a little bit ago, I flew out to Houston again, and this was so we could film the Behind the Designs video. So I got together with Lindsay and Beverly, and Heidi was actually not there. She's just working on wedding stuff. So we filmed our Behind the Designs video, which was so exciting that I finally got to be part of one of those. I also was seeing some of the pieces for the first time, like the true colors of everything, the final fits. So I was just trying on everything. And then we also just filmed some reels, got some content for the launch. That was just like a day and a half turnaround time. And then a couple weeks after, in March of 2024, aka like this month, I finally flew out to LA and we had our content shoot. So I feel like I threw people off with this because I was in Houston and then I was in LA and you're like, well, Buffbunny's not in LA, but we actually shot all of the content for the launch in LA. So day one was all photos. They brought in a bunch of Buffbunny girls models and we did the photos all day, and I loved the background, the setting for this. I think they set up for like 3 hours just figuring out the lighting and all of that. It was actually crazy how much work goes into just the setup, and that was so fun. I got to reconnect with some of my Buffbunny girlies that I knew, like Amy. I finally got to meet Brooke, and I just feel like the whole shoot was so cute, fun. They brought in a lot of little props to go with the colors. It was all so cute. And then day two was the content day for the campaign video, which we started at 8 a.m. and we finished close to 9 p.m. It was over a 12-hour day, but honestly, it was just so great, so fun. We actually filmed the day kind of in reverse. So we started in the morning with the dancers and we were filming the finale scene of the campaign video. So we had like a spotlight, and this is where I got a little bit nervous because I wish we had started in the studio so I had time to kind of like work through and like correct myself in the mirror and just kind of like warm up a little bit before we just started like dancing. But no, we just got right to it. I threw on my pointe shoes. We warmed up a little bit. We were on a cold concrete floor, so it wasn't exactly like ideal for dancing, but we made it work. And then scene 2, where we spent a lot of time, was at this dance studio, which this studio was beautiful. It made me so excited to get back into ballet. But this is where we wore a lot more of the pieces and we're doing some more practicing, and we filmed a lot of shots there, like us in a ballet class, me clearly being more new and back into dance and not quite getting the movements at first, but then kind of working on it and then finally kind of getting it right. Me walking into the studio, looking nervous, like things like that. There was a guy there just helping with behind the scenes, and he was just like moving my phone around on a little tripod. It was so helpful. And then the final scene of the day, we were all so tired. This was like 6 o'clock. They rented out a dental office, and I brought my white coat, my scrubs, my loops, and we filmed a couple scenes there as well. One of the videographers at one point was like, "Oh, are you like an actual dentist?" And I was like, "Yes, I'm not just cosplaying." We're not just cosplaying being a dentist and a dancer today. Although kind of a dancer, but it was part of me, you know? And now here we are. I have not seen any of the final photos. I have not seen the campaign video yet. So by the time I post this, it will all be up, but I'm so excited to see all of that and for all of these pieces to come to life. I'm so excited for you guys to try all the pieces, and I hope that you love them as much as I do. Like I said, this is not a review. I'm not reviewing these pieces right now, but the full review is coming. I'm still waiting for everything to come in, but I'm just so excited. Thank you guys all so much for supporting me and allowing this to happen. I am literally 99% sure that this happened because when Buffbunny started doing collaborations with people, you guys just flooded all
Show unavailable videos.
Hello. Today I thought we would do something fun. Normally we just do all of their comments saying we want to collab with Kathryn. And I saw it in the comments of my video, and I think they saw it too, because I feel like shortly after they were getting all those comments, they asked me for the collaboration. So this is really a thanks to you guys. It just shows that you really do have a voice as a consumer, as a customer of these brands. Just ask for what you want, because a good brand, they do listen. So thank you guys so much for watching this little behind the scenes. I probably have even more behind the scenes to show, but it was just so fun. I honestly wish I took more. But thank you guys all so much for being here. I love you so much, and I will see you next time. Bye! Whenever the seasons change, I always
So let's do the Buffbunny reviewing my athlete wear collection with Buffbunny no fit wear video that we went behind the scene with her. So let's go.
Hey guys, and welcome to the review of my collaboration with Buffbunny No Filter. This collection is launching on Saturday, April 13th at 1 p.m. Central Time, the normal Buffbunny launch time. And I am just so excited. If you have any questions about the color inspiration, behind the scenes of shooting the campaign, etc., I do have a whole video just on that because I wanted this to be solely just the review. So I'll link the behind the scenes video below. But this collection is called No Filter, truly inspiring you to be your unfiltered, honest self. And as you guys know, I am a colors girly. I love a bright color, a bright pastel. And you can see today this collection is really bringing the colors. I'm so excited. Finally, we have some color. I am wearing the yellow right now and it's just so bright and happy. I really wanted to focus this collection on having a lot of variety for different body sizes, body types. So we have large bust friendly bras, supportive bras, and then we also still have cute dainty bras. We have 6-inch shorts. We have multiple styles of leggings from basic to hidden scrunch to seamless. We have a crop that comes in multiple lengths for my long torso girlies like myself, or if you just want to show a little bit less skin. Then we also have a dress that comes in 2 lengths as well to fit multiple torso lengths. So I'm so excited that Buffbunny Collection and I were able to come together on this and do this. I just know you guys are going to love it, and I truly wanted to just thank you all for all of the support. Honestly, this would not have happened without you guys going into all the comment sections of every Buffbunny video, my review, the Buffbunny Instagram page, and saying we want a collab with Kathryn. Honestly, after you guys made all those comments, that is when Heidi reached out to me to do this. So this is truly thanks to you guys. As always with Buffbunny, you can use code Kathryn for 10% off. Even more reason to use it because this is my collection. And of course, I always appreciate your support in using my codes and everything. But even if you are not shopping the launch, even if you are just being here watching this video, that is enough support for me. I really appreciate every one of you so much. All right, and without further ado, let's get into the colors. So I mentioned this in my behind the scenes video, but I don't think I mentioned it here, and I just wanted to restate that as much as I did have control over a lot of the pieces that we launched and I had a lot of contributions there, I didn't get to pick things like what came in what colors, and I also didn't get to try every single piece before it went to final production. So some of the pieces I had only seen initial sketches of, and then I got the final product at the end. And you guys know me, I like to nitpick. I would have loved to have taken a lot of these items and done some final nitpicking, like this needs a little bit more coverage here, this needs to be a little looser here, and then have that sent off, but I did not get to do that. So there are some things in the collection that I wish could have had a little bit more coverage, could have been, you know, more this or that, and I will be mentioning those things in my review. And I also would have loved to have more things and more of the colors, especially things like the dress, the karma crop. I would have loved to have those in a nice color, but those things were ultimately just not my decision. So if you guys love everything, make sure to just spam them in the comments. We want colors. We want colors of this. And you know what? Maybe they'll make it happen. So the first 2 colors that I really wanted was a bright kind of pastel-y yellow, and I had to bring out my double clothing rack for this launch because I have everything for you guys. Actually, I'm still waiting on like a couple pieces, but hopefully I can insert them before I post this review. But anyways, the whole top row is just bras. So first we have Afterglow Yellow. As you guys know, I'm a huge Swiftie, so most of these color names are inspired by Taylor Swift. Also, the color palette is giving very Lover era, so it just made sense to have some Taylor inspired names. So Afterglow Yellow. I tried to make my nails afterglow yellow today, but they're a little too dark. We have Lavender Haze, of course. I just had to name something this. I have been waiting so long to name something. Lavender Haze. But this color just truly makes everyone glow. We have Bubbles Blue, which is a true baby blue. We have Lover Pink, which I think is my favorite. I don't like to pick favorites, but I think it's her. That's it for all my bright colors, but for my neutral girlies, I know some of you guys are just not into the pastels, so we also have plenty of neutral options. We have Cold Brew, which is a nice, deep, dark brown, just a little softer than a true black. They started launching this in Genesis this year, and it's just such a nice brown. Then we have Enchanted Teal, first of all, named after my favorite Taylor Swift song. And second of all, just like a slightly elevated Secret Garden dark teal. Such a great muted blue. I think this one is going to be really cute on everyone. And then we also have a returning color, which is Bone, which is also a really nice kind of off-white creamish color. We also have a jacquard fabric coming in this almost bossy-esque print, but we'll get into this one later. All right, next I will be inserting all of the squat tests. So most of the bottoms are just coming in the darker colors because the lighter colors just were not quite squat proof enough. And you guys know me, I'm okay with something not being totally squat proof, but we stuck to the darker colors. And as usual, I will separate this out by item type. So we're going to start with leggings. All right, so we are going to start out with a new legging, but these are the Micro Legacy leggings. So first of all, these are made of the Nubre fabric. These are going to be the most basic legging today. So if you don't really like anything with too much going on, you like a true basic, it's going to be these. Nubre is such a soft, reliable fabric. I love the Nubre. So first thing to note is that these are a high rise and not an ultra high rise. So they are slightly lower rise compared to the original Legacy and the original Rosa leggings, but they're still going to cover your belly button. They're a similar rise to the contour pocket leggings that we saw last year. So what makes these different from regular Legacy leggings is first we have a more delicate seam. So the seam is that thin, delicate Rosa style seam. These are the old Legacies. You can see that it is a more thicker flat lock seam previously. Second difference is that there is no side seam. So the original Legacies did have a seam down the side, these do not. And then we still have that tri-seam detail, but it's a little bit smaller and it's made with that more delicate seam, so it's just a little bit more dainty. They're also just a little bit more pronounced around the glutes, so a slightly more glute contouring effect. And then a feature that I really love that we have on almost all of the pieces is that the logos are a tonal silicone. Here's an up close of that logo. It's just so sleek and so elevated. And whenever I see a logo like this, it's just giving expensive, you know, it looks really nice. These are a 26-inch inseam, and we also have a slightly extended gusset similar to the classic Legacies. Also for every bottom, I wanted to share what tops it pairs best with. So for Micro Legacy and Enchanted Teal, your pairings are going to be the Twisted Curve bra and the Halter Seamless bra if you want to go with the same color. And for the Lavender Haze Micro Legacy, we have both Candy Wrap and Candy Crew bras. I'm not going to be doing these pairings for black because black comes in basically everything, so you have your freedom of mixing and matching. Let's try them on. So I have the Micro Legacy on right now, and I'm actually wearing these in extra small, and the extra small fits pretty similar to the regular Legacy small. So the waistbands are still basically lining up, but I think because of the lack of side seams, the Micro Legacy just don't feel quite as constrictive because you have more stretch without that seam kind of interfering. So I would say consider a size down. If you've ever felt like the Rosa leggings have been a little bit big on you, you could probably do a size down. I will also do a side-by-side of the extra small and the small for the Micro Legacy. I will say these extra smalls, they feel a little bit snug in the knees when I'm bending down like this, but everything else fits completely fine. We can see here we have that high rise, and the new Buffbunny definition of high rise is that they hit right at the natural waist, so it covers your belly button, but it's not super high and above the belly button. So I actually really like this rise. This is my new preferred rise. We have that delicate Rosa seam right in the front here. The waistband is a little bit tapered on these new Micro Legacy leggings. It's a little bit more tapered than the original Legacies. So that being said, I'm not feeling like a super tight snatched feeling that can be uncomfortable. It's still a comfortable feeling waistband. Overall compression on these, I'm getting kind of between a light to medium and a medium. I'd say in the extra small, more medium, in the small, light to medium. We can see this super seamless appearance of not having that side seam. I just think it's so nice, so sleek. We also have the Nubre fabric, which is just one of my all-time favorite Buffbunny fabrics. It's a little bit more cellulite friendly than the butter, so if you're kind of deciding between the two, if cellulite's a factor for you, the Nubre is just a little bit thicker. And then we have the back, so we have that tonal logo, that little 3-seam detail, and in the extra small, it's sitting up between the glutes a little bit more for me, so I'm getting a nice medium to high on the booty scale, super flattering back here, and it's, even though it is a little bit snug, they're not tight on the glutes, it's not squishing me down in any way. I will also say I have worn these leggings on a couple walks, just, you know, testing them out. And for me, the Legacy leggings always stayed up really well, the Rosa leggings slid down. These still stay up well for me, so I wasn't getting that same kind of not secure enough feeling that the Rosa leggings had. And then let's do full length view. These are a 26-inch inseam, so just about right above the ankles for me. And yeah, I'm just so excited about these. I think that they're so sleek, so cute, just a perfect amount of detail. I love the new back detail. I think it's a little bit extra flattering, and these are just fitting like a glove. So let me try on the smalls. You guys, we have a Pinto appearance. I really wanted to name something after the cats for this collection. Pinto is just, you know, people wouldn't get it unless they know you, buddy. They wouldn't get it. Alright, just wanted to quickly pop on the smalls. So the smalls, they fit a little bit more naturally in the legs, more of a light to medium compression, but we can almost see just a little bit extra fabric like in the hip area here, and the Nubre has quite a bit of stretch, so I'm not feeling too constricted in the size down, but I wouldn't say to completely change your sizing. If you like the fit of a classic Rosa legging, stick with your normal size. If you like a little bit more hold, I would size down. I think you can size down in these, but it's not something you have to do. We're going to do a side-by-side of the Micro Legacy versus the regular Legacy, but the biggest differences you will notice are definitely the rise, but the fit and the fabric and everything is very similar. The next legging we have are the Contour Pocket Flare leggings. So if you guys know me, you know I love the Buffbunny Foxy flares. They are my #1 flare legging, and I love wearing flares for lifestyle. And what do I love in a lifestyle legging? A pocket. So we took the Contour Pocket leggings and made them into a flare. So they have the same structure on top as those Contour Pocket flare leggings, and then the flare is just the same as the Foxy flare. And of course, because you know I always need multiple lengths of flare leggings, these do come in 3 lengths. The short is 30 inches, the regular is 32, and the tall is 34. So these are tall girl friendly. They are also made of the Nubre fabric. They are a high rise. They have a slight V waistband and then some seams that kind of contour up the front here. This fits perfectly with the Karma crop that we will see later, but those seams just line right up, and that's like the perfect lifestyle outfit. We have 2 side pockets. They have a little elastic at the top of the pocket so that it lays nice and flat. Some curved seams in the back. These ones just have the classic Buffbunny logo, not the tonal branding. Then we have a good size flare that is thick calf friendly. So let's try these on. The best pairing for the Contour Pocket flare leggings in the cold brew, my personal favorite is the Bone Karma crop, but if you want to pair a bra with the flare leggings, we have Candy Wrap, Buttercup, as well as Twisted Curve. Alright guys, we have the Contour Pocket flares. So these are high rise, just right about up at the belly button. Nice thick waistband, so we do have a little bit of opportunity for tummy control here. Then we have these seams that go all the way down the side, up the pocket, and then to the front to almost give you a little bit of a contour because it's a contour pocket. Then we do have this spacious side pocket here with that little elastic at the top that keeps them nice and flush, and it does fit my full phone here. So they're very spacious, but I still like that they have that nice sleek design that comes down to a little point. Overall compression, I always get a little bit more compression on things that have pockets. So these are definitely more of a medium compression for me. They're also definitely true to size. You could really go either way, but I would not recommend sizing up or down in these. Then we have the back. We do have the seams that curve around the glutes there. It's not intense, but it's just a little something to be nice and flattering there. We do get pretty good cellulite coverage in these just because they do come in darker colors, and the Nubre is just a little bit thicker. Still nice medium to high on the booty scale here. It's not crazy, but it's still overall flattering the glutes. All right, and then we have the full length view. These are flare legging, but they're the same style of flare as the Foxy flares. So if you like the Foxy flares, the more recently updated ones, not the very first rendition, you will like these. This is my favorite flare shape. It goes just about right over the calf, kind of skims the calf, but it doesn't Clydesdale horse them. It doesn't give you that awkward calf look if you do have thick calves like me. So it's still very flattering on the calves. And then these are also a 34-inch inseam. As you can see here without shoes on, they're hitting the floor. So if I have a little bit of a shoe, it's just gonna perfectly fall over that shoe and be a great length. So I'm super excited to have 3 lengths of these, which Buffbunny has been doing recently anyway. But yeah, these are thick calf friendly, super flattering. So let me just pop on the Karma crop so we can see how well that goes with this. These are just going to be my new go-to lifestyle flare legging. I really would love to see Buffbunny come out with more colors of flare leggings though, because sometimes I don't just want brown or black, you know? I would like a nice fun color. So just quickly threw on the Karma crop, but you can see those seams on the Karma crop perfectly line up with the contoured seams, and they give you almost this like hourglass look. It's so subtle but so thought through, you know, like little details. I also love, like, look how this just hits the legging waistband perfectly. It's the perfect little errands outfit, just lifestyle outfit. I love it. All right guys, get ready for the best cross-waist leggings we've ever had. I'm so excited for these. This is the Candid cross-waist legging. So first of all, we have a true cross waist. The fabric does actually lay over each other. This is my preferred style. We had the girlfriend leggings last launch where it was a faux cross waist. I like that. Give me a real cross waist. It also dips down slightly in the front for a little bit of lower tummy control. These also are a high rise, but you may show a little bit of belly button just because it dips down slightly in the front. In the past, we've had the Siren leggings as well as the Monarch leggings, and those have all been an ultra high rise. These are a little bit lower, but I still really like the rise on these. We have a slightly extended gusset. We have no side seams. Then we have these flattering tapered glute seams in the back. The seams are also a more delicate Rosa style seam as well. We have the tonal branding. And then you guys, as if these couldn't get any better, we decided to put an elastic up the back rise seam for a little hidden scrunch action, a little 1-2 cheek moment, some glute separation. These might be my favorite leggings launching. I just, you know, you add a cross waist with a hidden scrunch, I'm sold. These are made of the butter fabric, so they're super lightweight, super soft and stretchy. They're a 26-inch inseam, and I actually have a medium in these. I have a small as well, so we will do a side-by-side comparison of the small and the medium, but I kept trying these on when I was out doing shoots and everything, and every time I put on the small, the butter fabric has enough stretch that I definitely was able to wear them, but it just was not the most comfortable. I felt like the rise was a little too low, so I'm actually much more comfortable in a size up in these. So definitely if you're in between or you just don't really want a super snug fit, I would go with a size up. Honestly, my mediums in these fit like a regular Buffbunny small. I feel like they often make a lot of the butter fabric run a little bit small. We'll see that happening later as well. So with anything that's questionable with sizing in this review, I do have 2 sizes so we can compare for you guys. Let's try these on. All right, so I'm just popping on the smalls first. The brown I have a small, the pink I have a medium. And because the butter fabric is so stretchy that honestly I'm not getting any restriction in these, it's just a little bit more comfortable in the medium without having extra fabric. So you can still absolutely go true to size if you want a little more hold, but I just honestly prefer the medium, and you'll see in the comparison that it's still, honestly, the medium fits me better. So anyways, we do have that high rise, and it still goes to the natural waist in the back as well as the sides, but it may dip down slightly in the front with the cross waist. So just keep that in mind. It is a true cross waist, which means we have an extra layer of fabric over the top here, which brings in a little extra tummy control, especially since this waistband kind of dips down here. So that's a feature I love about cross waist leggings. We have no front seam here, and I will say with the hidden scrunch in the back, it's possible to get a little bit of tension in the crotch area. And for me, sizing up to the medium fixed that. Like right now, I feel like I'm gonna be picking this out of my crotch a little bit because it really wants to just, like, you know, settle in there. So I think sizing up helps with that as well. The butter fabric is super soft and super stretchy, so even in this small, I'm getting a light compression. These leggings also have no side seam. And then we go to the back, we have that tonal logo, we have those curved seams, and you can see that the fabric is sitting right up between the glutes. So you just want to pull a little bit of fabric around and then allow that seam to kind of be where it is, where it wants to be, which is right between the glutes. So honestly, these get a high on the booty scale. It's subtle, it's flattering, and I did work out in these today, and they stay up the cheeks the whole time. They do not slide down, which is amazing. And then in terms of cellulite coverage, not the best in lighter colors. Like the pink is not going to be cellulite friendly. So anyways, quick full length view. These are 26-inch inseam, but it's almost kind of like a seamless in the fact that these are so stretchy that we get a lot of vertical stretch. So I can actually make these a full-length legging on me. And let's try on the mediums. All right, and here we are in the mediums. I don't have any extra fabric anywhere. Like, these truly just fit me like a normal small. Like, I just feel like sometimes the butter leggings, let me show you. I just feel like sometimes they just run a little bit small with the butter fabric, because like if you hold up these are the smalls and these look tiny for me. Like these look smaller than the extra small like micro legacies. And obviously there are fabric differences with stretch and everything, so it's obviously accounting for the stretch, but honestly I just feel like these run like a full size small, and I would just recommend sizing up. I like the mediums better. So we have that same cross waist here. Super flattering. It almost goes up a tiny bit higher on these mediums too, which I do like. We have that gusset, but all of the gussets are very well hidden. You're not going to see them from the front. No side seams. And we have the back. And like I said, a little bit less cellulite coverage in these, but I think these pink candid crossweights are one of my top picks. They're just so cute. And the last thing I will say about the pink butter fabric is that in terms of squat tests, pink is obviously going to be the least squat proof of any of these, but pink Nubre is going to be more opaque than pink butter. So it's also color differences and fabric differences that contribute to the squat proofness. None of them I can see my nude underwear, so I'm wearing all of them. Pink Micro Legacy shorts will be more squat proof than the pink candid crossover leggings. All right, final notes on the butter fabric. If you're used to Nubre, this will be a thinner fabric. So in general, if you're looking for a little bit more compression cellulite coverage, I'd go with Nubre. And also in general, the butter is just going to be a little bit less squat proof. These Lover Pink butter leggings are definitely going to be the least squat proof. For me, I couldn't see anything at the gym. I could not see my underwear underneath. I will also link my seamless underwear down below. So there are leggings where I can actually see those underneath, like some of those Paragon leggings. It is not the case with these. So if you're a nude seamless girly, these will be fine, but keep in mind with slightly darker skin tones, you may notice a slight difference between the waistband and the body of the legging here. If you have any like leg tattoos, things like that, you may see some of them. So for better squat proofness, definitely obviously darker Nubre, but I did RDLs on these. Could not see a thing. Okay, best pairings for candid crosswaist leggings. For the Lover Pink, the best pairing is the Buttercup Sports Bra because that's also the butter fabric, but there's also Candy Wrap and Halter Seamless. And then for the Cold Brew candid crosswaist legging, the best pairing again is Buttercup, but there's also Twisted Curve, Candy Wrap, and Halter Seamless. So you have a lot of selections with the Cold Brew. Next, we have the Shape Seamless leggings. So these are running a little bit behind. So I only have my sample of these, which is in black, which is not my favorite color to review. They are also coming in Enchanted Teal as well as Cold Brew, but I'm glad I at least have these to share with you guys because I need to fight the urge to tell you with every new piece I introduce that you're going to be so excited, because you're going to be so excited about everything because I made sure of it. So if you were unsure about the Buffbunny BBL Seamless, honestly, we're done with those. These are so much better. And we no longer have that under booty contour. Just everything you think about Buffbunny Seamless, just throw it out the window because these are so different. They really wanted to make sure that I had a great new seamless legging to release, and I am so proud of these. So they're a nylon polyester spandex blend, an ultra stretchy seamless, and they have a double compression waistband that flows seamlessly into the fabric of the leggings. So unlike the BBL seamless where the waistband was sewn on, this flows seamlessly. So you can see here the two levels of compression go into that seamless in the bottom. They are technically a 24-inch inseam, but you guys know seamless. It's super stretchy, has a lot of vertical stretch, so it's just not an issue. And then we get into the back. We have the Buffbunny logo embroidered into the fabric. And then this is similar to the BBL seamless. Instead of having a true scrunch, there's a shortened back rise seam that you kind of pull into the glutes and then stretch that fabric. I will show you guys how to properly situate these because it's important to get the effect right if you're going to wear them. So that's the purpose of that shortened back rise. And then also having a seam instead of that scrunch means you don't get that shiny scrunch look that I know some of you guys don't like in like an amplify style legging. And then instead of having an under glute contour, these have a little glute contour that kind of just like curves the hip a little bit. And I'm sorry I only have these in black right now, but hopefully I have another color before I post this. But you can kind of see that little tiny contour detail right there. And it just is super subtle. It's really not something that's really gonna bother anyone, but it'll just add a little bit of shape. Then you can see there is no under glute contour there. So one thing about the seamless leggings is you're gonna hold these up and you're gonna think there's zero way that I'm ever gonna fit into these. And then you're gonna put them on and be like, they're still so stretchy. So don't be overwhelmed. When I first got my sample of these, I was like, guys, did you send me like a triple extra small? Because there's no way. But unlike the butter leggings where I feel like they have a lot of stretch, these ones I still feel like they felt good in my size small, even though they look tiny. So I still do recommend true to size on these. There's also a little detail down the side of the leg as well that'll just be easier to see when it's on. Let's try them on. All right, I've shown this like a million times, but I have these seamless like halfway on, and I'm just gonna continue to gather the fabric up and around the glutes and then kind of tuck that seam right in. And then we have the perfect glute separation moment. Here are these seamless leggings, and guys, they just, you know, I should say we, because I did work on these, but I'm just so proud. So first of all, we have that waistband. It's a double compression, and it's the kind of waistband that's gonna really hold the leggings up and compress. Like I'm getting a good medium to high compression of the waistband, but it's not so compressive that you're like literally suffocating like some seamless waistbands can be. So it's just the perfect amount of compression. And like I said, you hold these up and you think I'm never going to fit into these, but then they just have so much stretch that honestly, like I wouldn't even recommend sizing up. If you're in between, yeah, I would choose the bigger size, but these are definitely true to size. The waistband is technically labeled a high rise. I think it's more of a mid to high. Like it's almost barely covering my belly button, so not quite as high as like the Micro Legacy, which is also labeled as a high rise. So just keep that in mind. These are a teeny bit low. They were supposed to be like a little bit higher, but they kind of ended up being this height. I'm still okay with it, but don't expect a super high rise on these. They're not low rise. They're not even mid rise. They're higher than the BBL, but they could be like a teeny bit higher. Anyways, these are super stretchy. This seamless fabric is a really lightweight, breathable, stretchy seamless. I'd say it is most similar to an Amplify style seamless rather than the old BBL seamless. So think about like that breathable kind of polyester nylon spandex. And then we have the side, and I hope you can see in the black. I'm really sorry I have to review these in the black, but there is this tiny little glute contour in the side here just to kind of round out the hips, round out the glutes, but it's very, very subtle. So it's just the perfect amount of detail. Then we have that logo in the back that is embroidered into the fabric, and then the seam sits right between the glutes. You know this is getting a high on the booty scale. So flattering. I have worked out in these. That seam does not budge. It stays put really well. And there is a little bit of a wedgie feeling with these just because of that seam going up the back. I'd say it's not the worst I've felt because this fabric is super stretchy, but you will feel a little bit of a wedgie because you do have a wedgie. So this is only coming in darker colors, so cellulite should be good. There's also a little bit of a slight marl to the fabric, so that helps as well. And then, like I said before, these are a 24-inch inseam, but they have so much vertical stretch that they are essentially a full length on me. And I hope we can see there's this little triangle of detail down the side of the leg here as well. So just a little added detail. I really hope I can get the other colors to show you guys, but I'm so excited. These are definitely the best seamless leggings that Buffbunny has done. If you didn't like the BBL seamless, these are nothing like them. So excited for these. So stretchy. Overall compression, light to medium. I think that's the only thing I was missing. All right, best pairings for the Shape seamless leggings. For cold brew, there's of course the Halter seamless is going to be the best pairing. Then there's also all of the other cold brew bras, Buttercup, Twisted Curve, Candy Wrap. And then for the Enchanted Teal, again, there is the Halter seamless. I like pairing both the Halter seamless in Enchanted Teal, but also the Blue Bubbles. And then there's also Twisted Curve. The last legging. This one's a little bit different, but I cannot be the only one who always loved Buffbunny Jacquard fabrics. So I love Buffbunny Jacquard and I love Buffbunny Bossy Print, and we combined those two. These are the Rosa Jacquard leggings. So if you guys are unfamiliar with Jacquard, is a style of fabric where the print is actually woven into the fabric. So it's not printed on top, it's actually woven in. You can see based on the inside of these that that black and white pattern is just part of the fabric. And another thing I love about jacquards is that they have a lot of stretch to them. So I figured this was a nice basic legging if you don't just want black, but you still like neutrals and you're just craving a little bit of pattern. So these have the shape of the Rosa leggings, which means they are our only legging today that are an ultra high rise. So if you are someone who just loves to have that ultra high rise, these are for you. They are the shape of the Rosa, but they have the seams of Legacy. So you can see here we have an up close of the fabric, but also that slightly thicker seam. And then we also have the curved glute seams in the back. This feels slightly more like the Rebel legging shape than the Rosa for me because the seams are just a little bit more contoured. So kind of in between those two. And then the embroidered Buffbunny logo is really hard to see on this fabric, but I like that it's nice and sleek. We have no top band. We have a 26-inch inseam and a slightly extended gusset. Let's try these on. All right, a Rosa jacquard. I just love this print. I feel like it's such a nice little spin off of the Bossy print, which is one of my all-time favorite patterns. So starting out with the ultra high rise. With the ultra high, we see that it goes a little bit above my natural waist here and like a good solid inch above my belly button. It's going to differ a little bit based on how tall you are, as always. So the waistband kind of dips down a little bit in the front here. Then we have no front seam, no side seams, and then that exaggerated V curve in the back, which is super flattering. These I would give a medium to high on the booty scale. It doesn't separate the cheeks at all, but it still gives you that nice contoured look. These are definitely going to be very cellulite friendly. With the pattern, the compression, the thickness, it's just going to cover everything up. These, I'm actually getting a solid medium to high compression on these. The fabric definitely has some hold to it. So it's like almost a performance legging. It's a little bit thicker of a fabric too. So it's not like a super sleek lightweight. So it's not like the thin performance type fabric, but it's definitely going to be durable. You may notice in some lights that the black, you can almost see like a little white through with the bending of my knees. That was the same in the Bossy print because the inside of this fabric does have a slight white color to it. So just keep that in mind. These are true to size. I'm comfortable in the size small here. I'm not being squished in any weird ways. I don't have any extra fabric, but it is definitely a little bit more on the snug side. So if you're in between, I would size up. And then we have the full length view. These are 26-inch inseam. I just think that this is something fun and different from what we have in the collection for, you know, my neutral girlies or someone who's just been wanting a print. It's just a nice little take on the Bossy. And I love the little combo with the Catalina bra. Just so cute. Okay, doing a little post-workout check-in for the Rosa jacquard leggings. First of all, working out, I feel like they fit almost between a high and ultra high rise. They're not quite as ultra high as Rosa, but they also stayed up really well. I did not have to adjust them at all throughout my workout. So they just have a good amount of compression and hold. When I was thinking about the jacquard, I really wanted like one of the ultra stretchy jacquards. This one is more of a compressive jacquard. So it's just kind of depends what you're looking for. If you're expecting an ultra stretchy jacquard, this is not the one. It feels a little bit more like the Mad Scientist, but I will say this one does a good job of you put it on and it kind of like compresses and molds to you, but it doesn't really restrict. That being said, do not size down in these. If you size down in Rosa leggings, you will not be able to get these on. They definitely are true to size or size up if in between, but again, they'll feel a little tight when you put them on, but they can just kind of like mold to you. Like at the end of the workout, I feel like they are flattering me. They're not really squishing me down anywhere. They're just kind of like nicely holding me in. So I don't often reach for super compressive leggings, but I am actually liking these. So if you like compression, if you like good cellulite coverage, these have that pattern, that texture. It's gonna hide that really well. All right, moving on to our very small shorts section. We have a 6-inch micro legacy short. Honestly, you guys know me. My favorite short length is 6 inches. It's just perfect. They don't ride up. It's not quite a biker length, but it still gives you that like short look, but you still have some coverage for the thighs. So these are coming in Lover Pink, Lavender Haze, and Black. They were going to come in yellow, but they didn't meet quality control. So if you've seen them in the yellow, they are unfortunately not going to make it, but that's okay because all of the bottoms go with the yellow so perfectly. Anyways, we basically just have all of the same details as the Micro Legacy leggings. We have a high rise, that thin delicate seam, no side seams, the delicate tri-arch detail in the back. We got that Buffbunny tonal logo, and then we have have a 6-inch inseam, and you can see a nice good size thigh opening at the bottom, so they're going to be thick thigh friendly. Let's try these on. All right, here are the shorts. So you can still see we have a high rise slightly above the belly button, that delicate rosa seam here, and then we have a 6-inch inseam. Just my preferred inseam. It goes over the bulk of my thighs, so I know they're not going to ride up. These stay put very well. They're also definitely thick thigh friendly. I'm not getting any squishing of the thighs down here. And then we can see there is no side seam, so more of a sleek look than the original Legacy. And then we have a nice medium to high on the booty scale. Those curved seams are just, they're flattering, but they're not too much. And yeah, medium to high on the booty scale. Overall compression, I would say, is definitely leaning more light to medium. I think these are very true to size. Honestly, if you're in between, you can go either way. They're not so, sometimes shorts just run a little bit small. I'm not feeling that with these. In terms of cellulite coverage, like I said, with the leggings, having the Nubre fabric is a little bit thicker. It's better for cellulite than something like the butter fabric. So I'll do a side-by-side of these and the original Legacy shorts. They do have the same rise though. The leggings, the Micro Legacy, are a little bit shorter, but the rise on the Micro Legacy shorts is the same as the regular 6-inch Legacy shorts because they already kind of shortened that rise. But yeah, these are just the perfect little 6-inch short. I would love to see these continue to come out in more colors. An update for the Micro Legacy shorts that I noticed, first of all, mostly on the Micro Legacy shorts, because they just run a little bit bigger than the regular Legacy shorts. I get like a little, depending on how much I'm pulling up the waistband, I get like a little poking out at the hip area. And also comparing these with the 6-inch Legacy shorts, just the regular Legacy shorts, these do feel like they sit up a little bit higher. And overall, they just feel like they run a little bit bigger. Again, kind of just because of that lack of a side seam. That kind of just like tightened everything up a little bit. So overall, Micro Legacy, you're getting less compression and just a little bit more spacing in the sizing than regular Legacy. So best pairings for the Micro Legacy shorts with the Lover Pink. My personal fave pairing is the Candy Wrap Bra because those are both Nubre, but there's also the Buttercup and the Halter Seamless. And best pairing with Lavender Haze is Candy Crew and Candy Wrap. All right guys, we are moving on to sports bras, and let me tell you, we got a little bit of everything in this, and I think you guys are going to be excited. Again, I keep saying that. I'm sorry, but you are going to be excited. Okay. All right, so let's start off with a classic that we know and love, which is one of my all-time favorite Buffbunny bras, especially for my BTC girlies. If you guys don't know the codes, BTC is large bust friendly. That's not really what it stands for, but you can figure it out. IBTC is small bust friendly. So we have the Candy Wrap sports bra. I got these both in a size small and medium. Sometimes I prefer a medium in this one because it can be a little bit compressive. It's a Nubre fabric bra. It has a beautiful scooped, almost V neckline. It has a little bit of a fabric overlay in the front here that really just kind of scoops the girls up because adjustable straps mean everything to me. So having these be adjustable and thick and supportive is just amazing. And then there's also a little crisscross detail in the back as well. These do have removable cup pads as well. Let's try it on. All right, here's the size small Candy Wrap. So we have this cute little wrap detail, and because it wraps like right under the bust, it just kind of pushes the girls up, gives you a lot of compression, support, and lift. It's just such a flattering bra. I do consider this more of a BTC bra because for my smaller chested girlies, it's almost more of like a crop tank. Like you get a lot more length out of it. For me, this is just a bra, but it's a lot more of a long line fit if you do have a smaller bust. So I still consider this a medium to full coverage. We just have a peak of cleavage up here, but you're super contained and also super supported. So medium to full coverage and medium to high impact. I really am never jiggling around in this. I would wear this running. If I went on runs, I would wear this. The tiniest scoop away from the armpit here. And then we have the straps that are adjustable and also super stretchy. So these are a nice softened elastic, and there's a lot of flexibility in the straps there. And then you have a little crisscross detail at the bottom. So this is a size small, and it's giving me a good amount of compression. Honestly, I feel like they may have fixed the sizing at some point because I don't quite feel the need to size up to a medium anymore, but I do have a medium that I will throw on just for comparison. Okay, here's the medium, and honestly, the fit is very similar. It's just not quite as compressive and doesn't quite push the girls up as much. So honestly, I really could go either way. If you're in between, I definitely would choose the size up, but it really just depends how much compression you want. I also feel like I just get a little bit more coverage in the medium, but I don't feel like the small was not enough coverage. So honestly, it would just depend if I want to be squished in that day or if I just want a little bit less hold, even though I'm still getting the medium to high support in the medium. Next, we have a little spin on the Candy Wrap bra. We have the Candy Crew. So this is basically a high neck version of the Candy Wrap. If the Candy Wrap maybe was a little bit too much of a cleavage moment for you, even though it's actually pretty full coverage, but everyone has their preferences. If you just feel a little bit better with a high neck, or you want to like show off a little more shoulder, and this is just a more flattering neckline for you, it's almost like if the Candy Wrap bra and the Curve bra had a baby, it would be this. So we still have that twisted Candy Wrap detail on the front, we still have the Nubre fabric, but we have more of a tapered shoulder and high neck look. And then we still have those thick adjustable straps, but it's a little bit less strappy in the back. We just have 2 straps, they crisscross, they're thick, they're adjustable, and then we have a solid band on the bottom here with that logo there. So I'm going to do a side-by-side of this bra and the Candy Wrap. Honestly, I don't really know if I have a preference. It's just kind of what I'm preferring on that day, but I just love having this little kind of spin-off option. Okay guys, this is a Candy Crew, basically a different neckline if that's what you prefer. So we have this scooped shoulder neckline, really shows off the shoulder gains here, but we still have that classic cross detail here. I'm not feeling the need to size up in this one as much as I was in Candy Wrap, so I would still say size up if you're truly in between, but overall stay true to size. You definitely get a little bit more side boob in this one, but you don't have that cleavage. So just where you prefer to have your coverage. I would consider this medium to full coverage just because of the slight scoop away here. And the support is still medium to high support, nice and contained. And then we have the back of the bra. We have those 2 crisscross straps there. We have that tonal coloring of the strap, and then the logo is also tonal on this one instead of the Candy Wrap, which is still the classic silver Buffbunny logo. Personally, I prefer this a little bit more just because it's just so sleek. I just love tonal branding, you guys know. So the back is still very open, cuts away from the lats here. I absolutely love the Afterglow Yellow Lavender Haze combo. This is just my favorite combo. I love it so much. And it's very slightly scooped away from the neck, so you're not getting that like constricted, you know, choking feeling. Another difference between the Candy Wrap and the Candy Crew is that the Candy Wrap does have metal hardware detailing for the adjustable straps, and it's gold. The metal for the Candy Crew is dyed to match. So the yellow is yellow, the lavender haze is that lavender haze, but for all of the Candy Wraps, it's gold. Next, we have the Twisted Sports Bra. When the Twisted Bra first launched, I wanted to love it. You know, I wanted to, but this is not a bra that as a BTC girly, I can comfortably wear to the gym. So we'll see what we're doing about that in the next one. But first, I did want to still have this option for my IBTC girlies because this is such a cute flattering bra. It's a Nubre fabric bra with this beautiful like almost knot twist detail in the front. We do have removable cups. We have these straight up and down straps and then this scooped minimalist back. They did slightly adjust the straps on these because some people were reporting that the straps were falling down, so they did move in the straps a little bit. So I'll do a little side-by-side comparison of the new Twisted Bra with the old. I also got the Twisted Bra in a size medium as well as a small. I thought that sizing up to a medium would help a little bit with the coverage, and it does help to an extent with the coverage, but it's still just a little bit too loose on me. So I'll also do a side-by-side comparison of the medium versus the small. All right, so we have the new Twisted Bra. This is the size small. I did take the pads out of this. I just feel like I don't have room for the pads. Honestly, even sizing up to the medium, I still prefer the small, but this bra is just really not super wearable for me. I honestly have never worn it to the gym because I don't trust it. This is why we have the twisted curve coming. Anyways, if you can wear this bra comfortably to the gym, I think it's so cute. We have that little twist detail, just a little tiny elastic seam along the bottom to prevent from slipping out there. This is a low coverage, low support bra. And then we have these straight up and down straps and a very delicate scooped back detail. So let me quickly try on the medium. All right, and here is the medium. Honestly, I just don't feel like I get a whole lot more coverage, and it just feels a little bit too loose to the point where I feel like I would fall out of it actually a little bit more easily, so I do recommend sticking true to size for the twisted bra. This one I do have the cup pads in as well, and I also just tried on the old version of the twisted bra, and the new one with the new updated straps is much better. I also feel like it's just a little bit more, you know, bringing the girls in a little bit instead of being so wide set. All right, for my BTC girlies who have been wanting to wear the twisted sports bra but just can't risk it, I present the twisted curve bra. Guys, I think this might be my favorite bra launching. This is just everything that the BTC girlies wanted, because we still want to have cute, fun, sexy bras, but I don't want to be at risk of a wardrobe malfunction in the gym, and this has you covered. Not only do we have a significantly larger amount of space for the actual bust in this bra, there are a couple other features that make this a little bit more large bust friendly. First of all, the back is fully covered, and having this extra fabric back here just gives a little bit more support. And instead of having removable cups, the whole sports bra here is actually a sewn in molded cup. So here's the bra inside out. You can see the whole inside is that slightly foamy padding, but it's sewn in and molded into the bra. So it just makes it that much more supportive. I want this bra in every color. I'm so excited for it. It also has a little bit of extra seam detail along the side here. Let's try it on. All right, here we are with the twisted curve bra. It's just so flattering, and it's got like that sexiness to it, but I am not coming out of this. Like, I am so secure in this bra. I just love it. I also love this kind of inverted V. That's a common theme that we'll see in a lot of the bras today. It just is very flattering on like the upper ab region, just super cute. Okay, so first off, coverage. Even though it's large cup size friendly, it's not a full coverage because we do have this cleavage moment. So I'm kind of between a medium and a medium to full coverage, but the coverage doesn't always determine how secure you are though. Like, I am not moving at all in this bra. Like, there will be no wardrobe malfunctions at the gym in this bra, so it's still very large cup size friendly. The actual support, honestly, I'm not moving around too much. It's a good medium to high support. And those molded cups really do play a big role in that. They just kind of keep everything into place. I do get just the tiny bit of push up here to the point where it's just like a little bit snug. So I would say if you're in between, I would go with a size up. This does run a tiny bit small. I love these little extra seam details along the side here. They just kind of contour the bust a little bit more. The straps, you can see they also kind of come up and in a little bit, so they stay very secure. I mean, you can't have a strap fall off when the back looks like this anyway. So as we can see, the back is full coverage. There is a tiny little elastic band along the bottom here, so that is some potential for cutting in, so just be aware of that. Same with around the armpit area here. If you do feel like you have really big lats or anything, I would consider sizing up. But yeah, I just love the shape of this. The front is so cute, and I would love to see more bras like this in the future, where we take a nice delicate bra and make it more large cup size friendly and just have a little option for everyone, because now everyone can be happy with a twisted or a twisted curve. So excited for this. Okay, final notes on twisted curve. This is actually a medium, and it still fits me very well. So if you want a little bit less push-up, or you're like a triple D plus, I would get a size up simply for the bust area alone, because this area does get bigger as the sizes go up. As you can see in this one, I still have a little cleavage moment, a little push-up effect, but it's not as drastic as the size small. So keep in mind, this is a BTC friendly bra in that it has extra coverage. Like, these girls are locked and loaded. They are not going anywhere, but it's still very cleavagey. So just depends what you're comfortable with. One final note, another reason I would maybe consider a size up is this seam along the underarm here can get maybe a little bit tight on the lats. So if you have really big lats and that's a constant area for you that can get a little bit tight, I would consider a size up for that reason. Overall, the band size on this one really fits me totally fine, so sizing up is definitely something you can do. All right, the next bra is the Buttercup sports bra. So this one is super cute, delicate, feminine. This one definitely leans a little bit more towards the IBTC, but it does still work for me, especially in a size up. So I did get a size small and a medium. This is the butter fabric, so like I was saying before, sometimes some of the butter pieces run a little bit small. So I actually prefer the medium in this bra. And again, I'll do a side by side. You do get slightly more coverage in the size up and it's not too loose for me. So this one pairs perfectly with the candid cross-waist leggings. We have a soft V neckline with a little ruched detail in the front here. And the bottom of the bra is also a slight inverted V as well, which is just very flattering. There is a tiny little seam / elastic at the bottom of the bra to kind of keep you in there, but it is a short line bra. We do have removable cups. The straps are nice and stretchy, they're elasticized, and they're also adjustable. And in the back, we do have a little tiny crisscross detail. This one does have a coin logo. Let's try it on. All right, here's the Buttercup sports bra in the size small. So I definitely can wear the size small, and I did wear it to the gym, but I do get a little bit of spillage out of the top, and the medium, I don't get that spillage. I get a little bit more coverage. So I will try on the medium next. But if you're a smaller cup size, I would say true to size, but if you're a larger bust, I would size up for that extra coverage. So first of all, we have that slight inverted V hem. It's not as noticeable on me because it kind of like tucks under a little bit, but if you have a smaller bust, that will be a little bit more prominent. We have the little center ruching detail, which has always been something that I've been drawn to, as well as the very softened V-neck here as well. And we have these spaghetti straps, but they have an encased elastic, so they're very, very stretchy and they don't cut in, and they're also adjustable, so that helps a lot as well. We do have the coin logo here, and this is the same texture as the straps. It's a little encased elastic, just almost like a mini version of like the candy wrap back. We also have a little bit of a seam detail along the outside of the bra here. This is just one of the more dainty, delicate bras, just so we have some options between something like candy wrap, which is a little bit more full coverage for someone who's looking for a little bit less coverage, but still secure. I would say overall it's a light to medium coverage. In the small for me, it's definitely more of a light support. The side boob coverage is good. It's mostly just cleavage here, and it's almost more of a bandeau to slightly triangle shape. This shape does hold me in pretty well, so I'm going to try on the medium. And here's the medium. Honestly, it's not feeling too loose anywhere like the twisted bra in the medium. This one just fits much better, and we can see I don't have any spillage anymore in the medium, so this is definitely my preferred size. Still have a nice little ruched detail, and honestly it doesn't look too big anywhere. It just fits much more comfortably. So for my large cup size girlies, I think sizing up is the way to go. Okay, next we have the Halter seamless sports bra, and first things first, she looks so tiny. Some of these are running a little bit behind, so I only have the blue bubbles color right now, but I do also have a medium coming, so I should be able to do a side-by-side comparison. I have a feeling I'm gonna like the medium better though, because the small is just a little bit tight. The seamless is super stretchy, so it may look a little bit small when you hold it up, so I definitely can fit into this, but anyways, we will address that. So this is the same seamless material as the leggings. It comes in, I think, every single color for the bra. We have a sweetheart neckline. We have a little scrunch front detail here. We have another one of those inverted V hemlines, just super flattering to the torso area. We do have removable cups in here as well. And it's called a halter bra, but you don't have to wear this as a halter. So if we turn it around, first thing we see, we have that Buffbunny embroidered logo here. And it is a halter shape, but it has a strap in the back that this can be removed. I prefer to wear it with the strap because it just kind of displaces some of that extra tension in the neck that a halter can have. But it's also adjustable, so you can tighten this up if you need to for a little extra support there, or you can remove it and live your best halter life. This is another bra that leans slightly towards the IBTC, but I'm honestly just gonna say this now, sizing up is just gonna be the move, especially for my large bust girlies. So let's try this on. Okay, so this is the small halter seamless. I think I just should have gone for all mediums for this one, because with the leggings, the seamless leggings, they are super stretchy, but they stretch out well. I think with all of the outer seam details on the bra, that it just feels a little bit too small in the size small. So I will save my final thoughts for when I get the medium, which should be definitely before the launch. I think they're on the way. But we really have that defined inverted V detail down here, which is similar to the Shape Seamless bra that launched in Boyfriend, that I really loved that one. But this is just more of a stretchy seamless overall. So in the small, my coverage I would say is low to medium right now, but I know I'm going to stay in it. I do have a tiny bit of spillage, but it's snug enough that I know I'm not going to be falling out of it. The support honestly, surprisingly, is like a medium support. I'm pretty held in. Little ruched detailing here in the front. And then in the back, we have that embroidered Buffbunny logo, which is super cute. And then we have this adjustable strap that can be removed if you want to wear it as a halter. Personally, I like to keep it like this. This strap sits just right against your spine, so it's really comfortable. It just kind of takes some relief off the neck, which I like. So I would say this bra runs a little bit more towards the IBTC, but I think in the size up, I'm going to feel a lot better. So it's going to be kind of similar to the Buttercup bra. And let me just take this strap off. Okay, immediately after taking that strap off, I just feel like this band kind of goes down a little bit. I immediately felt more tension on my neck. So it really just depends. I'm not really like a halter girly, like I don't often wear halters because of this. I just think for a large bust, it's just like a lot for our necks to support, but I like that it's still an option. Okay, so I got my Halter seamless sports bras in a medium. This feels so much better. I was getting just a little bit too much discomfort in the neck and a little bit too much tightness under the armpits in the small. I honestly think this one runs like a full size small. So especially if you're a little bit larger in the cup size area, I would size up. As someone with a larger cup size, I still, as you can see, completely fit into this bra. There is a bit of a cleavage moment and it's by no means high support, but I'm definitely comfortable working out in this one. I don't feel like I'm going to fall out, but just overall I am feeling much more comfortable in this size medium. Here we have the back. You can just see everything's just pulling a little bit less. One more thing to note with the yellow, and this is really the only color I've noticed this in, maybe a little bit in the pink, you can see the cup pads a little bit through the fabric. So you can kind of see that cup pad outline. So if that's going to bother you, I would avoid the pink and yellow in the seamless. This is not an issue with the yellow in the other bras. Another thing I like to do is just like take out the pad and put it on the inside of both layers, and you can see it's a little bit more hidden that way. So that's kind of a little trick to do. And the last sports bra is the Catalina Jacquard bra. So this obviously goes with the Rosa Jacquard leggings. We have that Jacquard bossy print fabric, and you guys may recognize this bra. This is the OG Buffbunny Catalina bra, circa like 2019. I think. This was one of the first Buffbunny bras I ever had, and I just loved how this one fit. It has such great coverage in the front, but then it has this cute little clasp detail and this open back. So you really have all that support for a large bust, but then you still get that open back moment, like a perfect back day sports bra. I still have this bra from years ago that I have in the marble print, and I still love that bra. Anyways, we have a high neckline. We do have removable cup pads. This one's listed as a mid-line sports bra. I think it kind of depends on how large your bust is. If you have a larger bust, it's going to be just more of a classic short line sports bra length. We do have a full encased elastic at the bottom here. And then we move to the back and we have a clasp at the neckline back here that I believe it may have been metal at first. This one is now plastic. The metal could get a little bit cold, but you have this little clasp, and then the straps back here can be moved to your liking. So if you want them a little bit closer together, a little bit further apart, just like a classic tank style, you have options, but these straps are not coming down because they are locked in. And then in the back we have that embroidered Buffbunny logo, just like the Jacquard leggings. All right, here we are with the return of the Catalina bra. I'm so excited about this. So first of all, the coverage, absolutely full coverage. No side boob, no under boob, no cleavage. You're just fully covered up, but it has this still kind of like cute neckline, exposed shoulder. You're completely covered up in the armpit area. And we have the secure band at the bottom here. This is an elastic, just kind of keeps everything nice and in place. The support is also really good on this one. This fabric with the double thickness of the bra has a nice compression to it. So I'm getting about a medium to high support. Then we go to the back. This is the fun part. So we have this super open back, and this is normally how I like to wear it, with the straps kind of more in here. But you can also widen the straps to wherever is most comfortable for you. This is more of a tank look. So it honestly just depends on your own back anatomy, where you like to place the straps, where's most comfortable for you. This little hook, I honestly have no problem doing it myself. I just kind of reach back, clip it into place, and you're good to go. You do have this band back here with the embroidered logo, but just a super open back. This is just the back day sports bra. I will say I am getting a little bit of tightness around the neck area, so if you're in between sizes or you just are worried about any tightness, I definitely would choose the size up. And yeah, I'm so excited to have this bra back. I also think this is a really nice bra to pair with any colored bottoms, because the black and white is still very neutral, that you can definitely pair this with a lot of pieces, not just the jacquard. Okay, next we are moving on to tops. And this is one of my favorite sections because I love my tops so much. We are starting out with the Karma crop. And as you can see, we have 2 different lengths here. Guys, I am so excited because Buffbunny, they listened to me. I said, listen, I have a long torso. And when I wear crops, I'm showing so much skin, and sometimes I just don't want to show skin. Like when I'm just out doing my errands, you know, sometimes I don't want to be in a bra, I want to be in a top. And I want it to reach the top of my legging waistband. So we have the Karma crop in short and long, or short and tall, whatever we're calling it. They have 2 lengths. So I can wear the cropped version if I'm in a cropped mood, but we also have this more long line version for my taller girlies, my long torso girlies, or just anyone who just wants to cover up a little bit more. It's still technically a crop, but for me, I show like maybe this much skin, and I have a long torso. So anyways, this is just my favorite built-in bra top that Buffbunny has ever done. It's so feminine, cute, supportive. So it's made of the Nubre fabric, and like I was saying before, these little seam details line up perfectly with the contour pocket flares, just for a nice seamless look there. We have this ruched front detail, so very flattering, very feminine, a wider scoop neckline, tank straps, and then in the back, this was kind of inspired by some ballet leotards that I used to wear growing up, because quite a few elements of this collection do have some ballet inspired details. I talked about this more in the behind the scenes, but we have the Tono logo on the top here. We have this sliding strap detail, little crisscrossy straps, and then the bottom of the top. This also does have a full built-in bra with removable cup pads. Alright, here we have the Karma crop. This is the short version. So for me, this one is very much a crop length, almost like a long line sports bra length. So I prefer the longer version. I want a sports bra, you know, if I want a top, I want it to have a little bit more coverage. So for reference, this is a pretty similar length to something like the Buffbunny Crystal crop. So if you like that, I would go for the shorter version. Anyways, we have a nice scooping neckline, little ruched detail in the front here. And then we have these little almost princess seams, and I showed on the contour pocket flare legging try on how it just flows right into those contour pocket flares. So it kind of goes in and out, just like this nice little hourglass, but it's very, very subtle. The coverage on this one is honestly more of a medium coverage. It's definitely scooping, and there's a little bit of a cleavage moment. This is more of a lifestyle top for me, so I'm not expecting like full coverage, high impact. So I would say medium coverage. We do have good side boob coverage, and the support is more light to medium. And then here we have the back. We have that little logo right in the middle there, and then the cute little crisscrossy strap design. This is such a comfortable, like cute top. This is something I'm just gonna be wearing all the time, and I'm so excited. So let's try on the long version. And here is the tall version, my preferred length. So as you can see, it perfectly hits the top of my legging waistband. If I lift my arms up a little bit, I may show like half a centimeter, but this is just what I like most for, you know, lifestyle, out and about, being covered, but still having that separation between my leggings and my top. The top coverage is very similar. It's still the same level of support as the shorter version, but this is just for my long torso girlies, or my people who just want a little bit more length. I love how this kind of defines the waist a little bit more. And then here we have the back. The bone color is so pretty, but I love wearing the black top with the black flares. It's just such a great combo. So this is the top pick, guys. I love it so much. I don't know if we had enough cat appearances. Okay, one final note about the Karma crop. This is one of those pieces where I wished I could have nitpicked for like a little bit more coverage in the top, but it does definitely fit my needs for lifestyle, I will say. As a slightly larger cup size, if I was doing like a pull day workout where I'm leaning over doing rows, doing a lot of that, I could see myself needing to readjust a lot. For me, this is a lifestyle item, so having a little extra cleavage moment is not a big deal for me, and I don't fall out of it in day-to-day life, but just letting my BTC girlies know, if you use this for working out, spillage can definitely be a concern. So I wish this just had like a teeny bit more coverage for that reason. Another thing I will say, this has such an open back for the lats. Like if you have really big lats, this is just going to be so open and breathable for you. I will do a side-by-side of the short and the tall versions, but the short has a length of 13.5 inches in the medium, and then the tall length has 16.5. So you're getting 3 extra inches of length in the taller version. So if you guys like the idea of having these 2 lengths, or even just having more longer crops, just blow up all the Buffbunny comments and let them know. Sell these out something, because I want more of them. I wear these longer crops so much more than the shorter ones that I would like to see more. So I'm requesting your help for this. And then my second top, this is the long sleeve butter crop. So it's coming just in black and white, and this is made of the butter fabric, obviously. This one was also supposed to come in 2 lengths, but something happened and now it's only in the shorter length. So, Buffbunny, if you're listening, we still want the longer version. I would wear it every single day. But anyways, we have this beautiful square neckline, so flattering, long stretchy sleeves with thumb holes, of course. This one is a cropped length, and then we were kind of going back and forth whether or not to put a bra on the inside, but you guys know me. It's gotta have a bra, you know? I love having a built-in bra just so I don't have to put one on myself. So I just don't have to wear 2 things. I just put this on and we're done. So we do have a built-in bra with removable cup padding. And the back is a full coverage with a little silicone tonal branding at the top. All right, here is the long sleeve butter crop. And this is the one butter piece in this collection that I do feel like is truly true to size, and I'm not feeling too tight anywhere. I think if you're in between, you really could go either way. I might slightly lean towards sizing up just for the inner bra band, but otherwise I'm very comfortable in a size small. Just give me this in everything, you know? I just love the square neckline, and it's a square neckline that still has good coverage. You can see I'm not popping out of it in any way, so I would still consider this full coverage. Unlike something like the Revolution bra, which also has a square neckline, which personally I tend to fall out of. This one keeps me nice and secure. So I already showed, but we do have an internal bra that goes all the way around. So this is nice and supportive. I'm getting about a medium support in this. Maybe I'll do light to medium just because it's not really a bra, or not really a sports bra, but you could absolutely wear this to the gym. The butter fabric is super stretchy and soft for the sleeves. I definitely prefer the butter fabric as opposed to the Airknit fabric, which we've seen some other tops in. I just feel like the butter is a little bit better. This is quite a cropped top. I'm honestly a little bummed that we're not getting the longer version, because if I could have this to meet my legging waistband, I'd wear it every day, just like the Karma crop. So really hoping we still get that at some point. That's not a hint, I honestly have no idea. But leave your comments down below. Would you wear this in a slightly longer crop? I know everyone has different torso lengths, so for being a long torso, I'm still showing a lot of skin, but if you're a shorter torso, you honestly won't show a lot of skin. Let's do a little close-up of the thumb hole here. It's a good size, and there's no like seam edge that's against my skin here, so nice and soft. The sleeves are definitely plenty long, and then the back is very plain. We do have that little silicone logo at the top there. You may see the nude cup pads in some lighting in the white. That's just kind of an issue that we have sometimes with white, so if that's gonna bother you, I would stick to the black, but I just think this is such a sleek, elegant top. Popping in for another top, we just got final approval for this, so we will be having a graphic tee. The graphic tee is going to say authentic Buffbunny collection on it, kind of going with that no filter, being really authentic and true to yourself, that whole kind of vibe. And it's going to be a little gradient of all of the colors. So the perfect little like pump cover moment for any of these bottoms to kind of bring in some of those other colors, bring things together. I'm going to be getting that hopefully tomorrow to include in this review. All right guys, moving on to the second to last category. This is other, aka not any of the pieces we've reviewed before. There's just a couple miscellaneous items. And one of these miscellaneous items happens to be one of my top choices. We have the bend and snap dress. A little Legally Blonde moment. If there's something I love, it's a Legally Blonde moment. So when we first started working on the collaboration, I knew I wanted an active dress because I love active dresses. I love them. They're so great for summer when you want something you can sweat in, but still kind of look put together. You know, a little pickleball tennis outfit. But I feel like a lot of the active dresses that Buffbunny was coming out with were either too slim, where it was kind of clinging to me in weird ways, or I just didn't quite like the flare shape. I wanted more of a fit and flare moment that kind of defines your waist, then gives you a little twirl moment, and that's exactly what this is. So another fun thing about this dress is that it comes in a short and a long length. The long is like not super long, but it's long enough for me. And I'm tall. This is so my short girlies, my shorter torsos, they still have an option that doesn't overwhelm them, but then my tall girlies, we still have our booties covered. So this is made of the Perform fabric, so it is a sleek performance. This has been my favorite performance material from Buffbunny. It's not shiny, but it's sleek, it's durable. So we have a semi straight across neckline here, and then we have these nice little princess seam details that go down from the side of the top all the way down the leg, and just kind of this nice nice curved shape. We have a little defining seam that defines right at kind of the base of the rib cage. It just kind of gives you that waist definition. We have these thick but adjustable straps. There's also a little cutout in the back, and we still included a built-in bra, or like the closest thing to a built-in bra. So we do have removable cups. We have an elastic that goes directly under the bust to still give you that bra support. This is enough support for me. They almost told me we couldn't do it because we've seen this on the Buffbunny Ivy bodysuit. So I knew it was possible, and we did it. So excited for that built-in bra because that's so important to me for active dresses. We have the logo in the back, and then we have a skirt that is kind of flared, but it's not too flared. It's not like so much. And then there is an entire inner bodysuit. The inner bodysuit does have no front seam, so no uncomfortable camel moments. We have 2 side pockets as well. The inner inseam on the shorts is 4 inches. The skirt length on the short version is 14 inches, so that's from the waist to the bottom. And then the regular is 16.5 inches from waist to the bottom. And these are all based on a size medium. It does get a little bit longer as the sizes get bigger, but this was such a hit in all of the photo shoots and everything that we did. Everyone just loved this dress, and I think you guys are gonna love it too. It unfortunately right now only comes in black and white, but wouldn't Lover Pink be so perfect? It would be so perfect. So let's try it on. Okay guys, we have the bend and snap dress. A little bend, a little snap. I love it so much, and I'm just so craving more colors of this. Anyways, I am wearing a size small. This is the tall version. As you can see, my butt is fully covered. We did try on little samples of this at one point, and I said, no, I need it a little bit longer. So my girl Haley, who's 6 feet tall, she just messaged our little Buffbunny group chat saying that this was tall girl approved for her. So I'm just 5'9", so she's 6 feet. If it works for her, the tall girlies are covered. So this is a Perform fabric, so it's a nice sleek performance. So it's lightweight, but it still has a lot of movement to it. We have this nice square neckline, and the inner elastic on the inside sits right below the bust and gives you just that little layer of support. So this is something that the Dazed dress did not have, and I wish it did have. So make sure to let Buffbunny know if you like this elastic so they continue to do it, because I want every dress to have this. So we have these thick elasticated straps, so they're nice and stretchy, and they're also adjustable. The seam detail is so subtle but just so pretty, and I like that it defines your waist kind of right at the rib cage and then gently flares away. It's not super flared, but it definitely has a little bit of movement to it. I think this dress can really double as a lifestyle or active dress. Here's a little more up close of those seams. They're just so pretty. In terms of the coverage on the top, I'd say it's a solid medium to full coverage, and the support, I'm getting also like a medium support. I'm actually pretty held in. And then we have the back, so we still have like an open back while still having that inner bra, which is really hard to do, so they tell me. I do have to adjust the straps quite a bit, but I still have a lot of length left to adjust. And then you can see again, my butt is fully covered even when I lean over. And of course, this is long torso friendly. I'm not feeling any strain in the torso area. That's why I wanted to have those 2 lengths. And then we have the inner shorts. So we have no front seam on the inner shorts. And on both the tall and the short, the inner short is 4 inches. It's just nice to have the 4-inch inseam so that it's enough to cover the cheeks. If you have a little bit more curviness in the back, a 2 or 3 inch just isn't quite enough. And then we have the 2 phone pockets on the side. So in terms of sizing for the dress, it is true to size. If you are a different size in the top or the bottom, I generally would just go for the larger size because you don't want anything to be too tight anywhere. But this is definitely a top pick for me. I'm so excited to finally wear this all the time. Like a little bend and snap dress with a little mini game changer toe. Who is she? Next we have a little bit of lounge. We have the Wildest Dreams crop and the Wildest Dreams shorts. I don't even have a sample. I have held a sample in my hands, but that is the closest I've gotten to this. So we're hoping they make it in time for the launch, but these are only coming in black. It's made of a super soft French terry. There are a couple terry pieces that I've really loved throughout the years, and I just love that soft terry feel. Funny enough, right before filming, I was wearing 2 of my favorite terry pieces, which are the Alphalete Very Terry shorts and then the Petula Faux crop. If you guys see me wearing a shirt in my Instagram stories, it's probably this top. And the Wildest Dreams is going to be a similar soft terry material. So this is a crew neck dolman style sleeve, so you're gonna have a little bit of a little bat wing moment, which I just find super cozy and comfy. There's also going to be intentional raw edge details, so you're going to see that terry kind of flipped out. In the inside of terry, think of like a towel material. You see those little loops of the fabric, so that is an intentional detail on the top. And then we also have the Wildest Dreams shorts, which are made of that same terry material. These are a 2-inch inseam, but it's a relaxed 2-inch inseam, so it's still gonna cover the cheeks. We have a high-rise patch pocket detail on both the front and the back, so we have 2 front pockets, 2 back pockets. We have that intentional raw edge detail at the bottom, and then we also have a drawstring waist. All right, guys, we are nearing the end. We are on to accessories. So first up, we have the butter scrunchies. So these are coming in onyx black, cold brew, and leopard pink. I happen to have a bone one from before, but these are just the softest little scrunchies. And they also have an embroidered Buffbunny logo. So here is that little logo. Just a nice little pairing to the outfits. And then for the first time in years, guys, we have Game Changer totes back and ready to go. So if you know me, I wear my Buffbunny Game Changer tote every single day. It is my most worn Buffbunny piece. I wore it almost every day to school. I kind of swapped between the tote and the backpack, and now I wear my tote every single day for work, and I just love her so much. And we brought her back and revamped it a little bit. So first of all, if you're unfamiliar with the Game Changer tote, it's a pretty large style work, travel, gym tote. I've never really worn mine for the gym, but I use mine every day for work, and then I also use it for travel. So I have all 3 generations of the Buffbunny Game Changer tote, so we will do a little comparison of all of them. But we have an upgraded pebble leather finish, and so this one is a little bit more structured than the last one. You can see the shape it's just holding really well. We have the Buffbunny logo embossed into the faux leather here. One of my all-time favorite features of this, especially for travel, is the phone pocket. There's this little slip phone pocket in the front, so you can just easily have your phone ready to go. We have the straps here with dyed to match hardware. Then we have a full zip and a very spacious inner pocket here. I fit a lot of stuff in here. There's a padded laptop sleeve with a little magnetic closure here, and it fits a 16-inch MacBook. I usually put my laptop, my iPad, I fit my Kindle in here, we fit everything. There's also a side zipper pocket here with 2 little kind of cosmetic pouches there. And then the iconic Game Changer piece of it is it has an insulated meal prep compartment, so you can fit your lunch, your meal prep, anything you need to in this bottom pocket here. Whenever I travel, I just have never-ending snacks down here. So I always know if I get hungry and I'm traveling, I'm gonna have snacks. So I cannot wait to upgrade my work tote to this new version. This is coming in black as well as bone. All right, we have 3 generations of Game Changer totes. This was the OG tote. I got her right before dental school. It's crazy that it's that long ago. I used this one for like the first 2 years of dental school, and then they came out with the second Game Changer. I think this one was called the tote, this one was called the bag, and then now we have the upgraded 3rd version. So you can see they kind of go from less to most structured. The first version, she's a little bit slouchy, which actually can be kind of nice sometimes. I could fit it under airport seats. Actually, I could fit all of these under airport seats, including the new one, so don't worry, this is also my go-to travel bag. They all have the same kind of basic features, but they get a little bit better every time. So the first one had the Buffbunny collection written in a silver embossed on the front here. Second, this was gold, a little bit more indented into the faux leather. And the third is just indented with no shiny metal paint, which I like. I also like the material of this one. This one was structured, but you can see it kind of was more structured along the top, and then over time it just got a little bit worn down. So this one still did me very well while we had it, but the upgrades are good. We do have a slight change to the way that the strap is attached as well. In these 2 versions, it's kind of this little diamond-y type shape. And this one's almost a double reinforced one, and the straps just feel like they glide a little bit better. This strap is finally like kind of starting to break. It definitely lasted a long time, but you guys know I will update you on the long-term wear of this, but it seems like they're getting better every time. Really, the rest of the details are pretty much similar, if not just slightly upgraded. The first one, the liner, does have little Buffbunny logos, but the second and third do not have that. It's all very sleek. And then I feel like the most notable thing is that the version 2 had like a gold metal hardware, and this one is dyed to match. So the black is black metal and the bone has bone colored metal, which I do like, because then you don't have to worry about things matching and whatnot. I'll do a little up close of all the fabrics. All right, this is version 1, this is version 2, and this is version 3. Let's do some total overall measurements. From the top we have 21 inches, the bottom is around 16 to 17, the height is around 12. All right, the bottom is 17 by 6. So, and it does fit a 16-inch laptop. And the last piece, I simply don't know if you guys are ready for this one because I have never loved a little bag so much, but we have the mini Game Changer tote. It's the cutest little bag I've ever seen. I love her so much. We were brainstorming ideas for accessories and I was talking to Heidi and I was like, you know, I love my Game Changer tote. It's sometimes too big, you know, sometimes it's too much. So now we have Game Changer mini tote. This one is a more smooth finish, faux leather, so it's not pebbled. It also has a raised Buffbunny logo instead of the embossed. So you can see this little raised logo here. It's so cute. We also have this super cute little detail for the straps and just classic little handbag straps here. And then we still have the front phone pocket. Unfortunately, this is as long as they could make the front phone pocket. So I have an iPhone, I don't know, whatever Pro. I don't even know what it is anymore. It's not the most recent and it still fits almost entirely in the front. So it's still very secure in there, but it might poke out a little bit. So you can kind of put whatever you want up in the front. You can put some AirPods, you can put some chapstick, and it'll still fit nicely in there. Then if hand straps are not for you, there's also a detachable shoulder strap. So it's adjustable, it's also detachable here. And then this bag is actually very spacious. You can fit like a regular 16-ounce water bottle in here. You can fit a Kindle in here. I'm a Kindle girly and I've been carrying my Kindle in here and it's just more spacious than most of my purses. I really only have small crossbody bags, so I really like having this one. I can just fit so much in here. I can fit my glasses in here. I can fit my Kindle. I can fit a little water bottle. I can fit snacks. And I just can fit so much. So it just has one big compartment. Then there's also a zip compartment on the side here for anything you don't want to lose track of. And in addition to the little metal over here, there's also a little D-ring that you can clip your keys onto in here as well. I personally have never done that. Not on a single bag. I've never clipped my keys onto anything, but it's there. And then the back is just very sleek and cute. So this is coming in a bone and black. Bone personally is my favorite, and I'm just so excited about this little bag. It is so cute. That is finally everything. I am so excited for this collection, guys. I really hope you are too. And listen, you guys know me, nothing is ever completely perfect. I still have my pros and cons with a lot of these pieces, but overall, I just really love it so much. I can't wait to wear these pieces for the rest of ever. I'm just so proud of it and I really think you guys are going to love it. If there's one thing I could change, I want everything in every color because I just want everything in the bright fun colors. So maybe if you guys like this enough, they'll reorder some stuff in more colors. Just keep that in mind. If you are shopping the launch, you can use code Kathryn. It gives you 10% off and it also supports me and the work I put into this collection. As for my top picks of the launch, honestly, they're all top picks because this is my launch. But if I really had to pick, it changes by the day, but I would definitely say the Karma crop is something that I'm wearing all the time. The bend and snap dress, honestly, there's no better dress. As for bras, Twisted Curve just really speaks to me. You know, I just love having that flattering but good coverage bra for the BTC girlies. And then honestly, I love all of the leggings, every single legging I'm so proud of, but the Candid Crosswaist just does something for me. So thank you guys so much for watching this review. I appreciate all of your support. Please make sure to like this video, and if you're not subscribed, make sure to do that. What are you doing here if you're not subscribed? Please feel free to leave all of your comments and questions down below. And if I did not get to insert any of the missing pieces here, hopefully I will get them before the launch and we'll be able to do some Instagram stories. You know, I'll make something happen. Thank you guys so much for watching and I'll see you next time. Bye. Raise your hand if you've ever felt attacked, victimized, hunted down by TikTok Shop. Today we are trying out viral activewear items from TikTok Shop. I'm sure you've seen some of these. We have some tummy control leggings, some BBL jackets, some bodysuits, and more. For my first experience trying TikTok Shop, I figured it should be something that I know very well, which is activewear. And we'll also be answering some common questions about TikTok Shop. Is it legit? Am I getting scammed? Are these just drop-shipped items? So stay tuned. Even as a content creator myself who reviews items, who recommends things to you guys, I just feel like there's such a difference between someone posting about something they like on Instagram, on YouTube, and then on TikTok via TikTok Shop. Every single post I come across on TikTok Shop, I've just never seen someone so desperate to sell me something. It just always feels so dishonest, like they're lying, and I just don't know why I get that feeling so much more than something like YouTube or Instagram, even when there are ads there. Maybe it's because they're just so in your face about the like earns commission, which the transparency is definitely appreciated, but something about it, I just can't put my finger on it. If you guys get the same feeling, or if you feel like you know, definitely leave it in the comments down below. But anyways, it seemed like enough people that I knew had ordered from TikTok Shop at this point that I knew I was at least going to get something and not have like my credit card information stolen. Actually, I bought all of this with Apple Pay, so I didn't even have to enter my credit card information, which was really nice, because then at least I knew, even if something was a little bit sketchy, it wasn't gonna be stolen. So if you've never come across TikTok Shop, as you're scrolling on TikTok, occasionally you'll get a video of someone talking about an item and it'll say eligible for commission. And now there's a whole tab on TikTok. It's like there's the following feed, the shop feed, and then the For You page. So the shop feed is literally all just TikTok Shop. It's all items you can just buy on TikTok. It feels a lot like AliExpress. It's a lot of individual sellers selling items, and TikTok just kind of fulfills the purchase. Items are usually a lot cheaper on TikTok Shop than other platforms, which I just don't know how long they can sustain this. I've heard that TikTok themselves are like subsidizing this so that they get more people to buy on TikTok Shop. Actually, when I placed this order, I repurchased one of my favorite moisturizers, which is the Pharmacy Honey Halo, because I had a 50% off TikTok Shop coupon, and I literally bought it and it was shipped through Pharmacy and everything, and Pharmacy is never giving 50% off. So the fact that TikTok is like paying for these discounts, I just wonder how long this can last. So questions we will answer today. Are these products actually cheaper than you can find them on other websites? Again, for the most part, yes. Like we were saying before, TikTok has been like subsidizing these, but I will compare all of the items, the price I bought on TikTok Shop compared to Amazon, their own website, anywhere else you can buy them. Are they legitimate quality products, or is this kind of just trash you can buy on the internet? Do they have returns? I still need to figure this one out. So we'll figure that out together. And then how is the shipping? If you're used to something like Amazon, obviously very fast shipping, but as someone who used to order a good amount on AliExpress, I used to wait upwards of like 2 months for some products. I will say everything today came within 2 weeks, so I consider that pretty good, especially because one of them was definitely just shipped directly from China. First of all, for the order experience, ordering on TikTok Shop, it's all through the app. You literally just go click on something on TikTok Shop. You can add a bunch of different sellers to the cart, and then it takes you to a checkout page, but you're still in the app. I've never actually bought anything on Instagram, but I have bought something from like a link from Instagram, and then it takes you to like a different website. Anyways, TikTok Shop was definitely very minimal resistance to actually purchasing. Literally, it could be done within like a few clicks, which I feel like is why it can be so dangerous. And then it hits you with a lot of discounts. Like, oh, would you like to apply this coupon? Oh, would you like to apply this coupon? So they definitely are trying to like entice you to buy. It'll say like, oh, coupon expires in like 24 hours, but it never does. You'll get another one. I used Apple Pay, so I didn't even have to enter a credit card. All of my items came in under 2 weeks, so a little bit faster than something like AliExpress, a little bit slower than most Amazon products. And then all of the items actually came in the packaging from the brand itself. So it seems like TikTok is just kind of like the middleman fulfilling these orders, but you're still getting the item shipped from the company you're buying it from. Like when I bought my Pharmacy moisturizer, it came in a Pharmacy box. I got an email from Pharmacy. So honestly, overall, pretty seamless process. I will say TikTok Shop has been around for a while. I just resisted it for so long. This is my first experience. But without further ado, let's start trying some of the pieces. So some of these I have not even opened yet, so we're gonna be kind of experiencing that together. So first, let's try a brand that we have tried on this channel before, so I'm already a little bit familiar with them, which is Halter. Halter is always on TikTok Shop, and it's usually for these like tummy control leggings. So let's try those. So I got 2 leggings from Halter. The first ones are definitely the most viral ones. These are the So Cinched high-waisted tummy control leggings. I got my normal Halter size, which is small. And on TikTok Shop, I paid $20.55. I will say their website usually has some sort of discount, but the price that they're selling for currently on the website is $29.95. So these are a pretty good percentage cheaper on TikTok Shop. So anyways, I always see videos of people wearing these and talking about how much tummy control they have and just how flattering they are in the front. I have to say I've tried a good amount of stuff from Halter. I love their dresses. I think they do an amazing job on the dresses, constantly innovating. They have that easy peasy feature, which is super cool. They also have different lengths, different like bust sizes, just things like that. I have not been super impressed with the leggings in the past, so we'll see how these go. So first things first, the tummy control of these leggings. They have a sandwich styled waistband. So they have 2 layers of fabric with like a power mesh on the inside, kind of keep everything kind of contained in the front. It also looks like the front waistband does dip down a good amount in the front too, which definitely helps with lower tummy control. We do have no front seam, which I like. A very small little gusset here. I will say the rest of the fabric feels pretty thin. I feel like if you're wanting a tummy control fabric, you're kind of expecting like just an overall kind of compressive legging. But if that's not what you're looking for, you just want the tummy control, then this literally only has this power mesh area, this kind of stiffer fabric, only in this front panel. It's not even on like the back waistband or anything. And then the waistband in the back, you can see it kind of tapers a little bit around the glutes. The fabric is pretty thin elsewhere. I'm okay with the thin fabric as long as it's not like a saggy thin fabric, so we'll see how this goes. We do have 2 side pockets as well, and then I think they also come in multiple lengths. That is something I appreciate about Halara, is that they normally have like a couple lengths of their leggings. So let's give these a try. So here we have the So Cinched leggings. So first of all, fabric feel. They're a very lightly brushed fabric. So the inside is not brushed, the inside is sleek, and then the outside is slightly brushed. So with that being said, I kind of just prefer when companies, you know, brush both inside and outside, because when the inside is not brushed, that makes them a little bit more slippery on the inside, so they can slide down a little more. That being said, with the waistband being compressive in this legging, sliding down is probably not going to be an issue. Overall, I feel like the feel of the fabric is nice. It's about a light to medium compression overall, but it's not saggy. So I believe they call it the power hold fabric, something like that. Personally, I wouldn't be calling this a power hold fabric because that would imply, you know, a lot of hold, compression, and this is just really not giving a lot of compression. It does give a lot of stretch though. So I like that we have no front seam here. I also checked this does come in a 7/8 and a full length legging. I did buy the full length. They're a little bit more like an ankle on me, but I'll show the full view in a second. So I'm kind of between an extra small and a medium in their size chart. That being said, my waist is about 26 and a half, and that falls into extra small, and then my hips are like 38 to 39, and that falls into medium. So I went with a small here, and I actually have some extra space in the waist, so I'm not getting any compression in the tummy area. So I would really follow the size chart if you're looking for that tummy compression here. Make sure you're buying the size where your waist actually fits in, because I'm not really getting any of the hold that this is supposed to provide because of the little sizing discrepancy there. I can already hear the comments, why are you even trying these? You don't need the lower tummy compression, things like that. Sometimes it feels nice. We all have our days, okay? And even though I do have like visible abs, there are definitely other body types that you can find in these leggings. I'm just reviewing it how I feel. And I definitely feel like if these were in the proper size for my waist, I would definitely feel some hold out of them. I like how low these dip down. I feel like a lot of compressive waistbands fail to kind of do that dipping down that really is going to provide the lower tummy control. And I definitely can feel more resistance to me pulling out here than me pulling out lower in the fabric here where there's just one layer. So it definitely has that extra layer there. The waistband is a little bit tapered. We have a high rise. And then we go to the back. We have those glute seams. I don't feel like it's really enhancing the glutes a whole lot, but it's also not squishing them down. So we'll go with a solid medium on the booty scale. Because this fabric isn't super thick or brushed, I honestly don't think you're going to be getting a lot of cellulite coverage. So I really wouldn't say these are the most cellulite friendly. We do have those side pockets, which is also nice. And then here's the full length view, kind of just right above the ankle for me, so I'll of course list the inseam measurement at the end, but I am pretty tall, so this is kind of like how most leggings fit on me. So overall, love the idea of these leggings. I just think they run a little bit bigger in the waist than most other Halara leggings. Usually I don't have any extra space in the fabric, and if we're really trying to like hold in this tummy area, I would expect just it to be a little bit smaller. And I would also expect a little bit more compression under the leg area, but it's not necessarily a bad thing, just depends on your preferences. So I feel like these are pretty good. The second pair of Halara leggings, I don't know if I've really seen these too much, but I honestly was just curious to try them because I bought these for literally $10.70 on TikTok Shop. On their website, they go for $24.95, so the TikTok Shop is literally less than half the price. Again, I just don't understand how long TikTok can really be doing this for. And then when the prices go up on TikTok Shop, I'm not just gonna be like tempted to buy them there over someone else's website. I don't know. So these are the Softly Zero crossover pocket leggings. Again, I got them in a size small. So this definitely feels like a lightweight, soft fabric, but it's lightweight and soft all the way around. We have a crossover waistband that kind of dips down in the front. We have side pockets. Halara loves to put pockets on their leggings, which personally, I'm not always looking for a pocket legging, but I know some of you guys literally won't wear leggings if they don't have a pocket. These also seem like a decent length. And then some tapered seams in the back. So far, everything looks pretty good, except you can see where they sewed the tearaway tag in here. If you see right there, there's like an extra little seam in there. That little seam is going to stay even after you rip out the tearaway tag. And I definitely feel like you can see it on the back, like even holding it up from afar. You can just see a little extra stitched area. I'm really nitpicking here, but let's try it on. All right, so here are Halter leggings number 2. So already we can see on this one, the waistband is perfectly fine. Normally I don't have an issue in a size small waistbands not fitting me, so I just definitely feel like the last ones just ran a little bit big in the waist, which is just kind of counterintuitive given that they're trying to be compressive in the waist. Anyways, we have this nice crossover waist. It's definitely a high rise. We're getting a little peak of belly button here, but the rest of the waistband does sit right at or slightly above my natural waist, so I'm liking the rise of these. We have no front seam. This is a true crossover waist. There's no top band. It does kind of dip down in the front here, and you have extra layers of fabric, so this actually gives a little bit of lower tummy control as well. Definitely not going to be as much as the power mesh in the other one. Overall, these are a very thin, sleek performance material. So again, not saggy, like they're still kind of hugging to my figure, but they definitely are a little bit on the sleek, shiny side, which is a thing that I find a lot of more affordable brands doing. They're not doing that soft brushed fabric. And I love a performance legging when it has its time and place. But for me, for these being kind of more of like a lighter weight lounge legging and then having these side pockets, the sleek material definitely feels like it could slide down, and then having those pockets, you never want to put really a lot of weight into a legging that's already kind of sleek and is going to be having trouble staying up. So I would be a little bit concerned with how well these stay up. We go to the back here, and very similar structure to the last leggings. We just have that seam right above the glutes. Again, it's not really enhancing, but also not really taking away. So this is a solid medium on the booty scale. Probably looks worse when I have that tag in there. But yeah, just nothing too crazy. And then again, probably not a lot of cellulite coverage in these as well, just because it is pretty thin and not super compressive. Overall compression on these is even less than the last ones. I would say these are a light compression. These also had 2 lengths going on, so still hits me kind of right above the ankle. Actually, they have 3 lengths. I think they have like a capri, a 7/8, and a full length, which I just prefer if they list the inseams instead of saying 7/8 and full length, because it's going to be a different length on everyone. We all have different length legs. So for me, I would consider these, they're like almost full length, maybe a tiny bit short, but really not too bad. So overall, Halter on TikTok Shop, definitely legitimate items. These are definitely the same feel and quality of Halter that I have experienced in the past. I like Halter for leggings, don't love them. I definitely love them more like for dresses. But if I saw something that I wanted from Halter and it was significantly cheaper on TikTok Shop, I would probably buy it on TikTok Shop. So let's try on something else. Next thing we are trying the viral active jackets on TikTok Shop. These jackets are what inspired this video because I cannot get away from these ads. It's just all of these people just advertising these jackets, and they're like, oh, you could buy your morning coffee or you could buy this active jacket for the same price. Like, that is all people want to compare it to. They're like, oh, it's the price of your morning coffee. It's just an interesting way to be advertising something. It's almost like they were all fed the same information to be like selling this. And it's never like influencers that I've seen consistently on TikTok. That's what feels so weird. It's like these people that I've never seen before on my For You page suddenly just like desperate to sell me these products. So these are the viral $3 active jackets. Yes, they're literally $3. And this is from the brand YK Say. I don't know, it has an X. I don't know if it's like French or whatever. And when I bought these, I immediately received a notification that these were being shipped directly from China. And they definitely came in a package that's very similar to what you get from something like AliExpress, Alibaba. So this is where we introduce the concept of drop shipping. If you're unfamiliar with drop shipping, this is when a company basically acts as like the middleman between a distributor or a manufacturer, usually based in China, like somewhere where they're just producing a lot of items. And then they're kind of the middleman there who's advertising this to you, and then you buy it and then they get it from them and then ship it to you. So the company you're buying it from is not unique. It's not designing these products. It's not creating these products. They are simply just selling it to you. And we have talked about drop shipping on this channel before, also kind of in the context of like white labeling, which is a little bit different, but it's something that definitely bothers me, especially with Instagram brands who are selling these items at really high prices when it's clear they had no role in designing or really anything about the product. They're just like selling things that they bought from a manufacturer who already made them. But dropshipping is not always bad, especially when you want this item and there's a lot of people selling the same item and you can find the same thing for a very cheap price. Like, you are not getting this jacket for under the price that these are selling it for. I think they sold them for 2 different prices, but one of them I bought for $3.25. The other one I bought for $4.85. So in this case, you're not finding this for any cheaper. It also didn't take that long to come to me considering it was shipped from overseas. So now that we have talked a little bit about drop shipping, I'm interested to see how these are. A lot of people are calling these like BBL jackets, obviously comparing them to Lululemon, and I cannot tell you as an activewear reviewer how exhausted I am hearing everyone compare things to Lululemon all the time. They're not the only ones who have jackets at this point. I'm just tired of the comparison, especially when it's just not true at all. It's like been like reborn as a concept on TikTok Shop to compare things to Lululemon, when it's like, if you've been around the block on YouTube, you know that this is what everyone did in like 2015. So it's old news for us. I can't believe that people still fall for it, because if you ordered this thinking it was going to be like Lululemon, I'm truly sorry, because this is a $3 jacket. It's not going to be like Lululemon. It does cost Lululemon more than $3 to make their items, even though I'm sure they have very high profit margins. Anyways, I got a size small and a medium because I just wasn't sure how snug they were going to be. They looked very tight on people. The whole concept of a BBL jacket is basically a jacket that kind of like really snatches you in, compresses you, and really just like makes you look snatched. So some days I don't want to be that snatched. Another key sign of a dropshipped item is that there's no tags or logos like anywhere. Like there's nothing on this jacket that tells me it was sold by the brand that I bought it for. Anyways, first impressions of the jacket is I'm hard pressed to call this a jacket. It really is more of a shirt with a zipper, which is fine if you're just looking for a light layer. It's a sleek performance lightweight material, so very thin, breathable. It does have a mock neck, and I also like that it appears that the length of this, it's not going to be super long. It looks like it's going to be about hip length, which is my preferred jacket length. I think it's very flattering. It's not overwhelming, but it's still not cropped. This does have some little seam details down the front. It is a full zip, and they do have thumb holes, which is great, but there are no pockets or anything like that. So again, very much like a shirt. So let's try these on. They don't feel bad. They just feel not like a jacket. All right, I think this is the small. Oh, do we finally find a tag? Yes, okay. 100% polyester. There's no way. This is 100% polyester. This definitely has spandex in it. This just goes to show you cannot trust these tags. They probably just literally threw in any random tag they could find. So this is the small, which is kind of my normal size I would get in an active jacket. Ooh, this is very stretchy. So the fabric is a lightweight sleek performance. I was really worried. I often worry about this in active jackets just because I do have, you know, somewhat muscular arms. I don't like it to be super tight on my arms. I find it to be very uncomfortable. And this is not as tight as I was expecting. I thought it would be very suffocating, so that is good to know. It still is very lightweight, more like a shirt material. And then this is it without tying it up. So we have that mock neck, hits around the level of the hips, which I find very nice. When you don't zip it up, it just kind of falls open like this. And yeah, just a little bit of a looser style. So let's zip it up for the full BBL effect. Okay, so definitely feeling the compression in this one in the size small. So it hits me right above the hip bones, which overlaps with my leggings a little bit here. So I consider this the perfect length. It really does feel more like a shirt. Peach. We have our first guest appearance. One benefit of this fabric is it is pet fur resistant because it's nice and sleek, so the pet fur just kind of flies right off. So I'm able to pick up Peach and not worry about it because she's been shedding. Yeah, I literally have like no pet fur on this. That's nice. As I was saying, definitely a snug fit here, but because the fabric is so stretchy and lightweight, it really doesn't feel like I'm being completely suffocated. A jacket that I would say that is similar to this, that actually has more of like a jacket feel, like more thickness, would be the Camo Fitness Serenity Nyla jacket. That one has compression and really like feels like you're wearing a jacket. This one is more like a top, but we have these flattering seams. It's definitely giving that BBL effect, especially when it hits right at the hips here. Just a very flattering silhouette. We do have that mock neck, not too tight against the neck here, but I will say this is where the sleeves hit me and the thumb holes are like halfway up my arm. So if I wanted to use the thumb holes here, I can, but it's definitely causing a lot of tension. I've seen brands do this before where they like put in a thumb hole, but not actually make the sleeve any longer so that it actually goes to your thumb. I don't have like the longest arms. I mean, I am tall, but I don't have like the longest limbs. So these thumb holes are probably not super functional. So let's try on the medium. Okay, so as I'm putting on this medium, I'm realizing that these are two entirely different jackets, and that is not clear when you're buying them. They are sold as like the same item, and I'm pretty sure this one was $1 more. Oh my god, this one has zip pockets. Okay, I guess I'm reviewing two different jackets, which is crazy. So jacket number one, basically more of a shirt super lightweight, barely functional thumb holes, no pockets, etc. Jacket number 2 has much more of a cuff sleeve, so it has a separate sewn cuff onto the end, and the thumb hole is actually long enough for me to use. It's still lightweight, but it actually does feel just like a tiny bit thicker than the other one. The length looks like it's going to be a tiny bit longer. The zipper definitely feels a little bit more sturdy here. Keep in mind this is a medium, so if I got the small it would be a lot more snug, but we actually have pockets on this one. Fully lined pockets, like literally has like mesh lining and everything. This is like actually kind of crazy for $4. I have purchased a lot of affordable activewear in the day. I've had a lot of flops. I just ordered a bunch of stuff recently for an Amazon review, and literally like this was like a $30 dress, and do you see how flimsy and awful this is? This jacket was $4, and this is actually like really like fine quality. Is it Lululemon? No, but you're not expecting that for $4. Like, let's be serious. Very impressed with this version, so I guess you just have to be kind of careful which one you're buying. Maybe I didn't like look enough. These were under the same like item. Like when you go to the TikTok shop, I said blue I wanted a small, and white I wanted a medium, and it was all under the same thing. So it wasn't like a separate product page. So part of the risk of, I guess, TikTok shop is who knows what you're getting. Anyways, we have that mock neck. This one also has a little extra layer of fabric that kind of covers the zipper at the top to just kind of protect your skin against that zipper, which is again something we didn't see on the other jacket. We do have a little bit more seam detail. This one definitely has a little bit more going on. Still a lightweight, soft, sleek performance material, but it's a little bit thicker. This one I'm definitely feeling a little bit more like a jacket. It ends a little bit lower on my hips, like a little bit past my hip bones here, but still fully covering everything and not being super long. You can see lifting my arms up, we're still not really showing any skin. And then in the back, oh my gosh, do we have a vented area? This is crazy, guys. This was $1 more than the other one, and we have so many more features. Yeah, we even have like a, oh wait, it's like a faux vent. False alarm, this is not a real vented area. The Lululemon Define jacket has like an extra layer with like mesh underneath that kind of acts as like a vented layer to like give you a little bit of breathability. This one doesn't have that, but it's also not as thick as the Lululemon one, so you don't really need as much venting. Okay, so anyways, this one I would say true to size. If you do want a fit that's more like this, where you could maybe layer a shirt underneath, I would size up. But if you want that snug BBL style fit, true to size. And I love that the thumb holes are actually usable on this one. So okay, TikTok shop, these may be drop shipped, but where else are you getting them for $3 to $4? And it's really not a bad jacket. So honestly, I would typically pay like $30 for this on Amazon. So this is pretty good. Okay, TikTok shop, I'm a little bit impressed. I should also say, even though these are thinner fabrics, I haven't seen any like loose seams or any like glaring quality issues that I've seen in like some other like more affordable items in the past. So honestly, the quality you're getting is really not that bad. But I expect that there are still some bad quality things out there on TikTok shop. So you're just kind of playing a little guessing game of what you're gonna get. Next, we're trying the viral flared jumpsuit. So this is from the brand Kinson. I've seen them on Amazon before, so that's where we'll be comparing the price. But I've seen several viral jumpsuits on TikTok. This is the one I went with. Did I go with a flare? Yeah, I went with a flare. So I got a size small, and this was $33.29. So honestly, not the cheapest for TikTok shop, considering everything else has been like around 20-ish or below. And on Amazon, you can find it for $34.99. So you're not saving a lot of money on this one by buying from TikTok shop. I did recently do a whole video on active jumpsuits, which are probably going to be better than this one because I'm already just not really feeling this quality. Anyways, we have a jumpsuit with a tank strap. It's got this like squared neckline, which I feel like on all the models that looks super flattering, but you can definitely tell here this is very flimsy. Unfortunately, there's no sort of built-in bra or anything here, so you are going to need support elsewhere. Fortunately, there's no seams going down the front here, and this is a flared jumpsuit, so it does have that little flare at the end. I believe this only came in one length, so it's probably going to be a little bit short for me. I'm 5'9", so normally I need a tall length, and oftentimes these jumpsuits don't come in multiple lengths. This is a full coverage on the back. A lot of the jumpsuits I've seen that have like a really scooping back or like a scrunch in the back. Again, I have kind of tried something like that on my other video. But yeah, this whole thing is also lined with this like mesh that I'm just like not really sure about, so we'll see how comfortable that is. So this is quite poorly fitting for me. Really, it's a height problem, which can be expected, but I tried on a lot of active bodysuits for that one video, and most of them fit my height. So the first issue here is that we have this very low square neckline here, and everyone has a different shaped bust. I'm more of like a teardrop shape, so this kind of super low square is just a recipe for me to fall out at any movement. So I'm gonna have to be very careful right now because we are seconds away from a wardrobe malfunction. I do think the neckline is super elegant elegant and pretty, but it needs to be up like literally 4 more inches. Like we need a lot more coverage here. So again, kind of a torso issue, but also like this is a lot of stretch. Like it really shouldn't be that bad. Anyways, overall fabric is a sleek performance. We'll see again that like it's just very rare to find cheaper things that don't have a sleek performance. Like everything's sleek performance. Very wide set straps here. There's no built-in bra or anything. I'm being pretty, you know, squeezed right now, so not necessarily getting no support, but given how low cut this is for me, it's not something that I would be able to work out in. I also noticed that this has 0 gusset to it, so could be a little bit uncomfortable in the crotch. If you're unfamiliar with a gusset, that's that little piece of fabric that kind of goes between the seams at the bottom, just so it doesn't all like want to go up into the camel area. So actually the mesh lining is totally fine here. I just wished it had some sort of layer underneath, some sort of built-in bra, or at least some removable cups, something like that, because it's really more considered like an active jumpsuit. So I would expect some sort of, you know, built-in bra. We go to the back and it is full coverage in the back. We have a seam up the back. There's nothing really to like break up the back area. It just like is all very long. I do have a little bit of extra fabric right at the bottom here. So that's another reason why I don't necessarily like trust this to really fit many people. It's so tight on the bust. It's loose there. It's tight on the straps. Like it's just not great. Okay, and then we can see the bottom here, hopefully. And it is very short. It is very awkward on me. These are definitely more of a boot cut flare. I think that they should be a little bit more flared almost, but for my taller girlies, this is not gonna be for us. The quality overall honestly doesn't feel too bad. Like the fabric feels about like a medium compression. I have like one loose little stitch here, but normally that's just like something you cut off and it doesn't happen again. So yeah, it's not something that's flattering my body shape personally, and I think it's lacking some features like, you know, a little more detail in the back, a gusset, a built-in bra, and you know, when you add all of that together for like $30 to $35 is what this is, there are better jumpsuits out there. This is not the one I would go for. It's really just okay. So if you're really feeling her, you know, you could give it a try. It's not horrible, but I think there's a lot better options out there for a similar price. And one more item, I didn't actually see this directly on TikTok Shop, like on my For You page, but I did see it under the shop page. But this is the Oxjox Satara bra, and you guys know I have tried Oxjox multiple times on this channel. I think they're one of the better Amazon activewear brands. They're always coming out with a lot of cute styles, and I wanted to try this because it was literally $11. And Oxjox on Amazon has gotten a little bit pricier. This one on Amazon was listed as $26, so you're getting it for under half the price. And I can tell you, just holding this up, like the tag is the same as normal Oxjox tags. The fabric is that same like thicker brushed material. I don't know if I've tried this exact bra from Oxjox, but I have tried many of these bras, and this is definitely the exact same as what you're getting on Amazon. So if you can buy it for half the price on TikTok Shop, like why not? At least while they're offering these discounts. So this bra is super cute. It's definitely not going to be the most supportive, but it has a little twist front detail here. The straps on this one are actually nice and thick for a more delicate looking bra like this. So they have thick elastic straps, a little strap across the back, and there are removable cup pads. And the front is like an actual twist, so you have to make sure that it stays twisted. So let's try this on. All right, here's the bra. And for one of these little twisted bras, honestly, a pretty good fit. I definitely have some spillage here and there. For me, being around like a 32 double D, that's like kind of expected for my experience in these bras. But I still feel like I'd be comfortable doing some low impact activity in this bra. So we have that little twist detail in the front. We do have cup pads, which I love. This bra is supposed to be like kind of similar to like a crop shop boutique bra that has this twist, and those bras did not have cup pads, at least the last time I tried them. So I love that Oxjox puts these in. I also think the Oxjox material is really nice for bras because it's a little bit more dense, a little bit more compressive, so it just gives it a little bit more hold. Super flattering with the twist detail in the front. Overall coverage, I would say low to medium. And then in the back, we have those thicker straps. I think the thicker straps make such a big difference with this bra. So we do have that elastic across the back, and the two across here. They're a little bit snug, but they're nice and thick and soft, so they're really not uncomfortable. And then the support is a light support. So this being half the price of Amazon, I would definitely buy this on TikTok Shop. I think Oxjox has great stuff, so it's really nice that you can find them for a little bit cheaper for however long that's going to be happening for. Yeah, this isn't your most supportive sports bra, but it's definitely cute, fun, and it was $11, so pretty good. Okay, that is everything I got. So overall, I'd say my first TikTok Shop experience was not that bad. Nothing was like atrocious quality or anything. That being said, I did buy things that like had a lot of purchases, had a lot of reviews out there, but I feel like I just couldn't really fully trust what was going on with like how heavily these were being advertised. So I would say TikTok shop, definitely legit. I got everything that I ordered. I didn't have to put in my credit card information, so security wasn't really a risk. You can definitely buy from stores you already shop from Amazon or their own website, from TikTok shop, and probably get a cheaper price, at least while TikTok is kind of like subsidizing it. But I guess you just do have to be careful exactly what you're buying, just because I was a little bit thrown off with getting 2 different jackets when I was purchasing the same item. I almost forgot we were going to talk about returns, so I just clicked on my TikTok shop return policy. It said for most purchases, you have a right to return a product for any reason within 30 calendar days of when you've received it. Some sellers may have different return periods. This is something like AliExpress, like every brand had their own return policy. Sometimes from AliExpress, when they were being shipped from the manufacturer in China directly, you'd be paying a good amount of money to return the product and it wouldn't even be worth it. So let's see if I have any orders I could see if I could process a return. Okay, so I just clicked return on the jacket and wow, okay. It says UPS free drop off, USPS free drop off, no label needed. So I guess you can return these, and that's like a pretty simple return process. So that's actually really good to know, because I was under the impression that I wouldn't be able to return any of these. So I will be returning the jumpsuit. If I have any update on if I like don't get a refund or anything weird like that, I'll update in the comments down below. But if you don't hear anything, just assume that it all went well. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Have you purchased anything from TikTok shop? Are you still resisting? Have you been buying from a while and you really like it? I'd love to know. And of course, let me know if you have any video requests in the comments down below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Peach, say goodbye. Say goodbay. Oh my gosh, she literally like raised her hand. Oh, Peach. Oh, Peach, you're just the cutest.
Kathryn, with your little pussy cat. Hello, pussy cat. And what's supposed to be Selena Kyle Catwoman or Felicia Hardy Black Cat for Marvel, aka Spider-Man, anti-hero slash hero. I'm sorry.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today, Petula is bringing us some color. We are getting the Petula That Girl collection on Saturday, April 27th at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And this is actually the first time from Petula that we are ever getting pink. Actually, we've probably had pinks from Petula before, but I've kept everything I've ever gotten from Petula, and I do not have a true pink anywhere, and they did not mess around when it came to this pink. This is a bubblegum girly girl pink, and I'm so here for it. Not only are we getting pinks, but we're also getting cross-waist flare leggings with a hidden scrunch. They're bringing back the Sierras. We got some cute sports bras, just like a little capsule collection, but the Sierra fabric is my favorite fabric from Petula. We have the hidden scrunches. This is just a very solid collection, so I am super excited. As always, you can use code Kathryn for 5% off on Petula, and I just think you guys are really going to like this one. I also just wanted to say, there have been a lot of launches going around recently, and you guys know I'm always sharing my thoughts with you to help you with your purchasing decisions, but there should never be any pressure to order from every launch. If I was not getting these things to review for you guys, I would not be ordering from every launch, okay? You really gotta pick and choose what you like, and know that if these are really good pieces, the brands will continue to bring them back. So if you're not in a place to be buying a lot of activewear, you know, just watch this for fun. I love to watch hauls because I'm just like, wow, wouldn't it be cool if I got all those things? And then I don't get all those things, and I'm totally fine. So I just wanted to share that because there are a lot of cute launches happening recently, especially as a colors girly. This is definitely my season for activewear, so it can feel a little bit overwhelming. So just sit down, relax, watch this video, and we'll just have a good time. But yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Also, as I'm recording this, it's Taylor Swift Tortured Poets Department release day, and I've just been having the best day listening to all her songs. Right now I have Who's Afraid of Little Old Me stuck in my head. So quick overview of the colors. I actually think this top is a good one to show the pinks. So the lighter pink is called Bubblegum, and the slightly darker pink is called Candy. There's a lot of kind of tonal details in this collection, 2 tones, so you'll often see them together, and I think they're paired well together as well. Then we have Pebble, which is a lighter gray, and Dark Slate, which is kind of a charcoal, cooler toned gray. Then of course we do have Black, black, and this blue jay color is coming in the sweatshirt. Okay, I think we just need to start it off with the Sierra flare leggings. I also got these new hangers so that I could hang up my leggings this way. I just feel like it's better. So these are the Sierra flare leggings. First of all, incredibly excited that we are getting some flare leggings in a color. I feel like a lot of brands think we only want flares in a neutral, and I would definitely be walking around in some hot pink flare leggings. These leggings have a couple of great features. First of all, they are made of the Sierra fabric, and Sierra, in my opinion, is Petula's best fabric. It's dense, so it's a more squat-proof fabric, but it has a ton of stretch, so you're never gonna get that kind of like tightness in the knees, like squishing of the butt. It just has the perfect balance of compression and stretch, and then of course being soft is always a bonus. So a couple exciting things. First of all, we have 2 inseam lengths. I really prefer to have 3 for a flare legging, but I'm at least happy to have some options. So these are coming in a 31-inch inseam as well as a 34. As a tall girly, I'm 5'9". As always, my measurements are down below, but I did get the 34-inch inseam. So 33 to 34 is kind of my preferred inseam length. We also have a cross waist detail in the front. So it's a flat across waistband with a cross waist. It's not like something like a Buffbunny cross waist that has that V in the front. It is a true cross waist, but it's tacked down, which I prefer it to have like the actual like opening part. I don't know why this one is tacked down. It's not necessarily a problem. At least I can see that it is actually extra layers of fabric. It's not a faux cross waist, but I guess the tacking down maybe will prevent it from rolling up at all. I don't often talk about leggings rolling down in my videos because I have a very long torso, and it's just not something I can often comment on because leggings don't really roll down on me. We have these delicate seams, no front seam, slightly extended crotch gusset in the front. We also have no side seams or anything, which it just gives a nice sleek look. And then we have slightly tapered seams in the back, as well as a hidden scrunch. And something exciting, they're bringing back the leaf logo, guys. I know it's not a leaf. I think it's a sweat drop. I've never truly understood what it is. I always call it the leaf, but I am so excited to see this little logo back. Petula, if you're watching, this collection just has everything we want. Minimal branding, soft fabrics, hidden scrunches, color. They just did a great job with this launch. But I know you guys have been feeling me. We've been complaining about the aggressive, large Petula logoing recently, so I'm very excited to see this back. And then we briefly mentioned the hidden scrunch. If you guys are familiar with this channel, you know what a hidden scrunch is. Ooh, they even made it match the color of the fabric. That's exciting. So we have an elastic up the back rise seam. It just helps to give a little bit of glute separation in the back without being like in your face scrunch. So it's like flattering on the glutes, but it's not too much. So here's a close-up of that hidden scrunch up the back. This is an elastic up the back rise seam. It has a little stretch. And then lastly, we have the flare at the bottom. So I have tried some flare leggings from Petula in the past, and as a thick calf girly, I have not found them to be very flattering on the calves. If you do have bigger calves like I do, the flare leggings in the past have really clung to the calves and they give that Clydesdale horse effect, which is just not my thing. So I am just praying that these are not too tight on the calves, because this has everything I want in a flare legging. I would love to be wearing these, but we'll see how it goes. Let's try them on. Okay, they really were not kidding about the sizing. I feel like these are so much bigger than my last Sierras. I don't really think that they made these any more true to size. So I would actually consider sizing down in the bottoms, because this just feels like a full size bigger than last time, and I didn't think that they were running too big. I'm gonna need all the brands to like get it together with the sizing recently, because it's just confusing to have to be switching sizes all the time. But you can definitely just see like there's extra fabric in the crotch here. This is generally how a medium would fit me. Other than that, we have the little cross waist, and you can see it is a true cross waist. It's just tacked down. So I would say it's not the most obvious cross waist, but it's definitely there. It does not dip down in the front though, so you don't get the benefit of having that lower tummy control. Since these are a little bit big on me, they are fitting more like a light compression. I would say Sierras are usually like a light to medium or even medium compression on me. We have no front seam here. The rise is definitely high. I'm not showing any belly button with the cross waist, and it goes even higher up on the sides here. Again, no side seam. It's very seamless and sleek looking. And then we have the slightly tapered back seams that go above the glutes, as well as that hidden scrunch. You can see we get a little bit of glute separation here, and I did not even pull it up my glutes at all. This is just how that little hidden scrunch works, and I think the Petula Sierra scrunch just does a really great job. It gives you that subtle shaping, but it never causes me any strain in the front, so I don't get any extra camel because of it, which sometimes can be an issue with scrunch leggings. And now, the disappointing part. We're gonna go to the full length. So These are a 34-inch inseam. I just had a feeling. But guys, we're getting a Clydesdale horse. It just devastates me. I know that we need to have variety in flare leggings, you know, for the girlies with skinnier calves that don't want like a huge bell bottom. But for my thick calf girlies like myself, this is not going to be our flare legging. Unless you like this look. Just personally, I think it needs to flare a little bit higher. So you can see here that the length, honestly perfect. Love the length on these, love the pink. I wish there was something I could do because I want to wear these so badly. But we can see that these flare towards the bottom of my calf. So you get this kind of like out and in effect, and then you flare out again. When I personally find the most flattering place to flare is kind of towards the top of the calf, like still below the knee, but not below the calf like this. Sorry for the Clydesdale horse moment. I am a little bit bummed, but if you do have thinner, more narrow calves, these should definitely work for you. So I'd say overall, I love the features on these. The fabric is so soft. The hidden scrunch is subtle, but it's shaping. The cross waist is also subtle. I think these could still be a great lifestyle legging. And I love that they have the 34-inch inseam, but just not really fit in my calves, which is a struggle that I deal with often. So such a bummer because a pink flare moment would just be so cute. Next, let's move on to the Sierra two-tone legging. The Sierra leggings were in my best activewear of 2023 video as the best hidden scrunch legging. Basically for a lot of the same features that I talked about with the Sierra flare leggings, but these are the Sierra two-tone leggings. So we have the darker pink with the lighter pink little waistband here. You also get the lighter shorts with slightly darker little waistband detail. And then there's black with a little white at the top. So we have that high-rise waistband, again with the two-tone detail. The seams on the regular leggings are actually a little bit thicker than the flares. No front seam. And the seams in the back of these are also a little bit more contoured around the glutes than the flare leggings. So these should be just like the tiniest bit more flattering on the glutes. We still have that back hidden scrunch, the little leaf logo. And these come in a 23 and a 26-inch inseam. I get the 26-inch. And they also made a comment about the sizing that I definitely found to be true with the shorts, but they adjusted the sizing on these leggings. So if you ever found the Sierra leggings to run a little bit small, they made these run a little bit bigger. So I haven't tried on these leggings yet, and I will of course give my sizing recommendations, but what they said was if you want a fit that is more compressive, like the last Sierra leggings, you're gonna want to size down, but if you sized up in the past, you can go with your true size now. So we'll see how true that is. I never really felt like the Sierra leggings were not true to size. I always wore a small and I didn't feel like it was a problem, so I'm interested to see how these fit. Anyways, let's try them on. Okay, I think I will be exchanging for some extra smalls. Like, they don't look that huge on the camera, but I do not normally get like extra fabric like this unless it's in a size too big for me, and I just feel like I have way too much space and that these are going to slide down. So I just compared the waistband sizes, so that should have been already inserted, but these run quite a bit larger. And then I'll hopefully post some updates on Instagram just because I don't have too long before this launch. Anyways, we will review these as is. So definitely recommend sizing down if you want your normal patchouli fit. These are a high rise. They go above my belly button here. We have that little two-tone detail on the top. So how they did it is they just kind of sewed the two colors together of the waistband so it peeks out a little bit, because the inside of the waistband is actually a light pink. So if you wanted to do a little, you know, early 2000s rolled down waist moment, it's giving Victoria's Secret pink. That's just what it's giving. So I probably wouldn't do that, but you can't. Double thickness waistband here. We have no front seam. Like I said, a little bit of extra fabric because of the sizing, but hopefully the size down fixes that because I did not have that in my original Sierras. And then here we have the back. So again, that little hidden scrunch, just giving me a little bit of glute separation there, and that's not even like pulled up or anything. Like if you like really pull them around the glutes, you can get even more glute separation. It probably won't stay up very well in this small here just because it just doesn't have enough staying power for me, but in your true size, it definitely will stay. We have the little logo in the back there, the curved seams. I'm gonna give it a high on the booty scale. We're not getting any squishing down. In this size, light compression. Normally I would have like more light to medium or even medium compression. And I actually would say that the Sierra fabric is pretty thick and dense and pretty cellulite friendly as far as fabrics go. So you're not gonna get 100% cellulite coverage in a lighter color like this, but it's definitely going to be better than like the Cassie fabric or any other like thinner fabric like that. And then this is the 26-inch inseam. It is basically a full length on me. These are just a super soft legging. I love the color. So I'm gonna see if I can exchange these for an extra small, which just is wild to me. I don't know what's been going on with activewear sizing recently. Like, leave a comment down below if anyone found the Sierra leggings to run small before, because I personally feel like this fabric has a good amount of stretch, that I felt a little bit more compression in my small before, but I just like the fit a little bit. So I just got my extra smalls in, so I thought I would do a super quick little try on, but these fit much better. I'm not getting that extra fabric in the crotch, and honestly, these aren't even that snug on me. Like, these feel like a true small. I wouldn't even say like a snug small, even though these are extra small. So honestly, I would suggest everyone sizing down, not even just if you're in between, or not even if you just liked the fit of previous Sierras, because this actually feels still a little bit less compressive than the last round of Sierras. Those did feel a little bit more compressive. This is still feeling light compression on the top. The only place where I'm getting a little bit more compression is right like in the calf, just a little bit, but it's not even really bad. So I feel so much better in this size. These fit me so well. I'm so excited to work out in them. I'm just gonna quickly pop on those flare leggings as well. All right, and here are the Sierra flare leggings in an extra small, which is my normal size down. These fit so much better. Again, they don't even feel tight anywhere. Like, I would definitely size down. These fit just like any other Petula small. Still have a ton of stretch in the waist, a ton of stretch everywhere, still about light to medium compression, leaning towards light. The extra small just allows the scrunch to work a little bit better and just have everything stay up, but there's absolutely no pinching. And I just wanted to show, top one is a small, the pink is an extra small, and it's literally still bigger than the old Petula Sierra smalls. So even if you felt like you needed a little bit less compression last launch, you literally could size down and still have less compression. Sorry that is so confusing. I don't like it either, but size down. So these are an older small Sierra legging, and these are also a small Sierra legging, and I have matched them up on this side, and they are quite a bit larger. I just don't understand, because I thought that these smalls fit well. I don't know if I should like ask for exchanges or something. Maybe I should, because that's kind of annoying. So if you want your old fit, size down. The last bottom we have are the Sierra two-tone shorts. So these are just coming in a 6-inch inseam. Again, my preferred inseam. Something I just love about Petula is that they often have 2 inseams of leggings, and they're always giving me the 6-inch shorts. So same structure as the two-tone leggings. We have the lighter gray body and then the darker gray kind of at the top here. I wouldn't say like this two-tone detail is my absolute favorite thing, but I don't dislike it. I think it's a little bit different. We have those slightly tapered seams in the back rise scrunch, and then the 6-inch inseam and plenty of room for the thighs. These are definitely nice and thick thigh friendly. Let's try these on. Here are the Sierra two-tone shorts. So they do come in the 6-inch inseam. Sometimes they do 2 inseams, but this time they're just doing the 6-inch. So I don't think these run as big as the leggings did. You know, I'm often a little bit more prone to a size up in shorts than leggings. So I will say overall these fit pretty good on me. There's like the tiniest little bit of extra room right there in the hips, maybe a tiny bit of room in the crotch, but not as much as the leggings. The one thing I did notice in my workout though is that because these don't have a lot of compression in this size, the legs did want to kind of slide up on me a little bit, which is not something I normally get in my Petula 6-inch shorts. So I do think these run a little bit bigger than normal Petula shorts. I could probably do an extra small. If you want your normal Petula short size, I would size down. We have that same high rise above the belly button, little two-tone detail, and again, the whole inner waistband is that second color. We have no side seams. We have that 6-inch inseam, and even in a normal, more compressive size for me, these have tons of room in the thighs. So these are super thick thigh friendly. The material is so soft and brushed. I just love the Sierra fabric. In this size, I'm getting a light compression. And then we have the back. We have those curved seams. We have the hidden scrunch, nice medium to high, maybe even high on the booty scale. And again, this fabric is pretty good with cellulite, especially in medium to darker colors. So I'm a little torn on the sizing for the shorts. I think I'm definitely going to go with the size down for the leggings, but I don't feel the extra fabric in these, but I was a little bit annoyed at the gym. They kind of just wanted to keep rising up, which was a little bit irritating. I was kind of feeling like I was pulling them down, and that's why I usually go with 6-inch shorts, because they don't move as much. Okay, we are moving on to sports bras. So first we have the Sweetheart bra. This is the one I'm wearing right now in the pink. Just so cute. I feel like when I first started trying Petula, their bras were really like not wearable for me. They're not enough support, or the sizing was just really off. They've really come a long way with their bras, and as a larger cup size, I really like this one. We have that two-tone detail, sweetheart neckline. Like the whole neckline here is just like very defined. We also have this thick elastic along the bottom for nice support there. These thicker tank straps as well that are very comfortable. Then you have this strap that connects them along the back so that they don't slide off. And then we do have that logo again in the back right corner. Again, the subtle branding. I'm all for it. It could even be better if it was tonal branding. Like if we had this dark gray and we had the light gray little leaf logo, couldn't be beat, but I'll take it because I'm happy to just not have the big Petula word mark anymore. I don't know if this is here to stay or what, but I really hope it is. Again, we also have removable cup padding here, so let's try this one on. Okay, here we are with the Sweetheart bra. I just love this neckline so much. This is such a nice flattering bra. First of all, I am wearing a small, which is my normal size, and it's fitting true to size. This bottom band is nice and secure, but it's not too tight, so I definitely would stick to your normal size. If you're in between, you really could go either way depending on if you like more or less compression. Coverage overall, I'm between medium and medium to full. I honestly don't expect to be falling out of this one at all, but it is a little bit of a cleavage moment just because of the Sweetheart detail, but I definitely still feel secure in this. The support is about a medium support as well. I will say, if anything, the straps feel like they could be like the tiniest bit tighter, but it's not enough to bother me or want me to change like any sizes or anything. So a little bit of a cleavage moment. Sweetheart detail. Armpit area is pretty well covered here. I would still consider this a short line sports bra. It just has that little elastic underneath. And then in the bottom, we have those nice thick tank straps. So you're not going to get any strain on the shoulders, but I also like that they have this little strap that just connects them, because then the straps can't slide off your shoulders there. And then just very simple in the back. I think this one's super cute. I would love to see this in some solid colors in the future. But yeah, I'm a fan. Next, we have the Reversible Comfort Bra. This one is going to be a little bit less support, almost a little bit more bralette style, but it's reversible because it has the second color on the inside, so you can wear it inside out. One thing about these reversible type of bras though is that they often do not have cup padding, and this one does not have any cup pads. That's definitely the one drawback for me. I did wear this to the gym today and I was totally covered and fine in it. I just prefer to have a cup pad. Anyways, this is the way you're meant to wear in the front. We have this kind of deep scooping V. It is a long line bra and it has a little seam at the bottom edge. I usually prefer when it's seamless at the bottom, but I will say it didn't cut into me. It does have the potential to cut in, so just be aware of that. And then the back is this almost little wrapped detail. They say it's reversible like inside out, but I kind of feel like you could wear it this way too if you're like a smaller cup size. Maybe we'll try it. Petula logo in the center back, and then you can completely flip it inside out depending on which color you want to wear. And they honestly did a great job of this. I don't see anything that if I were wearing it, you would be like, oh, that's inside out. Sometimes the fabric color kind of rolls over, but I feel like with this gray, it's not very noticeable. And then you still have the logo even on the inside out part. So let's try this one on. Oh, you can see that I wore this after I self-tanned, and that was maybe not my best decision. I always put on like a little baby powder after I self-tan because it just kind of like dries everything. That's what that is. Here we are with the reversible top. Also, just a moment for Peach. This is where she likes to hang out sometimes. Peach, you having fun? How'd you get up there? Anyways, so this is definitely a more long line top, and we can see that little seam at the bottom there. Again, not cutting into me, but just something I like to note if that's something you try to avoid. Definitely covering a little bit more of the torso area here. We have these straight up and down straps. I did work out in this morning, and the straps did not want to fall down on me or anything, which is kind of surprising given how wide they are. No issues there. True to size. If you're in between, again, you can really go either way. I'd say as a larger cup size, I still definitely fit into this one. I think the Sweetheart bra has a little bit more support, a little bit more space, but this one's still totally fine. But again, we have no cup pads in here. Snippage can definitely be a problem. I think we're gonna upgrade the Sweetheart bra to a medium high coverage, and this one's gonna get a medium coverage, get a little bit more scooping around the armpits, and it's a little bit of a deeper V. This is the lighter gray. This is how I wore it today. You can definitely wear it with the charcoal colored gray on the outside. And then here's the back. You can see there's a little bit of a almost wrap detail there, and then we have the logo. In support, I always just feel like I don't get enough support when I don't have cup pads in. We're getting more of a light support here. Definitely a comfy, cozy bra. Honestly, no pinching areas. The straps are nice and thick, but not something I would use for my high impact workouts. I kind of just want to try it with this in the front just to see. I was just kind of curious how this would look. I don't think this is my most flattering look here. Also, you have the logo in the front. When it says reversible, they didn't mean back to front. They meant inside outside. And I definitely think you could get away with this if you have a smaller cup size. You should be fine, but for me, any wrong movements and I'm gonna be out. Next, we are moving on to tops and outerwear. So we have the deep scoop crop. This is also made of the Sierra fabric like everything else. It is a little crop top. It has a scooped neckline and little short sleeves. The logo is on the bottom right corner here. And a little bit of a bummer for me for this one is they have had built-in bras, and I just prefer that so I don't have to focus on putting on too many layers. But if you're someone who likes to choose your own bra for under a shirt, this one is just a single layer of fabric. There's nothing built in here, so you're not limited to what to wear under this. So let's try it on. Okay, here we are with the scoop top. So I am wearing the Sweetheart bra underneath it. It hides underneath it well. I do wish it just had the built-in bra, but it still is wearable with the bra underneath. It's a pretty cropped length. I'd say about the length of a longline sports bra, but it stays put pretty well, especially with another brushed fabric underneath it. Kind of locks it into place. Definitely true to size. I'm wearing a size small, and it's snug, but it's not overly tight. I would stick with your normal bra size or top size. We have this nice scooped neckline, but not really showing any cleavage or anything. So scooped, but still pretty covered. Little short sleeves. This top is just very soft. And then full coverage in the back. You can definitely see some of the lines of the bra underneath, which is why it's like kind of a bummer that you do have to wear a bra underneath it. Overall, a cute layering piece. I thought I was getting the color that matched the bottoms here, but I think that they still go well together. So yeah, I think I would recommend this more if it had the bra, but definitely still a cute piece. And lastly, we have the Cloud quarter zip. This one also comes in pink, which I was tempted to get. I feel like I don't have anything in this like nice blue. Petula is no stranger to the oversized quarter zip. This is definitely something they thrive in. I feel like their outerwear is always really good. So it's definitely going to be an oversized fit. I got a size small. We have a kangaroo pocket detail in the front here, but it's kind of hidden in the sweatshirt, so it's not super noticeable. We do have a quarter zip with this little flap of the fabric that kind of covers over the zipper. There are little ribbed inserts here. Petula embroidered logo on the back right corner. Again, subtle branding, love it. You can just definitely tell this is going to be a cozy, oversized vibe. It's also made of a cotton spandex, so it does have that cottony sweatshirt type feel. Since it is getting hotter, this is not fleece lined. There's no like soft, cozy fleece inside. It's very much like a lightweight. If I was thinking Cloud, I would think something super soft and plushy, which Petula definitely has plenty of soft, plushy stuff. This is just not it. It's more of a lightweight single layer sweatshirt. So let's try it on. Here we are with the quarter zip. So this is definitely a more oversized fit. It fits more like a medium large, but this is a small. So if you want a more true to size fit, less bagginess, I would recommend sizing down. Personally, sometimes I like an oversized fit, sometimes I like a regular fit. So this is an over the hip length. It's hitting a little bit over the glutes here. We have that ribbed area at the bottom, a little ribbing on the sides, and then I like that we still have this pocket here, but it's pretty well hidden, like in this little side seam area, and it is fully connected through the front. So it's a full kangaroo pocket. It's not like a little double pocket situation. We have a slight drop sleeve here with a little cozy sleeve room as well. Cuffed sleeves. You have the quarter zip, so you can zip it a little bit, you can zip it all the way. I wish they kind of color matched this so it wasn't white. Even though this is a thinner material, I'm still feeling pretty warm in it. We do have a little extra thickness here because of that inner pocket area. You have a couple extra layers. Definitely like a springtime jacket. I would still wear this in like a 60 degrees because that's cold for me. And then here is the back. Little oversized fit. I think the blue and pink look really cute together, like a little cotton candy moment. Okay guys, that's it for the review. Overall, I love the pieces, love the colors. I would definitely say my top picks are that Sweetheart sports bra and either the two-tone leggings or two-tone shorts. I'm a little bit bummed that they did change the sizing. They sent an email to us saying that the sizing was changed after they already asked what sizes that we wanted. That was just a little bit of a bummer. So I am going to try to get these exchanged just because right now I don't really feel comfortable in any of those smalls, except maybe the shorts. I am going to keep the shorts in the small. If I get to try extra smalls before the launch goes live, I will definitely be sure to put my updates in the comments down below. But for now, I am going to suggest sizing down, especially if you like how Petula normally fits. Again, this all launches on Saturday, April 27th at 12 p.m. Eastern time, and my code Kathryn gives you 5% off. Again, feel free to leave your questions, comments, concerns down below, and I'll be happy to get back to those. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
Okay, fourth point there. You don't understand how businesses work. You don't understand how work works. And you guys aren't really doing anything. You got a lot of time on your hands, you idiots. You idiots, aka my audience, you're sitting around going, good. You're sitting around going, oh my god. So, and I'll tell you something about Wikipedia. Go ahead, I did a case study on you for the next story.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we're reviewing the Paragon Fitwear Heatwave collection. This collection has a new fabric from Paragon, which is a ribbed fabric. We also have a hidden scrunch bodysuit, which I think is my favorite thing. Hidden scrunch pocket leggings, which I have gotten a lot of requests from some of you guys who just need to have pockets, asking if there are any hidden scrunch pocket leggings, and we finally have some. Figured I would share all of those with you guys today in a little review. We have some bright colors. As a colors girly, spring is definitely a time where activewear really thrives for me, so it's just been launch after launch of good stuff. Heatwave launches on May 2nd at 2 p.m. Eastern time, but they do give an hour early access at 1 p.m. Eastern time if you sign up for their email list. So just go to their website, I'll have it linked down below, and you can sign up for their email list and shop early, then things won't sell out. Because I know Paragon tends to sell out of like everything. They never have any stock on the website. I just recently went to like see if there was anything in stock, and there's like nothing there. I also do have a discount code with Paragon. It's just my name, Kathryn. Make sure to spell it right, because I often see people in the comments saying, we love Kathryn, which appreciate it, but sometimes people will spell my name wrong when it's like literally right there. And as someone who has a name that can be spelled multiple ways, you know, it's just like, it's a little hard, you know? Anyways, make sure you spell it right. It's with a Y, and there are no E's. It's Kathryn, not Kathryn, or Kathryn. Anyways, that discount code is for 10% off. First, let's get into some colors. We have this crazy highlighter, yellowish green. I wasn't sure about this at first, but guys, with a nice fresh tan, there's like, I don't have anything else like this, honestly. This is the color Mega. We have a hot pink called Crush. My favorite color, which is High Dive. I just love this bright blue like this. So flattering, and this is one of the more squat proof colors as well. For my neutral girlies, we have Coconut, and lastly we have Poolside, which is not one of the most squat proof colors. Anyways, we will insert the squat tests now, and I'll be doing double squat tests as usual. I also would like to say that I feel like Paragon has been a brand that's been honestly really open and accepting of feedback. I did some quick stories before I did this full YouTube review, and I was saying that I was confused why on the website they just have a blank statement that every one of their bottoms is squat proof. Like they just put it on every one of the bottoms, and I'm like, guys, we know they're not. Like Candyland, there were some pretty sheer colors. I said that in my stories, especially about this Mega color, which is actually not the worst, but I still wouldn't go out and be calling it squat proof. A side note is there are so many different ranges of squat proof. What does squat proof really mean? Everyone has their own opinions. I just think it's best to not put it. But after I posted that, they messaged me and they were like, you know what, you're right. We removed the squat proof rating on that color. I just feel like that really says a lot about a brand, that they're open to feedback like that and they'll make those changes. Like they made that change like right away after I said that. Just really like that. And they're also listening to what I'm saying, which I also like. Without further ado, let's start with the Cloud Rib fabric and the Cloud Rib pieces. Cloud Rib is their new fabric, and to be honest, ribbed fabrics are not something that I feel like I'm really reaching towards a lot. I've never been like, oh, this is my favorite fabric, and have it been a ribbed fabric. But I do think this is definitely a step in the right direction in terms of their fabrics being a little thicker and more durable and just having a little more hold, because right now I feel like every single one of their fabrics is just a little bit too thin. Like we just need a little bit more structure. I actually like that this is a little bit more structured for them. It's a 78% nylon, 28% spandex, and here it is up close. It's definitely a soft ribbed fabric, and the ribbing is pretty wide too. It's not like a super fine rib, and this is the inside of the fabric. It is a little bit more sleek. Still recommended more for like light to medium workouts, which I do agree with, but we will get into that. I just wanted to start out with my favorite piece launching, which I only got 2 of these because I was like, oh, I'm not gonna like them. I was fooled. We have the original strappy sculpt seam short suit. It's a mouthful, but it's basically a little shorty jumpsuit made of that cloud ribbed fabric, and this is just so comfy and so versatile. I wore this to the grocery store the other day, and I rarely get that many compliments out in public. Maybe occasionally at the gym I'll get a compliment on my workout outfit, but I had 2 people like come up and stop me about this and saying how much they loved it, so that's saying something. It may also be due to the color. This color is just, I got a size small. This one is $56. Guess how much the shorts are? $55. Why is it only $1 more to get a full outfit and the shorts are $55? You could either see that as the shorts being overpriced or this being a good deal. Anyways, only $56. We have this tank strap design. The shorts are a 5.5-inch inseam, which I love. I feel like normally these little shorty suits are like a 4-inch and it's just not long enough. So I love that these are a little bit longer. A part of this bodysuit that I am just so excited about, because you'd be surprised, it's actually hard to find. There is a full-on built-in shelf bra, fully detached, not just cup pads, but it also has removable cups. So there's a full built-in bra on the inside of this, which is such an important feature for me. Like if I just want the ease of throwing on one piece, I don't want to have to throw on a bra before it. We also have a high waist seam here, no front seam, some tapered seams in the back, and then this back rise is actually their original sculpt seam. We have a hidden scrunch in a bodysuit. We have seen this in like the Buffbunny Dream Heather bodysuit, but we have that elastic of the back rise seam. I was a little worried about this one not being long torso friendly, but honestly I have worn this like a good amount and I have not had any discomfort. The only thing, and we'll talk about this in the try on, is I wish the straps would have been adjustable. That would have been one really great feature, but let's try it on. Just a moment for the bodysuit in this color. So cute. I really wish I got more of this bodysuit. I didn't think I would like it. I almost didn't even get it. First of all, sizing. I'm finding it very true to size, except I have the tiniest bit of extra fabric right along the back here. You can see it's a little bit away from my back. Not enough for me to really want to size down, but that's my one area of extra fabric. And I would say overall the compression is pretty low. So if you're in between sizes, I would probably go with a size down. And I am pleased to say that this is also long torso friendly. I wore this all day last weekend. I just like happened to throw it on to like try it on, and then I just kept it on, and I never got any discomfort in the crotch, in the straps. It was super comfortable all day long. We also have that full built-in bra with cup pads and a 5-inch inseam, and I'm like, you know, what more could I want out of a bodysuit? We just did a jumpsuit video, and this might be the most comfortable one, and it still has support. So in terms of top coverage, honestly, I'd say that's a good medium to full coverage. I really am not falling out of it in any way. The support is, I'm gonna give it a light to medium. It's slightly less of the sports bra. I think if I was going to make one change to this bodysuit, I would have made the straps adjustable, because I feel like I could use just a little bit more lift up there, but I never fell out of it or really felt like I was exposing too much. It just would be a nice addition. Then we have the shorts down here, and I will say the shorts are very thick thigh friendly. I'm not getting any squishing down, but I feel like a lot of the Paragon shorts, the thigh opening might be like a little bit too wide. And I never thought I'd be saying that, but I do feel like when I walked around in these, I was getting a little bit of sliding up. Generally, I get that kind of sliding up when the bottom thigh seam almost doesn't have enough compression to hold the piece in place. So I think I'd rather have it a little bit too open than giving me sausage thighs, but I did want to mention that. Getting up closer to more details, we have that nice ribbed fabric. We have a little waist seam here that just kind of elongates the legs a little bit. And then we have the back. We have the Paragon logo up there. And you'll notice on this bodysuit, because the fabric is a vertical rib, all the horizontal things you wear under this definitely can stand out a little bit. They're not super noticeable, but like in some lighting, you can definitely see the little built-in bra under there, which again, I'd rather have the built-in bra than not have it. And you definitely want to wear a seamless underwear under this, because there's no waistband to hide your underwear seams. They're very visible if you're not wearing something super seamless. Then we get to the back, and we have a sculpt seam. She's going up the cheeks a little bit, a little medium to high in the booty scale moment, or is it a high? This one seems to be staying up there a little bit more than the leggings, because everything is pulled up more as a bodysuit. And then we have those seams that go all the way up to the waist here. In terms of sizing, if you are 2 different sizes on the top and bottom, I probably would go with your smaller size, just because I do feel like it runs like the tiniest bit big, especially in this color. This is definitely a top choice for me. I think it's also one of the most reasonably priced items. I definitely will be living in this summer, just, you know, for errands when I don't feel like putting on a full outfit. Just So cute. Last note on the cloud rib fabric is I wouldn't say it's completely pet fur proof, but pet fur does come off of it quite easily because it's not quite brushed, not quite super sleek. I just feel like I haven't been getting a ton of pet fur on this, which is good. Next we have the Defy bra. This is another cloud rib piece. It's basically the top of the shorty suit in the front. We don't have that extra sewn on piece on the top here, but this looks like it's going to be pretty good coverage. It does have removable cups, and we have a semi-open back with crisscrossing straps here. Let's try it on. All right, here's the bra. First of all, great coverage. I would say I'm gonna give medium to full coverage, not full, because there's like a teeny bit of poking around the armpit, but like almost full coverage. We have that elastic along the bottom. This is fitting really well. Definitely true to size. If you're in between, probably size up for a large cup size, size down for a smaller cup size, but no need to stray from your normal size. I like how thick these straps are because they're not cutting into me anywhere. Sometimes like skinny straps can tend to be a little bit uncomfortable. So I'm finding this to be quite comfortable while still providing some lift. The straps really don't feel too long like the bodysuit did. Support, honestly a solid medium support on this one. This fabric is a little more thick and dense than the rec stretch, so the bras are just gonna have a little bit more hold to them. Then we have the straps crisscrossing in the back, that one little band down here. Everything is staying in place really well. I think this fabric works well for bras, and I've been wearing this for like a good hour and a half now, and I'm not getting any uncomfortable digging anywhere. Definitely a fan of this one. Next we have the Vital crop. Something about Paragon crops are that they're all very short. Like I would really consider them more bras. This one I did wear to the gym today. I don't love wearing built-in bra tops to the gym, but because the Paragon ones are basically bras, I actually didn't mind this. We have the cloud rib fabric here. We have a higher neck and a slight scooped shoulder detail. Same in the back, the shoulders are slightly scooped. The Paragon logos on everything are all tonal colors, so they're super subtle, which I love. And then we raise this up and we see there is a full-on built-in bra with cup pads, but the little crop section is only like an inch longer than the bra. It's really more like long line sports bra length. Let's try this one on. Here is the crop, and you can see here it's a super short crop. Like you lift it up and you're seeing that bra right underneath it. Say this is more comparable to like a sports bra length. It would be nice to see more brands come out with full length tops in every launch. I think a tank in this material would actually be really nice, just like a layering tank, but no one wants to make full length tops. I don't get it. I feel like they would sell really well. I don't know. Anyways, we're going to give this one a medium to high coverage. We're gonna not give it a high because there's a little bit of scooping around the armpit here. And when I was at the gym, lying down, resting in between my sets of abs, I felt like the side boob was coming out a little bit there. I'm not actually falling out. There's just a little bit of a side boob moment, but it definitely is not full coverage. The support is pretty good though. I'd say it's also medium. We have the high neck, scooped detail. We do have that full built-in bra there. I feel like my cup pads were a little bit crinkled, and it's been a little bit difficult to uncrinkle them. I didn't have that issue in any of the other bras. It was only this one. Then the back is pretty full coverage there. Again, no tight spots, no pinching anywhere in this. I would definitely say true to size. If you're in between, you can really go either way. And lifting my arms, it stays put pretty well. I haven't had any moments seeing the little bra underneath. I like this top. I think I like the bra just a little bit better, but I like the neckline of this one. I just think it would be nice if we had this same tank just in like a longer version, like a true top and not just like more of a bra. Next we have the original sculpt seam short in cloud rib. These are a 5-inch inseam short. I love that Paragon does 5 to 6 inch inseams. It's just such a great kind of intermediate, not too short, not quite biker length. These are just the original sculpt seam shape, which is more of like a mid to high rise in my opinion. You'll see when it's on. We have a double thickness waistband, no front seam, pretty wide thigh openings all around for Paragon. And then we have these slightly tapered glute seams and that hidden scrunch up the back. We'll try this color when it was on, and we will have already seen the squat proofness for this color, but I think this color should have been pulled. This color does not come in the rec stretch, which I think tells you something, because they made yellow in the rec stretch and they wouldn't make this color in the rec stretch. It's quite sheer. Let's try it on. Here we are with the shorts, and I think you can see here just how big of a difference it is between the double thickness waistband and the body that's single thickness. The contrast between the two, you can actually even see on the model on the website. It's just so obvious that this color really can't do bottoms, and this is coming from a girl who will wear sheer things. They have to be sheer in a certain way. You know, if I can't see my nude underwear under them and there's not this huge difference, that's okay with me. But if we turn around here, there's a little tag right highlighted there, and it is so visible. Obviously the tag would be removed, but I think having it there just shows how sheer these actually are. That's just for this color. There are other colors that come in these shorts, so let's review these regardless of that. The shorts are hitting right at the belly button for me. Double thickness waistband, and overall the compression in these is like light to medium compression, maybe closer to a medium. We have the 5-inch inseam on these shorts. The way that these shorts are hitting me, they could roll depending on my activities. For me, the only inseam that I know doesn't roll on me is 6 inches. 5 can be here or there. That's really not like the shorts fault, it's just the length, but they still are very thick thigh friendly. You can see they're not squishing my thighs down in any way. Still, I feel like regular sculpt seam is just medium to high on the booty scale, and sculpt seam plus, we should save the high on the booty scale for that, but definitely still flatter than the glutes. And you can see that sculpt seam, it's really not very invasive because it's so long, but it just kind of gives a little more contour to the glutes there and just prevents that pancake butt. I do enjoy having that there. I like how the sculpt seam works. I think the shorts are a better choice for this fabric than the leggings, even though I didn't mind the leggings. Shorts just really don't tend to fall down as much as leggings do because there's less fabric dragging them down, and you also have the shorts kind of wanting to ride up at the same time that the leggings kind of want to come down. They just kind of stay right in the middle. You will get a little cellulite coverage in this cloud rib fabric, which is nice. So yeah, I like the shorts. Again, for the cloud rib, really my top pick is going to be that little short bodysuit, but I think this is definitely better than like their Ultralux fabric. Really, this is up there with fabrics in terms of the shorts. So I do like these, again, just maybe not this color. Lastly, for sizing, these are true to size. They fit very comfortably. Finally, there's a brand who's not messing with their sizing. It seems like lately everyone's been like crazy with the sizing, but definitely true to size. If you're in between for the shorts, I'd probably suggest a size up, but they're really not snug anywhere. In the last cloud rib piece, we have the original sculpt seam leggings. These are a 25-inch inseam, double thickness waistband. We've seen these leggings just in different fabrics before, but again, the fabrics can really make or break the leggings. Slightly tapered seams in the back, hidden scrunch detail, tonal branding. I also really like Paragon gussets because they're just the triangle gusset, which is really nice because it like never shows from the front. These ones were a little bit short on me too. Let's try them on. Here are the leggings. I did wear them to the gym this morning. I will say these seem to, because the stripes on this, or not stripes, because the ribbing is vertical on this, any sort of horizontal lines underneath show quite a bit. Underwear lines can be quite visible. I am wearing a pretty seamless pair. I always have these linked down below now just because I always get questions, but these are the underwear I wear under all of my gym leggings. And then we also saw this with the shorty bodysuit, that you could see that little band of the bra underneath it. It just really stands out because these rib details are vertical and that's horizontal. It just like shows a lot. Anyways, I did wear these to the gym today. And for the Reluna fabric, so these are the original sculpt seam leggings. And the original sculpt seam hits a little bit lower than the sculpt seam plus. And I've had a couple different fabrics in the original sculpt seam that I haven't really liked. I don't like the Reluna fabric. It's thin, but in like a saggy way. And they really like to just slide down like beyond where the waist should even start. And then also the Ultralux, I felt like was big in the waist, but tight on the glutes. Just wasn't a big fan of that. This fabric is definitely the best fabric I've seen in the original sculpt seam leggings thus far. I still don't love these leggings as much as I like the sculpt seam plus, but this is definitely an improvement. That being said, let's talk about them. So I did wear them to the gym today, and right about here is right where the waist wants to sit. And I found throughout my workout, if I pulled them above this point, they would come right back down to here. This is really where the waist is meant to be. Because the inside of the fabric is slightly sleeker, it doesn't like stick to your body as much, but they are sliding down much less compared to the Reluna fabric original sculpt seam leggings. I hope that makes sense. Anyways, this is where the waist is going to want to be. It's just barely covering the belly button. If you wanted to pull them up to a little bit more up the glutes with the sculpt seam, you might think, okay, that looks nice. You walk around in these for a couple minutes and it's going to be right back down to that same point. But they don't go down any lower than that. Like the Reluna leggings for me, I feel like I was getting like literal sagging in them. That's not the case with these. This fabric just has a little bit more hold to it, which I like. Anyways, we have a double thickness waistband, and when it's kind of in its settled position, it actually goes a decent ways down. Maybe a little bit of lower tummy control going on. These are definitely true to size, but I think if anything, they're a little lower on the compression than I want. If you're in between, I would size down, but normally true to size. I am still getting like a light to medium compression on these though. We have no side seams here. And then in the back, you have that little contoured V detail. It does sit just right above the glutes. And then the sculpt seam. You can see on these sculpt seam, we're not getting a ton of glute separation. You're more just like disrupting that unibutt. These are definitely medium to high on the booty scale, where we'll see later the sculpt seam plus, I would definitely consider a high on the booty scale. This is for if you want just like a little bit more subtle of a glute contour, nothing crazy. I also think the texture on these leggings, that vertical ribbing, is going to be very nice on the cellulite. So I would say cellulite friendly here. And let's do a full length view. These ones are a little bit shorter on me than I would like. This fabric doesn't have a ton of vertical stretch. This is kind of where the 25-inch inseam is hitting on me. We'll try on the rec stretch later, and you can see that those will be more full length on me because they have more vertical stretch. So this one is definitely a 7/8 length on me. I would wear these for gym, for lifestyle, but I think running or anything super high impact like that, like running, hiking, is going to be too much for these. Also, some ribbed fabrics are very snaggable, and rubbing my ring on this, I'm not getting any snags, which is good. So I have gotten snags on things like the Buffbunny material girl fabric. That's a more snaggable rib. This one's a little bit more of a dense rib. I feel like we've been lacking on the cat appearances, so Peach would like to say hi. Are you in a little sassy mood? She wants something, even though she just had her lunch. I think she was going to go fight Pinto for the top flower of the cat tree. So look at the sass ring. Oh yeah, she's going to Pinto. Okay, have fun. Next, we're moving on to pieces that are in the Rec Stretch fabric. Rec Stretch is my current favorite fabric from Paragon, with some caveats. They must be washed inside out, and they are snag prone. I love this fabric because of how it feels, how it sits on the body, but it is definitely a delicate, very lightweight fabric. So if you don't like very thin, lightweight fabrics, this one's not for you. Anyways, let's start out with the Empower Sculpt Seam Plus pocket shorts. Not only do we have pockets on these shorts, but they're also a 6-inch inseam. Just everything I could want in a short. I don't have enough pocket shorts, and as we get to spring, summer now, I like going on walks with a little pocket so I can put my keys. And I just don't have a lot of pocket shorts. Super excited about these. I find that the Rec Stretch Sculpt Seam Plus sits quite a bit higher on the waist than the original sculpt seams. These are definitely, if we used Buffbunny's height comparisons, an ultra high rise. We have a double thickness waistband, no front seam. We have 2 side pockets, tonal branding, and then these are the Sculpt Seam Plus. So you can see that it's a little bit more scrunched from the outside, but it does flatten out when you wear it. It has that nice kind of scrunched detail. These sit between the cheeks a lot more intensely than the original sculpt seam. Just kind of gives you like a little bit of a contour detail from the outside. These ones give cheek separation. Let's try them on. Here are the shorts in the mega colors. You can see compared to those other shorts, the original sculpt seam shorts, these just sit much higher on the waist. So they sit like a good ways above the belly button instead of being kind of right at the belly button. The waist on the Sculpt Seam Plus Rec Stretch just like really holds you. It has compression in the top, but this fabric is so stretchy that it's never cutting in, so I do really like that. We have a 6-inch inseam, which is my preferred short length. I love these. I wore them to the gym. No rolling. Definitely thick thigh friendly. Tons of stretch down there. And then we have side pockets. Let's grab a phone. These are very spacious side pockets, even for shorts. I can fit my whole phone down there and I still have some room. We also have a little elastic at the top of the short there that kind of keeps it nice and down there. And then we have the back. So these are the Sculpt Seam Plus. So if you pull the Sculpt Seam Plus off the cheeks, they are staying there. So these are high on the booty scale. They're so flattering. The seams do curve around the glutes up the top there. We have the tonal branding. Oh my gosh, my hair is getting so long. It's hitting my legging waistband now. But the elephant in the room, definitely with this color, I am seeing my nude underwear in certain lighting. You may ask, Kathryn, would you go to the gym in these? I already have, and I really don't think you can see that much, but you can definitely see the underwear in some lighting. Obviously, there will be full squat tests. For me, I'm still wearing these. Just keep in mind. Also, I do think you can tell a little bit of a different color between the double thickness pocket area and the single thickness, but that also helps it be a little bit more opaque on the sides here. And then I do think you can see a little bit of my underwear back here, which is not ideal. I mean, I'm glad that they kept these. I think that these are still fine, but they're definitely getting there in terms of 2 sheer. Anyways, these shorts are definitely a top pick for me. They have a 6-inch inseam, they have a scrunch, they have pockets. Like, I really don't know anything else out there that's quite like this, so I'm excited for these. Next, we have the Empower Sculpt Seam Plus Pocket Leggings in Rec Stretch. They have the same structure as the shorts, double thickness waist, no front seam, side pocket details on both sides, and scrunch in the back. These are a 25-inch inseam, but for the Rec Stretch, I get a lot more vertical stretch out of them than I do with the Cloud Rib. Even though they're actually the same inseam as the Cloud Rib, these actually fit me more like a full length than the other ones do. Let's try them on. Alright, here's the pocket version. This is actually my first time trying these on, and it's definitely more compressive than the non-pocket version, which is pretty normal for pocket leggings. They just have a couple more seams kind of giving that compressive feel to it, so I still feel completely unrestricted, but these are true to size. I would size up if in between on these instead of, you know, either way. I also feel like these are hitting a little less high rise than the shorts. I would still say that they're high rise, but maybe not quite ultra high. Still some nice good waistband hold. Overall compression on these, I'm gonna give a medium. We have the pockets. So we have one seam in the back that stops where the pocket ends, and then the seam towards the front goes all the way down the leg, and the pocket, again, super spacious. My phone is not sticking out halfway. There's a lot of room, and we have that little elastic at the top to keep that pocket laying flat. Definitely high on the booty scale in the back. The seams go above the glutes. That sculpt seam really gives some glute separation. This fabric is not going to be super cellulite friendly, so you will see some skin texture here. I'm always a fan of the Rec Stretch Sculpt Seam Plus, but it's just definitely nice to have this pocket option. So I'm a fan of these. I'm going to show the full length. Here we are. I'm going to pull them down a little bit because they do have that vertical stretch, so I can do that. And we're getting basically a full length, just a tiny bit above the ankle for me. These are going to be a little more tall girl friendly than the Cloud Rib leggings. And I can definitely tell with the waistband compression on these are going to stay up really well, even though they have those pockets. So I think it was a good choice to put the pockets on the Rec Stretch leggings because these have stayed up the best for me out of all of them. Last bottoms we have are the original Sculpt Seam Plus leggings. So these are just the classic Sculpt Seam Plus, no additional features. We have double thickness waistband, no front seam, no pockets on these ones. Be careful when you're buying because I didn't really realize, I thought I was getting all pocket leggings, but these ones don't have pockets, which is fine. I don't always need a pocket, but I definitely was a little bit confused when I was ordering. So they have pocket ones and a non-pocket version. We see that little scrunch in the back is the same. There are no side seams on this one, and it's that same 25-inch inseam. And then I feel like I want to talk about the prices for a second because I feel like all of a sudden I felt like Paragon was more like a mid-range price, and then all of a sudden, boom, they became a high-range price point, or at least on par with other brands when I always felt like they were just like a little bit more affordable. This kind of comes in with that bodysuit being $55 and the shorts being $56, or vice versa, but some of their pricing just doesn't really make sense to me. These original Sculpt Seam Plus leggings are $65. I went back to my Dusby Paragon wavelength review because I had listed the prices on that one. I didn't really realize that Paragon always had the pricing before the launch, which I will say that is a big reason I'm able to discuss this right now. Paragon, as soon as their launch has been announced, they have the whole collection able to preview on their website with pricing. I feel like a lot of other brands kind of hold the pricing until the last minute. Wish they wouldn't, because then I can't always include it in my reviews. But since this pricing is available, I was able to be like, hey, like this seems different. These leggings are just the regular Sculpt Seam Plus leggings, and they are $65. The wavelength ones, which were Dez's collection back in only in January of this year, same fabric, were $59, and they're still Sculpt Seam Plus. They're still the same fabric, which I feel like is a little bit of a jump for just a couple months away. And what really got me was Dusby's shorts were only $39, and now these Sculpt Seam Pocket shorts are $56. That is a $17 difference, and I get that these have pockets on them now. That doesn't justify $17. I definitely feel like they hiked up their prices like a lot, and I think that their designs are really good and I like what they've been doing, but I still feel like their fabrics need a little bit more work before we're going to be charging the same as some other brands. I just felt like I should bring that up because I know some of you guys have noticed too, and I've been like messaging a couple of you guys about it. It's just interesting. With the Sculpt Seam Plus, I feel like they're like renaming the Sculpt Seam Plus every launch, but this is just the basic one. Anyways, we have that ultra high rise above the belly button, and this one it stays up very well because the waistband is a nice amount of compression, but it doesn't squeeze you. This one's true to size if you're in between. Size down if you want more compression, size up if you want less. I really don't think it's feeling too big or too small anywhere. We have no front seam here. I have no extra fabric. It's fitting very well. Overall, the compression, it's between light and light to medium. We have no side seams here, very sleek look. And then in the back, we have those contoured seams, the Sculpt Seam Plus. Again, with this one, if you bring the fabric up the glutes a little bit, you get quite a bit of glute separation. So we are doing a high on the booty scale, and this does stay put. The original Sculpt Seam, if you pull it up the glutes, will kind of come out a little bit. This one stays up the cheeks. A little bit more intense of a glute separation. The Rec Stretch is pretty thin, so cellulite coverage, you are not getting a lot of that. Just keep that in mind. You will see some skin texture here. Tons of stretch in these. And then we have the 25-inch inseam, but you can see how much longer these look on me than the Cloud Rib, just because of all the vertical stretch. These are basically a full-length legging on me. This pink, I'm kind of just barely seeing my underwear underneath. So again, gonna be a stick to nude underwear kind of legging, but for me, I would still be comfortable in the gym in these. Last of the Rec Stretch, we have the Legend Brami. $34. I have tried this a bunch of times. It's a V-neck racerback brami. It has an outer layer, but it also has that built-in bra. And I like this one, but this fabric, since it's so thin and stretchy, is not the most supportive. So I'm definitely kind of like jiggling around a little bit in this. Just be aware, but let's try this one on. Rec Stretch brami. First of all, this color is so fun. We have reviewed this one before, but we're getting about a medium coverage. Decent scoop here in the front. Pretty good armpit coverage. And it is a built-in bra top, but it's more like a long line sports bra length. It's pretty cropped. This does keep me contained for my entire workout. I have worn this top for multiple workouts, no falling out or anything, so it's definitely a comfortable, safe gym top, even for larger cup sizes, but because the fabric is so stretchy and thin, the support is pretty light. I'd say it's at most a light to medium support, so it really just depends what activity plans you have for this bra. Definitely true to size. If you're in between, you could really go either way. It has quite a bit of stretch to it, but it's very true to size. And then in the back, we have that little kind of like Y-strap detail. It has a pretty good cutout around the lats there, so no discomfort, and the fabric is nice and stretchy. I think this is the only Rec Stretch top coming out in this launch. I would love to see them do like a slightly different style of bra for the Rec Stretch, but this one works. It's just like I wouldn't be buying it unless I wanted the full set. Lastly, I got the Heatwave pump cover. I did not get their last Candyland pump cover, so I figured I would get one this time. I got a large so that it was like nice and oversized. It's a 100% cotton tee. We have kind of like a retro wavy Paragon Fitwear logo on the front. I feel like this is like a draping or something. I've seen a lot of brands do this kind of like collection of words like this that just like kind of repeat. This is the back. I got this like lighter gray shade, and it's definitely kind of like acid washy, which I'm like neither here nor there on, but I prefer like a lighter acid wash than like a black acid wash. So let's try it on. Here we are. This is the graphic tee, and I got a large. She's oversized. First of all, this is just like a kind of mid-weight cotton material, 100% cotton. It has a little bit of give to it, but not really any stretch because there's no elastane in it. We have the Paragon Fitwear logo in the upper left here. Classic crew neck. And because I did size up twice in this, we're basically going all the way to the elbow for the short sleeve. And then we have the back, we have that little wave-like logo there. If you want a fit like this, this is 2 sizes up from my normal size. But if you would prefer to do like a cropped tee look, I generally go with my normal size or 1 size up and do that crop. And I still find that to be more of a boxy crop just because these tees are just like basic unisex tees. Honestly, I haven't really been in my pump cover era anymore. I've been more in like my Bolero era, so I haven't been wearing these like a ton. It's nice to have that option, and for these pump covers, people like to either like kind of tuck them up into the back of your bra to kind of give like, you know, show off the glutes but cover the tummy area, or you can do the other way around and kind of tuck it in the top. Since I always get questions in every Paragon video that I've made recently, but I wouldn't be bothering to review their items if they weren't original. And what I mean by original is that they're not from AliExpress. Another big brand though that you guys have been requesting a lot does do this, and I'm making a video very soon. So if you have any guesses, comment down below, but we will have to do another expose on that. Anyways, several years ago, Paragon did have some designs that were coming from AliExpress. It's no longer the case. I've tried to look these up on AliExpress. Can't find them. They are original designs now. I would never knowingly suggest something to you guys that was not an original design because I always get questions about this. I'm just gonna have to make a little comment about it in every Paragon video. That's okay. That's Alright guys, that is it for the review. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Again, all of this is launching on May 2nd at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. early access, and you can use code Kathryn for 10% off. In terms of top picks, I feel like probably the Sculpt Seam bodysuit. I've really been reaching for that one a lot, like for errands, just like little walks, and it's just really comfortable. I also feel like it's one of the more reasonably priced items. Then I feel like the Sculpt Seam Plus shorts with the pockets, I'm also going to be getting a lot of use out of. I've just never seen a Sculpt Seam pocket short or pocket legging for that matter. So I feel like having that is just nice. I also really like the colors that it comes in, especially that blue color. Let me know what you guys think again down below, and make sure to comment any questions, any future review requests. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
That would be annoying. It doesn't appear to be on.
That's my shit. That's my shit, bitch. That's my shit.
So I searched up just car. Top
Now I can't get that song out of my head. Thanks a lot, Gwen Bonnie.
This is not.
You got me singing your damn song. That's my shit. That's my shit. That's my shit. That's my shit.
I always feel the urge to get a few things to kind of like revamp my wardrobe, and I've had my eye on a couple of these pieces for a while, so I figured it was time to do a little haul. Today we are doing an affordable Amazon spring clothing haul. We have some dresses, some potential hits, and some potential misses based on what I've already taken out of this package, but someone's got to be the one to try these things. We have some Boleros, some tops, and I'm excited to see what works and what doesn't. So without further ado, let's get right into trying these on. Should we start with the things that I know are going to be good or the things that are questionable? Maybe let's start off strong. So we're going to start off with some tops from Pumi. Some of you guys may know, but Pumi is an Amazon brand that does a lot of really great stretchy bodysuits. As someone with a very long torso, it's usually hard for me to wear bodysuits, but their fabrics are so soft and stretchy that they're not uncomfortable at all. But still, sometimes you're just not in the mood for a bodysuit. When I saw that they're now coming out with tops that basically are the exact same as their bodysuits, except no bodysuit section, I knew I had to try. So I've actually already tried this one on. I got a size small originally, but it was a little bit loose, so I ended up sizing down to an extra small, and I'll show both sizes just so you guys can get an idea. Basically this one, I just loved the color. They have a lot of really great neutrals, but it's also fun to like play with some bright colors. You guys know I love color. We just have a classic scoop neck tank. It's made of a double thickness fabric, and it's super soft and super stretchy. It's almost like an ultra stretchy like legging material, but they make it into these tops, and I feel like they can really be dressed up or down. This one is a little bit scooped in the front, a little bit higher in the back, and they're about like a hip length. So they're not cropped, but they're also not like super long tanks that are gonna go over your hips. For me, I really love this length, so let's try this one on. Okay, so here's the extra small. I definitely think this one is a lot better fitting. This fabric just has so much stretch to it that really, when in doubt, I would go with your smaller size. See, we have this scoop neck. Luckily, my bra underneath is not poking out or anything. It's always nice to be able to wear a bra under a top. I hate constantly having to figure out like how to go with a strapless bra or like, you know, some kind of creative method to not wear a bra. So I like that mine's hiding underneath. Definitely will have to like layer it under the straps. The straps are thick enough that it's hiding it, but they can definitely slip down a little bit. Not that they're sliding off, but they just might not be in the exact same place as your bra strap. I love how much stretch the fabric has. It also retains its shape really well. I just threw on my favorite little jean shorts. These are just the Abercrombie Curve Love shorts. They're the best. And it kind of hits right to the top of the waistband there. Like I said, I really like the length of these. They're not cropped, but they're also not super long. It definitely goes a little bit below. So we will just show exactly how far it goes down. If it doesn't interfere with the shorts, it would go a little bit underneath, but these are an ultra high rise for the jeans, so that makes sense. And then the back, you can see it's just a little bit less scooped there. Also like sweat wicking and breathable. I'm gonna go ahead and try on the small so you can see that, but definitely recommend these tops. I'm definitely going to be buying more styles. All right, and here is the small, and it just isn't snug enough around this bottom area. It's just a little bit too much space for me. So it depends what look you're going for. For me, with this kind of ultra stretchy material, I just think it's meant to be snug, like especially the bodysuits are not meant to have any bagginess. So to have bagginess in the shirt here, I just don't like that. I also find that the straps fall down a little bit more in the size small here. So I would recommend sizing down. I really don't think it would be too tight to get on just given how stretchy these are, but I hope this kind of helps with the sizing. Second Pumi top. We'll just do both right off the bat. I just thought it would be really nice to have like a classic white t-shirt. It's not a bodysuit, it's just a tee. But again, they have these nice double thickness fabrics, so it's gonna be a lot more opaque than just like a really thin, like classic baby tee style. This one is also a scoop neck. I believe they have crew necks too, but this one's just a little bit scooped. Kind of shorter cap sleeves. And this one is also a small. I ordered smalls initially because that's what I wear in their bodysuits, but this one may be a little bit big if it fits like the last one. So let's try it on. Okay, here's this top, and it's surprisingly hard to find like really good quality basics that aren't like crazy expensive. Like I'll get brands emailing me that have literally like $90 t-shirts, and I'm like, let's be real for a second. No. So this is just like my ideal little staple short sleeve white top, and I just love it. So we can see that the fabric is double thickness here, so stretchy, but you can definitely see the difference within the sleeves. The sleeves are single thickness and the body is a double thickness. It's not sheer at all. I'm wearing a nude bra under this, but if it was sheer, you'd be able to see it. Like this is very opaque. First of all, the fabric is nice. Second of all, the double thickness. I love the scoop neck. It's a perfect amount of scooped. Sometimes tops are so scooped that you're like risking seeing your bra underneath. This, I'm not risking any of that, but it's still a flattering little detail. Little cap sleeves. This is a size small, and I feel like it looks okay. In the small, it looks better than the tank top did. So let me know in the comments down below what you think. But I think this is totally fine. In the small, I probably wouldn't recommend sizing down. In this one, unless you want it to be ultra snug, but this I almost feel is more like baby tee style. It's not that same like bodysuit look. And again, it's kind of hip length. It's reaching a little bit over the top of my jean waistband here. And then the back is full coverage, very simple. Just a great little staple. Again, I think this comes in a lot of fun colors too. Just a good little basic to have. And I've been wearing my Pumi bodysuits forever because I love how they feel and how they style. And I just feel like it's really nice to now have them in a non-bodysuit version. So I'm not always stuck with a bodysuit because sometimes they can be annoying. Since we're on the topic of bodysuits, this one I've actually had sitting in my closet for a while and I just have never really tried it. One of you guys actually recommended it to me on Instagram, or not really recommended it. You were just like, can you try this? And I was like, oh, that looks cute. So we're giving it a try. The brand is Kinson, and I actually just tried one of their bodysuits. Wasn't a huge fan of the bodysuit, but that's because it was like trying to be fitness, but also like didn't really have any elements of a fitness piece. But this bodysuit I thought was super cute. It has this little like bustier type detail, those little like princess seams, this wide neckline here. And it is a thong bodysuit. That is my preferred bodysuit style. I'm always wearing thongs anyway. I just find them more comfortable. And I also prefer not to have underwear lines. So I like that this is not going to give me any underwear lines. It's made of a lightweight, sleek performance material. We have the long sleeves, and then the back is full coverage. We'll see if I can wear a bra under this. It might be peeping a little too low, but at least with the closed back, you can hide most bra straps under that. So let's try it on. Okay, so not looking good. We're wearing a bra under this one, which is just such a bummer because if I could just wear a bra under this, I would have worn it like a million times by this point. So we have this kind of sleeker performance style material here. It is a thong back. It's pretty narrow up the front too, but I do wear underwear underneath these, so it's not causing me any problems. But if you're like a little bit wider down there, maybe beware. The leg line also comes up like pretty high on these. It comes up above my underwear line, and my underwear is kind of like mid-rise. So unless you're wearing like a high-waisted pair of bottoms, it may not hide very well underneath it. I'm definitely feeling like it's true to size. I don't think I should size up or down. The sleeves are also nice and long too. Plenty long for me. The only thing I will say is definitely the low cutness of this top may be partially due to it not being as long torso friendly. I'm not feeling a ton of discomfort down there, but if you have a shorter torso, it might come up a little bit more. I do really love the details on this top though. I think it's really cute, very subtle. And then we can see in the back here, it is full coverage. I'm going to try to take the bra off and do like a little like cup pad situation, see if I can figure something out. I tried to throw on my cakes. I talked about these a couple times, I think, but I recently tried these. They're basically like adhesive bust pads that aren't sticky. They just kind of like adhere to your body heat, and I've been loving them for the gym. I have those on, and it's still pretty low cut for me. My cakes are trying to like peek out a little bit, and I even tried to put them on like the lower side so that they wouldn't interfere, and I just am not getting any support or lift, obviously, because I'm not wearing a bra. So I'd say this top is super cute if you're not really looking for support, you don't really need support, you don't mind going braless. But if you're a larger bust and you like having that support and you want to be able to wear a bra under it, then this is not the one, which is such a bummer because it is super cute. I think this one's gonna be a no for me. Okay, next we're going to try some dresses. So I keep getting these dresses, not necessarily in advertisements, but they like keep popping up on my Amazon under like things you may like or like also popular kind of things. And a couple of these dresses, they looked almost like a fitness dress, like a workout dress. So I was hoping maybe they would have like some support in them or something, or some shorts, I don't know. Just like a little bit more sweat friendly than like a regular dress, just because spring turns into summer pretty quick. It was like 90 degrees here yesterday. So sometimes you just want something kind of breathable. Anyways, this dress is also from Kinson, which I did not realize. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Quinson. There's no U, so I don't know. But first of all, loved the baby blue of this. I got a size small, and unfortunately there is no built-in bra, but it still is kind of a more sweat-wicking fabric. So we have this kind of athletic material. It's lined with a little bit of mesh. It has this almost like sweetheart, almost kind of squared off neck detail. It looks like it's more of like a fitted upper body and then kind of like an A-line style. A little slit on the lower left side. And again, full coverage in the back. Maybe I'll be able to wear a bra under this and it'll be okay. And then we also have long sleeves, so I just thought this looked kind of cute. This one feels like pretty nice weight fabric, so let's try it on. We have some pros and cons here. First of all, I think the top is super flattering. It's nice and snug up here, so it's really defining the waist well, which is nice. It's got this almost like sweetheart wide neck detail. Seems to be a common theme with this brand, that all of their necklines are very wide. This is the same brand of that jumpsuit I tried recently and of that bodysuit, and it's all just super wide. I'm wearing my less coverage of my two like everyday bras, and we're still getting a little bit of show through of this bra. It's kind of peeping out the top here. The straps are kind of peeping out. Personally, I know this would annoy me if I was trying to wear this out and about. That's one reason that I'm a little hesitant about this one. The sleeves are pretty snug on this. Not too snug because they are stretchy, but just keep in mind it's more of a snug sleeve look. The sleeves are nice and long though. They can go over my wrist if I want them to. I do like the material of this. It's almost kind of like that Pumi bodysuit material. It's like a nice dense stretchy fabric. And then if we go more of a full length view, I should have known based on the images, but this as a tall girl is just a little bit too short for me. It kind of like barely covers my butt in the back, which I feel like a lot of brands make these really short dresses. Then if you have a butt, it kind of lifts everything up a little bit, so you need a little bit of extra length to make sure your butt's covered, because if I leaned over, the cheeks would be out. So that's not really what I'm looking for. I think the title of this dress on Amazon, they called it a bodycon. I wouldn't necessarily consider it bodycon because the top is snug and the bottom is like a little bit more of an A-line, but it's kind of right between bodycon and A-line. Like it's not really flared and it's not super out there. Definitely still a slim fitting dress. We have a little slit here. I've always been curious about these dresses. I've always really wanted to try them. I'd say if you're on the shorter side and you are okay maybe not wearing a bra, you might be okay not wearing a bra under this. Maybe I'll try without a bra because it's pretty compressive. Like maybe it'll hold me. We'll see. But definitely if you're on the taller side or if you don't like super short dresses, probably not the one. But the color is super cute. I feel like, who is it? Cinderella that wears this color? Okay, so here it is without the bra. Honestly, with the compression in the double thickness fabric up here, it actually kind of contains you pretty well. So it doesn't have a built-in bra, but if you are not super concerned with support, you can definitely get away with going braless with this. The fabric's a little bit thicker. The compression just kind of keeps you in there. So that's definitely nice. I just wish maybe it had some built-in shorts or it was a little bit longer, and then it would be something that I would keep. But for now, for me, this is just not something I see myself wearing, so I'll be returning. And these next dresses are where it gets a little bit questionable. So I took a bit of a risk and bought some dresses that looked cute and they were under that like things you may like tab of Amazon or whatever, but they had very minimal reviews and starting to realize why. So this is the first dress, and from afar it may look okay, but if you look up close you can tell like the stitching quality on this and the fabric is just like very, very cheap. So you can just see like a lot of these little stitch details just look very unfinished, especially where this comes together. Like that just doesn't look very nice. And this wasn't like that cheap. This is like $30. You can definitely get better quality for $30. And just like a lot of the like stitching up here just like doesn't look great. The thread they use like doesn't even really match the color of the dress. Some things are kind of off about this one, and I just kind of thought this would be more of like a ruche front detail, but this just looks very cheap. So the fabric is not too bad. It's definitely more of an athletic material again, but it's not an athletic dress, so there's no shorts, there's no built-in bra or anything. We'll give this one a try. We'll see. Okay, I'm honestly so bummed that this one just like feels kind of cheap because the fit of it could have been so good. The top fits, I'm fully covered, I can wear a bra under it and I don't see my bra straps poking out or anything. The length is also better on this one. Like I feel like my butt is a lot more covered even though it doesn't have like a built-in short or anything like that, it just feels better. It's just disappointing that the quality just isn't there on this one. I just still feel like all of these seams up in the front area, they just feel kind of cheap. It just feels like I get some fabric gathering where I shouldn't. Other than that, we have, again, just a single lining in this one, so there's no double lining, although the fabric feels pretty similar externally to that blue dress. Still a nice sweat wicking fabric, but this one I'd be a little bit more concerned about going braless with because it doesn't have that extra mesh lining. And then I think this one is a little bit flowier in the bottom than the last one too. It's not quite skimming my figure like quite as much. This one, like, you really could go either way. Like, if you wore this dress, I don't think anyone would be like, oh, that looks super cheap. But if you really look up close at the details, it's just not worth the $30 for me, but it's close. It had potential. And then there's this dress. I cannot believe that this dress is actually being sold. The worst part is this dress doesn't even have that bad of reviews. It has like 25 reviews, which is not very many, but it is 3.9 stars. And this has to be some of the cheapest material I've ever seen. This dress does not look anything like the photos. The photos look like a nice thick, quality, like athletic material that gives some structure. This material has absolutely zero structure. It feels like a Halloween costume fabric, like that cheap, basically single-use fabric. All right, we have a special guest. Pinto, would you like to say hi to everyone? He's on his way over to his little cat tree where he likes to hang out where I film. This dress was also like $25, which again is affordable compared to a lot of other brands, but still it's not nothing. Like, this probably cost all of like $2 to make, maybe. The fabric is so sheer, like we can probably see me through it. Yep, there I am. So anyways, we'll give it a try. But I took this out of the package and was immediately so disappointed. It also took a long time to come. A little bit questionable on this one. I didn't think that it could be any worse than what I thought, but it's so much worse. First of all, you know, sizing, not bad. I'd say true to size. We have this scooped neckline here, again, showing the bra straps, not ideal for me. And the length, definitely too short. Now that we've gotten all that out of the way, this is so sheer. You can see that it's double lined up at the top and the bottom is single lined. And if it's just slightly pulled against my skin here, you can see my nude underwear underneath it, which, like, I would never even come close to a legging that would show this much. Why would I want that in a dress? Just why? It's also very short, barely covering the cheeks in the back. So personally, I would need something a little bit longer. The sleeves, like, I don't really think the sleeves need to be double lined, but if it's going to be this sharp of a contrast between the double lining, like the bright white of the top and the sleeve, you probably should just double line it. And then lastly, I don't really understand why, but it has a little slit down here and it just has this extra little seam down the front that's not on this side. Like, I wonder if this other one had that. I guess the blue dress did have the seam, but for some reason it was less prominent and didn't like stick out to me as much. But yeah, I think this might be some of the worst fabric that I've put on my body in a long time. It feels so awful. It's like itchy, it's wrinkly, it's just horrible. So, you know, we haven't had a good Amazon flop in a while. So here we are. And we'll do the last dress. This dress I bought because I thought maybe I would wear this to a bridal shower that I had that was kind of like pink, Eastery floral theme. And unfortunately the fabric, again, super thin, super flimsy, just not really what I was looking for. And I did buy this a couple weeks ago. Now it has 16 reviews and 3.1 stars. So here's your reminder to read the reviews. I feel like there's often a lot of hype around like affordable Amazon clothing, like, oh my gosh, it's just as good as this like high-end brand, but you really have to be careful because not every brand is good. Not every brand is selling reasonable things. It might be the same price as something that is decent, but that does not mean that it is good. And this dress was $40. Like, we are almost reaching like Abercrombie prices, I feel like, or like Lulu's, like maybe on sale. And the fabric is just so thin. So I thought this one was cute because it had this little almost like corset detail on the front with these little tie straps. It'll be easier to see when it's on. It does have a zipper up the side. It's also super short. I definitely need slightly longer dresses for myself personally, but let's try it on. I didn't think it could get any worse than the last dress. But this, it's like they made a dress and just never tried it on a single human because I can't see this ever fitting anyone. The straps are so short on this and I tighten all of my straps. So the fact that these are so short, this is the underbust and this is my underbust. We are inches off. We're not even close. So I don't understand how this would fit anyone unless you literally have like the most microscopic shoulders to ever exist. And it's simultaneously like small but big, like the straps tiny. This bust area that just kind of floating up here because it's completely above my bust, also tiny. But then the ribcage area, I have like inches of extra space. Honestly, the 3.9 stars that this has on Amazon is generous. The fabric is so thin, wrinkly, flimsy, like not in like a way that you could probably like get the wrinkles out. Like this fabric is just not good. And not that we really even care about the back at this point, but it's short. I thought it was gonna be like unwearable short. I probably would be okay in this length, maybe a little bit short, but that's not the worst thing about this one. I would say this would teach us to read the reviews, but at 3.9 stars, that's like not too bad. Like if I was reading a book, 3.9 stars, I'd be like, readable, right? But this is not wearable. So 1 star for me. And lastly, we have some fun Boleros. I have been loving this little Bolero Shrug trend recently. Again, I'm very easily influenced by trends. If you asked me a year and a half ago, I would have said, absolutely not. These are not coming back. But now I just love them. I believe the brand is Famu Lily, something like that. But basically they have a bunch of different colors of these little like sweatshirt shrugs. And my favorite way to wear this is to the gym to give a little bit of warmth, you know, just like some sleeves. Like I said, it's getting a little warm here. I like to have like a little bit of a warm up layer, but sometimes you don't want like a full sweatshirt or even a cropped sweatshirt. It's nice that you can just like throw these on and you don't have to pull anything on over your head. So I like these so much that I have 3 colors. I have this heather gray, I have white, and I have black. And they're made of like a classic fleece lined sweatshirt material, so super cozy soft. There is a little bit of a ribbed lining around the neck area. And then we have some slouchy sleeves and little thumb holes as well. Like I said, I do wear these as a layering piece to the gym a lot, but I think with like a casual pair of jeans, maybe like a little tank top or something like that, this could be a good like casual outfit. Let's try it on. Okay, I actually felt like this would be a cute outfit to wear the little shrugs with. This is the heather gray. Definitely like a little like kind of grout fit vibe. If you could find like a little like built-in bra tank and like some like gray sweatpants to wear with this, I feel like this would be so cute. This is a size small. They are true to size, but they have a good amount of extra space and the sleeves are like nice and long too. So they have this little like slouchy look that I like. I believe it's 100% cotton polyester blend. They don't have any stretch to them, but they don't really need to. This little rib section though, this does have stretch as well as the ribbed cuffs. And as I said before, we do have thumb holes. They're not the biggest thumb holes, so I can't really get like my whole thumb through them, but it's enough. And they have long enough sleeves that you can just kind of put a little bit of thumb through and it still kind of gives you that, you know, over the hands look. And then in the back here, it goes about to like my mid back, a little bit below my bra band. It's not like the most minimal coverage in the back. It still gives you a little bit, but it's definitely cropped shrug length. And the inside is just so soft and cozy. It's got that soft sweatshirt fleece feel. I'll try on the other colors super quick. We have the white. This one I've been wearing a lot to the gym just because I feel like white goes with a lot of things. So again, similar fit, it's just the only difference is that the gray had like a heathered marl texture. The black and white, the sizing is the exact same. They're just a fully solid fabric. So this is white. And lastly, we have the black. I'm definitely gonna try to style these with more like casual outfits too. I feel like this could be really cute over like a bodysuit or something as well, like a jumpsuit style, like fitness jumpsuit thing. And lastly, we have one more Bolero. I've been getting so much use out of this one. This is like a little cardigan shrug Bolero. It's this like cozy knit, and I just love this because I struggle to find things to layer over like cute flirty dresses. I love like a nice little sundress moment, but it can be hard to find something to layer over it if you're like chronically cold like me. Like I always need to bring something to cover my arms, like if I'm like out at a restaurant or something. And this is just the perfect amount. It's a little bit of back coverage, like usually that goes to like the bottom of, you know, where my back is exposed from the dress, but it doesn't really interfere with the outfit. Like you just kind of throw on some little like cozy sleeves and that's it. Like it's not like, it doesn't hide your waist. It doesn't like overwhelm the look. It's just a little touch of warmth. I love this one. I probably should get it in another color. This is like the cream color. Let's try it on. Okay, I feel like I'm doing this shrug a disservice by trying it on with this dress, but this was the dress that I planned to wear it with. Anyways, this is the size small. It's definitely like kind of off the shoulder, very wide neck style. It may kind of slip off the shoulders a little bit, but I feel like that's part of the look, that it kind of like goes flat around there, just like a little off the shoulder. It's just sleeves, you know? But you can definitely pull it up and around to make it stay a little better. We definitely have these nice like oversized sleeves, so it's very slouchy look. And even though it was pretty affordable, like the quality of the cable knit is really not bad. If it was tighter, I think it would feel a little bit hotter, but because there's extra space in the sleeves, I feel like this is like the perfect little spring sweater cover up. It has little cuffs at the end of the sleeves here. And then you can see in the back, this one's definitely shorter if you pull it up than the little sweatshirt shrug, but it still hits right about like the middle of my bra band back there. And then if you kind of wear it a little bit more off the shoulder, it's gonna hit a little bit more like mid to low back. I love this little sweater. I think it's so cute. It's so like cottagecore, if you will. But I've been getting a lot of use out of this and definitely am thinking about picking up some more colors. That is everything. Definitely my top picks are those Boleros. Really just depends what your vibe is. I honestly wear both the sweatshirt one and the sweater one all the time, depending on what I'm doing. Obviously the dresses are gonna be skips. I was really excited for those dresses, guys. I took a little bit of a risk. I bought a lot of them and they just were not what I was thinking. So maybe I should do my due diligence and do some Amazon reviews warning people that they're probably not the quality that they are advertising, which, you know, it's a risk you take on Amazon. Luckily they have good returns, so I will be able to return these. And then the Pumi tanks, love those. I saw that they have some cute other styles, so I'm definitely going to be picking up a few more of those. That is just like my summer uniform, like a little Pumi bodysuit or tank with some jean shorts, a little Bolero, like we're done. I just love simple outfits because I usually leave myself minimal time to get ready or like to change into an outfit. So if I can have something that's quick, easy to put together. If you have any video requests, please leave them in the comments down below. Thank you guys so much for watching and I'll see you next time. Bye!
The IP that
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we're reviewing the new Buffbunny snack launch. This launch is almost like a Dreamhouse 2.0, taking some elements from Dreamhouse last year, as well as Sugar Rush from 2 years ago. So just super bright, fun colors. My launch that just happened a month ago was very much pastels, which was still giving color, but this is more like neons, super, super bright. This collection will be dropping on Saturday, May 18th at 1 p.m. Central Time. And as usual, you can use my code Kathryn for 10% off. I know it feels like my launch was just a month ago, which it was, but my launch was a little bit delayed just so all the pieces could come in time, so I think they just kind of ended up moving a little bit closer than expected. So I know it feels like there was just a launch, but as always, there's never any pressure to buy anything. I'm just sharing these reviews to give you guys my thoughts, feedback, the information you need to decide if you would like to purchase or not, or if you just like to watch these for fun. This launch definitely appeals to me color-wise, but I definitely was a little bit bummed by the bra selection in this launch, which we will discuss. But without further ado, let's get into it. So let's talk colors first. The first color we have is a hot pink. This is Candy Crush. I'm wearing Miami Vice pink from last year. This is the Rosa Scallop bra, and Candy Crush is a little bit different, but it's still going to be your classic nice hot pink. We also have Guava, which I didn't think was going to be my favorite, but I think it might be getting there. It's a super bright corally peachy pink. Then we have Pop Rocks, which is a nice purpley pink. Party Purple has made a comeback. This is a super bright purple. Very flattering. I went on a hike in these leggings and I got so many compliments on the color. The last solid color we have is Airhead Aqua, so a super neon-y bright teal. I don't have the old teal from Dreamhouse to compare that to, but it is slightly different. Then we do have some neutrals in there in case brights are not your thing. We have Bone, we have Cold Brew, black, white, of course. Then we have some prints. The fashion print is back. This was the fashion print we had last year. It's a peachy pink, Miami Vice pink, Party Purple, all kind of mixed in there. But this time we have the pink fashion print, which is just a little bit more pink focused. It doesn't have the purple and the blue in there like last year. And then we have the blue fashion print, which is that Airhead Aqua. We have Party Purple and a royal blue in as well. So I think that these prints are really fun to do, like a printed top, solid bottom, printed bottom, solid top kind of combo, and allows you to kind of mix and match some of the colors. All right, next we will be inserting all of the squat tests. I have worn all of the bottoms with nude underwear, and I do think they're all good enough for me to wear to the gym, but there are definitely different levels of sheerness, especially that guava color, so I'm going to be a little more on the sheer side, but I still think it's very wearable. Alright, we have a variety of fabrics this launch. We have the Nubre fabric. Nubre is going to be a little bit more dense of a brushed material, still has a lot of stretch in a naked feel, but it's still very durable. Nubre is still by far my favorite Buffbunny collection fabric. For the bras, it has a good amount of compression where it kind of holds you in, gives a little bit more cellulite coverage on the leggings, and it still has that durability. I have never had a Nubre fabric pill on me at all. It does collect quite a bit of pet fur though, any brushed fabric does. So I try not to wear my Nubre pieces at home. So Nubre I really feel like works for basically all intensities of workouts. The next fabric we have is Butter. Butter is going to be if Nubre wasn't naked feel enough for you. Butter is even more lightweight, still brushed, even stretchier, the ultimate naked feel. So it's going to be the lightest compression. It's super comfortable, super lightweight, a little bit more summer friendly than Nubre, but you definitely have to be careful with Butter. I'm not the only one who has had a little bit of pilling with the Butter fabric. So you're gonna wanna avoid any excess rubbing of that fabric, any Velcro if you have like lifting straps or anything, and you're definitely going to have to wash all of your Butter pieces inside out and hang dry. Lately I've been washing my activewear separately from the rest of my clothes, just because I did have like a pair of Ian's jeans in there once and it just like snagged one of my pieces, and I wear activewear like more than regular clothes, so I can definitely fill up a load with my activewear. But anyways, Butter is nice and lightweight, but definitely for low impact. And the last main fabric we have is the Airbrush fabric. Airbrush is going to be your sleek performance fabric, so this is very lightweight, sweat wicking, but more of a medium to high compression. So you're going to get a little bit of hold with the Airbrush. I wore the Airbrush laser leggings on a hike. I thought they were great for that. They're also very pet fur friendly. I'll see a lot of brands advertising being pet fur friendly as like a new feature, but really if your legging is a sleek performance, it's going to be pet fur friendly. So the Airbrush is going to have a little bit of higher compression, a little bit more of a structured performance feel. Definitely high impact friendly, very pill resistant. All right, we are going to start out with leggings. There are 3 pairs of leggings launching. We are starting out with the Airbrush laser cut legging. So this is not the first laser cut legging we've seen from Buffbunny, and I will do a comparison of the old lit laser legging with these, but this is that Airbrush fabric we were talking about. So it's going to be a sleek performance compressive fit. We have a slight V waistband, no front seam, and then we have these laser cut details that actually are perforations of the fabric, so it gives a little bit more breathability. This one is listed as an ultra high rise. I find it to not be quite as high rise as the Legacy leggings, but I was getting pretty mixed feedback from other athletes whether they felt like it was truly ultra high or high. I think it leans a little bit more towards high, especially if you have a long torso like me, but I actually have been liking a slightly less overwhelmingly high rise lately, so I do like the rise of these. So compared to the last lit laser leggings, we do have a different pattern of these laser cut details. It actually goes onto the waistband in the front, it goes down the leg, and it also curves underneath the glutes in the back. We do have a flattering curved glute seam in the back, as well as that tonal silicone branding that Buffbunny has been switching to, which I just love, and a little bit more detail down the leg that we'll see when it's on. We do have a bonded edge at the bottom of the legging. Sometimes these can be a little bit tight on the ankles. And then if you remember the Airbrush leggings, I think they were just called the Airbrush leggings that launched earlier this year, we had a bonded waistband, and this waistband is bonded again. So those Airbrush leggings, as well as those Rosa Scallop leggings that launched last year, have a bonded waistband. And what that means is basically that with any waistband, you have 2 thicknesses of fabric folded over itself, but with the bonded waistband, they're essentially glued together, and that creates a little extra structure and compression. You can see that it just has this kind of almost structured look to it. This waistband is only bonded in the front to the back, basically 3/4 around. You can see there's this little area in the back that's not bonded. We do have a little top band in the back, but it's just in the very back of the leggings. And this bonded area gives a lot of tummy control. It can be a little bit difficult to get on though, so you gotta really believe in yourself when you're putting these on, because there will be a time where you think that they're not getting on, but they will. They will get on, and once they do, it just smooths everything out and has some really good tummy control. So the previous lit laser leggings were made of the Elysium fabric, which was Buffbunny's old go-to performance material. It was a sleek performance. It's a little bit more on the shiny side. I'd say the Airbrush is a little bit more matte now, which I do prefer. We had a double thickness waistband. There was no bonding in the waistband, which means there were no laser cut details in the waistband. I feel like quite a bit less of that laser cut detail. It went more around the top of the glute glute and not contouring underneath the glute. Still flattering glute seams in the back, and these had a true seam at the bottom as well instead of that little bonded edge. Okay, here they are. So first of all, again, they're a little snug to get on, but as soon as they're on, I don't think the waistband is too compressive at all. So I would stick true to size. If you're in between though, I would choose the size up. So this is listed as an ultra high rise. I guess it is kind of ultra high. I think it's right in between ultra high and high for me. Like, this is definitely not as high as Legacy, but it is higher than the silhouette leggings. So part of the reason why we were able to have this laser cut detail into the waistband, which normally it does not go into the waistband, the old laser leggings did not have that, is because of this bonded waist. So the bonded waist, it does dip down a little bit to give a little bit of lower tummy control, and it's just a super compressive area. We can see how much my finger pokes through here versus down there. It just holds things in really nicely. It also holds the leggings up really well. I went on a 6-mile hike in these leggings. I was, hiking through snow, putting these to the ultimate test, and they did not slide down. We can see the laser cut detail curves a little bit under the glutes here. It's not like a full obvious under booty contour. It just kind of adds a little bit of shape in the back. The back does have a top band back here, but again, since it's in the back, it really doesn't cut into anything. We have that logo, we have the curved seams, so they're solid medium to high on the booty scale. The airbrush fabric is definitely more on the compressive side. It's more of a medium to high compression. With that, the glutes do get a little bit compressed. They're not going to be as flattering as something like the silhouette leggings in the butter fabric. I think the airbrush fabric in general just stays up a little bit better than Elysium because Elysium is a little bit more slick. The airbrush has a little bit more of a matte feel to it, so it just has a little bit more hold. Moving on to the full length view, we do have a 26-inch inseam down here. We also have that little bonded edge at the bottom, which is compressing around my ankle a little bit. If you do carry a little bit more weight in the ankle area, it could be a little bit snug. But yeah, I'm really happy to see a performance legging from Buffbunny. I feel like they've been really doing a good job of the performance leggings lately, so I hope that we see more. I did forget to mention, you will see a little bit of your underwear through these little laser holes, and you can't hide it under the waistband because there's holes in the waistband too. So your best bet is just sticking to nude underwear. When I do that, I really don't see it very prominently, and it's not a problem. The next new legging we have are the silhouette leggings. So these are going to be the butter fabric. So they're going to be the most lightweight leggings. So these are a high rise, so they hit the small of the waist. We have, again, a slight dip down in the front. We do have some little seams up at the front here. The front portion of the waistband does not have a top band, but the back 3/4 does have a little band at the top there. With the butter fabric being so lightweight and stretchy, that little top band really doesn't cut in, and this is someone who doesn't like a top band. I still don't like the top band because I feel like it encourages rolling of the waistband, but it doesn't give you any muffin top cutting in. They did that so the leggings would stay up a little bit better. I don't really think that they need it. These do already stay up better than the curve leggings, because the curve leggings that were also the butter fabric, those had a shortened back rise, and I just didn't feel like those stayed up very well. But the candid cross waist from my collab, those didn't have a top band and they stayed up really well for me. Anyways, these are a 26-inch inseam. We have a little seam down the front, tonal branding in the back, curved glute seams, and then there's a little extra glute contouring seam. It's almost like a little heart that goes around, but it doesn't go all the way around so that we avoid the little monkey butt contour effect. Just adds a little bit of extra something to the glutes there. Here are the silhouette leggings. So we can see they hit the smallest point of my waist, which is how Buffbunny has been defining high rise. So it covers the belly button, but just a tiny bit over. It's much less high rise than the Legacy, which hits me probably a good inch or an inch and a half higher. We have that slight V dip down in the front, and we have more delicate Rosa style seams than the thicker Legacy flatlock seams throughout this legging, but the side has a little bit of that raised seam, kind of like that we saw in the Bliss Butter leggings, so it's almost more of a defining contour seam. Very lightweight here. We are not seeing that crotch gusset in the front. In terms of sizing, I would definitely say true to size. If you're in between, you could really go either way. This is a very stretchy legging, so you probably could get away with sizing down. And like I said before, we have no top band in the front part of the waistband, but it does pop up right around the side here. So we do have a top band on the sides and the back, but out of all of the top bands that Buffbunny has done, this is definitely the least invasive one, but I do feel like it kind of encouraged the leggings to roll a little bit in my workout. Moving on to the back, we have that little extra seam that contours around and ends right about here. So they didn't want it to go all the way around and have that monkey butt contour, but it does give just like a little bit extra to the glutes there. And we already had those flattering curved seams in the back, so this one definitely gets a medium to high on the booty scale. The butter fabric really does not squish the glutes down, but it is the thinnest fabric that Buffbunny has had, so if you are looking for cellulite coverage, this is really not going to be the one, especially in lighter colors. I love the tonal silicone branding that we have on these leggings, and I will say these did stay up well during my workout, as opposed to like the curve leggings. The curve leggings, I really did not feel like they stayed up on me very well. These ones do, especially because the rise of the back seam is longer than the curve leggings. But one thing I think that these leggings could benefit from is I think that these would stay up between the glutes a lot better if we had a hidden scrunch like we did for the candid cross waist legging. And I don't think every legging needs a hidden scrunch by any means, but I think the butter fabric just does better and stays up better when it has the hidden scrunch. So I think these would have benefited from that. That's probably one change I would have made. Here's our full length view. These are 26-inch inseam. They're hitting around ankle length for me. We can see that seam goes all the way to the front of the calf here. It does not go along the bulk of the calf in the back, so there are no tight calf seams, which is good. So yeah, in terms of butter fabric leggings, I still think candid cross waist are number one for me, but these are definitely an improvement from the curve leggings. And the last legging is a repeat favorite. These are the Legacy leggings. So these are the OG Legacy leggings. In my collab, the last launch, we had the Micro Legacy leggings. Personally, I'm all about the Micro Legacy now. If you're interested in the differences, I will link that review down below because we did review that in depth. But these are the classic Legacy leggings. So they're only coming in this Candy Crush color. So these have an ultra high rise, which means the rise goes above the natural waist. So if you are not a super long torso, this can be a little bit overwhelming. We do have a double thickness waistband. This one goes flat across. No front seam. We do have some seams that go down the side of the leg, 26-inch inseam, and then we have that classic Legacy tri-seam detail in the back. This is the signature Legacy seam. We do have the old branding on these leggings. We don't have that tonal silicone branding. I think it would elevate the Legacy leggings to have the tonal silicone branding, but the Micro Legacy leggings had that, so just figured I would point that out. These can tend to vary a little bit on compression. I do find them to be more compressive than the Micro Legacy leggings, about a medium compression. Still flattering on the glutes with those seams, about a medium to high on the booty scale. I feel like the standard for the booty scale just keeps going up. So when these used to be maybe a medium to high, I feel like now they're more of a medium. Like they're still flattering on the glutes, but they're not really enhancing a whole lot. We don't always need an enhanced glute moment. These are made of the Nubre fabric, so we have a little bit of hold, a little bit more cellulite coverage than the butter, but it will attract pet fur. So these have always been a classic for me from Buffbunny, but again, I am moving a little bit more towards the Micro Legacy now. Next, we are moving on to shorts. Since summer is around the corner, there are definitely more shorts launching now. First up, we have a returning classic. We have the Legacy 6-inch shorts. So there are no 4-inch shorts launching in this collection. Based on polls that I've done, I think most of my audience prefers a 6-inch, but I still think it would be nice to have the 4-inch option. Anyways, we just have the classic Legacy shorts. So these are a high rise, a little bit less high than the Legacy leggings. Double thickness waistband, straight across in the front, 6-inch inseam. Thigh opening is also a little bit flared, so it's very thick thigh friendly. And we do have those tri-seams in the back. This is the blue fashion print. So we did have the 6-inch Legacy shorts last time as well. These are both Nubre fabric. The fabric content has not changed. Nubre is getting a little bit stretchier over time. I think they're kind of working on the fabric. So this is the stretch of the thigh last year. I definitely feel an end point to the stretch with that seam at the bottom. And this is the thigh stretch this year. So I'm getting a lot more stretch in the thighs. I used to be a little bit more inclined to size up in the patterned bottoms because they could be a little bit more compressive, but since the fabric is getting stretchier, I'm finding these to be more true to size and not really needing to size up. All right, here are the 6-inch Legacy shorts. As you can see, these are high rise, which means they go just about to the belly button. These are a 6-inch inseam, and I just inserted the side by side, but these have so much more stretch to them than the old printed legacy shorts. So it seems that they finally have gotten a stretchier way to do a printed fabric, which I definitely appreciate. It used to be before that all of the prints would be pretty stiff and definitely a lot more compressive, but in this size small, which is my normal size, they are definitely thick thigh friendly. I do not see any reason to size up, and the compression honestly is still about a light to medium. These honestly feel a little bit less compressive than the actual legacy leggings. So true to size, if you're in between, you can really go either way. Normally I'd recommend sizing up, but in this case with this new stretch, you could probably size down if you needed to as well. Flat across waistband here. We do have a seam up the side, and then we have that tri-seam detail. Say medium to high on the booty scale here. The 6-inch legacy shorts are always a classic, a go-to for me, so I'm definitely excited to see these coming in so many different colors and prints. These are definitely a top choice. One last note about the new fashion prints is they are lined with the base color as opposed to the old fashion print, which was lined with white, so you get less of that white show through. It's a little bit more true to the color. The second short are the silhouette shorts. So these are actually a 6.5-inch inseam. They're a little bit longer than the legacy shorts. Again, made of the butter fabric. The structure on the top is the same as the silhouette leggings. So we've got slight V waistband. We have more delicate Rosa style seams going on here as opposed to the legacy. We still have that double seam detail in the back with that little glute contour seam that stops around the mid glute there. Tonal silicone branding. And I did wear these to the gym today, and I feel like because the thigh opening is so wide and so stretchy, they were wanting to slide up a little bit in the thighs. So there's a balance between being super thick thigh friendly and then not having quite enough compression in the thighs to actually keep the shorts where they should be. So I feel like I could have actually used a little bit more compression in the thigh area here, but we'll discuss that when these are on. Okay, here are the silhouette shorts. So we have that same high rise as the leggings, and again, no top band in the front here, but we do have the top band in the side and the back. We have a medium to high on the booty scale, those curved seams, that curved seam that goes around the glutes but stops here. These are a 6.5-inch inseam. They're called the 6-inch silhouette shorts, but they definitely are 6.5 inches on the inseam, so just a little bit longer than the legacy shorts. And they are definitely thick thigh friendly, but I will say they did want to kind of slide up a little bit at the gym, just a little bit, kind of like that, almost because I think they could use a little bit more compression at the bottom of the thigh to really keep them in place. I didn't get any rolling or anything really crazy like that, but I did feel like they wanted to come up just a little bit. In terms of sizing, I would say that these are true to size. If you're in between, honestly, they're very stretchy. I think you could size down. Overall compression is a light compression, maybe a little more right up at the waist here. I think I prefer the silhouette shorts to the leggings. They stayed up a little bit more. They stayed in place just a little bit better. Still, we're gonna have that same issue with the cellulite on these that we do with the leggings, just not the most coverage. And we have that silicone branding in the back. I also really like how lightweight these are, especially for summer. The fabric is just really thin and breathable. Again, we have that slightly more, oh, it feels like this is a little bit different. Okay, there is a slight difference between these and the silhouette leggings. The silhouette leggings has almost like a folded over piece of the fabric to kind of create that defining seam down the leg, but on the silhouette shorts, it's one of those thickened Rosa seams. So this is a little bit different than the leggings. You can see that even the color of it stands out just a little bit. It's not something that bothers me at all, but it is something to note. And then the inner thigh seam on the leggings is a thicker flat lock seam, but on the shorts, it's that same fold over seam that the silhouette leggings have on the outside. So I'm kind of curious why they would choose to do this one on the inside, given that it's a little bit thicker and can kind of rub together a little bit more because it sticks out. So I'm not sure I love that choice of a seam for the inner thigh here. I didn't notice it during my workout, so clearly it didn't bother me too much, but I just figured that would be a little change that I noticed. And the last pair of shorts, these are the sway shorts. So these are the new flowy shorts of the year from Buffbunny. We've had the flow shorts, we had the lifesaver shorts, and now we have the sway shorts. I've always loved Buffbunny's flowy shorts. I think they do them really differently than a lot of other brands. They don't have that underwear lining, they have a short lining instead, and they just make them very like flirty and girly. So these are made of a fabric called Sleek Flow, and it's basically this super lightweight, stretchy, but performance material. So as opposed to the previous shorts, which maybe were a little bit more of a kind of more windbreaker-y type material, this is not going to make that windbreaker type noise. It's a fabric that you probably more see in a top. So here's a close-up of that fabric. Soft, it's sleek, and it has a lot of movement to it. So these shorts have an encased elastic waistband. So this is not always my preferred waistband, just to have an elastic. I will say it doesn't feel super cheap like a lot of elastics do, but I prefer to have more of that like adjustable type waistband, just because this type of waistband is really critical to get the sizing right. It's either too big, that causes this like kind of bubbling gaping effect, or it's very snug. So keep in mind, this is just a straight up elastic. There's no adjustability here. The inseam on the outer shorts here is 1 inch, which seems like it's really short, but the way that these hang, they hang down a little bit more than the inner inseam. We have this little tulip detail at the side, and then the inner shorts on the inside have a 4-inch inseam. I love that they have the little Buffbunny logo embroidered onto that little side area that just kind of pops through. We do have inner pockets, and the inner shorts do not have a front seam, which I believe is new. I believe the Lifesaver shorts did have a front seam on the inside, which can just cause a little bit of discomfort. So these are listed as a high rise. Okay, here are the sway shorts. So they are hitting just right above the belly button, so I do agree with the high rise that Buffbunny gave them. And this is a size small. In the size small, I do feel like the waist is fitting me well. I think after I have like a large meal, I'm probably gonna be a little bit compressed by this elastic waistband. This type of elastic does not have as much give to it as a typical legging waistband. Typical legging waistband is just a double thickness of the fabric, and this is an elastic with a lot more compression. So just keep that in mind. If you do run a little bit larger on the waist for your size, I would consider a size up. And we have the flowiness of the shorts. So this fabric, it actually is just a raw cut edge at the bottom. We have that tulip side detail where you kind of peek the inner shorts underneath, which this kind of detail I'm okay with. What I don't like about some shorts is when the short underneath it is longer than the short on top. I don't like that look, so I like that the outer short here hangs just below the inner short. We do have those spacious side pockets on both sides, and again, no front seam on that inner short. I love that on this side, that little Buffbunny logo just kind of peeks through. And another thing about the sizing, you can see here that my thighs are definitely a little bit squished in this size small. I think for me, I still wouldn't size up, but just know if you do carry more weight in your thighs, you may be getting a little bit of sausage thighs. So I'd say that these are not the most thick thigh friendly shorts. Fortunately, most of the time that compressed area is going to be covered by that outer short anyway. The inner shorts are giving me a solid medium to high compression. It's a sleek performance material on the inside. It feels a little bit more similar to Elysium than Airbrush. It has like more of a shinier slick feel than the matte feel of the Airbrush. But yeah, these stay put really well. They're a really nice walking short. They almost have like a skirt-like look to them, which I like. I know it could be hit or miss whether this is your style or not, but I love all the flow, and I think they're super comfortable. Next, we're moving on to sports bras, and this is where we get a little bit disappointed in this launch. This launch is definitely more towards the IBTC, which is the Itty Bitty Titty Committee, if you guys didn't know. And I'm okay with every single bra not being super high impact. I actually often go for a low impact bra, but for me, it has to have enough coverage to keep the girls in. And a lot of the bras in this launch are not keeping my girls in. I wore 2 of the bras the past 2 days, and I had to put on my little warm-up shirt for my whole workout because we were gonna have a wardrobe malfunction, and that is just not something that I want to experience on a daily basis. So there was supposed to be one more BTC friendly bra in this collection that didn't make it in, but even knowing that, I still am a little bit disappointed with the bra selection, and I know you guys are definitely feeling the same way, especially since the only bras that I feel like I can really wear in this collection are made of that airbrush fabric, and it doesn't go with the rest of the items. So if you do have a larger bust, there are not really a lot of options to get a full matching set in either the butter or the Nubre fabrics. I feel like we need to have at least one bra with enough coverage in every fabric and every color, just so people of all different bust sizes can get the colors that they want, because it's a little bit disappointing if you're like, oh, I really want this color legging, but there's no bra that's going to work for me that comes in that color. So it definitely does put a little bit of a damper on this launch for me, because I was really excited about a lot of the colors. Anyways, let's move on to the bras. All right, the first sports bra we have is the Glow sports bra. So this is a twist front strapped sports bra with a strappy back. We have silicone branding on the back left. We do have removable cups in here, and the straps are an encased elastic, so they still are supportive in the straps, but we can definitely tell this is going to be a lower coverage bra. It does resemble the double twist bra as well as the twisted bra, so I will be doing a comparison of all of those. The double twist bra is made of the butter fabric. The twisted sports bra is Nubre. This one is definitely going to go best with the silhouette leggings and shorts. It's the same fabric, the same colors. It does look to have a little bit more coverage than the double twist bra, so there's still some hope that this one will work for me. I hope it does because it is really cute. Okay, here is the Glow sports bra, and I feel like this one runs more true to size than the double twist bra, but something about the butter fabric, sometimes they really just shrink the sizing because this feels like pretty snug small. So I would definitely say consider a size up in this one, especially if you're trying to make it work for a larger bust. But unfortunately, we can see I have quite a bit of spillage. I had my fingers crossed for this one. I really wanted this one to work for me. Anyways, we do have those removable cups in there. We have that cute twist front. So this bra is actually twisted over onto itself. It's not just like a twist detail like the twist bra. Again, good side boob coverage, but the front is very scooped. So overall, we're giving this a low coverage and a low support. This is definitely not BTC friendly. I personally am not going to be wearing this to the gym. The straps are really comfortable though. They're that encased elastic, so they still have a good amount of thickness to them. That if you're a medium to small bust, I think this would work for you. With that logo right here, the twisted straps in the back. I'm gonna try to pop the cup pads out and just see if that provides me with any extra space, even though I do prefer to have the cup pads in there. Okay, so here it is with the padding removed. I definitely am spilling out of it a little bit less, so it's a little bit better. I may attempt a workout with this. Overall, I have tried twisted sports bras like this that have fit me better, that have had a little bit more coverage. So yeah, if you're in between, I would definitely go with the size up. I'm actually gonna see, I think I have a bra very similar to this. Okay, if you watched my recent TikTok shop video, I tried this Oxjox bra. If you know Oxjox, they're an affordable activewear brand that I have tried for years. And they have this bra, which is very similar to this twist style, except I actually get a lot better coverage in this one. So I'm just gonna quickly pop this on to show you guys, and I'll link this for you as well. It's very similar. Okay, here's the Oxjox bra. And as you can see, the coverage is just much better. Like I definitely have a cleavage moment, but it's not nearly as much. I think this bra just fits me a little bit better because it's a little bit more triangular shaped, which follows the natural shape of my chest, as opposed to the Buffbunny one, which again is a little bit more of a wide v-neck, which doesn't fit me as well. We still have that twist detail. There are cup pads in here, and then the back is open and strappy. So very similar. I already know I'm gonna get questions about the colors compared to the aqua, to the Airhead Aqua. It's definitely a little bit off, but Oxjox has had this bra around for a while, and it's one of their more popular ones, so just thought I'd share. Editing Kathryn here. For this bra, because of all of that spillage, I do think sizing up is going to help, so I actually have a size up on the way, and I'll update in the comments if it's better, but I think looking back, I think a size up will help the issues that I'm having, more so than sizing up in something like the girlfriend bra where I wasn't being forced out of the bra. The second sports bra is the girlfriend sports bra, so this is a return from the boyfriend launch, and I thought I would give this one another try, but guys, I don't want to be dramatic, but I really don't like this bra at all. I wore this to the gym today, and you know when an outfit is just not working for you, it just like is really frustrating. And I was doing deadlifts in this sports bra and literally almost lost an entire boob. You know, like it literally almost popped out. This bra just does not work for me, and listen, I'm okay with a lower coverage bra. I really am. When I say I want BTC friendly bras, it doesn't mean I need the high neck, like full coverage, but I just need to not have a wardrobe malfunction at the gym. And I really do not see the hype about this sports bra. So honestly, I'm not super excited about this coming back so soon because it's usually a sign that they're going to be bringing this one back a lot, and I really don't like it. Anyways, this is a Nubre fabric sports bra. It has a very wide v-neck, and I feel like that's something we've been seeing in Buffbunny recently, these super wide necklines. And as someone who doesn't have the most wide set girls, like I'm pretty much right in the center here, it really does not work for my bust shape. Like this sports bra, the Dream Heather sports bra was also really wide like this. The next sports bra we're talking about, super wide neck. It's just not working for me and my girls. Another thing I'm not a fan of the sports bra is there are no cup pads and there's no space for cup pads. For me, I just really benefit from a little bit of shaping and support, nip coverage with those pads, and we don't have that in this bra. Part of the reason we don't have that is because this is a reversible sports bra, but you know what? I just don't really care if something's reversible. I really will probably only wear it one of the ways. I'd rather have the cup pads. So this bra comes in basically all of the colors and also the patterns. So that was one of the disappointments for me, is that this is like the predominant sports bra that's going to be the best for mixing and matching in this collection, and I can't wear it. Anyways, let's move on to more of the details. We have an embroidered Buffbunny logo. We have a strappy back, and you can see this is reversible. So all of the color combos with this bra are reversible. How it works is that one of the sides will be a full solid color, so the Airhead Aqua, you don't see any other colors or anything, it's full Airhead Aqua. Then we get to the fashion print. In the fashion print, you will see the piping of the inside color. It does have the embroidered logo on the inside as well. Okay, here is the Girlfriend sports bra, and it really looks okay on like this, but I have now tried the Girlfriend sports bra in 2 workouts, and every time I just come very close to having a wardrobe malfunction, which, you know, some bras you're like, okay, I'm kind of like, I need to readjust. This is not just like a readjust bra for me. This is like a barely wearable one. So that is unfortunate. You can't just size up and fix the problem. People would say that to me all the time. They're like, oh, you're falling into your sports bra? Why don't you size up? Oh, I don't know, maybe because then the whole thing would be too loose and I'd be falling out the bottom. Sometimes the sizing up is not the solution. You can't always size up and fix issues that the bra has just with fitting your body. So no, I don't think sizing up would change anything for me. Anyways, we have this deep scoop neckline. It also has somewhat of an inverted V at the front as well, which kind of highlights the upper abs, very flattering. We have the encased straps here. It is a very comfortable bra. And then we have the open strappy back, little embroidered logo on one of the sides here. I think it's over here. Definitely low coverage, low support. Again, no cup pads, and we do have that other print on the inside here. So this is not to say that this is a bad bra. I'd love to hear in the comments down below if anyone really enjoys this bra, because it has launched before, so we can get some more feedback from you guys. But I would say unless you're a smaller cup size and definitely a little bit more wide set, because it's actually pretty covered in the armpit area, it's just the front is so wide. Let me know what you guys think. It's a super cute bra. Love the idea of it, but I definitely am missing those cup pads and wish that it just worked a little bit better for my body. The next sports bra is the Reversible Nubre crop. This is literally just the Girlfriend sports bra that was made long line, but I still have the same issue with the top. I don't know, I just don't really see what issue it was solving here. Like, I feel like it would have been better if they did the Girlfriend sports bra with a little bit more coverage for the girls so that the BTC wouldn't have to fall out of it, instead of just adding like a little long line section. This up here is the same shape as the Girlfriend sports bra. They just added an area at the bottom. I did wear this to the gym. Because of the long line area, I was a little bit more contained in it. Anyways, this is also reversible like the Girlfriend sports bra. And by reversible, it's not like back to front, obviously, because there would be no coverage. It's inside out. So this is the fashion print. So we have that scooping wide V neckline. We have those contrasting straps. We have a strappy back. We have the tonal silicone branding in the bottom left. And then we have a long line section here. There is a band at the bottom, as well as a keyhole cutout. And again, no removable cups. This one I really just didn't feel very supported in. I felt very squished and honestly just felt like it looked pretty unflattering. So again, this is going to be another skip for me. So I did lay the Girlfriend sports bra on top of this one, and they basically have the same cut along the front here. So I'm still getting a pretty low coverage, definitely low support. So I think something about this one honestly is giving me even less lift than the Girlfriend sports bra. We don't have as defined as a little bottom seam that the Girlfriend sports bra does to kind of hold you in at the bottom. So I really spill into this long line space quite a bit. So it just kind of brings everything down. There's nothing really lifting the girls up here. And it's just kind of like a pancake squisher situation just because there's no cup pads to give any sort of shaping here. I really don't think the keyhole detail does anything for me. If anything, I just kind of fall into that space and I feel like it makes it look even worse. And I did notice throughout my workout, this little front area kind of tucks under like that because the girls are just eating up that fabric, looking for more coverage. So I would definitely say this one is not BTC friendly. I'm just really not a fan of this one. We have a little band at the bottom here. Luckily, this band does not cut in anywhere for me. I would say that this is true to size. If you're in between, you could really go either way. Again, lots of coverage of the side boob. This bra really focuses on outer coverage and super scooping in the middle. Anyways, this is the reversed direction, so we are getting that piping of the pink along the outside. If I flipped it the other way, it would be all pink. And then we have a little bit more strappiness than the Girlfriend Sports Bra because you have a little bit of extra length. And then we have that tonal silicone branding along the bottom here. We have a Pinto guest appearance already. So tired. Next, we have the two sports bras that are going to be a little bit more large bust friendly. We'll start out with the Airbrush Laser Sports Bra. So, like the name suggests, this is made of the airbrush fabric, so it's a sleek performance. We have a short elastic at the bottom of the bra. This is a short line bra. We do have a scooping neckline, but it does have more coverage than the past bras. This is fully lined with beige, so you see we do have those laser cut details, and you are seeing through to the beige. You're not actually seeing through to your skin. That's just because a sports bra needs to have more layers and the holes wouldn't be all lining up if they did the holes through everything. We have two elastic straps, one that goes straight up, one that crisscrosses in the back. Then we have another little keyhole area in the back there. There are also removable cups, the silicone branding on the back left there, but this one does definitely run snug. So it is large bust friendly. I can wear it, but it pushes the girls to the sky because it is quite compressive. So I definitely would be considering a size up in this one. Okay, so here it is on. So we can see this little elastic, it sits right below the bust and it's a very short line, and this is just pushing the girls up to the sky. I will say it is very supportive even as like the non-BTC option. Like, I'm getting a solid medium to high support from this. I would probably recommend sizing up. I can definitely wear this bra, but I wore it for a long period of time the other day, and you can see it cuts into my lats here, and it just definitely gets really tight here over time, especially due to all the compression. So I think it just runs a little bit small. I would recommend a size up. Here's that strappiness in the back, and you can see those little laser cutout details, and you can just tell it's just a little bit too compressive in the back. Overall coverage is, I would say, medium to high coverage. We have full side boob coverage. It's really just a little peak of cleavage at the top, and I think it would probably be even a little bit less if I sized up. We can see those laser cut details showing through to the beige on the inside, and we do have removable cup pads in this bra. So I actually really like this bra just in general, and I would say that this is also BTC friendly if you don't like the other BTC airbrush bra that we're going to try next. Next, for the true BTC bra of this launch, we have the Airbrush Laser BTC bra. So this is one that I definitely appreciate having this bra, but considering that the other airbrush bra is way more large bust friendly than the other three bras, I kind of wonder why we chose this one to make a BTC version. Like for my collab, we did the twisted sports bra and then the twisted curve, because the twisted sports bra doesn't really work for large busts, but the twisted curve does. Anyways, this is made of the airbrush fabric. We still have that beige lining, but we have a couple upgraded features. First of all, the laser cut details are a little bit different. It does kind of contour around the bust here. I have some mixed feelings about this. I'm not sure I love how like boob defining that is. It is full coverage, but it's not high neck. So I really appreciated that they did that, because I feel like in the past, a lot of the BTC bras have been high neck, and that's not necessarily what we want. So I like that it's just enough coverage to cover all the girls, but it's nothing too crazy. We have those bonded straps. So this is an encased elastic with the airbrush material bonded to it, so it doesn't slip around. It's really nice and supportive, and these straps are adjustable. They're adjustable from the front as well. I like when bras are adjustable in the front because you don't have to like reach behind you and figure out where your straps are. It's super easy to adjust. Silicone logo in the back. We have a racer back, and then we have a 3-hook closure, and the 3-hook closure is all made of that bonded material. So you can see here 3 hooks. We can also see in the back that since the material is bonded in the back, we do have those laser cut details that see through to your skin, instead of in the front where we have those laser cut details that are just seen through to the beige of the fabric. This also came with a bra extender, so you have a lot of extension to work with. That being said, this one does run a little bit big, so I didn't need this extender. I feel like I would recommend sizing down in this one just based on how this fit me. And the last thing, instead of having removable cups, they decided to do a molded, so you can see this is all a little layer of padding here, and the bust area is actually pre-molded. It came with these little foam packers that kind of kept the shape of the bra, so I really liked that they went the extra mile with that packaging there to make sure that this didn't collapse in transit. But I will say, this padding does not protect against nippage. Again, I wore this on a hike recently. I was in Banff, Canada, so it was a little bit cold, and the headlights were on through this. So unfortunately, this padding is not as thick as like the twisted curve sewn in padding. It's also not as thick as just the regular cut pads. So, okay, here's the Airbrush BTC bra. And first things first, we do have adjustable hooks in the back, as well as that additional 3-hook closure that you can put on it. I am on the tightest setting, and I still feel like it's loose and I have quite a bit of space in it. So I think the sizing is a little bit off for this one. I do appreciate that it doesn't run like super small, but you can see there's some gaping in the armpit area. So I think an extra small would be better suited for me, especially because I'm already on the tightest hook on this one. So I could go to like the middle hook or the furthest hook on an extra small, or even put in that little insert to get more space. So I would recommend sizing down. Not even if you're in between, I just honestly would recommend sizing down, unless you really prefer not to have too much compression. But since this is meant to be a high impact bra, it is meant to compress. Next, the coverage. We definitely have full coverage. Goes up into the armpit. It does scoop along the top, but I really don't even have any cleavage. If I lean over, you can see a little bit, but there will not be any falling out of this one. I do think this is definitely a high impact bra. I think I would feel a little bit more of the effects of the high impact if I had the extra small, which would fit me a little bit better. And then we can see those little laser cut details here. I just think it's a little, it's almost giving Mean Girls, if you know what I mean, which like where they cut out the little, you know, the little parts of the tank top. It's just very obviously contoured around here, and just not my favorite. I honestly prefer the other Airbrush bra better, even as a larger cup size. It doesn't necessarily feel like an elastic along the bottom, but we do have a bonded edge along the bottom to kind of secure everything into place. I really love the adjustable straps on this one. I think they really work really well, and they're easy to adjust with them being in the front. Also, having that molded cup area, I like it, but like I said, the padding is actually not thick enough to prevent the nippage. Anyways, we have that beige lining in the front, and then the back is all bonded here, so you are actually seeing through to my skin. And then we have that adjustable closure. So I love that they are trying to do more high impact focused bras like this that are really meant for high impact activities, but I think this one still needed a couple tweaks for me. Another editing comment here. I am getting a size down in this bra. I think it's going to be a little bit better fitting, so I will update you guys in the comments how that works, because I should be getting it on like Friday. I also should note that some people did have issues with the straps loosening throughout their workout, like slipping around a little bit. I didn't personally have that issue, but I just wanted to bring it up. And the last category is other and accessories. So we have a new bodysuit to add to the collection. This is the Legacy bodysuit, and it is a 6-inch inseam, which I'm very excited to see. So this is made of the Nubre fabric. We have a scooped neckline. We have adjustable spaghetti straps. We have an open back here, but it doesn't dip down too low where you're worried about showing underwear, like something like the corset bodysuit. Even though I didn't show underwear in that one, this is definitely less low back than that. And it is the Legacy bodysuit, so we have the Legacy tri-seam detail, we have the silicone branding, and basically the shape of the Legacy shorts in the back. I got a size small. I heard some people saying they were sizing down. Personally, I wouldn't. And then we get to a slightly, again, I feel like the theme of this launch is like me being a little bit disappointed, which again, not always a bad thing, because we don't need to want everything from every launch. The bodysuit inside out. First of all, something that I like is that the whole top of the bodysuit, this whole area to the waist seam, is actually double lined. So you have double thickness up here. It is single thickness in the bottom. And you can see we do have removable cups, but we don't have a built-in bra. And I get, you know, they say like, okay, you know, maybe it's not meant for working out, but if you have a larger bust, it's not just about working out. My girls need that support underneath just to stay in place, you know? Like even walking around day to day, I don't like that feeling of not being supported. So for me, having an elastic underneath the bust there is just essential. Even if it's not a full separate shelf liner, if it's just an elastic, something, I really do need that. So I was really bummed to see that we don't have this. I did get a request to compare this to the 6-inch Ivy bodysuit. I believe it still has pretty good stock on the website. And this bodysuit is also now a 6-inch inseam. This is, I believe, Journey Dark Brown. We have no seams on the front here. This one is a high neck, also adjustable straps. We have that Ivy cage back detail, but this one does have a full separate built-in bra. So I will do a side-by-side comparison of both of these bodysuits. But if you're looking for the support of a built-in bra, I would go for the Ivy bodysuit because it has that. So we'll compare those. I got the Legacy bodysuit in the color Bone just because I hadn't got anything in any neutral colors, but this one also comes in the Pop Rocks color, which I'm really glad to see them come out with a bodysuit type item that's usually mostly in neutrals in a bright fun color. Okay, here is the Legacy bodysuit. So I would consider this one true to size. I definitely am feeling the compression of the double thickness at the top here. And it is nice to have those cup pads up there, but I'm just not feeling the same lift that I would if I had that internal bra. I do really like the waist defining seam here. I think it just kind of splits the torso well. We have that 6-inch inseam and definitely thick thigh friendly down here as well. And then we have these spaghetti straps, and in order for these to stay up where they need to for me, I had to tighten them quite a bit, and I'm definitely getting some strain in the strap area. So I honestly would not say that this is the most long torso friendly. I definitely feel more strain in this one compared to the Ivy bodysuit. So I'd say this is better for short to mid-length torsos. It's nice to have those adjustable straps though. We do have that scooping in the back here that's very flattering. The Legacy tri-seam detail. Overall about a medium compression. I do think it's really flattering in this back area. It does go up my glutes a little bit here, but it does not go up the glutes quite as much as the corset bodysuit and the Dream Hover bodysuit, because those were both meant to have a shorter back rise seam to go up the glutes. This is not, so it does not have to go up the cheeks if you don't want it to. Yeah, I feel like you can just see from the side here, I'm just squished down a little bit and just kind of like being pulled down a little bit more up top than I would want to. So yeah, I'd say it's a really nice bodysuit, but not quite comfortable enough for me as a long torso. Okay, just quickly popping on the Ivy bodysuit because I'm actually not sure if I've reviewed the 6-inch version on this channel before. So here it is. True to size, love the 6-inch inseam, thick thigh friendly. We don't have any sort of seams in the front here, so it's just one piece of fabric in the front. There's no waist defining seam. That being said, I still don't get any gaping in the back, so it still is like nice and snug along the waist. We do have more of a high neck scooped shoulder situation here, but I honestly find this one to be very long torso friendly. I'm really not feeling any strain in the torso. We do have those adjustable straps in the front here as well with the gold hardware. We have that separate shelf bra that just really helps with the support, and then that little caged strappy back, and almost looks like a little bit more defined of shorts in the back here. So I'd say that the Ivy bodysuit is a little bit more long torso friendly and large bust friendly. So even though I think that the Legacy bodysuit has some really cute features, I think this would be my choice for larger busts and long torsos. Alright, and lastly, accessories. We do have the Nubre scrunchies. These now have the embroidered Buffbunny logo on them. I don't know if it was always embroidered. Those are coming in basically all of the colors. Then we also have white dad hats. I'm not a big hat person. They kind of itch my forehead, so I did not get that. Okay guys, that is it for the review. As mentioned before, everything will be launching on May 18th at 1 p.m. Central Time, and you could use code Kathryn for 10% off your order. Let me know in the comments down below what you think of this launch overall. I think I just was left wanting a little bit more. Overall, my top picks are definitely going to be any of the shorts, the legacy shorts, silhouette shorts, sway shorts. I think those are all really great pieces. If you're looking for a performance legging, I do really like the airbrush legging. But honestly, the only bra that I really feel like worked for me was the regular airbrush laser bra, not the BTC one. Maybe in a size down that would have fit me better, but the other 3 bras just really didn't work for me at all. So it is a little bit of a bummer to like some of the shorts of this collection and not really have a lot of bras that pair with it for my body type. Anyways, make sure you give this video a thumbs up if it was helpful, and I will see you guys next time. Bye! Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. Today I'll be reviewing just about every active skirt that I could find to see who makes the best one. We have affordable brands, we have high-end brands, everything from Alo Yoga, Lululemon, to Amazon, Halara. We have extended size ranges, multiple length options. As a pickleball girly, I do wear active skirts and dresses quite a bit. This would be a helpful video to see who makes the best one. Everyone's going to have their own preferences on what actually makes it the best. So I'll say what my favorite is at the end, but as always, I'll be giving all of the details on length, inner short inseam, if they have pockets, if there are multiple length options, if the waistband is seamless, adjustable, if it's flowy, more slim fit, all of the details. If you're new here, my name is Kathryn. I do a lot of activewear reviews, and I like doing these big compilation videos of as many brands that I can find. We've already done a video comparing a bunch of different active dresses. If you're curious about that, I will leave that linked down below. I'm torn whether to call this an active skirt review, active skort review. It seems that some people don't know what the word skort means. It's really just a combination of the word skirt and shorts. All of these active skirts slash skorts today do have built-in shorts underneath them. They wouldn't be very active if it didn't. And I think we have like 15 skirts to try today. So we better get started. I asked what skirts you guys wanted to see on Instagram and definitely got a lot of repeat requests. This video was getting pretty long, so there are a couple brands where I didn't try the Target All in Motion. I didn't end up trying Aerie, I was going to, and I didn't try Viore. Those were some requested ones that maybe we will do a part 2 at some point, but we have a lot to get through. We are going to start it out with the Alo Yoga Grand Slam tennis skirt. This is definitely one that I felt was super highly requested. I feel like Alo Yoga is getting really big, and whenever I've tried them, I really just haven't loved their fabrics, their designs. I just feel like it's very overpriced. We'll see how this is. It is a super cute skirt. I got a size small, which is where they placed me in their size chart. Mostly everything today I got a small. I did get 1 or 2 mediums as well. And this was $88, so it's definitely up there in terms of the price. First of all, we have a legging style double thickness waistband. This is made of their Airlift fabric, so it's a sleek performance up here. There's no top band. And then we have this lightweight pleated skirt with a bonded edge at the bottom. So you have a ton of like little tiny pleats. I also saw that the size range for this one is extra small to large, and I was just a little bit surprised that this doesn't go any higher than a large. Like not even an extra large. I just felt like that was weird. And at the end of each item, I'll be putting a bunch of descriptors, but this one lists the skirt length for every single size, which I felt was really helpful. And for the small, it lists about 13 to 14 inches for the skirt, I should say. The back has the Alo Yoga logo, and the skirt kind of comes in a little bit around the back here to kind of contour a little. We have inner shorts, which feel very lightweight. No front seam on the inner shorts, which I'm kind of surprised because all of their leggings have front seams. We do have 2 side pockets. In the inner short inseam is only 2.6 inches, which is definitely pretty short. I definitely have thicker thighs for my size, so I tend to eat a 2.6 inch inseam right up. So we'll see how this goes. Here's a close-up of that waistband fabric and pleated skirt. We have the first skirt on, and before we get into the try-ons, let me just go over a few things that I personally look for in an active skirt. First of all, I do like the skirt to be longer than the shorts underneath it. I don't like to see those shorts peeking out. I just feel like it makes it look a little bit too short. I like the skirt to at least cover the bulk of my thighs here. So I like it to go right about there, or at least, you know, have the illusion of going there. It's just a personal preference. I like to cover that little area of my thighs. I just feel like it looks most flattering on me. I like a waistband that doesn't cut in. Again, slightly long enough. I am 5'9". Things tend to be a little bit shorter on me. I prefer my skirts to have a little bit of flow to them just so they're not clinging to my butt, any weird areas. I don't like them like clinging to my body. And I tend to prefer a legging style waistband, but as long as the waistband isn't cutting into me or gaping, I'm fine with it. Without further ado, here is the Aloe skirt. This is actually fitting really well. I definitely would say that this one is true to size. The waistband is holding me in, but it's not too compressive anywhere. I think it's a little bit shiny, but I don't think it looks weird in this situation. I think if I had a legging that was this shiny, I might not like it, but as a skirt, I think it's okay. Love that we don't have any top band there. It is a high rise. It's going all the way over my belly button. I think the pleats are so cute on this skirt. It just makes it a little bit preppy, but it's still very movable and functional, so I like that. This is definitely a short skirt though. They definitely said that on the website too, that this is very mini. You can see in the back, it is just barely covering my butt. And that's another thing about active skirts. They need to have a little bit more length in the back, because any horizontal protrusion of your body, a little glute, is going to bring the skirt up. So we can see that this looks quite short in the back. And when I lean over, honestly the shorts are so short, you don't see it too much, so it doesn't bother me too much. But for me, this one's a little bit short. Would I still wear this one? Yes, but I prefer it to be a little bit longer. I would wonder how these pleats hold up over time in the wash. So if anyone has tried this before, definitely comment down below. And then we have the inner shorts. So the inseam on these inner shorts is super short that I'm definitely going to get rolling. Maybe a 3 or 3.5 inch inseam to totally prevent that rolling. We have no front seam here. On the thighs, they're actually not sausaging my thighs too much. Appreciate that. And then we have the two side pockets. I'd say overall compression on the inside is a light to medium. I'm not feeling super compressed, and a little twirl to show the movement. And someone also wanted me to put like a tennis ball or something to see if that would fit under any of these, but I don't have a tennis ball, but I might have a pickleball, so let me go grab one. Also, please ignore this giant bug bite that's somewhere on my leg. Right there. I didn't think Arizona really had mosquitoes. Turns out we do. I will have to now have some sort of bug repellent on when I sit outside. But anyways, there's no official tennis ball pocket here. You could put the ball in one of those pockets there, but since this skirt isn't like super voluminous, you're definitely gonna see that. So it does fit in that pocket. It is stretchy enough, but I have a friend who plays tennis and she says that they just like pop them right underneath the shorts there. So you definitely can put it in your shorts. They are stretchy enough for that. Next, we're moving on to another brand that is definitely popular for active skirts and dresses, which is PopFlex. I believe the first skirt they made, which is the PopFlex Twirl Skirt. I got a size small. This one's $54. I definitely would still say it's a higher price point, but not as much as the Aloe. This one also has a legging style waistband with a double thickness fabric and no top band. This one has a circle skirt, said to have a lot of movement. You'll see it's called a twirl skirt, so you can twirl around in it. The fabric is a soft brushed material, but it's still lightweight. And then we have the inner shorts with no front seam, two side pockets. The inner short inseam is 2.5 inches, so again, pretty short. This is longer than the other ones. This just proves you can't trust anything that anyone says. I just don't understand. They said that the inner inseam on these is 2.5 inches, and I'm literally measuring. An inseam is from the center of the gusset to the edge of the inner short, and this is like a 4.5 inch inseam. How do you say that it's only 2.5 inches? I need to double check that. It literally says right here that it's a 2.5 inch inseam. PopFlex, if you're watching, maybe correct that on the website, because that's not right, and that's just confusing and misleading. Anyways, I'm not mad about having a longer inseam. That's actually really great news. I guess I will also double check all of the skirt lengths because we can't trust what people are saying. And for the skirt length, I'm measuring just a little bit over 14 inches. This could vary between sizes though. Let's try this on. Here is this skirt, and I will say this fabric is definitely different from any of the other fabrics today. It's a super soft brushed fabric, definitely the softest material, but it's still not too heavy. It still maintains a lot of flow. So definitely a big fan of this fabric. I feel like this skirt is super high rise just because the rise goes up so much, but then the skirt is so short. I feel like the balance is a little bit weird there. Like I can still fold this over a good inch and have it be covering my belly button. I would consider this like an ultra high rise. The double thickness waistband is super comfortable. It's really not compressing me at all. Say if you're in between sizes, you could really go either way, maybe even size down. The skirt, like I said, is a circle skirt. So it has a lot of movement to it. You can see when I move around. So I love how flowy this is. The inside, we showed that this was actually a 4-inch inseam. So you can see compared to those aloe ones, these are not immediately rolling up on me. If I do too much movement in these, they will probably roll. But generally with active skirts, I'm doing walks, pickleball, things like that, and I don't experience a whole lot of rolling there. Not getting any cutting in on the thighs either. We have those 2 side pockets. But the length on these, Popflex definitely likes a really short skirt to the point where you can see the shorts pretty easily when you bend over. And I actually know a lot of people like this look, so I'm just saying me personally, it's not what I like, but this may be something that you look for in a skirt. For me, you see a lot of short as soon as you lean over. I really wish that Popflex would come out with more lengths of their skirts because I really love the flow of this one, but you can see it's not really covering to the length that I want it to in the front. And in terms of the tennis ball situation, honestly in the size small, I don't really feel super pressed. I definitely have plenty of room to tuck it under the shorts there, and the pocket is also very spacious as well, so you would be able to fit one in the side. I love the idea of this one. I think it's super fun, flirty, cute. I just wish it was a little bit longer. Okay, I'm just popping in because I feel like the more I look at this skirt, the more I like the length. Let me know what you guys think. Is this too short? Is this good? I feel like it's actually fine. Next, we have a very popular Popflex skirt. This is the Pirouette skirt, and Taylor Swift was recently seen wearing this skirt. I did already do a little post on that, went kind of viral, which is just super exciting because I had actually ordered this for the video, and then like a couple days after I saw her wearing it, I was like, how perfect. I'm a huge Swiftie, so that was a good moment for me. I ordered this in a small and a medium. I felt like it was really short in the small. I'm hoping to get a little bit of extra length out of that medium and see if it's maybe doable to size up. This one is $60, and this is definitely a very unique active skirt. So first of all, we have a legging style waistband with no top band again. More of a performance material up here, so it's a little bit more sleek to the touch. We have a drawstring that goes along the middle of the waistband, and I like when it's in the middle instead of the top. It doesn't cut in and give you that kind of muffin top, but it also makes it a little bit adjustable. We also have this 2-tiered layer of this lightweight see-through mesh material, which is just super girly and fun. And then we have the inner shorts, no front seam. This one is listed as a 4-inch inseam, and it is a 4-inch inseam. And then we have the side pockets again. Let's try this on, and then I will also do a side-by-side comparison of the small versus the medium, just to see how much extra length we get, how the fit is, etc. Have the Pirouette skirt. This is actually medium, so this is my size up. I wanted to try this one to see if it would give me a little bit more length, and maybe it does. I don't know. I think I'd probably keep this size just because it doesn't feel too big, and if I do get a little bit of extra length, that's nice. Anyways, the rise on this one, similar to the twirl skirt, definitely an ultra high. It goes well above the belly button, and I just really like the waistband on this one, how if you had a drawstring at the top here, everything would just kind of cut in and be very unflattering, but having that drawstring in the middle of the waistband here makes it so that you can tighten it and you're still not getting that kind of muffin top effect. It's nice to have a little bit of adjustability to the waistband. I know these are not going to slide down. The fabric and the look of this skirt is just so unlike everything else, and in a world where all of the activewear can kind of blend together sometimes, it's really nice to see something a little bit cute and different. I love the little pleated details of this. This is a fine stretchy mesh. It's very comfortable. I would worry a little bit about this snagging on things, so be aware of that. Anyways, looking at the inside, we have no front seam, 4-inch inseam on the shorts. We do have the side pockets, and you can see on this one where the length becomes a bit of an issue if you don't like to see the shorts. Just standing straight up, you can see the inner short underneath the skirt. Just wish that the skirt was longer than that, because I don't like to see that much short, and you can see bending over, you see so much short. Because the shorts are 4-inch inseam, which are hitting me pretty low, but the skirt is not quite long enough, and I wish the skirt dipped down in the back just a little bit more. Inner shorts, definitely thick thigh friendly. I'm not getting too much compression there. And let's try the, I keep saying tennis ball. This isn't even a pickleball. This is like, I don't know, but it's a little bit tighter of a fit just because this fabric is a little bit more compressive. This is a sleek performance, but we are getting it to fit there. And then underneath, it's just a little bit tighter there, but it does fit. Personally, I don't find it comfortable to do that in like any of these skirts, but I know some of you guys like to do that. And this one's also super flowy. And here's the small. I definitely think it fits a little bit better in the waist. Neither of them were very tight on the waist. waist. I get a little bit more compression in the thighs, but still nothing that's too crazy. But I definitely think that this one is a little bit shorter. So I think I'm gonna stick with a medium just for the length. Next, let's move on to some more affordable brands. We're going to start out with Halter. And Halter definitely made some of the best affordable active dresses in my active dress review. What's great about them is that they're affordable. Never trust their website prices because they'll say a skirt is like $50 and then by the time you check out it's like $20. So I would never buy anything from Halter unless it's like majorly on sale, because they're just one of those websites that is always on sale, which is kind of annoying, but at least they're affordable. Anyways, they have skirts for around $30, maybe less. They do have a large size range, which can be uncommon to find for a more affordable brand, and a lot of their skirts come in 2 different lengths. You'll see in this video that there are only a handful of brands that are coming out with longer skirts, and as a tall girly, I do find it hard to find skirts that actually cover my butt and just give me the length that I want. I really don't like when skirts show the inner shorts underneath it. I just don't like that look. Anyways, Halter did give me a discount code. I have Kathryn20 for 20% off regular items, or H10YT for $10 off orders over $100. I'll list all of that down below. This video is not sponsored by them, but I did reach out because they have given me discount codes in the past. So I figured it always helps to get a little bit of extra off for you guys. This is the Everyday Softly Zero Tennis Skirt. This one was $29.95 last time I checked on the website. Again, sometimes I click on them and they're like $20. And I did get a size small. This one comes in sizes extra, extra small to 4XL. This skirt specifically does not come in multiple lengths. This fabric is a lightweight, sleek performance material, very sweat wicking. We have a double thickness legging style waistband here, and I don't love the waistband on this one because there is an elastic at the top of the band here. Because this one doesn't run super small, this wasn't cutting into me or anything, but it's not as seamless as some of the other skirts we've tried. Wish it was a little bit better there. This does have a circle type skirt shape, so very flowy. We do have a front seam on those inner shorts, as well as 2 side pockets. The inner short inseam is only 2 inches, so it is a little bit shorter on this one. And overall skirt length is 14 inches, which tends to be kind of like a standard length. Let's try this one on. Here's the Halter skirt. I feel like when it's on, it looks nice, but there's definitely a couple features that I just feel like make it feel a little bit cheaper. And by a couple, it's really just the waistband. I really hate to have that elastic in the waistband. It's just a really cheap way of doing things, and their other waistbands aren't like this, so I'm not a big fan of this one for that reason. But you can see it's not cutting into my waist. It still just bothers me that it's there, so it's less than ideal. This one does just have a regular straight across waistband. This skirt has quite a few little rufflies in it, not actual ruffles, but because this is basically a circle skirt as well, we have a lot of flow, a lot of movement, which I like. It is definitely a little bit on the short side. Prefer if it was maybe just an inch longer. Overall, true to size. If you're in between, you can really go either way. Here are those inner shorts. They're not necessarily rolling yet, but they definitely are a little bit shorter than I prefer. They're not squishing into the thighs though. Really none of the front seams today bother me. They're just, if that tends to be something you look for. For me, a front seam is more of an aesthetic thing. I don't like when you can see it, but since these are skirts, you're not actually seeing it. We have those 2 side pockets here. And the back is just straight across, and you're not really seeing a lot of short leaning over because the shorts are shorter. Again, I would just prefer it to be just the tiniest bit longer. This material is sleek performance, but it's more on the lightweight, stretchy side. So overall, I'm not feeling super compressed. You can definitely fit one of the balls in the pockets here, as well as underneath, again, because it's just not the most compressive fabric, which is nice. It's also very lightweight. Like this one, it's an affordable option. I think I would prefer to go with one of the other Halter skirts though, just because the waistbands feel a little bit nicer quality. The rise on this one, it's definitely still a high rise, but it's not quite as high as some of those Pop Flex ones. It hits just a little bit above the smallest point of my waist. We're gonna do a couple Halter skirts just because I have a few of them, but this is the Halter Softly Zero Airy Crossover Skirt. They have very long names and it's hard to repeat it all. Anyways, I got this one in a size small long. This does come in a longer length, and again, it's not like crazy long. Like when I say we want like longer skirts, longer dresses, it's not that I need something like to the knees. It's just I don't want to be showing my butt, you know? So this one only comes in size extra small to 3X, but it does come in regular and long for all of those. This is made of that same Softly Zero fabric, so it's a lightweight, sleek performance. This one does have that legging style waistband, and it is a crossover waist as well, with a slight dip down in the front. There's no elastics at the top of this one, so I definitely like this waistband better. We do have a little opening of the fabric on the side here, just a little overlay way, and I'd say this one is a little bit less circle-y skirt than the last one. No front seam on the inner pocket shorts, 2 side pockets. The inner short inseam on this one is 4 inches, and I'm measuring about 15 inches for the skirt on this one. Since the waistband does dip down, maybe I'll measure it in the back. I'm getting 17 inches on the skirt from the back. As you can see, it dips down a little bit lower in the back just because your glutes kind of lift up any skirt. In the front, I was getting about 15 inches. We'll compare this to the length of the other one. Next, we have the Softly Zero crossover skirt in the regular length. This is that same skirt we just tried, except regular length, so we can really compare all of those lengths. All the other features are the same. It looks like the inseam is just a tiny bit longer. I'm getting about a 3.5 inch inseam on these. It looks like this one is about 1.5 inches shorter than the long version, so we will definitely do a side by side of these. Regular length of that same skirt. You can see the details are basically the same. We still have that cross waist. It might hit just a little bit lower. Maybe it's about the same. That nice sleek fabric. We have that little tulip detail at the side, and it definitely dips down a little bit in the back, but not nearly as much. We're still not really showing any short underneath though. That's nice that it still has that back coverage without being super long. If you don't want that long length, we have that crossover waist, which is nice, and it is a true crossover waist. Everything else fits exactly the same on these. It has all of the same features. It has still the same amount of flowiness to it. Let me know what you guys think, which length you prefer, either on me or in general. But I don't know, the more I do this video, the more that the shorter lengths are growing on me. Who knows what I think anymore. Okay, here's the long version. At first I put it on and I was like, oh, I don't think it's that long. Then you look in the back, it really dips down. I'm still figuring out how I feel about it. At least I know we're fully covered, like not seeing anything when you lean over. That's nice. First of all, definitely feeling true to size. I like the crossover waistband. We don't have any elastics or seams in it, and it gives a little extra shape to the waist as well. I'm sure they have straight across ones now that don't have that elastic in it. The one I got just happened to have that. Anyways, this is a lightweight sleek performance fabric, and there's a little front section and a little back section, and they kind of come up in a little tulip shape on the side. Gives it a little bit of extra flow. I do like the flowiness of this one. It's not as circly as the last one, but it still has enough movement for me. I would consider this one high rise. It's just a little bit above the belly button. It does come up a little bit more on the sides in the back though. The inner short inseam is a good length for me. Definitely also thick thigh friendly. A little bit more snug on the thigh here than some of them, but it's not cutting in. I like the side pockets. And we have the back here. Lots of coverage back here. Keep in mind I am 5'9". I don't think this one looks weirdly long on me. It's just definitely longer than a lot of the other ones, but it's nice to have the multiple length options. I'll also try on the shorter one, but we can see the shorter one does dip down in the back a little bit as well. Little twirl test of this one, still a lot of movement. And one other thing about this one is that the hem is just a raw cut edge. There's no seams or anything, but this fabric does not seem to be fraying or anything like that. I would definitely say this is my top choice for the Halara skirts. I think it's affordable. It's cute. Let's do the tennis ball check. The pocket is a little bit more snug on this one. You can definitely get it in there, but it's a little bit more snug. And the bottom, again, the thigh on this one is a little bit more compressive than some of the other ones. We can fit it in there, but it's a little bit snug. Next, we are moving on to the Lululemon Align High Rise skirt. I believe this is pretty new that Lululemon has come out with this, but they made their Align dress maybe like 2 years ago. And now we have the Align skirt. I got a size 4. I'm kind of between 4 and 6 in Lululemon, but I worry in the 6 that the waistband would gape, which does tend to happen, so I got the 4. And this one is $78, so definitely on the high end of the price range. I was only able to get this one in black, unfortunately. I don't love to review black because it's a little bit hard to see on camera. But we have their Align fabric, which is their Nulu material. It's lightweight, soft brushed, not as soft as it used to be though. We have a double thickness waistband with no top band. It seems like it's going to be not a super flowy skirt. We have that Lululemon logo in the back. We have the inner shorts with 2 side pockets. We do have a front seam. And they also listed all of these skirt lengths for us. In the 4 to 6 range, the skirt length is 14 inches. And it listed the inner short inseam as 3 inches, which I did confirm. Let's try it on. This one is definitely a little bit more slim fitting than I would like. Got a size 4 in this. Again, I'm usually between a 4 and a 6. Then if I got the 6, it would definitely gape in the waist, and I definitely think that's true. This waistband is fitting me really well in the 4, but we do have some other more snug areas. This is one reason why I don't love Lululemon, is that I am really between the 4 and the 6 with them, and neither of them really fit me that well. Everything is a compromise. That on top of high prices and front seams, I just tend to not shop from the brand. Nice, here is the skirt. The length feels shorter than some of the other ones, even though it says it's 14 inches, which is kind of the regular length, but maybe because it's a little bit more slim fitting, it doesn't feel as long. I have that double thickness waistband with no top band. The waistband fits really nice, offers a little bit of compression, but not too snug. The fabric is nice and stretchy. This is not the most flowy fabric though. It's probably the most similar to the Popflex Twirl Skirt, but that one had a lot more skirt to work with. Showing the front here, the inseam is a little bit short. I still would say that I'm not getting too much compression on the thighs. It's definitely more snug than some of the other ones, but it's not cutting in. The front seam though is giving me a little bit of camel, so I'm not a big fan of that. Again, I don't mind a front seam unless it causes problems. This one is a little bit uncomfortable. We do have those side pockets there. They're kind of shorter side pockets. I wonder if they would even fit my phone. They can't even fit a full phone. All the other ones so far have been pretty deep. This one is not super deep. And here's the back, and you can see here that the back kind of lifts up because of my glutes, so it's not really any longer in the back than it is in the front. And I'm getting a little bit of a weird fabric situation just because the whole thing is a little bit too snug on the hip area for me. That's the reason why I like skirts with a little bit more flow, because this could actually like ride up a little bit throughout my workout, my walk, whatever. If you're looking for a slimmer skirt, this definitely is one. We definitely will see those inner shorts underneath. It's pretty short. Overall, I just feel like this one is not my personal style. You can see really no flow to it, but it is definitely comfortable. It's even less of a flare though than the Align dress. I have the Align dress as well. That one came out just a little bit more. Even compared to that, this one is very, very slim. This one is a little bit more snug, so let's see. We can get the ball in there, even though it's snug. So far, everything has been able to fit. Another highly requested Lululemon skirt was the Court Rival skirt, and this one did come in a long length, so that's what I have here. Again, I got a size 4, and this was $88. That's the most expensive one yet. I just think that's so crazy. Pretty good size range. This one is 0 to 20. Honestly, hate any brand that does numbered sizing. I don't know what it means. I've never understood numbered sizing. I feel like when brands come in like extra small to extra large, I always fit into like a small, maybe sometimes a medium. But when it comes in 0 to 4, I am never the same size, like in anything. And it's just so confusing. Anyways, they listed the lengths for us again. It says the 4 to 6 is only 15 inches. I feel like this looks longer, and that's not very long. If the regular Align skirt was 14 inches, I'm actually getting 16 inches for the length of the skirt. Again, you can't always trust the website because it said it would only be 15 inches. The inner inseam, I am getting a 4-inch. This one's a little bit different than a lot of the other skirts today. First, we have an elastic waistband. So it's not like a legging style waistband that's a double thickness of the fabric. It's actually an elastic, which can be a hit or miss for me. It really has to fit you really well or else it cuts in or it gapes very easily. I hope this works. The skirt itself has this cute little like flouncy layer on the outside, kind of like a dual layer situation, and seems to have a lot of movement to it, very lightweight. And then we have some more fun features on the inside. There is a front seam, and there's a dual entry pocket. You can put your phone in on the top, or you can put like a tennis ball in on the bottom. And it looks like there's a mesh lining in this as well. And they have those on both sides. And then the inside of the short inseam has a little non-slip silicone lining so that the shorts stay in place. Here's the up close of that. You can see those little silicone droplets there. This seems like it could have a lot of nice features. Let's try it on. This is definitely feeling like more of an active skirt, but still very feminine. First of all, the rise, definitely more of a mid to high rise. We are showing belly button here. This is the lowest we've gone today, and I don't mind it. This is a size 4, and I definitely think if I sized up to a 6, my waistband would be gaping because it's not super snug on me right now, so that's kind of the risk of having this elastic waist. This is not super tight, but the thigh area is definitely cutting in down here. This is my issue with Lululemon. The waists are too big, the thighs are too small. This elastic is a little bit on the shiny side. It doesn't really bother me, it's just a different feature. And then we have that kind of doubled layered skirt here that kind of peeks out on the side. Definitely lots of movement in this one. It's also very lightweight. And then we go to the inner shorts. We can definitely see some pretty serious squishing of my thighs here. So I'd say it's not the most thick thigh friendly. I'm not really getting any rolling. I think that silicone silicone lining is doing a good job there. And the length. This is a longer skirt, so when I lean over in the back, it's fully covering those inner shorts, and you can just see from the front, it's going like almost mid-thigh. Not only was this a longer skirt to begin with, but the waist is lower, so everything is just more down there. Really nice that they have those multiple length options. And then the front seam is causing me a little bit of discomfort here, so that could be an issue. But then we have these dual entry pockets, and I'm curious how these work. They said that you can put a phone in here. If we look at the pocket on the side, you can enter from the bottom and the top, but if you put something in the top pocket, it does not come out the bottom. You still have access. This goes over top of what's in the top pocket. I wouldn't put a tennis ball at the same time as the phone, but you can also use this as a tennis ball pocket, and it actually is a pretty good fit for the tennis ball, I will say. Even though these shorts are pretty snug, I don't think I'll be able to get the ball under this little seam down here, but there you can definitely put one in. Definitely fits the tennis ball. I think this is a great skirt for the activity that it's made for, which is tennis. I think personally I'd like just like a little bit of a higher rise, but I think this one's cute, lightweight, and definitely really nice. This one I feel like has some features that make it worth the money, where the Align one was a little bit more basic and kind of hard to justify the price. Next, we are moving on to some more affordable options. We have 3 Amazon options. The first one is from the brand Belief. And this is their pleated tennis skirt. I got a size small and it was $29.99. The front is very sleek and plain, and then the back has that pleated detail. I have seen this in some other brands. I guess this is kind of like a tennis skirt thing. I don't really play tennis. I don't know, but I think it's cute. We do have that legging style waistband. This one does have a top band, but it also has an inner drawstring. It is adjustable on the inside. There's also a zippered pocket on the top of the waistband in the back. It's made of a lightweight, sleek performance material. The inner shorts are a lightweight mesh. We do have a front seam as well as 2 side pockets, and like the Lululemon one, we do have that non-slip silicone lining around the inside of those shorts. The skirt length in this one is 14 inches and the inner inseam is 3 inches. Here we are with the first affordable skirt. First of all, this one, it does have a band at the top, but it's not super snugly fitting. I definitely am getting some extra room in the waist here. This would be an opportunity to tie that little loop drawstring if I really had any idea how to tie these. They always confuse me. I'm just gonna kind of loop it in there. That's definitely a little bit better. Nice to have the option of the drawstring at least. This is all a more lightweight material, a little bit sleek performance. I feel like this little top area is poking out a little bit here, so that's not my favorite. Length from the front is good. It does kind of tulip around the side a little bit and give a little bit of extra length in the back, but you will see a little bit of those shorts, and you have the little beats in the back for a little extra movement. We have that zip pocket as well in the back. I just feel like this waistband is a little bit saggy. You can see just like some extra fabric there that I'm not getting in some of the other ones. Overall, I would say this is a little bit more of a slim fitting skirt. You can see not a ton of movement there. Inner shorts, again, I don't really love this material for an inner short. It just kind of is snug along the thighs and then really no hold anywhere else. We do have that front seam. We have the side pockets, and this does have that little silicone lining down there. I would still say that these are thick thigh friendly. I'm not getting a ton of compression there. It's just whatever you have that silicone lining, everything's a little bit more snug. The rise on these is a high as well. So I would say mostly true to size, but if you're in between, I would size down just because I'm not getting a ton of compression in the waistband here. The top material is more of a classic sleek performance, but the actual skirt material and the pleats are made of almost like a more stiff windbreaker type material. You can kind of see the way that the skirt wrinkles there. And lastly, you could fit a ball underneath here just because this area is not super compressive, or you could put one in the pocket. I don't know if this little ball test is helpful, but I hope it is, because personally I just don't put my tennis balls there. Next, we have 2 skirts from CRZ Yoga, and these are definitely similar to some Lululemon skirts. I forget exactly the one that this looks like, but this definitely looks like one I saw on Lulu's website. This is the high-waisted 3-pocket A-line skirt. I got a size small and it was $35. We have a sleek performance material, double thickness waistband. There is a top band, but like the Belief one, we also have that inner loop drawstring. The skirt itself is a little bit more lightweight of a material, kind of A-line, minimally flowy skirt with a 3-tier detail. We have a zippered pocket in the back of the waistband again. The inner shorts are that same sleek performance material as the top. We do have a front seam. We have 2 side pockets. They did list the different skirt inseam lengths on this one, and it looks like for a size small, we have about a 13.5-inch inseam. A little bit shorter than some of them because it seems like the standard is 14 inches. And we have that silicone stick detail on the inside of the shorts. Let's try it on. I'm a bit nervous for the medium that I got in a CRZ yoga skirt because this is the small and I have a lot of room in the waist back here. Anyways, we're gonna give this one about a mid to high rise. It's a little bit higher than the Lululemon Court Rival skirt. And again, this is definitely more of a slim fitting skirt. Very little flow to it. It just kind of barely skims my body here, but it doesn't kind of cling to my body in the same ways that the Lululemon Align skirt did because this fabric just kind of glides over the skin a little bit more easily. The top is a sleek performance and we do have one of those adjustable drawstring waists. We'll tighten that up here. And again, that definitely helps with the waistband space, but you still can see that it's just a little bit too much fabric up here. I'd say if you're in between sizes, I would size down. Definitely a shorter skirt length. Again, I feel like when the skirts don't have a lot of flow to them, they just look a lot shorter. If you lean over, you will see some short down there. I just don't think this is my favorite shape of skirt. I just like a little bit more movement. The inner shorts are definitely fitting well. We do have that silicone lining, which is nice. We have the two side pockets. We can definitely fit a ball in here and under here. The front seam is not cutting in any way. I think I would like the style of this one if it was just a little bit longer and if the waistband was more snug, because the rest of it, like, it definitely is skimming over my glutes pretty closely. Like, I couldn't size down anymore, but the waistband area is big. Last Amazon option, this is the CRZ Yoga pleated skirt. This one definitely reminds me of the Aloe Yoga one. Honestly, the fabrics feel very similar. We have a double thickness legging style waistband here. We have a more lightweight, flowy, pleated detail. The skirt kind of dips down a little bit in the back as well. We have that CRZ Yoga logo. I did get this one in a medium just because I wanted to try a medium, see if it would be a little bit longer. We have a front seam, and then on the right pocket we have like more of a phone pocket, and then the left side has more of a tennis ball shaped pocket here. So I'll show you how that works. We just kind of slide your tennis ball right in. This is different than the Aloe Yoga skirt. It did not have that little tennis ball pocket, and this one also has the silicone lining detail on the inside of the shorts, which Aloe Yoga also did not have. The skirt length on this one is listed as 14 inches and about a 2.5-inch inseam on the shorts. Let's try it on. I was nervous to try this one because the last CRZ skirt was just okay, but this one is so nice. Everything is good about this one. First of all, this is a medium, and honestly, not huge. Like, the waist could be a little bit more compressive, sure, but I'm not getting any gaping anywhere. I'd say this one is true to size. I probably could wear the small, but size up if you're in between. Very similar to Aloe, we have that slightly shinier fabric on the waistband here. There's no top band or anything, so it sits like a normal legging waistband, and it's a high rise covering the belly button. Tons of flow and movement in the skirt with these pleats. So girly and fun. Definitely short still. This is a 14-inch skirt, pretty similar, and it doesn't look to be any longer in the back. You will show some shorts here, but it's not the worst we've seen. I still think this is wearable for me. This outer material is very lightweight, very breathable. Then we have the inner shorts made of that same sleek performance as the waistband, and it's not super compressive, so I'm not getting a lot of cutting in on the thighs, which is nice. But a nice feature that we have is that silicone lining so the shorts don't ride up. This is not a feature I look for in a lot of gym shorts, but for something like this where I'm doing mostly like walking around, where I'm more worried about the shorts riding up than rolling up, I do like this. Front seam is really not causing me any issues, and we have a regular phone pocket on the right. It looks a little bit small, so let's test it. It mostly fits my phone. A little bit poking out there, not too much. And then the left side, we actually have that tennis ball pocket. It enters from the bottom. You just kind of slide your tennis ball underneath there, and then you can easily pop it out. I think that's a nice feature. It feels better than putting it in the other pockets for me. For how much more affordable this one is than the Aloe skirt, I honestly didn't realize they would be this similar, but I like the extra features that this skirt has. It's definitely a top pick for me. Alright, the last brand that has multiple length options that we are reviewing is Athleta. This is the Athleta Salutation Stash High-Rise Skirt in the 16.5-inch inseam version. They have all of theirs not listed as like short, regular, long, but listed as the inseam length. I think they had like some 12-inch inseams maybe, like some super short. They had some 14s all the way up to like 18 plus. They had a ton of inseam options. This one I felt like was a taller inseam, but it doesn't look like too long. We have their classic Salutation Stash waistband here, which is kind of a more stiff but still soft waistband. So it's a double thickness, but it's actually kind of bonded together to create a little bit of extra support. The material is a softer, more brushed material. It's a little bit heavier than some of the a more lightweight performance materials. We actually have outer pockets on this skirt. That's kind of crazy. I didn't realize that. I wonder how much this is going to like weigh down the skirt, but they do have outer pockets. And then on the inside, the inner shorts have side pockets as well. We have a front seam. The inner shorts, I'm measuring a 5-inch inseam, which is definitely the longest inner short inseam we've seen so far. This skirt is $79, definitely on the higher end price point. Let's try it on. Here's a skirt, and this reminds me of another issue that I often have with Athleta, is that the waistbands always gape on me. I don't know what it is about like traditional athletic clothing. The thighs are snug and the waist is loose. And by traditional athletic clothing, I mean like the brands like Lululemon, Athleta, they just really don't fit me. Here we see this skirt is super long, like literally mid-thigh. So for anyone really looking for a longer skirt, this is the one. That same soft brush fabric that's a little bit more similar to the Pop Flex Twirl skirt, but it's even more dense and more thick for a lot of high impact activity. If you are playing tennis or pickleball in this, running in this, it might be a little bit too hot. Just keep that in mind, you know, true to size for thighs. High rise covering the belly button here. The waistband would be nice and compressive. It was more true to size for me. And the skirt doesn't have a ton of flow to it. Definitely more of a slim fitting skirt. I find it really unique that this one has outer pockets. I think it looks a little bit more sleek when you put your things on the inner pockets, but if you're someone who really likes pockets, this is the first skirt I've ever seen that has pockets like these, and this fabric is structured enough that it is holding it up very well. Since this is a little bit of a slimmer fit, I do feel like it kind of does that thing that the Align skirt did, lipping of the fabric at the top here. Just keep that in mind. Definitely good coverage in the back. We're not going to show the shorts, but even if we do show the shorts, these are a 5-inch inseam. They're nice and long. No lining on the inside of these, but because the inseam is longer, they're just going to stay down better. 2 side pockets, plenty of space for the tennis ball. Again, I know this is not a tennis ball, I'm just saying. Or if you want to put it in that outside pocket too, that's definitely easy access. We do have a front seam on that inner short, and I would say that these are thick thigh friendly. They're a little bit more compressive, but they're not digging in. I'd say for my purposes, this is not what I'm looking for, but I think this could be a cute like golf skirt if you're into golfing. Next, I have the Athleta Ace high rise 15.5-inch tennis skirt. This is definitely one of their longer ones as well. Again, not crazy long. We have a more lightweight, sleek performance material. It's cool to the touch, a lot more breathable than the last one. We have a double thickness waistband with a top band, no drawstring. There is a zippered pocket in the back. We have the inner shorts here with a front seam, and we do have these side pockets, a 4-inch inseam, and then these shorts actually do have a full silicone lining on the inside of the inseam there to prevent the shorts from moving around. I guess I forget how big Athleta runs. Like, this is not normal for sizing. My thighs are like pretty squished down here. Like, I don't think I could size down, and I have so much room in the waist. Like, this is actually so much space. I really don't understand. I know I have like a little bit of a smaller waist and like hip discrepancy than some brands can accommodate, but usually with activewear being so stretchy, it's not a problem. Anyways, that is a little bit annoying. We'll review the skirt otherwise. First of all, we do have a little bit of a top band up here, so there is a little stitch along the top band of the waist, but there is no drawstring like the Amazon skirts. Those had a little bit of room in the waist, but the drawstring helped. We don't have any drawstring here. This is a little bit more of a flowy skirt. We have some more movement. The material is more of a lightweight, sleek performance. The hem is just a raw cut edge. Fabric does not fray. A little bit of a seam detail on the side, and definitely a longer skirt. Not quite as long as the other skirt, but definitely good coverage. And if you do see the tiniest bit of short underneath, it's because the inner shorts are pretty long. They don't need to be quite that long. And I like that the silicone on these is just a solid band instead of the little dots. That really just helps it stay put, but it looks like they skip the silicone on the pocket area. We do have those side pockets, and they are pretty long, so definitely gonna fit a full phone in there. I would say a little bit of compression in the thighs, not the most thick thigh friendly. The rise is definitely high above the belly button. It's really hard for me to advise on sizing on this one because it does not fit me very well. So I'd say this kind of skirt really only works well if you have a larger waist and smaller thighs, not smaller waist and larger thighs like me. And then we do have that zip pocket in the back. I don't use this zip pocket too much. I prefer to use the ones on the inner shorts, but we still have that there as an option. I would love to know who in the comments do you find if Athleta fits you well? Do other brands not fit you as well? I would love to know, just because I don't normally struggle with this in most brands that I try. All right, and the pocket situation, can definitely fit a ball in this pocket. It's gonna be a little bit more snug to get it on underneath this short, just because of that silicone lining there, but that's definitely an option. Collection. And the last brand, I'm starting to think we may have done a few too many skirts here, but we have Old Navy. I actually ordered 2 skirts from Old Navy and only one of them ever shipped. The other one, it said it was delayed, but it's been like 3 weeks now and it hasn't even shipped, so we're just not including it in the review. This is the Old Navy extra high-waisted power soft skirt. I got a size small. This one was only $17.49. Old Navy, kind of like Halara, never buy at full price. They're always going to have you add it to the cart and then have magically like 30 to 50% off. This is made of their power soft material. Honestly, I love that Old Navy has the size range that they do, the length options and everything like that for most of their items, but I was a little disappointed to see that the skirts didn't come in multiple lengths when they have bodysuits, leggings, like every single one of their leggings comes in 3 lengths. Their bodysuits, I tried a couple jumpsuits for my jumpsuit video. The jumpsuits came in multiple lengths, so I was a little upset to see that these skirts only came in 1 length because I feel like they should come in multiple. Again, their power soft fabric. Oh. Peach has trouble climbing on this couch, but she loves to climb on couches. But the velvet just doesn't really work with her claws, so try not to slip on me, okay? Hey, what are you doing? If you told me a fabric was called Power Soft, I would think that it's a soft brushed material, but this is actually a sleek performance. Anyways, double thickness waistband with a top band. Kind of a shorter waistband here, but this one is said to have about an inch higher rise than the regular Power Soft skirt. It also looked just a little bit longer, so I was interested to try that. Looks like not the flowiest skirt. Inner shorts have 2 pockets. We have a 4-inch inseam for the inner shorts, and the skirt length is 15 inches. So that's actually a little bit, ow, 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 ow. Peach! She just like completely scratched my back. Thanks so much, Peach. You can't walk on this. I know, this is not a good place for you to be. It's not a good place. Let's try it on. This one is an inch longer compared to most of the shorter skirts. It is a high rise. It goes right to the belly button. The waist is a little bit big on me. Just a little bit. I think it would still stay up and it doesn't gape too much, but definitely runs a little bit larger in the waist. We do have a small elastic at the top of the waistband. Again, not my favorite thing, but because it's not too snug, it's not cutting in. This is definitely a sleek performance material, a little bit on the shiny side. You can see it lifts up just a little bit in the back there. We also have this little tiny slit on the side. Leaning over, you do see maybe a tiny bit of short, but really not too bad. I'd say that the length overall is pretty good. Inner shorts, we do have that front seam, and we actually only have 1 side pocket. It's on this side. It's pretty wide. Definitely room to put a ball in here. It's actually pretty snug. It's pushing it. It's definitely a little bit snug in there. I would say overall these are thick thigh friendly. I'm definitely getting some compression on these inner shorts, but nothing cutting into the thigh area. We don't have any of that silicone lining either. Sometimes those little silicone things can make it so that they're a little bit too tight on the inner shorts. There's a pro and con situation there. And even though it's definitely skimming over the glutes here, I'm not getting that like picking up sensation because this is a sleeker fabric and it wants to fall a little bit more. Not getting a lot of twirling movement when I go around there. I still think it's a cute shape, and for me the length is just a little bit better than some of the other ones. In terms of a slimmer skirt, I actually like this one. It definitely feels a little bit longer compared to the other slimmer skirts we've tried, obviously except for the Athleta one, but that one was like definitely too long. Okay guys, that is everything. I'm sure this video was quite long, so we're gonna wrap it up. In terms of which skirts I liked the most, I think the winner for me for expensive skirts is surprisingly either going to be that Aloe Yoga skirt. I really actually liked that one. That fit me way better than Lululemon or Athleta. Either that or the Pop Flex skirts. Even though those are a little bit short, I wish they were longer. They're definitely cute, fun, and just a little bit more interesting than some of the other skirts. And in terms of the affordable skirts, that CRZ Yoga skirt, again, I must just be into the pleated skirts because those are like 2 of my top picks. Or that Halara cross waist one. I liked that one a lot as well. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. I'll also link a couple other videos where I have reviewed skirts on this channel before. I'll put those down below with timestamps if you're curious. I have tried a couple Buffbunny skirts in the past, Alphalete skirts, but I think all of those are currently out of stock, so I did not include them in the video. That's the thing about launch-based companies, is that it can be a little bit difficult to include them in big reviews like this. Let me know what other kind of roundup review you would like to see next. I just recently did jumpsuits, we've done dresses, so let me know what you guys think. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure to do so, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
Decision against my family's wishes, against specifically my mother's. I was playing college basketball as a freshman, and I dropped out of school and started my career.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we are bringing back an old classic video on this channel, which is Love It or Leave It. It has been probably a year since we've done a Love It or Leave It, so I apologize for the break. But honestly, I was just a little bit less regular about posting videos starting last summer when I started working. So now that I'm trying to be a little bit better about regularly posting, let me know if you guys would like to see more of these. If you're new to Love It or Leave It, these used to be our kind of quarterly activewear check-in videos where I would do some mini reviews of some pieces that I didn't feel like needed a whole dedicated video, as well as favorites and quality updates, any pieces that I thought were really holding up really well or just weren't holding up as much. For a lot of my reviews, I may only test an item once or twice before actually filming a review. This allows me to kind of revisit those pieces that I'm wearing more often and see how they are holding up. If you enjoy this type of video, make sure to give it a thumbs up, and without further ado, let's get on to the mini reviews. The first mini review is for the new Lazuli V-Seam 2.0 leggings. I've done a couple Lazuli reviews on my channel. They are famous for their sculpt scrunch leggings. Basically, Lazuli is all about trying to make the glutes look as good as possible, and their V-Seam leggings were really popular for a while and I never got to try those. I feel like for me, Lazuli is pretty hit or miss. I have loved some of the pieces, I have been disappointed by a good amount of pieces, so I'm excited to try these. I have already worn these to the gym, so I already have my thoughts. But these are launching in May, but I don't know if they have a release date yet. I'm filming this before they've really told me like when things are releasing. Anyways, they're coming out with their V-Seam leggings as well as biker shorts. I always like their shorts better than their leggings, and long sleeve tops. So I'm a little bummed that there's no bra in this collection, especially because the tops I don't really feel like go with the leggings. These are mini reviews, so they're going to be a little bit more rapid fire than our normal reviews. Anyways, this is the V-Seam legging. It is made of a seamless fabric. They have updated it. Again, I didn't try the original V-Seam, so I don't really have much to go off of, but they are called the V-Seam. This is the back of the leggings because they have a pretty drastic V to accentuate the glutes. And then instead of a scrunch, they have a short back rise seam. We've seen this in a lot of Buffbunny leggings, a lot of Buffbunny seamless leggings. This short back rise seam can be pulled up the glutes to kind of act like a scrunch, but you avoid having that actual scrunch look. This does still give you some glute separation here. These have a little panel detail that kind of goes from around the glutes to underneath to give a little bit of compression there. I say it's definitely not nearly as much as the sculpt seamless. The waistband is sewn onto the legging and it is a ribbed seamless. And then we have the front, just flat across waistband here, no front seam of course. The panel detail does extend to the front. Then they brought back their classic kind of silver logo. I think Lazuli does best when they have their tonal branding. They've had that in a couple previous launches and it just looks so sleek. So I'm a little bit bummed to see them bring this logo back. Here's a close-up of the fabric and everything. It is a super stretchy marled seamless, and these are coming in brown, gray, black, and green. So I have 3 of the colors to show. All right, here they are, and they're simultaneously too big and not too big. Like, I don't know, like I get this lipping at the top of the waistband here, and if I lean back, there's definitely a little bit of gaping. It's just not the kind of compressive seamless waistband I'm used to. Not that they should all be super compressive, but there's definitely a little bit of flaring at the top, which is just a little bit odd. And then depending on certain movements, a little crotch gathering is always pretty normal in a seamless legging, but it's always more prominent to me when there's too much fabric in the crotch. And I definitely feel like there's a little bit too much here. And you can just see in certain movements, there's just a little bit of extra fabric right where the seam meets the leggings. I feel like their fit could be a little bit better, but I'm just not sure I'm ready for a size down. This is a size small, which is my normal size. We do have a high rise. The waistband is a double thickness, ribbed, so definitely has a lot of potential for compression there. We have the logo here. The waistband does have this little interesting design at the top there. It doesn't really do anything functionally, but it just is like a little bit of something. You can see that shortened back rise seam here. It is up the glutes. I did wear this for a workout and they stayed up really well between the glutes, which doesn't always happen with a short back rise, so I liked that. But it's definitely very short. It could be a little bit higher for me personally, but it all just depends on your body, your anatomy. If you're a little bit shorter, this would probably be perfect. We have that under glute ribbed contour detail, which is really flattering, but it's not too compressive. It's not like squeezing like the Sculpt Seamless. These are definitely going to give you cellulite coverage. You have that ribbed area, and then you also have that pretty drastic marl to the fabric. Overall, this fabric feels like kind of a cross between an Alphalete Revival and a Gymshark like camo seamless. It's a little bit more dense. It still has all that stretch, but I will say it leans a little bit towards the itchy seamless. I am feeling just a little bit of itchiness here, so not my favorite for really long-term wear, but this is a very durable fabric. Let's do the full-length view. With seamless leggings, we often have good vertical stretch. If I had to give a booty scale rating, I'm kind of between high and medium to high. I don't know, it's hard to say. I'd say overall I do like these leggings. There are a couple things I would change, but after trying them on a second time, I am liking them a little bit more. I don't know, let me know what you guys think. Did you try the original V-seam leggings? I like the idea of including a seam in a seamless legging, especially in the back, instead of a scrunch. I think it's just a nice way to add some definition to the glutes without having a shiny scrunch in there. Next, we have the Lazuli V-Seam 2.0 shorts. These are an 8-inch inseam short. They have a very similar structure to the leggings. They have that sewn-on waistband, logo in the front left, panel detail, V-seam in the back, short back rise seam, and on the green you can definitely see that panel detail a little bit more pronounced. Something I love about Lazuli is they're always doing a longer short. I actually really like the length of this short. It's an 8-inch inseam like I was mentioning, but because you pull a lot of the fabric up the glutes in the back with this short back rise seam, it ends up being a pretty good length where it's not like super biker, but it's also not really super mini short. Again, I just feel like their shorts work better for me than their leggings, but let's try these on. Okay, so here are the shorts. I have worn these for a workout and they stay put very well. The shorts, they always stay put a little bit better than the leggings for me. I just do find them to run a little bit big. There's always one or two things I would change about a Lazuli piece. And for this one, I feel like the thighs are compressive enough. I don't feel like they're actually too big in the glutes or anything, but right where the waistband hits the seams there, you just get a little bit of extra fabric. Same with the front. You can see the fabric almost kind of like bubbling there. There's just something a little bit off. So I would definitely say if you're in between sizes, I would size down, but I can't say that I would want an extra small in these shorts. I think that they might be a little small if I do. Anyways, the waistband is a double thickness ribbed seamless, nice and compressive, but because it's not overly tight, I'm not getting any sort of muffin topping or like super compressed. I'd say the waistband on the shorts really isn't too bad. There's like a little bit of lipping right at the top, but it's not really gaping. Then we can see that little paneled area. It's kind of reminding me of OG Alphalete Revivals. You saw this kind of panel detail, and it's really not squeezing or anything. So if you didn't like the compressed squeeze feeling of the Sculpt Seamless, then these do feel a lot more forgiving on the thighs. But if you are expecting that kind of Sculpt Seamless, you will not be getting that feeling here. So we see that ribbed area kind of curves around the glutes here, and without too much adjustment, it does go right underneath the glutes, so that's good. We have that back rise seam that is going up the cheeks there. If you have a really short sacrum, this will work really well for you, and your hips are a little bit taller. For me, I think that this seam could go just a little bit higher. It's still super flattering. I'm still gonna give it a medium to high on the booty scale, but it's a little bit dictated by your anatomy. Lastly, the thigh area, honestly, super stretchy, definitely thick thigh friendly, and I just really like the length of these. It's the perfect biker length. I wouldn't want it any longer. I could have it be a little bit shorter, but I actually think that they're super cute at this length, and this fabric also feels pretty opaque. We're not seeing anything through. You can just see in the hip area, there's just a little bit of extra fabric. I don't know, I just feel like these don't fit the best. Would I wear them now that I have them? Yes. Would I go out of my way for these? Probably not. I still think that there are some improvements to be made, and honestly, this is something I struggle with a lot of Lazuli stuff. Usually the thighs are a little tight, the waist is loose. For some reason, they just don't fit me super well. So let me know what you guys think. If you've had success with Lazuli sizing, if it's also been hit or miss for you, what do you think? And then the top they're launching is the high neck, open back, long sleeve. This is not made of a seamless. This is why I just feel like this piece is a little bit out of place. First of all, it's summer. I would prefer to have a sports bra or tank, something instead of a long sleeve. First of all, I'm not a huge fan of their non-seamless materials. And second of all, it just doesn't perfectly match the seamless. Not really a huge fan of this top top as a matching set with the bottoms. So we have a little mock neck here. It is a cropped long sleeve, quite cropped. We do have long sleeves, but no thumb holes. And the back is completely open with a little V detail at the top. Again, we have that silver logo. I prefer their tonal branding. And I don't love a huge open back like this if it's not going to be a built-in bra, because then you get to see the bra underneath, which I guess could be a pro or a con. You could kind of use this as a styling moment to highlight the back of a sports bra, but you are going to see that sports bra underneath if you are someone who doesn't like that look. Here's the top, and you can kind of see what I mean, where they've launched these in the same collection, but they don't really go together. Sure, the colors match, but whenever you have a slightly different fabric, the colors are never 100% matching, which I'm fine with, but I would have liked to have like a bra instead, something instead of the long sleeve. I'm just not big on long sleeves as my only pairing option. I love a good long sleeve moment occasionally, but not in the summer. Anyways, you can see it's quite cropped. It's just about the length of a midline sports bra, a little bit longer than the bra I have on underneath right now. We have a little tiny mock neck up at the top here, definitely snug. So I would say true to size if you want a snug kind of body contouring fit. Size up if you're in between. The sleeves are a good length on me. Again, there are no thumb holes. This fabric is really just okay. It's got some stretch. It's a tiny bit brushed, but it's not really soft. My favorite long sleeve tops are always like super lightweight, super stretchy, super soft, and I do feel this getting like a little bit itchy. And then we have the open back. Again, you just really have to be selective about which sports bra you're wearing because you're gonna see the back. So I wouldn't recommend something like I'm wearing. I'm not sure I'm loving this pairing here. Next mini review, I have been meaning to try these for so long. This is my problem when I get some pieces that don't really fit in to a review. They just kind of sit on my little clothing rack and I don't try them for months. But I had an Amazon scrunch legging review, or I guess just an affordable scrunch legging review, where I tried these Sunzel scrunch leggings and I really liked them. I feel like Sunzel has been really stepping up their fabrics. It's super soft and brushed and it has a hidden scrunch in the back. It looks pretty scrunchy, but it's better when it's on. But I felt like all of their leggings were running really big in the waist. I got a size extra small because the small was just gaping everywhere. So I figured this would be a perfect opportunity to finally try and see if the extra small actually is better for me. Okay, these are the extra small and they're much better. No gaping in the waist. Still plenty of stretch. I am feeling more compressed in them. They're more of a medium to high compression, but they still have plenty of stretch in the fabric. So I'd say you don't have to size down in these, but if you do have a smaller waist, I would consider a size down. These are high rise, hitting right about the smallest point of the waist. No front seam. Flattering on the glutes. They have that hidden scrunch. High on the booty scale. The fabric is about a medium thickness, so you will get some cellulite coverage there. I'm just going to check the sheerness here. I'm not really seeing anything through, so I do think this fabric is nice and opaque. Going for a full length view. I think I got the shorter inseam. They usually come in a 25 and a 28, so I probably got the 25 when really I could use a 28, but I'm definitely happy about these. I love the color too. It's such a nice little periwinkle. Next, I have a couple Paragon pieces. This is part of their core collection, so something that they continue to restock and bring back, but they are new to me. This is their ruched bra. I got it in a size small. I'm wearing it in the green right now, and I've actually always loved this style of bra with the ruched front detailing. I think it can be super flattering. I like the V-neck, the ruched detail, and then we almost have this inverted V in the front, which is really flattering. We do have removable cups, a racer back. It is long line. This is made of their Reluna fabric, which I don't know. Someone let me know if you are a huge Reluna fabric person. I just think it's just not the best. It needs a little bit more density while still remaining stretchy. I would love to see them experiment with a few more fabrics because I feel like their designs are really good. So let's give this a try. Here is the ruched bra. I really like this inverted V in the bottom. I feel like this would be super cute with a cross waist legging to just kind of have like that little double V effect. But this is a scooped neck bra. I do also have a little bit of side boob. The support is light to medium. Again, this fabric with just not having a ton of hold doesn't have a lot of support for bras as well. Definitely a lower impact bra. Coverage, I would say, honestly, low to medium coverage. It's pretty scooping. We have that scoop around the armpit as well. That being said, I don't see myself falling out of it at the gym, so it's still wearable for me. I would say still large bust friendly, just not high impact. And then we have that racer back. I generally don't love long line bras, but the fact that they kind of brought it up in the front front really improves that for me. Oh, I definitely think the bra is cute. I hope that they bring it out in other fabrics because I just don't like the leggings that go with it, but yeah, I like the bra. And then we have the original Sculpt Seam Plus legging, which is my preferred legging from them, in the Reluna fabric. So normally this is the Rec Stretch fabric, so it's new that this is in Reluna. And again, Reluna, not my fave, but I'm starting to feel like what I really don't like is the original Sculpt Seam fit. I just feel like the waist is never snug enough, it just slides down, so I wonder if it'll stay up better in the Sculpt Seam Plus. I got this pastel blue color, which is super cute. We have a double thickness waistband, no front seam, small gusset here, curved glute seams in the back, and then the Sculpt Seam Plus extra scrunch in the back as well. Let's try this on. Here are the leggings, and I still like the Rec Stretch Sculpt Seam Plus better. For one, the Rec Stretch one, I believe it has a layer of mesh in the waistband. This one does not have it, and while I think that these would stay up better than the original Sculpt Seam leggings, I still just prefer the Rec Stretch fabric. Honestly, both of them are still a little bit thin, but this one is just a little bit lower on the list for me. Anyways, if you do like this fabric, we do have a high rise. It hits just about over the belly button there, double thickness waistband, very light compression, and these are super flattering on the glutes. I definitely would say that these are more flattering than the original Sculpt Seam. Seams go above the glutes, that scrunch sits in between the glutes, and you can see maybe there's like the tiniest bit of fabric gathering, but unless you did like a really close look, you don't really see that actual scrunch. These are not going to be great for cellulite coverage. Something Paragon's not afraid to do is make a sheer legging. I just can't imagine that these would be super squat proof. We'll do a quick test here, and then I'm just gonna take one out of Bailey's book and do the little sticker test, and yeah, you can see that pretty clearly. To be honest, would I still wear these with nude underwear? Yes, but I can see my nude underwear a little bit. So these are definitely not the most squat proof leggings. Here's a quick look at the full length. These are pretty stretchy, so I can kind of stretch them down a little bit. So yeah, these are cute, but I know Paragon has other stuff coming, and I probably would not go crazy for these. Two more little mini reviews. First, I have a set that I've been meaning to try from the brand Pavoy. And if you're an affordable jewelry girly, you know that Pavoy is a really popular jewelry brand on Amazon, which I've actually tried their jewelry and I actually really like it. But they've started entering the activewear space, and they ended up sending me a lot of items, and a lot of them I felt like could still use some work. That's the thing for me. If you're going to start an activewear brand, something has to be unique and different. One thing I do like about them is they are keeping their prices affordable. The sports bra is like $15, which is very reasonable considering Amazon pricing is kind of going up. Like Oxtrax will be charging close to $30 for a sports bra, which is like, let's rein it in a little bit, guys. So I do appreciate their pricing. I will see in the try on, but I do think that they could still work on some of their designs and fabrics. But honestly, I'm seeing some promising things. So this is their scoop neck sports bra in the Flex Flow fabric. This fabric is a dense brushed material. Again, we have that ruched front inverted V, which I was just saying that I liked this style. This is a much more short line sports bra though, so I hope I can fit into it. In the back, the straps are scooped. Always gotta evaluate the cup pads, and they're the triangle cup pads, which honestly are not the worst. At least they don't crinkle very easily. I find that the worst ones are like those like really thin round cup pads, so I'm not mad about the triangles. So let's try this on. Here's the bra. Definitely see potential in it. I just think it's not going to be the best for larger busts. I'm wearing a size small in it. I do like this inverted V in the front. Again, it's just a very flattering shape. We do have removable cups. The fabric is actually super comfortable. We have this scoop neck here. Overall coverage is about medium coverage, but I am kind of being forced out every which way with this bra, and so it's definitely just not going to be large cup size friendly. If I sized up, I wouldn't have enough security in the band here because there's just a little tiny seam at the bottom. There's not really any under bust support, which is fine. Some things just aren't made for larger busts, but I still like this ruching detail. This fabric I actually think would be really good for bras because it does have a lot of hold. And then here's the back. I'm a little confused why there's minimal coverage in the front and then it's super thick in the back. If this bra is kind of meant to be more for smaller cup sizes, for lower impact, the amount of back coverage, it's not necessarily a problem though. It is nice and smooth in the back, nothing cutting into me. Overall, I would say true to size, just better for smaller cup sizes, and the support is around a light to medium support. And then we have the leggings to match. These are the Pavoy Scrunch leggings. They are $26, again, still in that affordable price range. They're made of that same Flex Flow fabric. I haven't tried these on yet, but I do think that this fabric is going to be a little bit thick for a legging. I think think the fabric worked for a sports bra. Again, I might be wrong. We might love it, but it feels like it may be a little bit thick. We have a double thickness waistband. I also really like to see that they're not doing front seams. I honestly wouldn't even consider reviewing them at this point if they had a front seam. We do have a seam down the side of the leg, which sometimes I'm okay with, but I prefer not to have it. The glute seams in the back are just a little bit accentuated around the glutes, not very much. And then we have a scrunch in the back. I think we should be doing more of a hidden scrunch. And if we look at the inside of the scrunch, it's actually just the top half where they scrunched the fabric. And the top half of the back rise is really where you see the most scrunch, and where you really need the glute separation is in the bottom half of the scrunch. You look at something like the Honor Active Effortless leggings, they actually do their scrunch in the bottom half of the back rise so that you don't really see it on the top of the glute, but it really gives you that glute separation. I feel like they did the opposite of that here, which just doesn't work quite as well. I'm not expecting this to be what I look for in a scrunch, but let's give it a try. Here's a close-up of the fabric. It is a nice feel to it. It's a soft brushed fabric. It looks like it's going to be quite dense. I think I judged this fabric before putting it on because normally a thicker, dense fabric like this doesn't have enough stretch, especially from affordable brands, but this fabric has stretch. Like, I am kneeling right now and I feel no tightness in the knees. That's actually quite promising. So I take it back. Definitely excited to see more in this fabric. These have almost a little bit higher than a high rise, going slightly above my natural waist, double thickness waistband, and the compression on these is about a medium compression, so a little bit more than a classic naked feel fabric, but they're still really soft and they still have a ton of stretch. Like, I'm really not feeling any restriction, which is like my least favorite thing. Compared to like an Oxtrax legging, I'm really not a fan of their denser fabrics for leggings because they just don't fit quite right. These are actually really nice. And even though this is a light color, I'm not seeing my underwear through it, and we'll do that little sticker check again, and I can just barely see that through. So obviously it's still a light legging, but I would actually say pretty decently opaque. We do have that seam down the side, which is not my fave. And given the compression in the waist, I actually think that these would stay up pretty well. I initially thought they wouldn't, but they actually do feel like they're really holding on to the waist. And then we go to the back, and again, I just think that the scrunch isn't really doing much. It's not actually giving me very much glute separation. Quick intermission for Pinto to say hello. I love you. I love you. I do actually think that they're flattering on the glutes, but for me, that little scrunch being so visible does kind of take away for me. So if they replace that with just like a hidden scrunch, back rise elastic instead of the scrunched scrunch, I think that these would actually be really nice. Because this fabric is a little bit more dense, you're gonna get a little bit more cellulite coverage as well. And then here is the full length view. Actually a decent inseam on me. I'll list the inseam at the end, but they are longer than I expected. It's actually rare that I find an affordable activewear brand where I really like the fabric, and this was not what I expected it to feel like. I'm excited to see what else they do because I know they're very new, but yeah, let me know what you guys think. That concludes all of the mini reviews. Next we're moving on to favorites, and my first favorite is actually some socks. I believe a year ago, maybe a little bit more, I finally ventured into the little Rue sock gym trend, and I've been really into it. I love putting on my little socks over my leggings, kind of scrunching them up a little bit. It just kind of ties the whole outfit together. And for a while I was just wearing any socks that people had sent me. I had gotten a pair of Gymshark socks, I had some Buffbunny, I had some Alphalete, but I didn't like that I always had to like place the logo in a specific way. This is really not a huge problem, but I had to take the extra time to be like, is this my right sock or my left sock? And I just didn't feel like doing that. I go to the gym in the morning and sometimes, you know, the brain is just not quite on yet. So I took myself over to Amazon and I got myself a 6-pack of Hanes crew socks for like $10. It's not actually $10, let me see how much it is. It was $13 for a 6-pack of the crew socks. I think 6 pairs, not just a 6-pack. And I am always getting questions about where these are from. First of all, they got a good amount of cushion in the toe area, so they're still pretty comfortable. They don't have a right or a left, so you don't have to think about that. And they're the perfect length of sock. They have 6 inches of this ribbing on the ankle area. So as a tall girly, it still covers up the area of my ankle that the legging doesn't quite go all the way down, because most leggings are not a full length on me, but it's not like crazy long. Like my Gymshark socks would go all the way up to like my mid calf if I stretched them there. This is a very like niche favorite, but honestly, these have been great socks. They've been holding up really well and they were super cheap. Favorite number 2 are the Paragon Lightspeed shorts. I believe these are the fast track shorts. The fabric is Lightspeed. It's getting hot here in Arizona and I've been going out on a lot of walks, and sometimes I just don't want like a tight short on my walks. I just want something a little bit flowy. So I've been been wearing a lot more flowy style shorts, and these ones just never disappoint. I wasn't sure about them at first because they are on the shorter side, but since it's so hot, I honestly appreciate any little breeze I can get. The waistband is elastic, there's no drawstring, but it fits me perfectly. I love the material. It's not super noisy, but it still has a little bit of flow to it. It has that kind of tuliped side detail. We have real inner shorts, which I love. I don't like the underwear lining, and I don't like when the shorts are so short that you see them underneath the outer short, which I don't in these. My only gripe with these is that I wish they had just one single pocket, just so I could put my keys. Actually, 2 pockets would be better, one for my keys, one for my phone, so I don't have to like carry a belt bag with me as well. But I have 3 pairs of these and I just keep reaching for them. So I believe they only have a couple sizes left in certain colors, so I'm just hoping they bring them back because I want more of these. And the last favorite, I debated whether or not to put this one in, but it really has been a favorite. It is the Buffbunny Bend and Snap dress. This is from my launch, so obviously I love it, but I just wear this all the time. I wear it for pickleball, I wear it just walking around, I wore it to my final wedding dress appointment the other day, and it can just be dressed up or down. I love the color. I definitely will be wearing this for more bridal, you know, style things, just going to appointments. It just makes sense. The waist is so defining, it's comfortable, it has that built-in bra. I wear her all the time. I believe this is still in stock in some lengths and sizes. I would just love for this to come back in more colors. It's just the best active dress ever. And the final section is quality updates, and I'm not actually going to be giving any specific item quality updates, but I have decided to slightly change the way that I take care of my activewear. So if you're an activewear girly, which you probably are if you're on this channel, extending the life of your activewear is super important. And I was already washing all of my clothes inside out, removing my cup pads so that they didn't get crinkled. I always hang dry my activewear, but lately I had a couple pieces that got a pretty good amount of snags when going through the wash just because of the other items in the wash. So as if I needed to make things any more extra, I will now be washing my activewear and underwear together and then the rest of my clothes separate, because if you wash a pair of like jeans or anything with a zipper, even though I always zipped everything up in the wash before I washed it, it's just not worth the potential of ruining your favorite pieces. So I was thinking about doing an activewear care video soon if you guys would be interested in that. But honestly, I just separate all of my activewear before it even goes in the wash, so it's really not that difficult, and honestly it makes it a little bit easier because I was always like trying to find my activewear to hang dry and separating that while I was putting everything else in the dryer. So this just makes it easier. Now I know everything that goes in the activewear load does not get dried. Let me know if you guys have any things you like to do for your activewear to take care of it. But yeah, that is everything for the video. Let me know if you guys liked this love it or leave it style video, if you'd like me to do more of these. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
And we should have, so let's see what we can come to if we're a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more good faith. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know how well he would take that, but you know, I do have a begrudging respect for Ethan. I mean, I was a fan of his. You know, I've always said in all of my videos, I was a fan of his for a long time, and I watched as what I felt like him just, in my opinion, he just systematically destroyed his own career. And that's what pissed me off about him starting to say that, oh, he got fired for voting for Trump, which is an absolute lie. That's not what happened. You know, he got
Today I'm going to be giving my no BS honest review of the Shark Flex Style versus the Dyson Airwrap. As someone who's had the Shark Flex Style for over a year now, I have done all of my hairstyling recently with this tool. Whenever I get questions in my videos of how do you do your hair, it is always the Shark Flex Style. I was getting kind of tired of the fact that Shark was not coming out with longer barrels. So I decided to treat myself to the Dyson Airwrap because they have the longer barrels, fully expecting that I was going to retire the Shark, but we'll see throughout this video what my thoughts are between the two of them. I did purchase both of these myself. This is totally unsponsored, and let's get into it. Also, I should say I'm not a hair expert by any means. I definitely have some experience styling my own hair, but a lot of these are just my personal experience and my opinions. I don't really think the Dyson is marketed as a tool for for experts only anyway. First of all, price breakdown and what you get for the price. So first of all, for the Shark is $2.99. I got mine somehow for like $270. There might have been like a little sale. And with the Shark, you get the base attachment here. You get the focused hair dryer attachment. It comes with two 1.25 inch barrels. This is one for either side, so you need both of these. And then it comes with the oval brush and the paddle brush. You can buy
Damn. I would say this is a decent airing of Dynamite on TNT. Kind of funny because you can, just like AEW, WWE, they put it on a streaming service, Max. WWE is gonna be on Netflix. This show's gonna be on Max.
a smaller round brush separately if you prefer the round brush, but I actually prefer the oval. We'll get into that later. And then the Dyson. I bought the long straight hair attachments or the straight hair bundle. They do have different bundles for if you have curly hair that has different attachments. Anyways, the base Dyson is $599. Almost double the Shark, not quite. Of course, you're going to get the base here. It does come with this really nice case. I do think this case would definitely be too big for traveling. This would just take up like way too much space in my suitcase, but it's nice that it all comes together like this. The Shark didn't do that. In terms of the attachments, you have the Coanda smoothing blow dry attachment. The air comes out of here. It can also be switched to the other side to use this as a smoothing attachment. I didn't really get very good results, but again, not an expert. You get two long curling attachments here. And what's nice about the Dyson is the curling attachment, it has a little arrow up here. Instead of having to remove the curler for either side like you have to with the Shark, you just twist this little attachment here and the air will flow counterclockwise, and if you turn it this way, it'll flow clockwise. So this definitely is easier than having to switch the barrels. So this is the 1.6 inch and this is the 1.2 inch. So this is a lot bigger than the Shark. For my long kind of heavy hair, this just doesn't really work for me. It doesn't really give much of a curl. After like 20 minutes, it's kind of just a blowout, which is fine depending on what you're going for, but this is definitely more comparable to the size of the Shark. This is 1.2, the Shark is 1.25. And again, you get to switch the directions super easily with this. You also get the volumizing round brush attachment, and then you get two smoothing paddle attachments. One is the firm, one is the soft. I don't use these paddle attachments. I've never really had very good luck with them, so I honestly can't really speak to these. So you're definitely getting a more luxurious package with the Dyson, as well as a couple more attachments. But I find with tools like this, you eventually just kind of return back to using like one or two of the attachments. So a lot of the extras are just extra and just kind of sit in your drawers. Next, let's move on to setting options. The Shark has 3 heat settings and a cool shot, and the Dyson is the same. There are 3 air settings, 3 heat settings, and then the cool shot you just push up from the on button, so it's not a separate button. Here are those attachments. You can also see the Shark. All the buttons are a lot lower down than the Dyson, and we'll talk about that later. And then they both have a little locking, unlocking release up at the top here. They also both have swivel cords, and honestly the weight is pretty similar. I haven't felt like one is heavier than the other in my hand. Next, I'm going to be discussing which one I prefer for each of the functions. So first of all, as a blow dryer. So the Shark blow dryer attachment is this small little focused blow dryer, and you just clip it on. And then this is really where the Shark gets set apart, and I didn't think it would be that big of a deal. It honestly is. The Shark, you have this little swivel lever here, and you can turn it sideways and hold it like a normal blow dryer. Not only is this just more ergonomic and convenient, but the airflow out of this is so much more than the Dyson. Fortunately, I live in a very dry area, so my hair dries a lot faster than when I used to live in the South, where it was very humid. But the extra power of this blow dryer is definitely appreciated as someone who has quite a bit of hair. Also, my fiance Ian, he also likes to dry his hair with the Shark, but ever since I got the Dyson, he's just been using a regular blow dryer. He doesn't really like to use this. I definitely think the Shark blow dryer wins. We haven't even talked about the Dyson one yet. But anyways, the air comes out of this little section right here, and you kind of have to hold it like this. It's really not the worst. Like, it does still come out to the side, the same as the Shark does, but it just doesn't feel as focused, and the air is just not as strong, which was surprising because I feel like the Dyson Air products are supposed to be pretty strong, but I definitely think the Air Wrap is better for its other functions, not as a blow dryer. I will say the Dyson is a little bit quieter than the Shark. The Shark I've gotten used to. It was pretty loud at first, but honestly most hair dryers are. But if you're really sensitive to noise, I do think the Dyson is just a little bit quieter. So for the blow dry setting, I choose the Shark. Next, we're going to talk about the brushes. As mentioned, the one that the Shark comes with is this oval brush, and the Dyson comes with this round brush. I see a lot of people buying the Dyson for this little round brush, and I'm just gonna be honest and say that I don't ever fully style my hair with these brushes. I do occasionally just go through for like a couple little like smoothing strokes just to get rid of some of the frizz. And this oval brush, I wasn't sure about it at first, but it just really holds onto the hair really well and allows you to get a lot of that tension, which creates that smoothing effect. I also feel like this is just more time efficient for me because I do have a lot of hair and the brush is just much bigger. With the Dyson, to be fair, I have used this a lot less times, so maybe there's a learning curve that I'm not quite understanding, but to be honest, again, I haven't really figured out a whole learning curve with any blow dry brush. I always end up going in with some sort of secondary tool, but with this one, the brush is just so tiny that I feel like I see this as being most effective for like a bang, a curtain bang, you know, the front pieces, but not for your whole head, especially if you have really long, thick hair. Someone's gonna tell me that I don't have thick hair in this video, but maybe my hair's not thick, I don't know, I just have a lot. When trying to use this around my whole head just for a smoothing effect, it just takes a lot longer, and the bristles are just a lot more flexible, and I just don't feel like they really grip onto my hair as much. Even when the Shark grips onto my hair, I never feel like it's pulling it out or really tangling it. I just don't feel like this little Dyson one is quite enough for me. That being said, I know a lot of people love this. Just for me, it's just not what I need for a hair tool. So for the styling brushes, again, I'm choosing the Shark. Next, let's get into the curling attachments. And this is really where I have fallen in love with this type of styling tool. I just love that I'm able to take my hair from wet to dry, end up with smooth kind of blowout style curls. First thing that sets the Dyson and the Shark apart for this one is that the Shark, you do have to switch from the clockwise to the counterclockwise. So this one is going to go this way, and if I want to do the left side of my head, which I like to curl away from my face, I have to switch the attachments. It's honestly very quick and not a huge deal. It's one extra piece, but the Dyson's definitely more convenient. Again, for the Dyson, all you have to do is simply twist this little setting at the top, and it goes from clockwise to counterclockwise, so you don't actually have to remove it and put another attachment on. So that's definitely a lot easier. Again, the reason why I got the Dyson was because it comes with a long barrel attachment. Shark, for some reason, refuses to come out with long barrels. Dyson has had long barrels for if not over a year now, and I keep waiting for Shark to do it. They just come out with like a whole hot pink flex style instead of actually coming out with like more functional things for people with long hair. I don't know why it's so hard for them to come out with a longer barrel, but they just don't do it. I've tried tagging them on Instagram stories. I've tried commenting on their posts. They continue to ignore me, so we may never get longer barrels. Anyways, I was surprised to see when I got the Dyson that the longer barrels are actually not that much longer. If you hold them side by side at the bottom there, you'll see it's only about an inch, maybe even less than an inch longer than the standard Shark. But it's actually not giving you that much extra space, so I thought it would be a lot faster to style with the long barrels because I could use bigger sections of hair, but I end up kind of just using the same size sections anyway. Again, with the curling attachments, the Dyson does come with two sizes. We have the 1.6 and the 1.2. The 1.2 looks skinny, but it's actually more similar to the Shark, which is a 1.25 inch. So if you really want your curls to last, you're gonna want to use the smaller curling iron. I did use this larger one the other day, and by the end of the day, it looked like I had barely done anything to my hair, which to be fair, my hair never lasts as long when I use a styling tool like this compared to when I'm actually curling it with a curling iron, but I do like the kind of more blown out look it gives me. So ease of use with the curling attachments. I will say where the buttons are placed on the Dyson versus the Shark makes the Dyson a lot easier to use. buttons. If I'm holding my hand in the middle of the barrel here, all of the buttons are right there in my reach. All I have to do is push up to turn on the hairdryer. And then when I want to do the cool shot, which you're supposed to dry with heat for about 10 seconds and then do a cool shot for about 5 to 10 seconds and then turn it off and then release your hair. And you have to hold it up, but again, this is still a one-hand job, and then you turn it all off from there. So you can do this all with one hand. It's super easy to use. The Shark, unfortunately, is not as ergonomic in this regard. It's definitely more of a two-hand job. So you can see if I'm holding my hand in the middle of the barrel here, I don't have the reach to get to that on button down here. So normally I am turning it on with my other hand. So I flip it on, I curl my hair, and then again with my right hand, I turn on the cool shot, which is a separate button that I have to hold. So I turn on the cool shot, and then I turn it off with my left hand, and then I pull everything out. So I do think the Shark is a lot less ergonomic in that regard. It requires two hands. Is it a huge deal now that I'm used to it? No, but I definitely liked when I was using the Dyson how easy it was to just use it with one hand. I also will say, if you've never had either of these tools, when it says cool shot, it really just means lack of heat shot. It's not cold. It's barely even room temperature. It's still like a little bit warm. It's just not hot. So when I first got the Shark, I was like, oh, like the cool shot is not very cold. Maybe the Dyson is actually cold, but it's not. They're both very much a room temperature shot, even though they call it a cool shot. So be prepared. So right before I filmed this, I did half of my head with the Shark and half of my head with the Dyson. Comment down below which one you think it is before I reveal it. But I timed how long it took each section, again, thinking that the Dyson would save me a little bit more time, just because those buttons are a little bit more in reach. I only need one hand, and with a longer barrel, I figured I could use a slightly larger section of hair and maybe have less sections overall. So for the Shark, layer 1 took 1 minute and 38 seconds, layer 2, 2 minutes and 18 seconds, and layer 3, 1 minute and 11 seconds. Dyson, I will put those times on the screen. In total, to do an entire half of my head with the Shark, it took 5 minutes and 7 seconds, and Dyson, it took 5 minutes and 27 seconds. So honestly, if we did like a full trial of this, I would have switched the sides and done a couple of trials just to get an average, but I think it's pretty clear that they are about the same amount of time, and the Dyson really is not saving any significant time or really any time at all. And now I'll reveal that this is the Shark side and this is the Dyson. So honestly, they're pretty similar. I don't really think one looks much better than the other. The last thing to note is a lasting power, and I'll check back in at the end of the day. I don't usually brush my hair out fully until I'm about to go to bed, and then I usually put some hair oil in. This is just kind of finger combed through a little bit. Again, my hair is pretty long right now. I haven't gotten my hair done in like 6 months. So I'm actually getting my hair cut this week. So hopefully I get a little bit of length off and the curls will hold a little bit better. When my hair was a little bit shorter, the curls stayed a lot better. So again, a lot of it's due to just like the heaviness of my hair right now. But again, we'll check back in at the end of the day to see which one lasted a little bit longer or if they lasted about the same. So let's kind of summarize our results here. In terms of price, Shark is definitely the more affordable option. It's still an expensive hair tool, but it's almost half the price. You do get a couple more attachments with the Dyson as well as a much more luxurious case, but I don't think the Shark looks cheap by any means. Again, it's not cheap. When it comes to the hairdry setting, the Shark is just much better. It's a lot stronger, it's faster, it's easier to hold. Honestly, I don't really know whether or not to count the brush settings because I don't really use the brush for full styling, but I do prefer the Shark brush a little bit more. And again, if you are someone who prefers a round brush, you can buy a round brush attachment from Shark. I did buy this thinking I might like the round, but overall I prefer the oval. Then for the curling function, the Dyson is definitely easier to use overall, so it definitely wins there. But I don't really think the Dyson barrels are all that much better than the Shark. Sure, it's a little bit easier to just kind of twist that top thing instead of switching the barrels, but I think the overall result of the curls is really not much better. If Shark just came out with longer barrels, everything would be fixed. But anyway, so the Dyson is just a little bit easier to use with that curling function for sure, but in terms of overall time, I would say that they're about the same. And again, we're gonna check in at the end of the day for how long it lasts, but my guess is that they're going to be pretty similar. So overall, I honestly prefer the Shark, and I'm going to be returning my Dyson. I really wouldn't have bought the Dyson if I didn't think it was really going to be an improvement, so I'm a little disappointed that it's really about the same, but honestly, that's good news because the Shark is affordable, and honestly for me, it works just as well. Let me know if you guys have either of these in the comments down below. This is a slightly different video than what we normally do, but I do get a lot of questions about my hair, so I figured we might as well just make a whole video for this. This will also help me once I return my Dyson to remind myself that I'm never gonna buy it again, unless things really change, but I just don't see it improving that much. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe if you're not already. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye! Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we are doing a review of the new PopFlex swim collection. So if you're unaware, PopFlex is the activewear brand from the YouTuber Blogilates, aka Cassie Ho. So this is Blogilates' brand. It's just called PopFlex. So I've reviewed PopFlex a couple times on this channel, in addition to their first swimwear collection last year. But they just launched their new collection for the summer with a couple exciting changes, a few new styles, some really cute cover-ups, and expanded cup size ranges. So I'm super excited about that. I think the future of clothing is just being more inclusive to different body types, different cup sizes. We see this in like curvy style jeans, and we're finally starting to see more swimwear brands and just tops in general coming out with different options for larger and smaller cup sizes, which is just so great because I've seen so many swimsuits that have defined cup areas that only come in one cup size, and that's like selling a bra that only comes in like a B cup. Like what are the double A's and the G's supposed to do? So I just have a couple pieces here. They do have some repeat items from last year. They have the Boardwalk Bombshell one piece coming back. I did review that last year, and a couple other ones I did not get. There's a new long sleeve bikini top. For me, I don't see myself wearing a long sleeve bikini top because once you get in the water, I just feel like that clings to you, and I'm just not really into the long sleeves. They also have the Reef Romper, which is a more high coverage one piece option. They have surf shorts, a strapless bikini top, and a super cute mesh shrug. If you like my swimwear reviews, make sure to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe if you're not already. And any of my girlies here watching this video, go ahead and give me an extra thumbs up and comment down below just so we can push the algorithm towards the girlies, because occasionally swimwear can get to the wrong side of the internet, if you know what I mean. So if you want to help me out and keep this video where it should be, you know, I'm reviewing these things for the girlies, so really anyone who's interested in wearing the swimwear, not the other audience. You know what I'm saying? So without further ado, let's get to reviewing. The first item is the Boardwalk Bombshell bikini top. So I did review this last year, but like I was hinting at in the beginning, it's now coming in more cup size options. So all of their swimwear is coming in extra, extra small to 3XL. And this top, since it is an underwire kind of balconette bra style bikini top, it's coming in an A to C range, a D to E range, which is what I got here. I currently wear around a 32 double D bra. And this year they added an F to G range as well. So even more size inclusive. All of their swimwear in this collection is made of a ribbed material. So it's a nylon spandex material and it has a ribbed texture. So here is that fabric up close. It definitely has that kind of sleeker swim type feel, but it also has that ribbed texture. I love good ribbed texture on a swimsuit. I think it can be very flattering. When I was getting this, I didn't know that they were coming out with an additional cup size range. So I'm a little bit nervous that this may not be quite enough space for me. I'm kind of between a double to triple D, and this does look a little bit small, so we'll see. So anyways, we have this kind of romantic balconette style bra here. These thick straps, which are going to be really great if you do have a larger bust, just because all of that force is going to be nicely distributed over your shoulders instead of having a super skinny strap. And then we have some adjustability with this lace up detail in the back. So this top actually does not have any removable cup padding. So I do tend to prefer a little removable cup padding just because it can kind of help with nippage, just because as soon as you get out of the water and you get a little breeze, the headlights turn on. So it will kind of help a little bit to have that ribbed detail, but we'll see. Let's try it on. All right, here is the Boardwalk Bombshell top. I looked at their size chart because I do feel like this is a little bit small in the cup area for me, and I definitely feel like their size chart could be improved for this item. When you click on the size chart for this top, you just get their general size chart for swimwear and activewear, which is just small, medium, large. The only measurements that you have to take for that are your bust, waist, and hip, when this bra really should be based mostly on your underbust sizing, because that determines if you should get extra small, small, medium, etc. And then based on your own cup size, which you already know if you wear bras regularly, then you can choose A to C, D through E, or F through G, but they only have you measure your bust size. So I just feel like that could really be improved on the website for this. So I do think there's definitely some flexibility in the band sizing here because this does have that adjustable back. So I am wearing a small, which is my normal top size, and this does fit, but I definitely think that if you want maybe a little bit more coverage, which they tend to have a little bit more coverage when you go up sizes, you could size up, or you could also size down and then just have more of this string showing, because my strings are quite long in the small here, and I don't really love when that just dangles down like that. I find that it gets in the way a little bit, so I wish the strings weren't quite as long. Something else that I didn't notice until I tried it on is that this actually has a silicone lining along the bottom band here to help it stay in place. Honestly, I feel like this would stay in place pretty well anyway. So this is a balconette style bra, and a balconette style bra is more of a demi coverage towards the bottom of the bust. So you're going to get kind of half coverage towards the bottom. It tends to be very flattering and kind of lifts the girls up and together. So I tend to be kind of between a 32 double D and triple D, just depending on the brand, the bra. So for this top, I am kind of between the D to E and the F to G. And because of that, I am getting a little bit of spillage here. So if you're in between, I recommend going with the size up because I do think the cup space is just a little bit too small for me. So I love that they have the option of that additional one. So I could, you know, exchange that for the other size. I just worry that I may come out of this one depending on my activities. Again, this also does not have any cup padding, so you may have a nippage concern. I will say for being a white bikini top, I'm getting full opacity here. It's not sheer at all. I think the underwire space lays very nicely under the bust for me, so I do think the small works. And then I think the straps are really nice on this. They're very comfortable. They're supportive. They're not adjustable straps, but they fit really well. They're not too long. They're not too short. And you can see they almost kind of spread out. You can almost kind of pull them in together a little bit or spread them out a little bit for a slightly different look. And it does feel like they're going to stay on very well. So overall coverage of the top here, I'm going to go low to medium. It is pretty demi coverage here. And support is pretty much low to medium as well. Since this is an activewear swim brand, we will be rating them on support as well, but this isn't something I would do a lot of activity in. Personally, again, maybe if I changed to the F to G range, I'd feel a little bit more supported. But overall, I think it's a great swim style. I love all the cup size options. I think it's simple, it's cute. Also, this little white number is kind of giving my bridal era. I am starting to do some wedding planning now, so all of this white is just perfect, even though I have no plans of any bachelorette or even honeymoon at this point, but you know, we'll keep this set in mind for that. Then we get to our first bottom. This is the Sunshine Scoop Ultra Cheeky Bikini Bottom. I did get a size small, which is my normal Pop Flex size, as well as my normal swimwear size. So they do have a range of bottoms in the collection, but they kind of do the thing that I feel like a lot of swimwear brands do that I don't really get. They have an ultra cheeky, I think like a super cheeky, a cheeky, and then they go to full-on shorts. And I think it's so important to have a range of coverage options for bottoms, but I'm pretty sure we talked about this last year and they did get some critiques for this. And then they kind of just did the same thing where they have like all the cheeky options and then they have full-on shorts. But just because you want your cheeks to be covered doesn't mean you want to wear shorts. I feel like it's still nice to have a bikini bottom that looks like a bikini bottom and, you know, has maybe a little bit of a high cut leg line, something to kind of flatter the shape more than just like a short, because I feel like the shorts tend to not be super flattering. So I would have liked to see them come out with just like a full coverage bikini bottom and not a short. I don't know why every brand seems to do this. This is not something that only Pop Flex does. This is something I see quite a bit, but I just don't get it. Because I just feel like when I used to shop for swimsuits before like swimsuits became like an online thing, when you'd like go to get like a Roxy swimsuit for like a pool party when you were younger, you know, like they would just have full coverage bikini bottoms that just cover your cheeks, but they weren't like shorts. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Anyways, these are the cheekiest option. Honestly, for me, I love a cheeky bottom. You know, I'm not talking full thong, but I just personally feel like it's most flattering on me when there's a little bit of cheekiness. So that's what we went with. So we have that same ribbed material. I'm already noticing that the leg line is going to be nice and high here, which again, that's very important to me in a swimsuit. And this one is more of a lower to mid rise option as well. They do have other high rise options. So there are options out there for whatever rise you're looking for. And look at the lip coverage down here. That is a thick space. That is what we love to see. The last thing you want is to be losing a lip at the beach. You know, you want to be covered. So I love how much coverage is going on down here. In the back, we have that little metal Pop Flex logo sewn on. There is also a seam down the back here, which I feel like tends to be very flattering because it just kind of settles into the crease a little bit and just kind of situates very nicely. And we've talked about this in several swimwear reviews on my channel before, but this is not a seamless bottom. There is a little seam at the edge. So you can see right here, there is a little bit of a seam going on. And while that sounds bad, this seam actually prevents a lot of the rolling that usually happens with seamless swimsuits. So I know it sounds good to have it be seamless, okay, because it's like not going to cut into you, but they tend to roll pretty badly. So I prefer having a seam like this to kind of keep everything in place. And if the size is right and it's a well-made swimsuit, it still shouldn't cut into you too much. So we will see about that when we try it on. And then of course it also comes with that hygiene liner in there. That's, you know, standard for swimsuits. Let's try it on. All right, here are the bottoms. And really the only way I'm okay with a low rise like this is if it has a high leg, and this does. So this is something I would wear. I actually don't like super high rise swimsuits all the time. Sometimes I like the kind of lower rise, higher in the hips. But one thing I will not do is a low rise, low hip. We don't do that. We only do low rise, high hip. So I would say that this is a high cut leg line, except it could be just a little bit higher. Like, it's not the highest I've seen. I've seen ones that come up and over the hip bones like this. So just keep in mind, I'd say it's like mid to high on the legs. We do have a lower rise. A high rise generally goes around to the belly button, with swimwear maybe a little bit lower. We do have that seam along the top here, but nothing is cutting in, so that's good. The front coverage is excellent. It even goes a little bit out on the sides for me, which is great. So I'd say full coverage in the front. I'll love to see it. And then in the back, they called this ultra cheeky. Honestly, I'm gonna do my own ratings. Like I said, usually I go low, medium, full coverage. So I would give this honestly a low to medium. This is their cheekiest, and to be honest, this is not even like that cheeky. It's a good amount, but like when there are fawn swimsuits out there, this is still significantly more coverage than that. I don't think this is too much. Again, it depends on the occasion you're going for. Maybe like a family boat day, maybe not the best, but I honestly don't think it's too bad. So we do have that seam down the back. Again, that kind of helps the swimsuit kind of lie a little bit more against your skin instead of kind of tenting out in the back. It just contours along your sacrum, then along to your hips and your glutes. We do have those seams, but I'm not getting any cutting into them at all. So still very comfortable, but also staying in place. I would definitely say true to size, go with your normal hot flex size, your normal swimsuit size. If you're in between, honestly, you could go either way. I don't think this is too snug anywhere at all, but yeah, I think this is a nice little bottom. I would have preferred maybe a little bit more high in the hips, but I do prefer a very dramatic high leg line. So I still think this is a nice kind of intermediate high leg line here. Then we have a new style that they did not have last year, at least I don't think. We have the Coastline cap sleeve bikini top. So this one just comes in a standard size range of extra, extra small to 3XL, so it does not come in multiple cup size options. And it's definitely more of a kind of mini crop style swimsuit. Honestly, none of the PopFlex swimsuits really look like a normal swimsuit. There's no traditional like string triangle bikini option. They're all a little bit different. I do think this one definitely looks a little bit more on the functional side. So for me, I like something like this if I was to go like diving or anything, not like diving, but scuba diving. Like, you know, you want to make sure you're going to be covered. Obviously, you usually wear like a wetsuit and everything, but still. So it's made of that same ribbed material. We have this kind of wide square neckline. I do hope that these straps stay up well. We have a little cap sleeve moment here. Still have that open tie back, which again, leaves some adjustability. We do have little metal tassels here, which can be risky because if you're like out sunbathing, the metal definitely picks up a lot of heat, and if it's just laying on your skin like that, it can be quite hot because metal likes to conduct heat. So maybe not my favorite choice there. And they did something interesting with this one that I'm just not sure was necessary, but we'll see when we try it on. Well, first of all, they did line the swimsuit with this palm pattern. So it's not reversible, it's just lined on the inside. And I worry for this one, I already see areas of the straps rolling over that you're gonna see that inside lining, and I'm just not sure I want to see that inside lining. You can see it in the front as well. It just looks like you're going to be able to see the lining, but they should have just made it the same color as the outside. And then instead of just being a one-layered swimsuit, we have a full built-in shelf bra that's completely detached from the front layer, and then there's a silicone lining on the front of there. So I feel like because the swimsuit is really not that much longer than the shelf lining, that it wasn't really necessary to have this extra layer, and that may just kind of create an issue of kind of bunching up. So we'll see when it's on. Hopefully the bunching is not a problem. And then I also don't know how I feel about this little dart that just kind of comes out of nowhere at the sides there. Hopefully that's not an issue. Let's try it on. All right, then we get to the top, and I looked at the photos on the website, and honestly, I feel like they had to try really hard for the models to not be showing any of this lining on the inside, because this lining is not meant to be shown. It says it on the website, it says it's for your eyes only. It's not a reversible feature, like it's not meant to be seen. And this lining, like no matter how much I adjust this, it's just gonna go straight back to showing the lining again with any significant movement. And I don't even know how I could not show the lining on this part. Like this is just permanently out. So I'm just not loving that. I just feel like there's a little bit of a design flaw going on here that's not super comfortable. Also, I'm all for like a more coverage swim top. Loving the coverage on this. I think it's very functional, especially for an athletic brand creating swimwear, but I'm not a fan of the straps. The cap sleeves do feel like they're wanting to slide down a little bit. Just the placement of the sleeves in general. This is a very wide square neck, and the straps are coming up kind of wide as well. And then you have that cap sleeve, which is mostly on the outside. So everything's just kind of trying to fall off a little bit. And even when I actually try to put it on my shoulder, the cap sleeve area kind of crinkles up. So it's really meant to be super wide, and I just like honestly can't. There's not really a situation where I'm finding this doesn't have any sort of rolling. Like it's just not fitting right. I don't know, like I just cannot get this one to sit right. So unfortunately, I don't really recommend this one just because it's not quite sitting properly. I like the coverage. I'd say solid medium to full coverage, maybe even full coverage. It's really not, like nothing's coming out here. I forgot to mention, so again, I did say that we had that little inner bra, but we also have removable cups in there, which the last one did not have. I do feel like this front area kind of keeps wanting to come down a little bit in the front in like a little rounded way. And so I keep having to like bring it back to sit more flat, which is fine. At least it's staying there. It has that little silicone lining there. And then we have the adjustable back again. I love that that's an option. I think having an adjustable back on a swimsuit is really a must. And then the support, it's a solid medium support. Pretty good for an active swimsuit. So I don't know. Someone let me know what you think. Maybe I just have very narrow shoulders, which I do feel like I don't have the widest shoulders, but I did order my regular size and I haven't had this issue on most other Popflex tops. So kind of a bummer. Next, we have the bottoms to go with that top. This is the crisscross hourglass cheeky bikini bottom. So I did get a size small of these. So they are considered cheeky, but you can see quite a bit more coverage than the last one. A good way to look at cheekiness is how much of the back of the swimsuit peeks out when you're looking at it kind of flat. So you can see the ultra cheeky. There is very minimal fabric that's kind of coming out beyond the front of the suit. So it's going to be pretty cheeky in the back, but this one you can see quite a bit more coverage in the back there. So I know they call this ultra cheeky and this cheeky. I will be giving my own cheekiness ratings to these based on just swimsuits in general, not Popflex's own definition. So I think this one might actually have a good amount of coverage. So I forget if I tried this one last year, but Popflex definitely has a signature cross-waist waistband that they like to have on a lot of their leggings, so they brought that to the swimsuits as well. Again, we have that nice thick lip coverage down here. We have that cross waist that also comes down to a slight V, which is very flattering. Looks like the leg line is also going to be pretty high cut as well. That is something I look for in swimsuits. I don't have very long legs for my body proportions, so I like to elongate my leg line. And then in the back, we almost have like a little curved glute seam situation going on. So you don't normally see a waistband like this on a swimsuit bottom. This is something that's pretty much reserved for like leggings. So that's an interesting feature. We do have that seam down the back. I like that they're kind of bringing in activewear features to a swimsuit bottom. The only thing I will say is I do have a snag on the fabric that I had immediately upon opening my package. So I do have this little snag here. I'm gonna try to cut it off, but that does tell me that this fabric is snaggable. I'll rub my ring on it, and I'm not getting any immediate snags rubbing my ring on it, so it might not be super snag prone. I don't exactly know what happened here. Generally, I would use like tiny scissors to kind of like get rid of that. Okay, I was able to cut it away and it's not super noticeable, so that's good. And again, this one does have that palm lining. Okay, here are these bottoms. So these are a good amount more coverage than the last. So we do have that crossover, which is an actual crossover part of the waistband, which I think is a really nice detail. It goes pretty much low coverage in the front here, but on the sides, it comes up basically to the small of my waist. So it's kind of low in the front, high at the sides, which I find to be pretty flattering for swimwear. So I like that. Front coverage, again, full. Like, again, going out to the side of my legs. Like if you're a little bit wider down here, you're gonna be covered. The leg line, I would say, is pretty similar to the last swimsuit. My hip bone is right here. So we're just about an inch away from that. So I'd say medium to high cut on the leg. Not the highest, but still got that nice shape so it elongates your legs a little bit. Then we have the back. They call this cheeky. I would say this is a solid like medium coverage, maybe even more. Like I feel like most of my glutes are covered. I don't know, someone let me know if I'm delusional, but I feel like this is pretty good coverage in the back. I don't know, I'm between medium or medium to full coverage back here, but no, I mean, it's probably medium coverage. We'll go with medium, but I would not really consider this very cheeky at all. When I think cheeky, I think we're showing most of the cheeks. You know, like there's not much coverage back there. This is not super cheeky, which is fine. This is a very functional swimsuit, which I like. Good coverage in the front, good coverage in the back. We have that seam, again, not cutting in at all, not cutting into my glutes, but also preventing that rolling. And I like this little seam detail at the back here. I just feel like it's helping it sit really nicely in the back, and I just feel like that's a nice part of the construction there. So definitely very functional bottoms, very unique swimsuit bottoms that I haven't seen a lot of, so I like these. And then something that I was really excited for was their swimsuit cover-ups, specifically this dress. This is the mermaid mesh cover-up dress in a size small, tall. So not only does this come in 2 extra small to 3XL, it also comes in petite, regular, and tall. So really feel like they didn't need to do that for a swim dress, but I'm here for it. I would say this is a little bit pricey for a sheer mesh dress. It is $75, so I just feel like that's a little bit pricey for a swim cover-up. It's super cute, but $75 is kind of a lot for a swim cover-up. It's a polyester spandex lightweight mesh, so it is going to be sheer. The mesh feels really good. It feels like kind of cooling, which is great for the beach. We have a crew neck, a cap sleeve, a little ruched detail with a super high slit, and this is a maxi dress. And then the bottom of the dress has this cute kind of like almost ruffled detail. You can see those little triangles in the fabric to kind of add a little bit of flow to the bottom of the dress. This definitely feels like more than just a piece of fabric that you're throwing over, so I think that's, you know, probably where some of the pricing comes in, but let's try it on. Okay, so here is the dress. Up at the top, we just have basically a crew neck. We have little cap sleeves. Again, I had to kind of scrunch up the swimsuit top below just so that the cap sleeves of that weren't like showing through, because these sleeves kind of fall off. Not the dress sleeves don't fall down. So I'm wearing a small tall, and I think the small fits me well. It's snug on the bust area, but this is a stretchy mesh, and I do have a little bit of room throughout the body, but I wouldn't want it much tighter. And the tall, I'll show the full length in a second, basically just hits to my ankles, so it's not like full to the ground maxi length, but this is about as long as I would want a dress, just so it's not dragging on the beach or anything. We have this little ruched side detail here. I almost wish there was a little bit more something going on at the top. The top all feels very plain, and then there's a lot of detail at the bottom, but it is just a simple swim cover-up, so that is fine. Let me show you the full length. First of all, that it hits right about the ankles. The slit is very high. It goes basically to my upper thigh. But again, you are wearing a swimsuit underneath, so it's okay. Then we have all these little additions of fabric down here that I just think are super cute and add like a little bit of, you know, extra flowiness. That's why it's called the mermaid swim cover-up, because it kind of gives like that slim to mermaid effect down here. I would say if there was more going on in the top, I think I could justify the $75 price tag, because the bottom feels very good, and I feel like I see a lot of attention to detail at the bottom, but the top is kind of lacking for me, which may not be a con, but I feel like for the price I would have expected maybe a little bit more going on in the top. Anyways, this is very lightweight, breathable. Again, you are seeing the color of your swimsuit underneath, but it's still providing enough coverage that you are wearing something. So I love a good cover up. But yeah, let me know what you guys think of this one. And lastly, we have the Mini Moon short sarong. So I actually don't think I even own a sarong, but I think these are super cute swim cover-ups, especially because usually when I'm like going to the beach, just kind of throwing something over the bottom is usually the way to go. So this does only come in one size, which I am a little bit surprised. I would have thought like maybe coming in like at least like 3 sizes, like an extra small to small, a medium to large, and then like a 1X to 3X, but no. Just one size. This is $35. Again, could you probably find a sarong for cheaper? And it is 100% cotton, and it's definitely like kind of like a linen cotton feel. Super lightweight, very wrinkle prone, but again, you're going to the beach and tying it around, so it doesn't really matter. So it's just this one long piece of fabric with a shorter area at the edges to tie a nice bow. So I will see how this fits on me. Definitely gonna like maybe wrap it around a little bit more, just because I'm on the smaller end of the size range if they do go all the way up to 3XL. But let's try it. All right, we're going to do the sarong, and my issue with having it be one size, I can't just wrap it once because I have a lot of fabric around here. I guess I'll try to wrap it more, but then I feel like it may lay a little bit awkwardly here. So, okay, with all of their models, they just seem to have tied it once. So I guess I'm just gonna try to tie it once. And then there'll just be some like extra fabric there, which, okay, this is actually working. So they tied it with quite a large bow. Okay, so because there's so much fabric, I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting the bow to really like sit because this fabric is pretty relaxed, but that's generally how you're supposed to tie it. You have the fabric kind of coming together so that you tie it and it's kind of showing a little bit of leg here, and then it's covering you in the back. So again, I feel like it would be nice to have multiple sizes. If you're a 2 or 3 XL with large glutes, like this is not going to cover very much for you. I mean, it is covering me, but again, if you have very large glutes and you're a larger size, it might just barely cover the cheeks at all. So just keep that in mind. I think this is kind of best suited for maybe like a size large. The fabric is a little bit sheer, but it is swim cover up, so that is usually intentional. The fabric feels nice, very lightweight. Again, lots of fabric over here. If you just wanted to tie it without a bow, basically the strings are going all the way to the floor for me, so you do kind of have to tie a bow here. So I feel like the fabric is just a little bit much for me personally. I don't know, let me know what you think. Does the bow look weird? Does it look intentional? All right guys, that is everything. Let me know what your favorites were down below. Honestly, for me, my top picks would definitely be the Boardwalk Bombshell top. Again, just getting the right cup size is very important for that. I think if I had a cup size up, I would feel a little bit more comfortable. And I liked those ultra cheeky bottoms. I felt like they were a good amount of coverage for me. I actually liked the second bottoms as well for a little bit more coverage, but I'm not a fan of the cap sleeve top. Something is just not right there. And the dress I think is cute, but again, I think for the price, it is a little bit much. Like it's just mesh, you know? Anyways, make sure to leave your review requests in the comments down below. Give this video a thumbs up. Again, if you're one of the girlies here for the right reasons, give me a comment down below so we can push this to the right side of the algorithm. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!
Yeah.
If you've taken a walk around your local mall in the past couple years, you may have seen a new activewear store popping up around the country. Aside from the normal stores like Lululemon, Athleta, Fabletics, and this brand is called Vuori. You may also see people walking around with a very distinct kind of white patch logo on their clothing and think, what is that? Again, that is Vuori. Today, we're reviewing Vuori, an activewear brand that has gained a lot of popularity within the past few years, but it is not a new brand. This brand actually started back in 2014 in Encinitas, California, which kind of makes sense with their whole like laid back surfer vibes. I feel like anytime I see someone in Vuori, they just look like they were born to wear athleisure. And that is definitely another focus of Vuori. It definitely seems more athleisure than functional athletic wear, but we will get into that. If you're new here, my name is Kathryn. I review a lot of activewear, and I am no stranger to Vuori. I have tried a couple of their pieces over the years, and it is actually my fiance Ian's favorite activewear brand. He used to be a Lululemon stan, but now he's all about the Vuori. It seemed like Vuori kind of popped up out of nowhere. I honestly have not seen a lot of athletic brands have actual storefronts besides, again, Lululemon, Athleta, and now kind of more Fabletics, but I feel like it's really hard to become one of those staple brands again, and Vuori has done that. I looked into them a little bit as I was preparing for this video, and apparently the company is valued at $4 billion, which is the largest valuation in history for a non-public apparel company, even larger than legacy apparel brands like Abercrombie & Fitch and Urban Outfitters. And that is just insane to me, because to an extent, I don't know if I really understand. For me, it feels like another kind of more expensive activewear brand that you just kind of question how they made this name for themselves. But we're gonna try a bunch of pieces today. I have tried a few of these in the past, and I'm gonna be completely open-minded and just give my honest thoughts. As I was doing a little bit of research about the brand for this video, a lot of questions came up in the Google search that were just like, why is Vuori so popular? What makes Vuori special? So I'm not the only one who's kind of had this question of how did they become like the new staple athletic brand when their stuff doesn't seem that unique or innovative compared to other brands. They have a pretty basic size range of double extra small to 2XL. They do have a couple different length options for their leggings and bottoms, and they definitely have a distinctive logo, which I don't really like like the logo. I think it's a little bit too bold, but it definitely calls attention in a way that other logos don't. The CEO said that the brand was founded to create something premium for men to get through a tough workout. I do feel like a lot of activewear brands that create both men and women's clothing definitely tend to focus on the women's clothing, but I feel like Vuori does a good job of balancing both women and men's clothing. And like I said, my fiance, this is like all he wants to wear anymore, so I will be bringing him in to do a little review of his favorite shorts and shirt. But I have a lot of things to try myself first. They honestly did not have the biggest range of clothing on their website. They're pretty selective about what they have. They had like a couple pairs of leggings, a couple sports bras, nothing crazy. So I feel like I got a good amount of everything. So without further ado, let's start trying things. First, we're starting off with one of their most popular sets, and I've actually had this one for a couple years now. This is their Yosemite bra. This is a size small, and this clocks in at $58. So they're definitely a high price point, similar to Lululemon Alo Yoga. And while I feel like a lot of other big athletic brands have a good range of sports bras from more like a bralette low impact to like a high impact, I definitely struggled to find really solid high impact bras from Vuori. So this is one of their classic bras, and this one just has a little seam at the bottom. There's no elastic band for any support here, and we have an open cage style back. Honestly, I love a good sports bra like this, but it is definitely a low impact option. So this is a polyester elastane blend fabric, and it's a lightly brushed fabric, so it has that kind of soft to the touch feel. We have a scoop neck, and then we have straps that taper in the back into this V, and then again you have this little cage style back, and then we have removable cup pads. Cup pads feel pretty solid. They taper towards the edge, so they're pretty seamless, and they're kind of minimally padded, which I like. Let's try this one on. All right, so here is the bra. This is a size small, which is my normal sports bra size, and I would say it's true to size. It's not too tight anywhere, not too loose. We have a pretty scooped neck, but overall I'd say the coverage is pretty good. This is a solid medium coverage. I have like the tiniest bit of side boob, not really too much, and then just like a little peep of cleavage, but I'm pretty contained, and I'm confident that I wouldn't fall out of this bra during a workout. It is super short line though. It is like literally just covers right underneath the girls and nothing else, which is fine. I don't think I'm gonna slip out of it because it has a little seam down there, but there's no actual sports bra band for support. So the support is pretty low on this one. So low support. The inside is lined with a mesh, but it's not visible from the outside. We have these center tank straps that are actually not feeling too uncomfortable in the trap area. And then we have that super cute strappy back. I love a good strappy back. And honestly, I do like that this bra has this cute strappiness with the combination of decent coverage in the front. It's not supportive, but the coverage is good, and sometimes those super strappy back bras just are a recipe for the girls falling all over the place. So I would still consider this a large cup size friendly. It's just not going to be the most supportive. So yeah, I think this would be good for weightlifting, low impact activities. This fabric is still a brushed soft material, but it does have a little bit of structure to it. Then the cup pads are also blended in very well. Then we have our first legging. This is the daily legging. I feel like when I see people wear Vuori, this is one of their most popular leggings. So I got a size small. These are $89. Again, definitely a high price point. This is that same polyester elastane materials. So it's a light to medium weight brushed fabric. All of Vuori's leggings do have front seams. So if you're a front seam girly, this is for you. Personally, I have not worn a front seam legging in several years. So it is hard for me to get behind leggings that have this front seam because with my anatomy, we don't really get along. But regardless, I don't think I've had a huge issue with their front seams before. We do have a triangle gusset that helps a little bit with the strain in the crotch area. These are a full length legging, and the bottom actually has this little cuffed area. This is something we normally see in joggers, but these are a legging fit. They're not loose like a jogger. And then they have a drawstring waist, but the drawstring is actually in the middle of the waistband here, which is actually a really great place to put the drawstring because it still helps keep the leggings up if you have an issue with leggings sliding down, but it doesn't cinch the very top of the waistband and create that kind of muffin top effect and just like general discomfort. So I really like where they put the drawstring on these. And then here's that logo we're talking about. It just really just feels like plopped on. It almost seems like one of those tags that you have on your clothing, like that says, like if you go to Target and there's like a size medium sticker on something. That's what this looks like to me. It just looks like it shouldn't be there permanently, but it is. I've kind of gotten used to the logo and I don't hate it anymore, but it's taken a long time to grow on me. So I would love to get your opinions on the logo. It just feels like a little bit strangely placed. And then we go to the back, and again, Vuori is kind of living in the era of Lululemon Athleta where they've done nothing in the back of the leggings to really make anything flattering on the glutes. We just have a flat across waistband, so there's no like slight curve to just kind of give the booty a little bit of roundness. I'm not saying everything needs a scrunch or anything crazy, but I do like to see a little bit of something going on in the back. But if you're not into that and you like everything super plain in the back, we got that. Let's try them on. Okay, here are the daily leggings. And I actually really like this fabric. I think it's a good combination of brushed, but also pretty durable. I have worn these a couple times and I haven't seen any pilling or anything. Again, it's only been a couple times, so if anyone else has more long-term experience wearing these, let me know. But these are a high rise. They go just a little bit above the belly button here. We have that drawstring waist, and like I was mentioning before, you can tighten this drawstring and it's still not going to give you that muffin top appearance because it's not at the top of the waistband. We'll see a drawstring at the top later in the video, but I think this is a really flattering way to have a waistband and kind of keep the leggings up without kind of having that unflattering effect. The drawstring on this one also feels really high quality and just a solid drawstring. It has those kind of wax dipped aglets at the end as well that match the color of the fabric. This also fits very true to size. It's not too loose or too tight anywhere, which sometimes I struggle with sizing on certain athletic brands like Lululemon and Athleta. They just don't fit me very well as someone who has like a larger hip measurement and a smaller waist measurement. But this is fitting well. So we do have that front seam. It's not causing crazy camel, so it's not like the worst I've seen, but definitely a little bit. So if you're someone who can tolerate a front seam, I don't think it's a bad one. Personally, I just prefer not to have the front seam. Again, we have that logo on the side and it just looks like something that you should be like peeling off. And then in the back, the seams go right below my hip bones. So kind of still within the acceptable range for me. And I don't think it's squishing the glutes down, but it's also not enhancing. So we're just gonna go with a solid medium on the booty scale. It's not helping, it's not hurting, it's just there. Full length view. These are the regular length, so they're kind of a 7/8 on me. They do come in a longer length now. You might get a little bit of cellulite coverage in darker colors. This fabric is definitely not the thinnest they have, but it's also not super thick, so I'd say you're okay in most like medium to darker colors. I would consider it cellulite friendly, not totally cellulite proof. And overall compression is about a light to medium. It's not the most naked feel, but I'm also not super squeezed in these. I just don't think they're like a super tight legging. So yeah, overall the set is super cute. I definitely think the leggings are nice and functional with this drawstring. They'd be a good like walking or running legging just because this would help it stay up. But the sports bra is definitely better for lower impact activities. One thing to note about the daily leggings is that they are only brushed on the outside, not the inside. So the inside has a sleeker feel. So here's the inside of the legging, and the outside has that brushed feel. So it feels a little bit less soft against your skin on the inside because the inside doesn't have that brushed texture. The next sports bra, we have the Vuori All the Feels bra. This is a size small and it's $58. And I was not expecting this to not have any cup pads. I really like the option to put cup pads into a bra. As someone whose girls just could use a little bit of extra shaping that a cup pad offers, and also the nippage protection. I don't love to see a no cup pad bra, so this is going to be even less support than the last one. Again, very much focusing on athleisure. Like I wouldn't do much more than like a light walk. So this is their softest fabric. This is their Bliss Blend fabric, and it definitely is soft. It's giving like a Lululemon Nulu, if that is familiar to you, but it's pretty similar to the last one, almost just a little bit more brushed and a little bit softer. Here's a close-up of that fabric, just nice and soft and brushed. It does feel really good. I wouldn't say it feels like much better than other fabrics that I've tried. We have a super skinny spaghetti strap. This one does have an elastic along the bottom of the band, which can provide some support. I also like that the elastic is just shown on the inside, so you still get that seamless look in the front. And then the back, we do have that Vuori logo, and it comes in to a little Y, kind of like the Lululemon Flow Y bra. Let's try it on. Okay, here's the sports bra. Also, ignore my little like skin patch situation going on. I got a little bit of a sunburn the other day. I know, I was not intending to be out in the sun. I just got stuck in the sun and got a little sunburn, and now ever since my skin has been kind of patchy there, so please ignore. But honestly, liking this bra a lot more than I expected. This fabric just is very stretchy and it's kind of just holding the girls in the right way. I also like the addition of the bottom band on this sports bra. It's just kind of keeping everything contained and making sure the girls aren't going to come out the bottom. So I'm feeling a little bit more secure in this one than I was in the Yosemite bra. And although this doesn't have cup pads, it does have 2 layers of the fabric, and it feels like there's like some sort of mesh lining on the inside that actually makes this a little bit thicker than expected. So you might actually get a little bit of nip coverage here, and I feel like I am getting a little bit of structure. So it's still definitely a super light support, but it's better than I expected. So I'm pleasantly surprised. We're gonna go with the same medium coverage, not falling out of it, but there is just like a little bit of scooping around here. Again, I'm confident it would hold me in any low impact workouts. The spaghetti straps are pretty thin and they do have the stitching on the inside of the strap, so I could see it being a little bit uncomfortable over time. I also would say, true to size, if you're in between, you really could go either way. This is a size small, fitting me like any normal size small. And then we have the straps kind of converging in the back and plenty of room for the lats to move around here. So definitely a comfortable bra. I could see myself doing low impact activities in this. Pleasantly surprised with the thickness of the material in the front here, but definitely again, not your high impact bra. But again, it is a little bit basic. You question what made this bra the high price tag if it does have a lot of features of other sports bras, and it's not super unique, but the quality feels good. Next, we have the All the Feels leggings. I also got a size small. I think I got a size small long because they have 3 lengths of these, which I did appreciate. And these were $98. So these are definitely super pricey. Like the All the Feels sports bra, this is that same fabric. It's ultra lightweight. It's going to be super naked feel, very soft. I just do definitely struggle with leggings like this that don't have a lot of unique features. Like we do have just a front seam, flat across waistband, flat across in the back, just like a thinner soft material. You can find very similar leggings to this for a very affordable price, especially when affordable brands are starting to get much better fabrics now. Like it used to be that affordable brands, you couldn't find any good fabrics. But now that they're getting a little bit better with their fabrics, I have to have like a main selling point to really want to splurge on a legging like this. And I guess we'll see when it's on, but I do struggle with something that is so basic to, it's just not selling me. Anyways, we have a high rise double thickness waistband here. We have that triangle gusset. There are little pockets on the sides of the waistband that we'll see when they're on. And again, that flat across waistband in the back, and it looks like a little room for the glutes there. Let's try it on. Okay, so these are definitely super stretchy, super naked feel. This is definitely going to be your fabric if you're doing yoga and you just want like full range of motion. I'm not feeling any restriction in these. I love fabrics like this personally. I think they're super comfortable, and I really like that this one just seems to be like hugging all the curves in the right way. Sometimes you get thin fabrics that just feel like they are almost like a little bit saggy. That's definitely not the feeling with these, so definitely like the fabric. The waist on these is just barely a high rise. It's just kind of halfway covering my belly button here. So a little less high rise than the daily leggings. We have that double thickness waistband. We do have a front seam. With leggings that are this stretchy, I just have this feeling that I want to keep pulling them up, which can cause camel problems. So it is unfortunate that this has the front seam just because it kind of gets in the way of that. But I would say as far as front seams go, it's not super invasive. Then we have some fun features. We do have that little side pocket in the waistband here. It has a bonded edge seam, so it's very sleek looking here. You almost don't even notice that it's there, but I kind of like it on the side instead of those back pocket waistbands. So I think it's a good location. We do have that logo. Again, the whole legging just looks so sleek, and then you just have this square on the side that just feels out of place for me. Then we go to the back. The seam, again, this is my hip bone here. It is a little bit low. And although this fabric is very lightweight, the compression is definitely low. So it's not squishing the glutes down, but again, it's not doing anything to enhance the glutes at all. And if you ask me, the seams could be a little bit higher. So overall, I'm going to give it a medium on the booty scale. Again, not helping, not hurting. This is going to give you less cellulite coverage than the daily leggings because these are a lot more lightweight. So I really wouldn't expect these to be cellulite friendly. Full length view. I love that these come in multiple lengths. So this is the long version, and they are full length on me. These leggings also do not have any side seams, so they're a very seamless look. So yeah, definitely a solid legging. I like the fabric, but it's nothing too special for me to justify being nearly $100 when you can buy something like CRZ Yoga Butterlux on Amazon that also has a front seam. For me, I'm all about no front seam, but they are nice leggings. I just definitely struggle with the price tag on these. I thought this fabric would be brushed inside and out, but again, the inside is more sleek and it's just brushed on the outside. So it was still pretty soft against my skin, but I was a little surprised that usually brands brush inside and outside on these naked feel leggings. So I personally like when they brush on the inside because that brushed material kind of helps grip onto your skin a little bit more and prevent it from sliding down during your workouts. Okay, let's get into some loungewear because they do have some really soft joggers. I have had some of their joggers for a couple years now, but I got a new pair because they now come in long. When I first had them, they only had one length and they were a little bit short, but now they come in 3 lengths, so I can find something that's a little little bit better for my taller figure. And these are definitely one of their most popular items. These are their Halo Performance joggers. Ever since they came out with these, I always struggled to figure out why they're calling them a performance jogger. In the activewear world, a performance material is something that is like sleek to the touch, cooling, sweat wicking, like it has a very specific feel. And this is nothing like that. This is like the softest, loungiest material I can think of. So to call it the performance joggers, it just doesn't feel right. Nonetheless, these are super comfy. Again, I have had a pair of these in the past. These are $94, which are quite expensive. And they're made of a soft marled fabric. Here's the fabric up close. These soft marled fabrics, you've seen them from Petula with their Bear fabric, Aloe Yoga, Aloe Soft, Beyond Yoga Space Dye. They're like the stretchiest, softest fabrics that you can really do. They are brushed like the last one, so they have almost that fuzzy feel to them. And to make this into like a cozy jogger is just very soft. This is another one of their signature things, is they have these little like stripy drawstring ties, and we'll see these on the men's shorts later. But anyways, we have a kind of scrunched elastic waistband. We do not have a gusset on these, which I guess is probably okay for a jogger, but that is a little bit surprising. We have a little cuff at the bottom of the ankle, very plain in the back, nothing going on, and then we do have two slit pockets in the front. And these are made of a recycled polyester and elastane blend. They do have a whole section on their website on kind of on sustainability, but about like giving back. And I still think there's not really a good way to actually distinguish if brands are actually doing anything sustainable, because at the end of the day, if you're just making a lot of clothes all the time, like how sustainable are we? So I feel like they often use that to justify a high price when I just don't know. And this goes for all brands. Anyways, let's try them on. Okay, here are the joggers. So everything has been fitting pretty well so far, and this is how they've fit me in the past. But if you look down the length of the leg, they're pretty snug along my calves. Then I have a little bit of room in the knees, pretty snug along the thighs, and then I have quite a bit of fabric up in this top area. So I think that's just how these fit. Honestly, I don't have a problem with it, but before you tighten the waistband, I do have quite a bit of room in the waist. So once we tighten it, this is the fit. Definitely, again, got some bagginess in the hip area here, but that's what kind of makes it look like more of a relaxed jogger. Overall rise is honestly more of a mid to high. As you saw before I tightened it and kind of pulled it up over my hips, it really was showing quite a bit of belly button, so not the highest rise around, but I am kind of moving to appreciate a slightly less overwhelmingly high rise. Like I don't want things going all the way up to my rib cage all the time. We do have the two front pockets here. I thought they used to be sewn on the outside, but they're now an inner pocket. I could be wrong about that. They may have always been like this. This fabric is really one of the comfiest, coziest fabrics that I've had in a jogger. Like they look soft on camera and they are just as soft as they look. Then we go to the back. There really are not very many details back here. Even though they're a little bit snug on the thighs, these would be very cellulite friendly because first of all, they're not skin tight. Second of all, they do have a lot of marling to them, and that kind of texture in the fabric helps to disguise cellulite a little bit. Then let's look full length. And this is the tall version, and honestly, they could be a little bit longer. Like I'm 5'9" and I don't have the longest legs, so I do feel like they could be just like a tiny bit longer, but for me they're okay. But if you are anything above like 5'10" going into 6 feet, these might be a little bit short. We do have that cuff at the bottom, and here we can kind of see the leg line. They do have a little bit of room under the calf, but I'd say they're like a snug-ish fit jogger. So yeah, personally I wouldn't do a ton of activity in these. They feel like more of a lounge jogger, which again, they call it the performance jogger, but this material really, it almost feels like pajamas, so I don't really understand that, but they are super comfy. To go with those joggers, we have the Halo Performance Crop. This was $58 and I got a size small, and it's just kind of your classic built-in bra tank. And super skinny straps. Again, support is just not really on the radar for Vuori, I guess, because literally everything, if you scroll on the website, every single one of the bras is like spaghetti strap, low impact. And you just think you'd have one higher support option. I do have their higher support option here, but I'm a little hesitant about it. This in combination with the performance joggers is just a super cozy combo. So we have that marled soft material, a slight V-neck. The straps do split into two in the back for a little bit of a scrappy moment. I wanted to get the gray, but they were sold out, so that's why I got a different color here. This bra does have a full shelf liner with cup pads, so there is a little bit of support going on there. I'm glad it's not just like a one layered top. And again, we have that logo on the bottom left corner here. Let's try it on. All right, here is the crop. So it's just your classic V-neck built-in bra top. but this fabric is super, super stretchy, so it's very comfy. It is a slim fit, but it's not like super tight against my skin. So overall, I would say true to size, and I wouldn't want this to fit any more snug, so I'm liking the size small. The coverage on the top is, again, a solid medium coverage. I've been really pleased with the coverage that they've had. Sometimes these more delicate looking tops that don't appear to have a lot of support also don't really fit larger cup sizes well, so I'm glad to see that this is fitting. And I haven't had any bras or tops yet that I feel like I would fall out of. Definitely have a little bit of scoop around the armpit area here, but overall contained. Support, again, is a pretty low support, so we haven't really surpassed that low support yet. It's a mid-length crop. It goes a little bit above the belly button, so kind of your classic crop length. I have a long torso, so I'm showing some skin here, but if you have a shorter torso, this might be a kind of like a meet and greet length where it hits the top of your legging waistband. And then the back, the straps split into those two thinner straps. I appreciate that it splits after it goes over my shoulder so that it's not cutting into my shoulder with those two tiny straps. So I am finding this to be pretty comfortable. So yeah, nothing crazy, but it's comfy, it's cute, and it's fitting well. And next, if you guys know me, you know I love a loose pant. And when I saw they now have their performance jogger material in a wide leg pant, say no more. There are not a lot of brands coming out with these like super flowy wide leg pants, and whenever I see them, I am just all over them because I've progressively gotten to a point where it's like, at first you're like, oh, jeans are a little tight, so I'll wear leggings to be comfortable. And then you're like, leggings are a little bit tight too, so then you start wearing sweatpants. And then you're like, sweatpants kind of cling to your ankles. So let's just have a fabric that doesn't get anywhere near my legs and is super wide and super flowy. And that is a wide leg pant. So I love a good wide leg pant. Very similar to the joggers. We have that elastic waistband, the drawstring, the two slit pockets in the front. Again, no gusset at the front here. And this did come in multiple lengths. Of course, on the website, it just says short, regular, long, and doesn't give an inseam. So I've recently learned that brands don't post their inseams because they're often not consistent among sizes. So for everyone's sake, I will be posting all of the inseams of the items that I got, but this is a size small, so keep in mind it may be different for different sizes. These look so comfy. Let's try them on. Okay, these might be one of the most comfortable pants I've ever worn. So first of all, they are plenty long. This is the tall version, but they're literally hitting the floor, which is honestly how I like my wide leg lounge pants to be. Like, I don't want to be walking around like this around my house, you know? That's not what I want. So I love this. Again, it is a little bit loose in the waist. I felt like none of their leggings were loose in the waist. So definitely for their joggers and lounge pants, if you have a smaller waist, you could definitely size down. Like, I think I would be fine in an extra small, but they do have the waistband. So it just depends if you would like to have like that kind of extra fabric around here, or if you want it to be a slightly slimmer look. But this is made of that same super soft jogger material, except in a wide leg version. And this is just what I want. Like, just nothing touching the legs, just full leg freedom. So this is also a higher rise than the joggers. These are going like above the belly button. So honestly, an ultra high rise, they could be a little bit lower if you ask me, but they're a lounge pants. So I'm not like super picky as long as they still look good overall, which I think they do. We have those two front pockets and they are a true wide leg. The only area where it's skimming my legs is my upper thigh, which is the bulkiest area on my legs, but it's not tight by any means. I still definitely have plenty of room and stretch there. So I don't think it looks awkward. And I like that it's just like a true straight wide leg. It's not a flare or anything. It just goes straight down. Super comfy. No restriction going on here. Comment down below if you think I should try a size down, because I'm kind of wondering, because I guess it is this style, but I almost think it looks a little bit too bulky when you tighten the waistband so that it doesn't fall down. You just get like a lot of this extra fabric. So yeah, consider a size down, but these are a great pant. Okay, next we have their performance bra. And I didn't mean to get this from the back, but yes, if this is their highest impact bra that they have on the website. So this is their Stride bra and it's $64. If you have a larger bust and you do high impact activities, $64 is really not crazy for a really solid high impact bra. But again, if you have a really large bust and you do high impact activities, you'll take one look at this bra and question why this is the highest support option that they have on the website. It just kind of blows my mind that a huge activewear company that claims to have really functional clothing would just disregard the whole large cup size group of girlies, you know? We need a little more than this. As someone who has recently started running, I know, don't be surprised. We'll see if I keep up with this, but I've just been wanting to switch up my routine a little bit. Bras that I once thought were more of a high impact bra don't stand a chance when you're running. Like, the jiggling is crazy. So we will do a little jog test in this. This bra is made of a polyamide elastane blend. It has a scoop neck, finally some thicker tank straps. We do have a solid elastic band along the bottom of the bra that will hopefully provide a little bit more support. And then the back, we still have that band back there, and then the straps come in and there's little cutouts. It's definitely a cute bra, but keep your expectations low about the actual support this is offering. The material is a sleek performance material. It has that kind of cooler to the touch feel. Here is that material. I think they do a good job of not being too shiny, so it feels like a nice quality performance material. And this bra does have removable cups. Let's try it on. Okay, so here we are, and something about this bra is just not fitting quite right. So I will say the coverage is pretty good, as well as the compression. This fabric does have a good amount of hold to it and it has good compression, so I am fully covered. I would say I give it honestly a medium to full coverage. We have a little bit of scooping here, but pretty good armpit coverage. And the actual support, I'm still having a good amount of jiggling, so I would say medium support. I feel like now that I'm starting to run, I'm going to be a little bit harder on my support ratings, which is good because we need something to hold the girls. Then we have that thick elastic band along the bottom, and as you can see, it is creeping up onto my actual bust area here where it should be sitting completely below. And I did initially put it on so it was sitting like this below, but it likes to creep up because in the back, the strap goes really high, which usually is a sign of a kind of ill-fitting bra to be coming up so high in the back, but it feels like it's intentional here. All the straps are kind of going up, but that pulls that elastic band up, which means it's creeping up onto my bust. So I just don't find this one to be super comfortable. I do think it's cute in the back, and I appreciate that the straps are thicker and elastic, but I think the design just isn't really working for my bust. So I would still say it's large cup size friendly in the way that I am covered in it, but the fact that this is the most supportive bra on the website, when usually a bigger athletic brand, like something like Athleta, Lululemon, they would have a kind of more supportive running style bra, especially when these are called the Stride leggings and the Stride bra, which makes me think it's a running bra. But if you have a large natural chest, this just isn't going to be the level of support that you would need for actual running. Could it be okay for maybe like a light jog? I think that might be painful after a while. So far from a bad bra, I just wish that this wasn't the highest support option. And we can already see it starting to creep up again here. To go with that bra, we have these Stride leggings. So these are going to be their more performance focused legging. That same polyamide elastane blend, sleek performance material. We have a straight across waistband, front seam, triangle gusset, and the pockets have a bonded edge at the top, so it's nice and sleek. We'll see that when they're on. And we do have a seam that kind of curves around. I don't love when pocket leggings do this because the seam is usually a little bit too low and just kind of cuts off the line of the glutes and just makes your glutes look a little bit more flat. So I don't love having that. We have the logo in the back. I do definitely prefer it in the back here as opposed to like that kind of front side leg position. There's a zippered pocket in the back as well. It has a mesh lining. There's another little mesh pocket on the front left of the waistband as well, which I actually like this as opposed to the ones that are more like tucked into the side of the waistband, because I feel like this is really easy to access. And these do have a top band at the top, so this can kind of cut into you, but this is commonly seen with performance leggings because they slide down a little bit more frequently. We also have a loop drawstring waistband to help them stay up as well. So let's try these on. Okay, here are the Stride leggings. So first of all, the fabric, it's a really great performance fabric. I like that it's not too shiny and it's got a good amount of hold to it. It's pretty dense. It's got a good medium to high compression. So kind of everything that I look for in a more performance style material. We do have that double thickness waistband. Again, this one is just kind of barely hitting the belly button here. So a solid high rise. And unfortunately, since this fabric is a little bit more snug, a little bit more compressive, I am getting a little bit more of a camel problem in this one. So this is probably not a front seam that I personally would reach for. I mean, I generally try not to do front seams, but the other two leggings I feel like weren't causing noticeable camel, where this one I am feeling it a little bit. So just a little bit more invasive than the others. I love the side pockets on these. So we have two seams down the side of the leg. And then we have that bonded edge seam, which means you're not not getting an actual visible stitch on the outside, so it's a very sleek look to the pocket. Definitely plenty of space for a phone in here. And then we have some of the inner pockets, so we have that little mesh pocket in the front here, which is hiding really well under the fabric. These are true to size. I feel like they're a little bit more snug in the legs just because of the compression, but not in a restricting way. There's like a tiny bit of tightness in the knees, but I think the fabric is just a little bit more dense. And it does have a top band, but I feel like they made the waist not too snug at the top to the point where it's going to cut in. So I'm not getting a huge negative impact with that little band at the top. But we also have that drawstring for if you are doing very high impact activities and you want to make sure these stay in place. I feel like if I tied a drawstring like this, I would never get it untied. So personally, I prefer the other style of drawstring that they had, but this is definitely an option. And then we go to the back, and we have that logo there, and we have the classic seam that goes right a little bit below the hip bones, kind of how all of them have. And then we have that curved seam that goes on the glutes there. So unfortunately, these are definitely squishing the glutes down a little bit. We're gonna do low to medium on the booty scale. So they are slightly taking away from the glutes. But again, if you're wearing a performance legging, that is just kind of a downside that most of them have. It's not going to be very glute enhancing, just depends on your priorities. I'd say they're mostly cellulite friendly, especially in medium to darker colors because they are kind of holding you in with that compression. And full length view, these are regular length, not long, so they're only a 25-inch inseam, so they're hitting me kind of around the ankle length. Oh, and then we also have that zipped pocket in the back. I think it was already open before. Yeah, so it has a little mesh area, and then you can just zip it right up. It's a pretty standard performance legging. I like that it does have the pockets, but I think the front seam is just a little bit too invasive for me on this one. And then because I can't stop myself from buying everything that I see on the website when we do reviews like this, we have two more fun little items that I haven't seen anyone talk about, but they looked cute. First, we have the Pose fitted tee. I love that this kind of looks just like a little cute semi-cropped baby tee, and these can be kind of hard to find. So this is a size small, $58. It's made of a kind of cottony feeling rib, so it's a modal rayon elastane. It's definitely tough to want to pay $58 for a modal rayon fabric just because they're not always the most expensive. It's definitely not the highest end fabric, but it does give a lot of flow to it, and this does feel like more of a medium weight. So we have a kind of scooped crew neck, short sleeves, Vuori logo on the bottom left, and just simple on the back. Let's try it on. Okay, so here are the tees, and if these weren't $60 a tee, I would have this in every color. These are so cute, super stretchy, just very comfy, and just such a good like everyday top. And I love shirts that are this length because they go like right to the length of whatever bottoms you're wearing, whether it be like a jean short, a sweatpant, a legging. So you're still getting full coverage of all of your skin, but it's not super long where you have to kind of bunch it up at the bottom. So kind of like the perfect baby tee. It has that ribbed feel, which I like. The neckline is a kind of scooped, almost crew neck. It's not tight against the neck, but it's not a full scoop. We have short sleeves, and it's snug along the bust, but I do have some extra room at the bottom of the top here, so I would say it's a semi-slim fit. If you do want that like super skin tight fit, I probably would size down, and I think I would still have no issue sizing down even with the bust area because it's so stretchy. And here's the back. It is plain as well, and it's about a medium thickness, so it's not the thinnest top, but it has a good amount of weight to it. I feel like all of the colors would have a pretty good opacity to them just because the fabric is a good amount of thickness. And then we have the volley skirt. I almost included this in my active skirts video I did recently, but I already had like 16 skirts in that video, so it was just getting a little bit long, so we're trying it now. So I was happy to see that this actually came in multiple lengths, and I got the long version. There are a lot of short little skirts out there, so it's nice if you have larger glutes that kind of take up more of the length of your skirts to have a long length just to make sure you're fully covered. So this is a polyester elastane, slightly brushed fabric. I think it's the same composition as the Yosemite bra and the daily legging. We have a legging style waistband here, so it's just a double thickness fabric, kind of a semi-flowy fit. And now we're seeing the other kind of Vuori logo that they have, which is giving Girl Scout badge that you put on like your little vest. You know, if anyone was a Girl Scout or a Boy Scout, you know what I'm talking about. It's like those little sew-on, press-on fabric things. Here it is. So again, quite a bold logo. They're definitely into these kind of like standout logos. They just don't blend with the overall vibe of the pieces at all. This is the logo that they have on all of like their men's shorts too. So again, let me know what you guys think about this. I just think they're quite bold, but again, a bold logo makes it recognizable. So could that have helped them, you know, like rise to the fame? Maybe. and this is a skirt. So inside we have a lightweight mesh short, and on the right side there's a phone pocket, and on the left side there's one of those inverted tennis ball pockets that make it really easy to just slide your tennis ball up into your shorts. The inner short inseam is pretty short. I measured 3 inches, and the full skirt length is 15 inches, which is definitely a little bit longer than our standard skirt that we measured in my active skirts video. So let's try it on. Okay, here's the skirt. And I'm a little surprised at the amount of waistband gaping I have in this one. The rest of the waistbands, I mean of the legging style waistbands at least, I didn't have any extra material here, so I definitely think this is running a little bit big, which again, I was not expecting. I think the shape of it is super cute though. It kind of has that A-line, more slim fitting shape, but it's not so body hugging like the Lululemon Aligned skirt. The Lululemon Aligned skirt was really hugging onto my glutes and almost rode up in the back because of that. Because this one just has like a good amount of like float away from the body, I feel like it's still a flattering shape, but it's gonna stay here. It's not gonna ride up. So I definitely like that. This fabric actually is different than the daily leggings, but it has a pretty similar feel. It's lightweight, but it has a little bit of structure and it has a little bit of a brushed feeling on the outside. This is a pretty high rise. I think an ultra high. It goes above the belly button. It's 15 inches in total, so good glute coverage in the back. Again, we have that logo on the side. It's just pretty bold. And then we have the shorts on the inside. I don't love this choice of material for the inner shorts. It's kind of got this flimsy mesh feel that just doesn't feel super high quality. I would have liked to see the same material as the outer material on the inner shorts because this just doesn't feel as nice. And the short inseam plus the flimsy material is making my thighs eat the material right up. That being said, it's not cutting into my thighs. It's not uncomfortable. It just isn't my choice of material. Then on the left side, we have that tennis ball pocket. So it enters in from the bottom. So you can just slide a ball right in. And then the right side, we do have a phone pocket here. I worry about this material. This mesh is kind of flimsy, so I feel like a more dense material would have held a phone a little bit better. This just feels like it's gonna move around quite a bit. So yeah, I actually really like the outer material of the skirt. The inner material is just okay, but I also like that it comes in 2 options. So this definitely would have been up there for good skirts in my active skirt video if I had included it there. Okay, Ian was kind enough to join us here. I guess you're the one who introduced me to Vuori because this is his current favorite activewear brand. When he doesn't have these shorts to wear to the gym, he like doesn't know what to wear. So this is the Strato Tech tee and the core shorts. He wears a size large on top and a medium bottom, and that's what these are. Would you say that they're true to size?
Yeah, true to size.
The shirt is actually super soft. Like, I'm really impressed with the softness of this shirt. It has like a slight marl to the fabric, and it's like a nice flowy fit. If you raise your arms up, it doesn't show your skin. Okay, that's good. So very lightweight.
Sleeves are good. Oh, it does. They have a little patch right here. It says Inspire Happiness.
Okay, and then the shorts. I felt like the shorts at first, they looked kind of like swim shorts. They're supposed to be like a surfery kind of brand anyway, so I guess that makes sense.
I guess you could wear them in the water. I wouldn't.
Well, anyways, these are the core shorts. This is what you have most of. They have 2 front pockets, they have a drawstring, they're 7.5 inch inseam, and it's kind of like almost like a windbreaker kind of material here.
Just showing them.
Showing the quad gains.
No,
So,
I'm not saying I do.
is it stretchy? Not really. It has a little bit of give, but it's kind of like a lightweight windbreakery material. And it's held up really well. He wears these all the time, washes them all the time, and we dry them, and definitely have held up over time. Anyway, Ian's a Vuori fan. I think they have really good men's clothes. Thank you, Ian, for joining us.
I don't know if it's ever been shown on one of Kathryn's YouTube videos, but here we go.
Ian wants to show off Pinto's little stretch.
Everybody, we're gonna do it. 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Good boy. Wow. See, it's not forced. He knows.
No one thought it was forced.
Look how long he is, too. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Okay, that is everything. Honestly, compared to other athletic brands that you can buy in stores such as Lululemon, Athleta, Fabletics, Vuori is definitely fitting me the best, and I feel like appeals to my style the best. I find that I don't fit into Lululemon or Athleta very well. In Fabletics, I just don't really like the quality. So out of those options, I think that they do a great job. I do still think that the price tag is pretty high for other more affordable options, especially considering the front seam. If they got rid of the front seam, I honestly would be very on board with a lot of their styles, but because I'm just so anti-front seam, just for my personal anatomy, I probably still won't really venture into a lot of Vuori. That being said, even though the price point is on the higher side, oh, Peach, oh my gosh, hello. She doesn't like when I don't sit with her for a long time. I'm sorry you haven't been sitting. I'm sorry. That being said, even though the price point is on the higher end, all of the pieces today felt like great quality and the fabrics felt very high quality, so I'm not noticing any quality issues. Let me know what you think about Vuori down below if there's any other brands you would like me to try. I also should include Aloe in the list of brands you can buy at stores that I'm not really into. I still would rank Vuori above that. But again, I won't be changing my entire wardrobe to Vuori anytime soon. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye!
Master Yoda, the Jedi Council. I love it.
Two of the most difficult things to buy when you have a smaller waist and bigger thighs are jeans and jean shorts. We've already covered curvy jeans on this channel, so today we're reviewing a bunch of curvy style jean shorts. Curvy is a term that a lot of clothing brands have started to use to describe their line of clothing that has a smaller waist measurement and a larger hip and glute measurement. This is not to say that everyone who wears this curvy style of clothing is actually curvy, and it's also not implying plus size. It just means that the difference between your waist and hip measurement is a little bit larger than average. So if you've ever spent time in a dressing room trying on jeans or jean shorts that are really tight on your butt and your thighs and are gigantic gaping in your waist, this video is for you. Jean shorts specifically raise a whole new issue of if you have some thighs, you know that those short little 2-inch inseams that a lot of jean shorts have, they just get eaten right up by the thighs. Those shorty little shorts, they never stood a chance. You're gonna be showing some cheek in the back, and sometimes you just want your butt to be covered. So I've been super excited to see that a lot of those curvy jean brands that we've come to know and love are now starting to make jean shorts, and a lot of them are coming in slightly longer inseams. Growing up, I feel like jean shorts used to be like, again, a 2-inch inseam, super short, barely covering your cheeks. And today we have several shorts with a 4 to 5 or even longer inseams, far from anything like a Bermuda short. But when you have a little bit more weight in your glutes and your thighs, the inseams just seem a lot shorter. So that extra length is going to be super, super helpful. So just a little disclaimer, I am not calling myself curvy in any way. I do have a smaller waist measurement and a slightly larger hip and thigh measurement. For reference, my current measurements are around a 25.5 to 26 inch for my waist, 38.5 for my hips, which is the largest point around your hips and glutes, and then my thighs at the largest point measure around 23 inches. So while I may get comments saying you don't have big thighs, with respect to my waist, my thighs being like almost the same size, I definitely struggle with shorts, from athletic shorts to jean shorts. So I'm very excited to find some thick thigh friendly shorts in this video. If you're new here, my name is Kathryn. I do a lot of athletic wear reviews, but occasionally I like to stray out into normal clothing. I've been doing it a little bit more recently. It's just fun to switch it up. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe and give this video a thumbs up if you like this style of video. And today we'll be reviewing several different curvy jean shorts from multiple brands, from high-end around $80 to $100 to more affordable like $30. So we do have a range of price points today. So I'll start out by saying that a normal waist to hip discrepancy for most denim brands is 10 inches. So if you had a 25-inch waist, your hips would be 35 inches. Like I said before, I have about a 25.5 to 26-inch waist, and most curvy brands or curve brands, whatever they like to call it, will have between a 12 to 14-inch discrepancy between the waist and hip measurement. So for all of the brands today, I will be listing their own definition of curvy. Every brand has their own definition. If they list a discrepancy in the hip to waist on their size chart, some of them do, some of them don't, we'll be going over if each one is curvy friendly as well. So if I say something is curvy friendly, that means it's going to be friendly to those who have a 12 to 14-inch discrepancy in between the hips and the waist. We'll be going over the inseam, the leg fit style. Some of these are more of a slim fit on the leg, some of them are a little bit more relaxed, and then if these are thick thigh friendly as well. So let's start off with my current favorite jean shorts, basically the only jean shorts I've worn for the past 2 years that I always get questions every single time I wear them. We have none other than the Abercrombie Curve Love High Rise Mom Shorts. So these are a 4-inch cutoff style short in their Curve Love line. In Abercrombie's definition of Curve Love, it says says, Curve Love features additional room through the hip and thigh for curve hugging comfort. And according to their size chart, this accommodates a 12-inch difference between the waist and the hip. So in normal Abercrombie jeans, I'm between a 25 and 26. And these ones, I do have a 26. They are a high rise. Personally, Abercrombie Curve Love is my go-to curvy style brand. I just find that it fits me really well and I like the styles. Most of my Abercrombie Curve Love items actually are a 100% cotton with no stretch. And once you realize if a jean has proper room for thighs and hips, you really don't actually need a lot of stretch. These are a 99% cotton, 1% elastane, so they do have a tiny little bit of stretch to them. They have a slightly distressed look. They have a little slit at the side and they are a cutoff, but the 4-inch inseam is such a game changer. These are my first jean shorts that I ever had that were longer than that typical like 2-inch inseam, and they just really cover the glutes. Anyways, enough talking about these, let's try them on. All right, so here they are on. Keep in mind I have owned these shorts for a little over 2 years now, and they have held up really well and they maintain their shape. The sizing has not changed. With all denim, I feel like they stretch out a little bit and then kind of rebound after I wash them. So these do just go kind of right to my belly button here, so I would still consider these a high rise. This is a 26, which is right where the size guide puts me. We have those distressed details, and I will say it has gotten a little bit more distressed over time. That's kind of just natural with denim. And we have that little slit at the side here, which I also think gives a little bit extra room in the thighs, because it just allows a little bit more flaring down there. And then we have the back, we have 2 back pockets with some distressed detailing and just a little bit of stretch here. So first of all, these definitely are curvy friendly. I am not getting waistband gaping with all of the shorts today. None of them are super tight on my waist. So I can still fit my hand in here, but it's far from gaping. It still sits pretty flat along my waist. It is not squishing my glutes down. It's not too tight on my glutes. And you can see it actually flares away a little bit at the thigh here. So I would say these are thick thigh friendly as well. I love the 4-inch inseam on these because it's just enough length that you can see it almost goes to the full bulk of my thighs here. So even if your glutes take up a little bit of the space, which is pretty common, they still are not showing any cheek back here. So really good coverage, but again, they don't look super long. And some jeans can be uncomfortable to sit in, but because these have a little bit of stretch to them, they're honestly still very comfortable to sit. Just that little tiny bit of stretch just kind of relieves those areas that can be a little bit snug when sitting. So again, these have been my favorites for years and I highly recommend. Next, we have a second style from Abercrombie. These are the Curve Love dad shorts, and these shorts have been super popular. They've sold out multiple times. Honestly, this is the first time I've been able to get my hands on them. So we had the mom shorts before, which were a 4-inch, kind of more slightly relaxed. The dad shorts are a little bit more of a relaxed fit, and I liked that these were giving an option that has an actual hem at the bottom because not everyone is into the cutoffs. So we have a couple different hem options today. But these ones I actually got a size 25. These are a high rise. They have a light wash. I just feel like these are such a summer short. These again are a 99% cotton, 1% elastane, so a little bit of give to them and much less of a distressed look. And these also have a more flared thigh opening as well, so they're going to be very thick thigh friendly. Let's try them on. All right, here are the dad shorts. So these ones, again, they do go up to my belly button, so they're a high rise. These are said to be the same composition as the mom shorts, but they do have a more stiff feel to them. So you can see that they just kind of look a little bit more structured. They're not contouring to my body quite as well as the mom jeans, which is neither a good thing nor a bad thing. It's just really personal preference. But these also are a dad style fit, which means they're also just a little bit more relaxed in general. So we do have a little bit more fabric around the hip area here. These are that 5-inch inseam, so they're a little bit longer as well. And they also have that sewn hem, so they're not gonna fray or get any shorter over time. In terms of the waist fit, I have a tiny bit of room in the waist, but when standing, it's not gaping. And I find that's kind of the secret to finding a good fit with your jeans, is that when you're standing, you want it to kind of just hover over your waist, but you don't want them to be so tight that you can't sit down in them. It's not always functional to only have jeans that we can stand in. So this is a comfortable fit for me to the point where I can still fit a couple fingers back here, but it's not gaping. We can see the leg fit is slightly flared at the bottom. So these are definitely thick thigh friendly. They have a lot of room in this thigh opening. And I would say a thumbs up to curvy friendly as well. Again, they're snug along the waist, but they're not squishing my butt down. And you can see in the back here that 5-inch inseam is really getting a lot of coverage for the back, so we're not gonna have any cheek exposed. These are definitely a different style of fit than the other ones, so it really just depends on your preferences, but I do really like these for summer. And then we will do a little sit test. And again, I'm not busting out of the waistband because they are not too snug there. And I would say they look pretty normal sitting as well. These ones I do have a size down compared to the mom shorts. I do think they run a little bit big. I also got a 26 and the waist was gaping for me, so I would suggest sizing down based on the size guide or going with your normal Abercrombie Curve Love jean size. So I asked a lot of you guys on Instagram as usual. I usually like to get your guys' feedback on which jeans or various things I should try for a video. And the next two brands actually are not dedicated curvy items, but I was told by multiple people that they would be curvy friendly. So these are a super popular jean short right now. These are the Levi's 501 90s women's shorts. So these were $69 and I ordered a size 26. That's kind of where the size chart put me. But again, I'm often recommended Levi's jeans from people and then they never really end up fitting because they don't actually come in a curvy range. But I get so many people saying that they work for them. Again, I'm a little hesitant about these because their size chart was just a typical 10-inch difference. Actually, I looked at all of the size charts in advance and the waist to hip difference for Levi's is only 9 inches. So being more of a 12.5-inch difference, I'm a little hesitant for these, but they are a relaxed fit, so we'll see. I tried to size it mostly based off the waist size for this reason, so that there wasn't a lot of gaping in the waist. So these are a 100% cotton mid-rise cutoff short, and these are very much like a 90s look with this longer inseam. I'm measuring a 7-inch inseam on this, which is definitely the longest of the day. This one also says that it's loose throughout the hips and the thighs. We do have a little bit of distressing going on here, and this is about a medium wash. So let's try one and hope they fit. Okay, so we are still getting these on, but it's not looking good for these. Super long, which is not really my normal look, but I think, you know, it's definitely a trend. And this is a button fly, unfortunately. I find button flies incredibly time consuming, and just like, how the heck are you supposed to get these on? I just thought I would mention that because personally I would not buy a button fly pair of pants. Okay, so here they are, and they are definitely a lower waist pant, but they should still go up to, you know, my crotch should be at the crotch, right? And here we are. I do not understand why you guys keep suggesting Levi's to me. I am no longer trusting any Levi's suggestions. I've never had a pair of Levi's not be literally atrociously gaping. And I went with my waist size. How is this a 26? My waist is about 26 inches and I have like 3 inches of space back here. I just do not understand. So curvy friendly, no, but we're still going to review them regardless because there are other metrics to be addressed here. But first of all, these are a cotton denim, 7-inch inseam, super long, not quite like Bermuda length, but like a solid mid-thigh short. These I would consider a mid-rise. We have a good inch below the belly button. So a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I think that it's cute overall. We have some distressed details down here. So this is pretty skimming along my glutes as is, so I would be worried about sizing down. So again, I wouldn't choose this if you do have more than a 10-inch difference between your waist and your hips. But in terms of the thighs, I don't know if it's meant to be skimming the thighs, but it's really not compressing my thighs, or it's not overly tight in the thigh area. So I will still give these a thick thigh friendly thumbs up. These are definitely okay on my thighs. We have a lot of coverage here, so I definitely think it's a bonus for that. So if you don't have a large difference between your waist and your hips, but you do have larger thighs, these could be a good option. Again, these don't have any stretch to them, so the sizing is pretty strict here. And then we will sit down and you can just really see that waistband gaping with the sitting here. I think they're fine for sitting, but again, they weren't too tight to begin with. So they're not gonna be for me. They do have a lot of room in this like front area here, but they're still a bit tight on the glutes. So I feel like they have space in interesting areas that's just not working for me specifically. The next jean short we have is the Everlane A-line denim short. So these were $51 and I got a size 26, and I have reviewed Everlane curvy in my past curvy jeans review. And Everlane's curvy range actually has a 14-inch difference between the waist and the hip, which is the biggest I've seen from any brand. It was actually too much for me personally. I had like room in the glute area, which I honestly can never say that I've had before. I was a little bit disappointed to go onto their website and they have a whole curvy jean section, but they actually don't have any dedicated curvy jean shorts. I looked through like every short they had and none of them were labeled as curvy. I looked through their curvy section. They did not have any shorts. So I was still recommended Everlane from a lot of you guys. size, so I still wanted to give something a try. And the fact that these were more of an A line made me think that maybe there would be some chance. They look like they have a little bit more room in the hips and then more of a flared thigh, so we're still hopeful. So these are a 100% organic cotton, so they really don't have any stretch to them. And again, that kind of lack of stretch could be seen as a good or a bad thing. If you're someone who really likes the comfort of stretch, then obviously that's not so good. But having a more structured cotton denim can actually kind of hold you in really well. So if you really liked like your tummy area held in, a more structured denim can actually help with that. So the waist to hip difference with these Everlane shorts is 10 inches. The inseam on these is 5.5. So these are pretty similar style to those Abercrombie dad shorts, but they are a little bit longer. And again, I did get a size 26. I kind of went off of the sizes that I got previously for the Everlane curvy jeans. I think I preferred a 25 for those, but because these aren't curvy, I wanted to play it safe a little bit and get the 26. So let's try them on. Okay, so I double checked the size guide on these, and their waist put me between a 24 and 25, but the hips put me at a 27. So I went with a 26 to be safe because these weren't labeled as curvy, and I am literally swimming in them, like so much space. So I honestly do think that they will be curvy and thick thigh friendly just based on how these are fitting me right now, because I still have a little room in the butt here and plenty of room in the thighs. It's just the waist that is like literally gigantic on me. So I'm gonna see if I can quickly order a size 24 and then we'll pop back in, because I do think that these have a chance. Sizing for women is just so frustrating. Like, how is this a 26? And I wore a 26 in Abercrombie and it was perfectly fitting. Okay, we have the Everlanes in a size 24. We're gonna pop these on quickly because my air conditioning's broken and it's 105 degrees outside, so we're suffering. Okay, here they are in the 24. They were a bit of a struggle to get on, but I'm not sure if that's just because I'm sweating because it's really hot in here. But alas, they are on. Much better fit in the waist this time. Honestly, still a little bit of gaping. I feel like I've had gaping in every single pair today, except for like maybe the Abercrombie mom jeans. So I don't know, is it too much? No, because like once they kind of settle in and like I'm standing, like they're fine. I don't feel like anyone would look and say like those are like too much gaping, but I am feeling a little bit more tightness in the hip area this time. This is where it was a little bit more difficult to get on, but I still am able to get them on. These are an A-line shape, so we have a little bit of a flare away from the thigh here, so they're still definitely thick thigh friendly, even in the size down. They are a more structured denim, so I'm not really getting much stretch to them. So yeah, I definitely would recommend at least sizing down one size. I still definitely think this is a better fit for me, and as I wear them, the hip area kind of opens up, and it's not squishing me down or anything. Quick little sit test. It's a little bit snug because this is a stiffer denim, but I think it would be fine throughout the day. I find that I prefer my denim to be a little bit on the snug side because it does stretch out a little bit with wear. All right, next we are going to try the American Eagle Next Level Curvy V-Rise Ripped Denim Midi Shorts. Quite the long name. I got a size 26 or a 2. So these are a cuffed denim short, but the cuffing is actually tacked down so you can't unroll them. And these are labeled online as a 4-inch inseam, but I just measured them and I got a 3-inch inseam. So these are slightly distressed and the waist kind of comes down a little bit in the front for more of a mid-rise kind of V-style waist. Again, the 90s are kind of coming back a little bit, so we're slightly lowering the rises on things. I don't think I'll ever accept a full low rise, but I can do a little mid-rise, a little belly button, you know? That's okay with me. American Eagle defines their curvy range as made for curves with more room at the hip and thigh, and according to their size guide, the waist to hip difference is 13 inches. So basically right what I'm looking for. These also are a 98% cotton, 2% elastane, so they are labeled as a stretch denim, and they have some little distressed details as well. Let's try them on. Okay, I think that these are the best fitting yet in terms of like actually adhering to the size guide. Their size chart had a 25.5-inch waist right at a size 2, and that's what I got, and it fits perfectly. Like I can fit a couple fingers back here, but there's zero gaping, and because these do have a little bit of stretch, they're just gliding right over the glutes here, not swishing me down, but just the perfect amount of snug. So these are a V-dipped waistband here. So these are kind of I wouldn't say these are a low rise. I would still say these are a mid-rise short, maybe mid to low in the front, but definitely more of a mid-rise in the back. It does come up a little bit to accommodate the glutes in the back, which I really like. So you're not at risk of showing your underwear back here. We do have a slightly shorter short on these ones. These are a 3-inch inseam, and we have that rolled hem, but again, this can't be unrolled because it is tacked down in the side. These are overall a slimmer fit in general. The leg fit on these is snug, so it's not flaring away from the thigh like the others. Overall, because this is not gaping on the waist and it's comfortable in the hip area, still gonna give it a thumbs up for curvy friendly. It also has a solid medium stretch to accommodate that. The stretch is much more than any of the other shorts today. And I am going to say thick thigh friendly, but if you are someone who has thicker thighs and you really just don't want anything touching your thighs, I wouldn't go for these. The leg area is still right up against your skin, but it's not squishing me anywhere. So it just depends on your preferences. They're thick thigh friendly, but just for a slimmer fit overall. I think the waistband is actually a really nice way to get like a little bit of mid to low rise action without being so low that you're exposing your underwear. I think they did a really good job of that. And again, even though these are a slightly shorter inseam, I'm still covering my whole glutes and a little bit of my thighs in the back as well. These are American Eagle, and I think overall these definitely look more like shorts that I was wearing back when I was like in early college days and things like that. So they're definitely a little bit more youthful in shape overall, but I still think they're super cute short. And I like that the size guide was very accurate for these. I don't think we did a sit test for these. Again, they're a good fit in the waist, so I'm not getting any cutting in here. They're also a little bit lower. I feel like the lower rise tends to not constrict so much when sitting, so very comfortable. All right, next we have one of our most affordable options. We are going to do 2 styles from Old Navy. These are the Old Navy mid-rise boyfriend cutoff jean shorts. So these ones specifically are not labeled as curvy and generally a little bit looser of a style, so they should be better for the thicker thigh area. So I got a size 2 in these. Generally I like to go with the waist size, and these were only $19, so super affordable. They are a 5-inch inseam and they are cut off, but it's not a super frayed cut off. I would expect this to maybe fray and roll a little bit with time, but it just kind of gives into that kind of more distressed look. These are a 99% cotton, 1% spandex. So again, they have a little bit of give. They are more of a mid-rise, so they're supposed to hit like right around the hip. Let's try these on. Okay, so I think the lesson is that unless they're labeled curvy, it's gonna be slim chances that they're going to actually fit. But again, that could be different for the thigh situation. So these are a mid-rise short. They're a good inch or 2 below my belly button here. I did get a size 2, which is kind of where the size chart puts me at for my waist. For my hips, they put me at like a 6. So these are a longer style cutoff short. And now that they're on, the stretch is pretty minimal to not noticeable. So I wouldn't count on a lot of stretch for these. And are they curvy friendly? Unfortunately, I do have quite a bit of waistband gaping here beyond the normal amount to the point where it's just kind of sticking out too much. So that definitely is the risk of not getting the curvy style. But again, I did follow the size chart according to my waist. So I will say the size chart definitely runs big in the waist area. It's actually perfect on my hips, so that is a bit of a bummer, but I would not go for these if you do have a large waist to hip discrepancy. The thighs are actually good. I would say that these are still thick thigh friendly. Again, not a ton of stretch, but the fit on the leg area for these is more of a straight leg fit. It's not as flared as some of the other ones, but I still have room at the bottom here, so it's not squishing me down. So again, it will work for thicker thighs, similar to the Levi's. If you're not as curvy, but you do have larger thighs, these would work. I still definitely find myself drawn to higher rises at this point. I don't know, guys. I just don't know if I'm into the mid-rise. What do you think? Are you team mid-rise or are we still kind of team high-rise? Because I don't mind showing a little belly button, but having this much room under the belly button is like reserved for swimsuits for me. Okay, and we will quickly sit down. And yeah, a little bit tight on the hips sitting, just because these don't have very much stretch, but not a surprise that we have a ton of gaping when sitting here. And then we have the Old Navy curvy high-waisted OG jean shorts, again in a size 2, and these are a 3-inch inseams. These are actually their curvy range. How they define curvy is a curvy fit is designed for less gapping at the waist and more room in the hip or thigh, and a curvy waist is 2 inches smaller and 2 inches roomier at the hip. So this is actually not reflected in their size guide, but I assume if you're taking a regular 10-inch difference and doing 2 inches less in the waist and 2 inches more in the hip. That'll come out to around a 14-inch difference. So these are a cotton polyester elastane blend, so they do have a little bit of stretch to them. They're a medium wash with a little bit of distressing to them. There's a little bit of distressing along the pockets here, and these are also a cutoff, but they have a more frayed, distressed edge than the last ones, and they definitely look a little bit more A-line with a wider leg opening as well. Let's try them on. Okay, so I tried to look back at my old video. Oh, yes. Oh. Bandeau is stretching right now. Hello. Go get your lunch. Okay, so overall I think these are mostly true to size. The size chart put me at a 2, which is what I ordered, but I do have a little bit more gaping in the waist than the others. Honestly, it's not too bad. So I would say you could stick true to size, or you could size down. I did order a size down just so we could see if that would still be a good fit. But these were considered a high rise. I would actually say more of a mid to high. They're not quite as low as some of them, but they're also not as high as like the Abercrombie ones. I still would say these are curvy friendly. They're not too tight on my glutes at all, and they definitely are more tapered on the waist than the non-curvy Old Navies, so I would say these are curvy friendly. I like the 3-inch inseam length on these because it's not rolling up like the Abercrombie mom jean ones, so you still have a good amount of length to them. We also have a slightly flared thigh as well, so again, thick thigh friendly. It is not too snug anywhere here, and the length is enough that we are getting full coverage of the glutes in the back. So these do have a little bit of elastane in them, but I'm really not feeling any stretch. I would say it's pretty minimal. I definitely would say Old Navy is the most affordable brand that actually has good curvy options. I do think they're curvy friendly. I guess I just need to learn to always order 2 sizes from these brands because they just never seem to quite run perfectly in terms of their sizing. So we're gonna try the 0 when it comes just to see how that is. But overall, I think these are good. Do a quick sitting test, and because these are already a tiny bit big in the waist, totally fine here. They do have enough stretch that it's not too tight on the legs, but you could see really when I'm sitting down, there is a little bit more gaping than I'd like here. So overall, I like them. Okay, the updated size for Old Navy just came in. So I don't know why Old Navy, they just like throw their stuff in the bag, which I guess is fine, but I'm just so used to things coming in like multiple bags. So let's see if these are a better fit. Okay, so here are the size 0, and they're definitely a better fit, but I still feel like I'm getting a little bit more gaping than I was in the other shorts that fit a little bit better. And this is the smallest size that these come in. I just don't feel like I should be the smallest size because there are plenty of people who are smaller than me. And looking at their size chart, the size 0 is supposed to be if you have a 25-inch waist. Like I said, I'm kind of like a 25.5 to 26-inch waist. So this is already kind of a size down. And the fact that I need another size down is just kind of some inconsistent sizing for me. I'm going to suggest, according to your waist size, sizing down 1 to 2 sizes in these. I'm feeling like it's more mid to high rise. I'm still showing a solid inch below my belly button. We have 2 front pockets. We have a cutoff at the bottom, and these are definitely thick thigh friendly. I have plenty of room around the leg here. I wouldn't say these are super flared. They're kind of just like a straight leg fit, but definitely relaxed enough for the thighs. Even though this is a size down, it's actually not too tight on my glutes here. It definitely skims them, but I don't feel super constricted, so that's why I feel comfortable saying size down 1 to 2 sizes. Honestly, it's not horrible on the waist, just really depends what you're looking for. This is quite a bit better. I think if I was in a pinch, this size would work, but some of the other ones just fit me a little bit better. And that's why I'm trying a lot of different brands, because everything is gonna fit someone a little bit differently. I find some brands just fit me a little bit better than others. Okay, the more I wear these, the more I think that it's actually okay, but let me know in the comments, do you guys like your jeans to be like snug against your waist? Because I feel like every single pair today has had like a little bit of room in the waist, which makes it more comfortable for sitting, but I feel like it's okay for jean shorts because they don't really fall down very easily, but for regular jeans, like I feel like, I don't know. Let me know in the comments down below what you think. So moral of the story is, until you find a brand that fits you really well, you may be ordering multiple sizes, returning, etc. And lastly, we have Madewell, the curvy perfect jean short. So I got a size 25 in these. I have tried Madewell curvy before, and that was the size that fit me best. And these were $78. So they're definitely more on the pricey side. You can get Madewell jeans for less. And Madewell defines their curvy as these curvy mid-length shorts have a narrower waist and a contoured band to prevent gaping, a longer rise for a rounder booty. Again, your glutes, they take up length, and a little extra room at the hips and thighs. So their size guide again did not reflect the difference. It still just reflected a 10-inch difference for a waist and hip measurement, which I don't think is the actual difference here. But generally I recommend going based on your waist size, and I believe according to Madewell, a 26-inch waist is actually a size 25. I don't understand why they do that, because those like 25, 26, 27 waist sizes are supposed to be based on your waist. They're just artificially changed. So these are an 81% cotton, 18% tensile, and 1% elastane. So they will have a little bit of stretch. We have another 5-inch inseam light wash with a cutoff, slightly distressed edge, but the rest of the jean is not very distressed. And these are labeled as a higher rise. So let's try them on. All right, here are the Madewell jeans. And this is the 25. That's where the size chart put me. And I think that these are a perfect fit, similar to the other ones, just like a little bit of room, enough for my hand to go in, but not gaping. We have that 5-inch inseam. These actually do have a little bit of stretch to them. I would say it's a light amount of stretch. So pretty much on par with any of the other jeans that have had any stretch today. Definitely high rise on this one. It is actually covering the belly button, so this may be the most high rise of the day. We have that 5-inch inseam. So this is a very similar structure, shape, and fit to the Abercrombie Curve Love, except these are a cutoff, not a sewn edge. We also have more of an A-line fit to the leg here, so definitely thick thigh friendly. Not going to be cutting in anywhere here. All of the shorts today have also not been too tight along the thigh area and like the upper thigh either, which I've appreciated. Also curvy friendly because we're not getting that gaping, and it's also not too tight on the glutes. And again, I would say true to size. If you're in between though, I would go with your size down, because I have had a pair of Madewell jeans before that I actually have just like in my closet that I wear regularly. And I do feel like the waist can get a little bit looser over time. It's a bigger deal for me with regular jeans than jean shorts. Jean shorts, I feel like you can have a little bit more looseness in the waist and they're not going to really fall down because they're not as heavy. But yeah, I like this a lot. I think the style is super cute and the fit is really good. They're also a very lightweight denim. They're not thin, but they're just not super restrictive and heavy. These do have a little bit more stretch to them than those Abercrombie dad shorts, so they just feel a little bit more lightweight and movable than those. In terms of the sit test, again, not too snug on the waist, so these are fitting well and pretty minimal gaping in the back again. All right guys, that is it for the video. I would say with the exception of the Levi's and the Old Navy non-curvy version, all of these were definitely curvy friendly, and all of them, including those two, were very thick thigh friendly. I feel like we had a good range of different like leg style options, different rises. Personally, I think my two favorites are still going to be those Abercrombie ones, but honestly really liked the Madewell curvy as well. Even though these fit astronomically better than regular style jeans and jean shorts, I still would always recommend getting two sizes when you order. With most of these brands, I recommend doing the size that they say for the size guide and then going one size down, because they all feel like they just had a tiny bit of room in the waist, and that's been my experience with a lot of the curvy style jeans as well. So if you can just order one and return the one that doesn't fit, that is what I would recommend. It just makes everything a lot easier. I do wish I had gotten some of these in multiple sizes, but I was already getting so many jean shorts that I didn't feel like I wanted to order two sizes, but live and learn. Next time we're ordering two sizes. Let me know what video you guys would like to see next in the comments down below. Give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
No, I'm serious. If they're gonna take the wokeness out, how they gonna know what is woke to take out? It's like, y'all.
Today we are doing an up.
Y'all be woke. No, I'm serious. How can you take it out if you don't know what wokeness is? Like, the libertarians don't say what wokeness is. So it's like, how can you fix something if you don't know what to fix? It's like monkey in a barrel, monkey in a barrel.
No, we have the CEO. So anyway, here is their statement. Speaking about that, now let's. I mean, what was that? Here's their statement. We're not going to read it. We're not going to paraphrase it. Let's just see about it.
Today we are in for a treat because we have a new Buffbunny launch. This is the Juicy Collection. This is a collaboration with Bailey Stewart, and I am so excited. Honestly, collab launches are always the best because the girlies, we just know what you guys want. And we have a ton of summer bright colors, super flattering leggings for the glutes because that is what Bailey is all about, and I am on board for that as well. And we also have some fun transition to fall colors if you guys are ready for those jewel tones as as well. This launch is happening on Saturday, July 29th at 1 p.m. Central Time. And if this review helps you out and you are shopping the launch, you can use my code Kathryn. It gives you 10% off and helps support me to keep doing these for you guys. And if you guys didn't already know, I always have a monthly giveaway that goes on. Anyone can enter. You do not have to purchase. It's always on my website, so make sure you're going to enter that. But you do also get additional entries if you are using my code. For any launch, you can just go and enter that at any time. And I give away 2 $50 gift cards every single month. I've been doing this for years, but I feel like I don't mention it a lot. So if you are using my codes for things, make sure you're getting your extra entries. So without further ado, let's get into the launch colors. So like I said, I'm super excited about these colors because I am a pastels girly, as with my launch, but I'm also a brights girly, especially for the summer. Honestly, year round, I'll always wear a bright color, but we have some really fun colors in this collection. As always, all of the color comparisons will be posted on the screen. We are starting out with a returning color. This is Peach Rings. This was first seen in Sugar Rush, and it is such a nice peachy color. Then we have Guava. We just saw this in the snack launch, but we have a lot more pieces in this today. So if you already have some things from the snack launch in this color, you can easily pair those with the pieces that come in Guava for this launch. We have this beautiful dark green. This is Limon Pepino. It's such a nice color and really good for pairing with our next color, which is Honeydew. So you definitely have some good opportunities to do a little mixing and matching, like a tonal moment in this collection. Almost all of these colors go really well together. We have what I predict will be a very popular color in this collection. This is Lipstick Red. It has been a long time since Buffbunny has had a bright red. I think honestly since like the Journey collection. And this is a little bit more of a cool undertone compared to Salsa. And listen, and I'm not usually a red girly, but something about this is just drawing me in and I'm super excited to become a red girly. We have one set in this new pink holographic, and then we have some returning colors. We do have Venom. This was seen, I believe it was in the Rebel launch, but we haven't had it in any like Nubre or Butter fabrics before. Barista Blue is back as well. Blue Bubbles is back as well. This is one of my colors from my launch, so I'm very excited to see this back. And then we have some more basics like Cold Brew, Bone, Black, White, etc. Okay, next we're inserting all of these squat tests. All of the pieces will be squatted with a nude thong as well as a patterned cheeky underwear to really tell the full sheerness. I would say most of these are pretty opaque, but Guava is definitely going to be a little more of a risky color. You can definitely see a difference in the waistband and the base of the legging, so I would definitely wear that one with caution. If you're concerned about Guava but you still really like the color, you can always do a Guava top and Venom bottoms, Guava top and Lipstick Red bottoms, and definitely use that kind of mixing and matching. Also stay tuned at the end of the video. We're going to go over a couple pieces that launched during the Buffbunny summer sale that I wanted to review, so if you guys ever needed to go back and reference them, we have a space on the channel. Okay, we're going to start out with the leggings of the collection. First we have the contour leggings. So these may look familiar if you've tried the contour pocket leggings. These are basically the exact same legging except they do not have the pocket at the side. Honestly, there are no pocket leggings in this collection, so I really wish that these were the pocket leggings. But if you're someone who doesn't like a pocket legging, you just want a basic legging, we have this. So this is a Nubre fabric legging. So there are a lot of butter fabric leggings in this collection. Nubre just has a little bit more weight to it. Honestly, it's just a little bit more durable, has just a little bit more hold, just like a slightly thicker legging, but still super, super soft. We have a high rise with these little kind of contouring seams in the front here, a soft V front waistband, no front seam of course, slightly extended gusset. These side seams go all the way down and kind of curve around the front and the back of the leg. And then in the back you have those same seams that kind of just taper the waist a little bit. We have the tonal silicone logo. Everything in this collection has the tonal silicone branding and I love it so much. I don't like logos, you guys. I don't, but I love a logo like this. It just feels so luxurious. We have some V contouring glute seams and no scrunch or anything. This is just a super basic legging if you just want something simple. I will do a side-by-side of these and the contour pocket leggings, but like I said, they're basically exactly the same except for there's just no pocket. With that, they're just a little bit more lightweight than those. They have slightly less compression. All right, here are the contour leggings in Guava. So they're a high rise. They hit just about right at the belly button. They have those seams that kind of come up and almost give a little bit of an hourglass effect. No front seam, so I'm not getting any camel. Overall, the compression on these, I'm getting about a light to medium. It's similar to like a classic legacy legging. It's a little bit less compressive than when we had the side pockets. You can see this is where the pocket would normally go in the contour pocket leggings. Now it's just 2 seams, single layer of fabric there. And then in the back, we do have those seams that go right over the glutes, and no scrunch or anything on this one. It's very simple. Just a regular medium behind the booty scale. The seams are still kind of helping enhance the glutes a little bit. And you're not going to get full cellulite coverage on these, but Nubre is a little bit better than the butter fabric in that regard. And then the full length, these are a 26-inch inseam, so they're kind of a 7/8 length. And you can see those seams do kind of split and go around the leg here. So with this guava color, this is going to be the color that I'm most concerned about squat proof wise. You can definitely see a difference in the color of the double thickness waistband and the single thickness legging fabric. I would say I can see my nude underwear a tiny bit if I'm really looking. I'd say for me, this is not a deal breaker, but we'll see the results in the double squat test. And keep in mind, Nubre is always a little bit more dense than butter, so butter will even be a little bit more sheer. Overall, I really like these leggings. They're great, just like basic legging if you're not looking for anything too crazy. There's no scrunches going on, no excessive detail, and just a really nice solid legging, and one of my favorite fabrics. Next, we have the aggressive scrunch leggings. This name, honestly, don't be scared by the name. The scrunch is just not that aggressive. But this is an amazing legging that we actually have seen before from Buffbunny, but it's never launched like with an actual launch, so I don't have like a real review of it on my page, so finally we do now. These are coming in some good colors. This is the Venom color. So these leggings are made of the butter fabric, so they are super lightweight, super soft, stretchy, naked feel. They have a high rise and a soft V front waistband, slightly extended gusset. These do have a seam down the side, and then we get to the back, and these are super flattering on the glutes. So we have a pretty nice contoured V glute seam in the back, and then you have this little scrunch, but it basically is just a hidden scrunch. I know it's scrunched up in the fabric right now, but when it's on, it will just go up the cheeks, give you a little glute separation moment, and the scrunch will stretch out to just not look all scrunched up. So these are a 26-inch inseam again, and here we have that elastic up the back rise seam. The back rise seam is also slightly shortened so that you really get that up the cheek effect. So you can see the scrunch will stretch out when you're wearing it. We will do a side-by-side comparison of these and the silhouette leggings. The silhouette leggings, we saw those in the snack launch, and those are also a butter fabric legging. And those are probably the most similar option, except the aggressive scrunch. The rise measurement is about a ½ inch shorter, but since the aggressive scrunch leggings, you are pulling those up the glutes for that scrunch effect, they end up being about the same rise. The aggressive scrunch also do not have the band at the top that the silhouette leggings did, which I did not really like. The aggressive scrunch, like I was just saying, has a scrunch, so you do have that hidden scrunch moment that's going to give you a little bit higher on the booty scale. And the silhouette leggings have a few more kind of contouring seams, so the aggressive scrunch is actually a little bit more of a simple legging compared to the silhouette. Okay, here we have the aggressive scrunch leggings in Limon Pepino, and these are a high rise. They're just a little bit over the belly button here. Butter fabric, double thickness waistband with a slight V, no front seam, and the gusset is really not visible at all on this one. We do have more of a delicate rosa side seam detail here, so it's very subtle, but we do have that side seam. And then we have the scrunch and the glute seams in the back. This one is honestly so flattering. If you want a really flattering legging that's not seamless, this has got to be the one. We have those curved glute seams, we have that scrunch, and you can see the scrunch does stretch out so that you don't actually see the fabric all scrunched up. It's just kind of like, well, you know, a little glute moment. Definitely high on the booty scale. I have been reaching for my aggressive scrunch leggings quite a bit, and even though they're called the aggressive scrunch, they are not feeling too wedgy like. So in general, I find hidden scrunch leggings to be less of a wedgy feel than like a seamless scrunch, so don't be scared that it's called the aggressive scrunch because it's really not too bad. These are only coming in darker colors, so cellulite coverage should be pretty good, but keep in mind the butter fabric is pretty thin, so you're not going to get 100% coverage here. So the last butter fabric legging we had with a hidden scrunch was the candid cross waist, and those ran really small. These I see no reason to size up. The first time I tried the aggressive scrunch leggings was last year, I think after Kara's collection, and I had the black in a size small, and they were squeezing my waist. They were really small. These are fitting much more true to size. I'm definitely getting hold in the waistband, but I'm not feeling overly squeezed, so stick true to size. If you're in between, I think you could size up. This is the full length view. These are a 26-inch inseam, but they have a good amount of vertical stretch, so you're going to get nearly a full length out of these. I'm also not getting any tension in the crotch or anything that you can sometimes get with a hidden scrunch legging. Overall compression on these as well is a light compression, maybe light to medium in the waistband. And they're just so flattering. They've definitely made some good improvements to these from the first time they've launched. So these are definitely going to be a top pick. So the butter fabric is very lightweight, but it does have that softer brushed feel. I'd say they attract a little bit less pet fur than Nubre, but you're still definitely going to want to lint roll these before you walk out the door if you have pets like me. And even though these are definitely lower on the compression side, they still just hug all of your curves. It's not just like skimming over your body in kind of like a saggy way. It's just hugging everything nicely and just fits really well. And speaking of the aggressive scrunch leggings, we now have the aggressive scrunch flare leggings, and they're coming in lipstick red. Guys, this is what I wanted in my launch. I wanted like fun colors in this style of pieces, but I'm so glad we're getting them now. So basically these are the same structure as the aggressive scrunch leggings. We have that seamless top waistband, slight V in the front, slightly extended gusset. We have the V glute seams, the scrunch, but we have them in a flared form. And this in the bright red is just so fun. I have a feeling these are going to be very popular, and hopefully it'll show Buffbunny that we do want these basic pieces like flare leggings, things that kind of are more seen as lifestyle pieces in fun colors, because I have enough cold brew flares. I have all the cold brew flares. I want some fun colors now. These do come in 3 length options. We have a short, regular, and a long, but the inseams are slightly different than before. Each inseam is 1 extra inch compared to the contour pocket flares, and that's to compensate for the fact that since these do have a scrunch, you will be gathering a little bit more fabric from the leg up to the glute, so they added an extra inch just to compensate for that overall length. So the short is actually a 31 inch inseam, the regular is a 33, and the tall is a 35 inch inseam. If you are one of my shorty girls, don't be too concerned. These are going to fit pretty similarly to the contour pocket flares. The Foxy flares are going to have the highest rise. They're in the Nubre fabric, so they are going to be the thickest fabric. They technically have the shortest inseam, the longest 33 inches, but the way they sit on me, they are still plenty tall enough. And they also have that tri-seam detail in the back. The contour pocket flares are a high rise, so they are a little bit less than the Foxy flares. They do have pockets on the side. And then the aggressive scrunch flare, these are a high rise. I'd say just a teeny bit lower rise than the contour pocket flares, but still covering the belly button. These do have a scrunch, but overall these have the least going on. They don't have any like tri-seam details, pockets on the side. They are definitely more simple. So let's try them on. Okay guys, here are the aggressive scrunch flares. I have just been loving the flares lately, and I'm so excited to have new color. So these fit very similarly to the aggressive scrunch leggings. On the top we have a high rise, slightly dipped down waistband. We do have the side seams, still a high on the booty scale. We do have those curved glute seams there. Cellulite, you're gonna get better coverage in the darker colors, and overall a light compression. So I'm definitely glad they did the extra length on these, because I think with shoes, these are going to be perfect. Whenever you have a scrunch, some of the fabric is taken up by the glutes, so that definitely impacts the length a little bit. This is the tall length, and I'm 5'9", and you can even pull these down a little bit more if you needed to. The flare shape is perfect. It goes right over the largest part of my calves and then flares, so you have this nice skinny flare where you're still getting some definition in the knee, and then it's flaring away after. Buffbunny flares definitely tend to have a more dramatic flare than some brands, but personally I love it because it's not giving me the Clydesdale horse look. Hello, I'm editing. They're looking like a little bit snug on the calves. I feel like this is more on the red than the cold brew, but I feel like it's pretty similar to the contour pocket flares where it skims my calves a little bit, but I don't think it's like too restrictive. I don't know. Let me know what you think, but I feel like if I saw someone wearing these, I wouldn't think that it's like super snug on the calves, but it could be loosened like a tiny little bit. And when things flare at or above the knee, it can just tend to look a little bit baggy. I like a little bit more of a compressive waistband when I'm in the gym. But for lifestyle, I'd say these are a little bit compressive, so I definitely would consider sizing up if you want a little less compression in the waist on these. And the next legging, you guys are going to be so excited. Unfortunately, I do not have these because they are on pre-order, but the next legging is the Miracle Seamless legging. And guys, Buffbunny did not used to dabble in seamless, but honestly this year they have just been knocking the seamless out of the park to the point where their seamless leggings, I'm reaching for them more than their non-seamless leggings, which is like unheard of for me. So the Miracle Seamless legging, this one is pre-ordered. This legging required a lot of work just to make sure it was perfect, but it wouldn't have been fair to not have it in this launch because these are Bailey's leggings, so that's why they're on the pre-order. It's not like your typical pre-order, but these are made of a similar seamless fabric to the Form seamless leggings that we're going to talk about next. So think of a soft, stretchy seamless. The waistband on these is sewn on, so this is going to be a little more similar to a BBL seamless waistband as opposed to the Shape seamless or the Form seamless where the waistband goes seamlessly from the waistband to the legging. It has a dramatic V contour in the back to really highlight the glutes, and the miracle about these is they have a compressive area right underneath the glute that kind of compresses the glute and pushes it up. So if you do not like a lot of compression, you're not going to like these, but I like to think of it as like a push-up bra for your butt. It's just gonna compress the under booty area and kind of squish all that into your butt. So I already know that these are going to be a high on the booty scale. As soon as I can, I'm going to get these and review them for you wherever I can, maybe a YouTube short, something like that. But I just know with the amount of work that was put into these that these are going to be good. They also used a slightly stretchier fabric in the glute area, so you have all that compression underneath, but you're not compressed on the actual glute, so you're not squishing it down. They're coming in charcoal, lipstick red, venom, and limon pepino, so going to be a little bit more of the darker colors. They always choose the darker colors because they're more squat proof, but the lighter colors are so fun. These are said to be a high rise and a 25-inch inseam. Seamless is a little bit more stretchy vertically, so these will be a full length legging for most people. And yeah, I'm just so excited for these. I assume from what I've heard that they are true to size, but they probably will be a little bit on the compressive side. If you don't want that, you could always size up, but they are meant to have the compression under the glutes. Okay, so I got some more information about the pre-order. So it's a limited pre-order, which means they've already placed the order for the leggings. They're just not in on time. So these still can sell out. It's not an unlimited pre-order. So you can place your order at the same time as the rest of your pieces, just at launch time, and the rest of your pieces will be sent out, but the Miracle Seamless will not be sent out until about late August, so about a month. They still are returnable 30 days from when you get them. But yeah, so it's really more of just like a delay rather than a pre-order, but if you do want these, you are gonna have to be on at launch time. I'll be with you because I want to try them too. Okay, next we have the Form Seamless leggings. So these are a new seamless. They were supposed to launch with Snack, but it didn't end up making it into those. So we have a bunch of new colors in this launch, including this ombre. This is the Honeydew ombre. So you have the Honeydew to the Blue Bubbles color, and this is the only ombre it's coming in. Honestly, I'm here for an ombre moment. These colors together, it's giving me my pastel dreams, and you guys know I love my pastels. So these are made of a marled, very soft, stretchy, seamless fabric. It is a slightly different feel compared to my Shape Seamless, but I still am really liking these. Here's a close-up of that fabric. You can see a little bit of the marl to it. And then while we're here, we see we have a double compressive waistband, and we have these raised ribbed seams that kind of come up and act like a little corset detailing. And then in the back, we have that embroidered Buffbunny logo. And then we have those same kind of seams that come around and do a little upper glute contour, kind of similar to the Shape Seamless as well. And then we do have a shortened back rise seam to pull them up the glutes and have a little two cheek moment. These are listed as a 24-inch inseam, but I measure all my own inseams, and I did get a 23-inch inseam. You'll see when they're on, they have a lot of vertical stretch, so I'm sure they still will be a good length, but just so you guys know, I did get a 23-inch. Like I was saying, these are a slightly different fabric composition to Shape Seamless, but I'd say those are the most similar. I want to say that this Form Seamless fabric is a little bit more on the like opaque side though. We will do a side-by-side of the Shape Seamless and the Form Seamless. The Form Seamless have an inch higher on the rise, so if you felt like the Shape Seamless was just a little bit too low rise for you, these do have a little bit extra room in the rise. They also feel like they're fitting a little bit more true to size. I personally liked the size small in the Shape Seamless, but some people did prefer to size up just because the waistband definitely had some compression. I would say there's no need to size up in these. They do run a little bit more true to size, but let's try these on. I think you guys are gonna really like them. Just a quick note on all of the Buffbunny Seamless. I just kind of wanted to compare the backs because I feel like when I was doing the try-ons, you can see some differences in this back rise seam. So because it's just a stitch in the back and not a scrunch, I feel like it stands out a little bit more in the Form and the Shape Seamless because it has to kind of stop before it gets to the waistband. But with the BBL Seamless, it was sewn onto the waistband, so it just kind of looked a little bit more natural there. And because the little widow's peak detail is longer on the Form Seamless than the Shape Seamless, I feel like the Shape Seamless, it looks a little bit more natural. Here, it almost looks like when it's on, that it just kind of starts a little bit more abruptly. And lastly, I'll just say that the Shape Seamless might be like the tiniest bit more flattering on the glutes, just because the back is a little shorter, that scrunch just has to sit up there a little bit further, but I think they're both super flattering. Okay, the seamless are mostly on, but we've not yet pulled them up the glutes yet, so we can see they're still sitting quite low. This is just what we always do for our seamless leggings. This is how they're meant to be worn. You gotta pull some fabric up and pull it back and around and sit it up the cheeks. Not only does this give you that glute separation, high booty scale moment, but because you brought more fabrics up the glutes there, you're also making the leggings more squat proof. So if you're finding your seamless leggings are really sheer, like beyond normal, definitely try to bring some more fabric up and around. Okay, so here we have the Form Seamless. I think they just keep outdoing themselves with the seamless. I really love these. So first of all, we have a high rise, and it's a little bit higher than the Shape Seamless without having to pull them up. So again, if you felt like those were a little too low, these are a really good height. It hits right at the smallest point of my waist, not too high, not too low. We have a double compression waistband here. I'd say overall compression in the legging is about a light compression. They are quite stretchy, but the waistband is medium or medium to high. So they are true to size overall, but if you're someone who doesn't like a waistband that's too compressive and you're in between sizes, I would choose the size up. These are a seamless leggings, so there's nothing going on in the front. I have minimal extra fabric in this size small, so it fits well. We do have those kind of contouring corset type seams in the front here. They are seamless, so nothing along the side, but you do see a little bit of that marl in the fabric. And then these are the ombre, so it transitions nicely from the honeydew to the blue bubbles. Then in the back we have a little bit of a triangle, little widow's peak type detailing there. The short back rise seam, which we just showed how to get that up the cheeks. So we definitely have a high on the booty scale here. And you definitely feel a little bit of tightness when squatting. If you're not used to a scrunch legging, you just kind of feel like you have a wedgie, but you kind of get used to it. It's like wearing a thong. You eventually just know there's something up there, and then your body just kind of forgets to feel it. I'd say because this is so stretchy, I don't feel it too much. Then we have those little seams that come down and just kind of contour the glutes a little bit. You might get a little bit of cellulite coverage because of the marl to the fabric. And then, like I said, I measured a 23-inch inseam, but these do have a lot of vertical stretch, so you're able to adjust them and get a pretty good length out of this. These come in a ton of different colors, and I definitely recommend them. They're one of my favorite seamless leggings right now, and I think the sizing is pretty consistent, and there's just a lot of things these are doing right. If you already have the Blue Bubbles Halter Seamless Sports Bra from the No Filter collection, these do match very well. And then we do have your classic Legacy leggings. These are business blue. This is not barista blue, but it's pretty close. So the Legacy leggings are an OG Buffbunny legging. These are only coming in OG Legacy. They're not coming in Micro Legacy. These are a 26-inch inseam, and they have a 10-inch rise. These are an ultra high rise, so they do go slightly above the belly button on most people. They have a straight across waistband, double thickness waistband, no top band, no front seam, slightly extended gusset. We have the signature 3 glute seams in the back. These tend to be about a medium to high on the booty scale. They have a little bit of a flattering moment going on, but overall pretty simple. And there's a little split seam going down the side of the leg. These are only coming in the barista blue. It's just a little basic option that was thrown in, and you can pair this either with the Alpha Bra that's coming out in the same color, or, and this would be my choice, you can pair this with the Blue Bubbles for a little tonal moment, and it's so cute together. Okay, moving on to shorts. So we saw the aggressive scrunch leggings. We also have the aggressive scrunch shorts. They have the same details as the leggings, the slightly dipped down waistband, no top band, made of the butter fabric, and these are in a 7-inch inseam. They'll fit kind of more like a 6-inch inseam because you do pull them up the glutes with this little scrunch moment. I got these for the sale in the chai latte color, and those will still be available on the website. So they already have some kind of more neutral colors available if the colors of this launch are not for you. And we also have a slightly flared thigh opening here, so they should be nice and friendly to the thighs. We'll do a quick comparison of the aggressive scrunch shorts versus the silhouette shorts, but the differences are pretty similar to the aggressive scrunch leggings in that one has a scrunch. They're a very similar rise. They're both the butter fabric, but the silhouette shorts are a 6-inch inseam. The aggressive scrunch are a 7, but you'll kind of see how the length works itself out with the scrunch that you have with the aggressive scrunch. Okay, these are the aggressive scrunch shorts. These are just like my new classic Buffbunny hidden scrunch short. I think they're so comfy, so flattering. You can see we have that high rise, goes right over the belly button just a little bit. No front seam, slightly dipped down in the front. They are a 7-inch inseam, but they're kind of fitting like a 6 because of the scrunch in the back. But either way, tons of room for the thighs, so very thick thigh friendly. We do have that seam around the side there. And then the back, those seams are nice and curved around the glutes. We have that scrunch, definitely high on the booty scale. And because of the length of these are not going to roll at the gym. Overall compression is a light compression. And I'd say overall sizing for all aggressive scrunch bottoms is true to size, but I'm gonna alter this slightly, and I will say size up if in between, because for the most part, this is how I stand. I'm always like slightly engaged when standing. I'm not really a sloucher. It's just the former ballet training but if I really just like let it go, you definitely see there's like a little bit of an area where it could be squishing in. So I'd say you don't need to size up, but definitely if you're in between or if you don't like a lot of compression, these aren't really even that aggressive, but you know what I'm saying. Size up if you're unsure or if you just don't want anything squishing you. Okay, final little sizing update for the aggressive Scrunch shorts. These definitely feel shorter than the legging. At the gym today, I felt like I was pulling them up a lot, which is leading me to get like a little bit of camel problems. So if you want to avoid that for the shorts specifically, like a little bit more rise, a little bit less discomfort in the crotch, which I don't know why, because I wasn't feeling this in the chai latte color that I have, but I would consider sizing up in that specific case. The second and final short we have are the 6-inch Rebel shorts. So we've seen Rebel shorts before, and this is just a petition to bring back more Rebel because these are one of the best performance leggings, and they don't put a stupid top band on them. So I'm here for the Rebel. This is one of the only pieces in this light pink holographic. So holographic means it has like a little sparkle quality to it that kind of reflects all colors of the light. So here's a close up. You can kind of see it has that slightly shiny appearance. These are labeled as a high rise. They're like kind of barely a high rise, almost leaning towards mid, but we have a double thickness waistband. They're made of a sleek performance material. It's actually not made of the Elysium fabric, which is what Rebel has been made out of in the past. Elysium is a 73% polyester, 27% elastane, and these are a 75% recycled polyester, 25% elastane. So it's slightly different, but honestly, if you ask me, they feel essentially the same. It's about a medium compression performance material. This material shows no sweat. Like, I have sweat my booty off in these. I just wore the sports bra in a similar material the other day for a run. If you guys haven't yet heard, I'm trying to become a runner. I know, who is she? But anyways, this is a very sweat friendly fabric, very high impact. We do have a 6-inch inseam on these, and you can see a nice flared thigh opening, so very friendly to the thighs. Tonal branding, curved glute seams. The Rebel leggings were Buffbunny's first legging that had this curved glute seam, and they have just slayed ever since. I will do a comparison between these and the old Rebel shorts. So first of all, the old rise was 10.25 inches. The new rise is 8 inches. So they've brought down the rise pretty significantly. The old Rebel shorts were 4 inches. These are a 6-inch. I do prefer that. These have a slightly extended gusset. The last Rebel shorts had a gusset down the whole thigh. These now have a soft V front in the waistband. It was just flat across before. And in the back, it almost just feels like there's a little bit more room for the glutes. It's like they kind of created a little more space in the back for them. Okay, here we have the Rebel shorts. You can definitely see these are a pretty decreased rise from before. Honestly, I don't mind the rise. I think it could be like maybe a half to a quarter inch higher, but the rise previously was going up to my rib cage, and I have a very long torso, so it was definitely super high. We have the double thickness waistband here. We do have a soft V in the front. No front seam. When I wore these to the gym this morning, they were definitely trying to give me a little bit of a camel toe, so I did wear my Jiv anti-camel toe underwear, and that seemed to help, but I feel like when I'm wearing them right now, I'm not getting that same effect. Maybe like a tiny bit. So be warned, there could be a little bit of crotch tension here. It's probably due to the lower rise. Maybe I'm just pulling them up too much. We do have a 6-inch inseam. Where they're not as stretchy as the aggressive Scrunch shorts, I still don't feel like I'm being cut in or sausaged at all with the thighs. So I would still say they are thick thigh friendly. These are a little bit more flattering on the glutes than the Rebel shorts previously. I would say they're a nice medium to high on the booty scale. You have those curved seams, and the back rise is just a little bit shorter than before because of the decreased rise overall. So they can kind of go up the glutes a little bit. Overall, I would say these are true to size, but because this is a little bit more of a compressive fabric, I would size up if you're in between. The overall compression actually is not too crazy. I would say it's about a medium compression. This fabric is just definitely more of a performance fabric that doesn't have as much give as the butter fabric, but it's also going to hold you in a little bit too. I think this is definitely good for the higher impact workouts. If the bra wasn't a halter, I would probably try running in this outfit just because I know this material is very sweat friendly. But yeah, I always like a little bit of an interesting combo that they throw in. This is definitely different than the other pieces of the launch, but I still really like it, and it's just a little bit different. Okay, this is me after squatting, and like, it definitely wants to settle up into my business. So personally, I wouldn't wear these without like an anti-camel toe underwear, or just know that it's just a little bit, it's just kind of trying to get in my business a little bit. We are moving on to sports bras, and the first bra we have is the adjustable Nubre Bandeau. And guys, when I first saw this launch, I definitely was a little bit concerned as a BTC girly that we were going to be forgotten, but honestly, I can comfortably wear almost every single bra in this collection. So if you're BTC and you were worried, let me just say, we definitely have options. So this is the adjustable Nubre Bandeau, and I definitely was concerned seeing a Bandeau because there's quite a few halters and bandeaus, which are not usually my cup of tea, but they did us the favor of, for every Bandeau in this collection, to have a strap. So yes, it is a halter, but because they're more snug in the Bandeau area, it puts a little less strain on the neck, and this just gives you the comfort that you raise your arms up and your Bandeau is not going to be sliding off you. So I did get this in a size small and medium. I got a lot of the tops in a small and medium so we could compare and see if sizing up would be better for my BTC girlies, and I will say you do get a good amount more coverage in the size up for this top. Like the name says, this is made of the Nubre fabric, but we have kind of this rounded shape in the front here. We do have that attachable strap that is adjustable, and it's a fabric covered elasticated strap, so it's nice and stretchy but also soft against the neck. We do have pretty large cup pads here, and then in the back, this is the adjustable Nubre Bandeau. So there are actually two little strap areas in the back here, so you can adjust it to make it a little tighter, make it a little looser, to perfectly fit your rib cage there. And this is why I was comfortable sizing up, because in the size up, you can still adjust it to make it a little bit more snug and just still get that extra coverage. And we also have a silicone lining to kind of grip the body and prevent this from sliding down. So first I'll do a side-by-side comparison of the small and the medium. I definitely would say if you are BTC, this top is totally wearable. I wore it to the gym and had no problems, but I would consider a size up. The only thing is, in the size up, I almost had a little bit of gaping at the very front, so you can size up, but I would say you don't have to. And then I will compare this to the Airknit Bandeau. This is the last time we saw a Bandeau from Buffbunny, and that one was incredibly disappointing and did not make me very confident in the state of bandeaus. But we have significantly more coverage than the Airknit Bandeau, and it's just a much more flattering shape. I can actually wear the cup pads. It's a little bit more true to size, so I would definitely say if you had a bad experience with the Airknit Bandeau, this one is significantly better. Okay, here is the Bandeau in the medium, and you guys know I don't have a great relationship with bandeaus, but having the halter strap, even though I don't necessarily love halters, it just makes a huge difference in this one. I was able to wear this to the gym because the coverage doesn't dip down anywhere. There's really no chances of falling out of this one. So we have Nubre fabric, and there's an elastic along the bottom here that's hidden under the fabric, so it's a very seamless look, but still gives you a little bit of support there. This strap is removable as well as adjustable, so you can just tighten the strap for a little bit more lift. You can see the straps come up a little bit. I would say it's not too bad, but you're definitely seeing that a little bit there. And then here's the one issue I have in the medium that I don't have in the small. You can see I do get just a little bit of lipping out at the top there, so the silicone is just not flush against my skin right there. I think I'd rather have the extra coverage and have this slight lipping, but that's really going to be up to you whether you want to size up or not. If you're a small cup size, I definitely would not size up. I don't think it's necessary, especially with the adjustable areas in the back. So we have these two back straps, and these can be loosened or tightened depending on your band size, so that's why this is nice and flexible. I also like that it does taper down a little bit to give you a little extra room for the lats. And then we'll quickly take this off and just show without the strap. I'd say in the medium, I definitely feel more comfortable having that strap because it just wants to collapse a little bit more. It doesn't have the same amount of compression in the medium. We will tighten it as much as I can. So yeah, even with tightening it, I just prefer having that strap on. Honestly, it doesn't really feel like it's going to fall off, but I just don't trust it personally, and I just prefer to have a little bit of lift. Also in this medium, because it's not like cutting in super tight along the top band, I'm not getting that kind of like quad boob situation that you can get with some bandeaus. If we had to rate overall coverage, honestly, medium to full coverage in this size medium, maybe more medium to coverage in the small. And support without the strap is none, but support with the strap, I would say light to medium. And here's the size small. It honestly does fit really well. I still think I'd be very comfortable in the gym with this, so it's going to be really up to you whether or not you want to size up. But I do just get like a little bit more side boob in the small, but you see I don't have that lipping out in the small as well. And honestly, I don't have any cutting in at the top of this one either, so I'd say this is a very flattering bandeau. You can size up, you don't have to. Next we have the Twisted Halter Sports Bra. This one I definitely would say is one of the ones that is a little bit risky as a BTC. Probably not going to be my top choice for my BTC girlies. This is made of the butter fabric. I did get this in a small and a medium, so we'll compare those side by side. But I definitely think the medium, you do get more coverage and just feels more secure. So even if you're not a large cup size, you probably could size up unless you like a really snug sports bra, because this was very snug around the bra band. I'll also also compare this to the Glow bra, but honestly the front construction of this is very similar to the Glow bra, so if you liked the Glow bra from the Snatched collection, you're gonna like this one as well. But this one, instead of having those crisscross straps, we do have just a halter strap in the back. I guess Bailey really likes halters and bandeaus because we're seeing a lot of those. And then we just have a slightly tapered band in the back with that Buffbunny silicone tonal branding. Okay, this is the twisted halter top, and this is the medium. This is my preferred size. It honestly is not feeling too loose anywhere. I think if you're a larger cup size, I would definitely go with the size up. Even if you're not and you don't want like the tightest band, I would also size up. In this white, you can see the nude cup pads through a little bit, so just keep that in mind with these super light colors like white, potentially peach rings as well. This one's going to be really the only bra that I would say is definitely not BTC friendly. I'm definitely getting better coverage in the medium than I was in the small, to the point where maybe I could wear this to the gym. But if I did wear this to the gym, I would be constantly readjusting, and I definitely would feel like I'm falling out and I would be uncomfortable. So for my BTC girlies, you're definitely gonna have a lot of spillage with this one. For my smaller cup size girlies, live it up. We've had a lot of the twisted bras, and I think I'm ready to, you know, move on from the trend a little bit. I've seen a couple of you guys say this as well. It definitely feels a lot like a swim top. And don't get me wrong, I love a twist moment, but I just feel like we've definitely had a lot, especially this year. Overall coverage, I would say it's pretty low. I mean, the coverage on the side boob is good, and I'm not falling out of the bottom, but the cleavage is definitely quite a bit, so maybe low to medium, leaning towards low. The support, I don't even really need to test it. It's very low support. This is a halter neckline, but the halter strap area, it is butter fabric, and it's also a little bit thicker, so it's actually not too uncomfortable on my neck. And then we just have the bottom band here. It's not cutting in too badly, but in the size small, it definitely was cutting in quite a bit more. So it's definitely a cute bra, but if you're looking for a bra to match the aggressive scrunch leggings in a butter fabric, I would go with the curve bra if you're a larger cup size especially. Okay, next, I fear I may be buying this in all of the colors. This is the Butter Bandeau crop, and again, I first saw this bra and I was like, that's not gonna work, but then I tried it on, and I also tried it on in a size up, and I fell in love. When you give me a longer length crop, I just, something inside me changes, and I just have to have it in all the colors. I have the red in a small and the blue bubbles in a medium, and I'll just say right now, I definitely prefer the medium, so I would definitely consider a size up because the small was squeezing. So this is made of the butter fabric, and again, they could have just given us a little tube top, but they were thinking about us who can't do the bandeau look and added a little strap. But because it's already a bandeau, it already has a good amount of support. This just gives a little extra support, but it wasn't too bad on my neck. So first of all, this is definitely a longer crop length. I know it doesn't look like it too much, but this is the butter fabric, so it has a good amount of stretch. And I will do a side-by-side comparison of this top and my Karma crop in the longer length. And honestly, we're getting a pretty similar meet and greet longer length. So I'm all about this length. If you've been wanting slightly longer crops, this is the one. So we do have that silicone lining 360 degrees around the bra, and they could have just slapped some cup pads in there and called it a day. They did include a full shelf lining, so it actually has a built-in bra, not just removable cups that are just, you know, sewn into the bra. So I'm really excited that they did that. So it actually has some good support. And then a very similar style strap to the Nubre bandeau, but it is fully removable and it is adjustable as well. We'll compare it to the adjustable Nubre bandeau. You can see the shape is just a little bit more flat across with the butter bandeau crop. Okay, here is the bandeau. This is in the small, and I definitely prefer the medium. So this is without too much adjusting. You can see on me, I'm 5'9" with a long torso. I'm almost getting full coverage of the midriff here. So I just have like a tiny little peak. Lift my arms, really nothing too significant. This is basically just a tube top with a little strap. Again, we can adjust this strap to give a little bit more support here. We have that silicone lining 360 around the top, and then we have the full shelf lining with removable cups inside. The support is light to medium. Again, this is more of a lifestyle than a gym top for me. And in the small, this top band is pretty compressive, so I am kind of getting a little squished in up here, which I just don't find the most flattering. It just kind of like squishes the girls, you know? So it's not my favorite look. That's why I prefer the medium, which we'll see. Then we have the back, obviously shows off the upper back nicely. Scoops right underneath the lats there. And here's the medium. It honestly does not feel loose anywhere. And I'm not getting that gaping along the top that I was getting in the Nubre bandeau. So I definitely think this one runs a little bit smaller. I also get just a teeny tiny bit more length out of the medium as well, which I do like because I am tall and have a long torso. We still have that adjustable strap up here that you can wear or you can remove. I'll show it removed in a second. But you can see I'm just not as squished up here in the size medium. It definitely still has some compression to hold everything up, but it's not digging into me as much, and this is just a much more comfortable size. So I definitely would say this runs a little bit on the small side unless you like to be really, really squished. It's not just compression though, it's like this top band is cutting in a lot in the small. And here's the back again, and then we can remove that strap. So here it is without the strap. Because this one is really just more tube top shape instead of the Nubre Bandeau, which kind of goes up in the front and scoops down in the back, I don't feel like this one has as much of a chance of kind of rolling down. I think this one is going to stay up really well even without the straps. Dare I say I might wear it like this? I'm actually feeling pretty secure even without that strap. Still, I probably wear that strap just because I like the little bit of lift that it gives me there. This is definitely one of my top choice items. Buffbunny, this is the length we want for crops. I don't want a crop that's a bra length because I could just wear a bra. The Curve sports bra. We've seen her before. This is a butter fabric sports bra. It used to come with cup pads. It does not come with cup pads anymore. Do I know why? No, because they have cup pad holes, but there are no cup pads. And for me, if you're gonna have a cup pad hole, just give me the cup pads because I can take them out. But I want the cup pads as an option to put it back in. So I'll do a side-by-side comparison of the small versus a medium. It definitely runs snug. I thought the size that I've been wearing recently was a small, but it was actually a medium. So I definitely prefer my size up in this one, especially for my larger cup size ladies. But you can stick true to size if you really like a lot of compression. We've talked about this one before, so we're just gonna do a little rapid fire review. But it has a tapered racer back, kind of a slimmer shoulder design. It has a curved detail along the under bust, and I would consider this one actually BTC friendly. The coverage is surprisingly good. It's a solid medium to full coverage. In the size small, I definitely get a little bit more side boob, but in the medium, pretty much all covered. And I've worn this one to the gym a bunch of times now, and I've never had any mishaps. I have been wearing it without cup pads, but you definitely can put cup pads in there. And the support is about a medium support, so again, not something I'd go running in, but it's holding you in a good amount. This is honestly a bra that I'm constantly reaching for. I think it's really cute, simple, but also just very solid. Next, we have the Wonder Seamless Sports Bra. This is a new sports bra. It's made of just kind of a slightly thinner version of the Form Seamless fabric, and this is definitely going to be a good BTC option. The coverage on this one is honestly pretty impressive. It does come in solid colors, but I have the ombre color. We have a ruched detail in the front here, and you can wear the straps three ways. You can wear it kind of crisscrossed in the front, you can wear them straight up and down, or you can wear both straps over to one side. Personally, I don't like the both straps over to one side look. I've tried it, it just doesn't really work for me. We have these thin, stretchy straps, and they are adjustable in the back. The back has a slight V back detail as well. We do have removable cups, and the removable cups are like a pretty decent size. And then we have a ribbed bra band along the bottom to keep everything nice and secure. Okay, Wonder Seamless Sports Bra. For some reason, I feel like a mermaid in this outfit, and I'm here for it. So we have that ombre honeydew to bubbles blue. I didn't mean to put the straps on this way. This is not how I would probably wear it. I'd probably wear it with the cross strap. Full coverage in this one. Like, I am feeling completely covered. Really no side boob, no cleavage. So this is definitely going to be a nice BTC moment. We do have a slight inverted V going on with the under bra band here, which I love. I find that very flattering. We have that ruched detailing. We have the cup pads in there. And then the back, you have that V as well. Hey! Oh! All right, everyone. Peach would love to say hello. She's upset with me because I'm not sitting with her. Whenever I'm home, she thinks I have to sit with her. Isn't that right? I'm sorry. And then we do have the adjustable straps in the back, and I will say I have been sitting for a couple minutes wearing this bra, and it's definitely feeling snug right along the lats there, and so tight on my neck. Oh my gosh. Like, do we see how red that is? So I'm gonna try to adjust the straps and then loosen them as much as I can. But these super skinny seamless straps that they're doing with all those seams on the inside, they're just a little bit stiff and a little bit uncomfortable. And here's the bra with the front straps crisscrossed like this. I will say this is actually a much more comfortable way to wear the bra. It's not cutting into my traps in the same way. It's still going over them, but it just doesn't feel quite as tight. I also loosened the straps up a little bit in the back, and that definitely has helped. So I would say if you want to wear it with a straight up and down way, maybe consider a size up, but if you want to wear it this way, it's feeling a little bit more comfortable, so I would say it's not as necessary to size up. Overall, I would say this one is true to size. The bottom band is compressive, but it's just kind of holding me in there. And the support, when wearing it this way, it's less supportive. It's more of a low support, but when wearing the straps straight up and down, I was getting more of a light to medium support. So overall, I do like this one. I think it's fun and unique, especially if you want to do the ombre moment, but I wish the straps were just a little bit more comfortable. That's the thing with seamless bras sometimes, is the straps, when they're this skinny, can be a little bit restricting. Our other seamless sports bra option is the Plunge seamless sports bra. So this one's going to be a little bit more for my IBTC if you want a little bit more of a cleavage moment. This again is made of that same form seamless material. We have a ribbed bra band. This one seems like it's going to be a little bit more long line than the Wonder Seamless. A deep V plunging neckline. The material is slightly marled here, and then the straps crisscross in the back. And something I will say about the seamless bras lately, they have been doing giant cup pads, like very, very large cup pads. And some of you guys did message me after having these large cup pads before and just finding that they were a little bit too much. But if we look closely here, you can see the cup pad is actually like rolled over in the space of the bra here. So if you do have a large cup size, you can kind of, the material will kind of stretch around your girls, and then the cup pad will be fully taken up. But if you do have a smaller cup size, you may struggle with the size of these cup pads, because if you wear a size small, which is what this came in, but you're maybe like an A or a B, this is just going to be a little bit too large. So I'm gonna try trimming this for us just to see how that works. But they're honestly pretty thin throughout, so this should be something that you can do. Okay, so I just trimmed the edge of this, and it's definitely a little bit thicker, so it may not taper slightly as much. But I definitely would say if the cup pads are bothering you, I would try just trimming them. But I definitely hear you on this concern about the cup pad size, because it has been pretty big. And for me, it may not be a total issue, but honestly, after I cut that, it's already doing a lot better in this bra. Okay, here's the Plunge seamless bra, and I had an inkling that this one might work for me. And it really is. So first of all, the fabric is, like I said, stretching along my bust, so I am taking up the whole cup pad area here. This is a size small. I would say it runs a tiny bit small. It is a little bit snug, so if you're in between, I would size up, but I still feel comfortable in this small. Overall coverage, I'd say low to medium. The side boob coverage is really good. We just definitely have a scooping moment, but honestly, I'm pretty confident that I would stay in here. I feel like the stretch of the fabric is just kind of allowing me to just make sure that I am covered here. I really like how snug this bottom band is. It just feels like it's really snatching under here, and it's just gonna keep me really contained. The support is low to medium. It's definitely not for your high impact days. The straps are a little bit on the stiffer side, and it does have the stitching on the inside of the strap here. And this almost never happens for me, but I had to loosen the straps basically all the way, and they're still a little bit tight on my traps here. So I can definitely see this being uncomfortable on my neck over time. So if you tend to have issues with your traps, I would use that as another reason to size up, or just skip this one. This one might be a little bit uncomfortable there. We do have those adjustable straps, which is nice, and the embroidered logo on the bottom here. I would say I do have like the tiniest bit of spillage, but I think overall size small is still working for me. But yeah, I like this one. I think it's gonna pair really well with the Miracle Seamless when we get that in. I gotta decide what color I want, guys. What color should I get? The last new bra is the Revolution Halter V2. So this is made of that same recycled polyester spandex performance material as the 6-inch Rebel shorts. We have that pink holographic. We have this rounded square neckline with a halter strap, and this is a very short sports bra. We'll do a side-by-side of this versus the original Revolution halter crop, which was in the Nubre fabric, and that one had about an inch extra length. So this one's definitely more of a sports bra style fit. It does have a full shelf liner with removable cups, but another difference is on this one, the outer material and the inner sports bra is actually sewn together, where before the Revolution halter you could lift it completely up. I actually think that's a nice addition, because it's going to keep that outer fabric down and not expose the sports bra area underneath. We have a decently thick back strap area here. I did wear this for my workout today, and honestly the neck strap was really not too uncomfortable. I was perfectly fine wearing it and didn't notice any discomfort in my neck, but it is definitely more of a sports bra length. But the coverage honestly was pretty impressive for this one. I definitely would say this one is BTC friendly. The coverage, like I said, is actually better than expected. This still fits better for larger cup sizes than the Revolution halter bra. This definitely has more coverage than that. I'll insert a photo of those two next to each other. But the Revolution halter bra, definitely I feel like I had a little bit of spillage. I don't have any spillage here. I would say medium to full coverage, full side boob coverage here, and just a little scoop in the front, but there's no chance of me falling out. And the support, is about a medium, maybe medium to high support. We'll just stick with medium, but this fabric does have a good amount of hold and compression to it, so it actually is holding me in pretty well. We have that flattering kind of rounded squared neckline, and compared to the OG Revolution bra, where I feel like I'm always falling out of it, I am not feeling that way in this top. I wore it to the gym today. I even wore it like I even wore it for like bent over rows, leaning over, and I had no falling out. So I would definitely consider this one BTC friendly. And surprisingly, I thought this strap was going to be really painful on my neck, but I wore it all morning for a workout, about 2 hours, and I didn't have any pain. So this is a layer over top of that inner bra, but it's tacked down to the side here so it stays put. I really like that feature that they did. And then we still have a decently thick band in the back here, which just gives a little bit of extra security, but you still have that halter look where your whole back is open. I'd say for me, halters can be very hit or miss, but I think this one is actually pretty functional, and I like the fabric as well. To finish up the bra section, we have 2 repeating bras. First, we have Candy Wrap. You guys know I love a good Candy Wrap bra. This is the Blue Bubbles. We actually had this exact bra in my launch in April. As much as I love the Candy Wrap, I feel like having it twice so close together, I would have maybe liked to have another returning BTC favorite, because this one is definitely one of my favorite BTC bras. It has good coverage, good compression, good support, but I would have liked maybe like a Rosa bra, you know, something else for the BTC, just because we just saw this, but it is coming in some really cute colors. So if you're a Candy Wrap really like I am, we have more colors for you. So this is a Nubre fabric bra. We have a V neckline and a wrapped detail. The coverage on this one is really good. It's a nice medium to full coverage, and the support is a nice medium to high support as well. These straps are these nice thick elastic straps, and they're adjustable from the front, so they're super easy to tighten, and they also stay tightened really well. We do have removable cups and those elasticated straps in the back for a little crisscross look. This will always be one of my favorite Buffbunny bras, especially for my larger cup size girlies. It just does everything right. This does run a little bit snug, so you can go true to size if you like a nice compressed fit, but if you don't want to be super compressed, I've sized up to a medium in this multiple times. I'm still fully supported and covered, just a little bit less compressed. The last sports bra returning, we have the Alpha bra. This is only coming in the Barista Blue color. This is another classic Buffbunny Nubre bra. It has a pretty plunging neckline. This one's actually surprisingly good for BTC. It's definitely not as good as Candy Wrap, but I wear this one to the gym and I am at no risk of falling out. It's just a little bit less coverage. So I'd say it's mostly BTC friendly, but if you're looking for a full coverage bra, this obviously isn't that. Solid medium coverage. The support is about low to medium as well. We do have removable cups, that V neckline. We have that 2-tiered long line area, so you do get a little bit more torso coverage there. A very cute strappy back. The straps are not made of elastic. It's just a double thickness of the fabric, so it's very soft and very comfortable. And I'm glad to see they're still bringing her back because I love this one. Okay, before we get into tops, let's talk about the Shape Seamless bodysuit. Normally I don't get things in black, but I don't know why. I just felt like this is something, if I was going to wear this, it would be in the black. Am I kind of regretting not getting it in lipstick red? Probably. So this is the Shape Seamless bodysuit. Buffbunny has been slaying the bodysuits as well. It's like every launch we get a great flare and a great bodysuit. So this is a seamless bodysuit. It's made of that same composition as the Form Seamless. So she is stretchy. But not only is she stretchy, but there's a double thickness ribbed compression region all along the waist to snatch your waist. So here's a little up close just because it's black. It can be hard to see, but we have this bra area on the top that does have a little ruched detailing in the front, just to kind of add some femininity. It's a little bit of a sweetheart neckline, just slightly squared here. We have tank style straps. Here is that ribbed compressive area in the middle, and it is 2 layers of fabric as well as this compressive ribbed material. And then we have no front seam. We flip it to the back and we do have a Buffbunny logo right up there, as well as a short back rise, so you can pull this up the glutes. There's definitely some room for the cheeks back here. So these are meant to be worn up the glutes as kind of a scrunch effect, which tends to really help with the torso length for me. This is a 24-inch inseam, which is kind of their standard seamless inseam. It is not a flare bodysuit, it's just a regular legging bodysuit. Personally, if it's a long bodysuit, I want to have the flares, but that's just me. I think doing this as a seamless flare would have been very complicated. And we do have removable cup pads, but there's no separate shelf lining, nor is there an elastic on the inside. But you have that compressive area that goes right up against the bra area. So I'm hoping that kind of acts like almost like a lifting effect, kind of like a bra. Okay, it's giving shapewear. It's giving where is my waist? So this is even more compressive in the waist than the corset bodysuit, than the legacy bodysuit. Like, this is 2 layers of thick, ribbed, seamless material to snatch your waist. It's almost like wearing that like Skims shapewear bodysuit, but then they extended it with leggings, and now it's a workout onesie. So I definitely think the waist compression is super flattering, but let's talk about the whole outfit. So first of all, sizing wise, I would actually say it's true to size. It's compressive here, but it wasn't too difficult to get on, and I still have a ton of room throughout the legs. It's definitely super stretchy, so really no need to size up in this one. I was even seeing some of these shorter athletes say that they actually preferred a size down. So if you are on the shorter side, maybe consider that. But overall, I think going with your normal legging size is good. I honestly would go with whatever size is smaller because I have a ton of stretch in the legs and a lot of stretch up here. It's really just the waist size, so maybe go with your bottom size because that's where the waist measurement is taken into account. So a little close up here, we have that ribbed area. It goes right under the bust. Then we have a kind of cinched detailing here and a kind of sweetheart V-type neckline. We do have tank straps, and this is overall, I would say, it's long torso friendly. Even more long torso friendly than the corset bodysuit. That one I still felt a little bit of pulling down, but I'm not really feeling it in this one. I do feel like the top of this though really does look like the Skims bodysuit that's meant to be worn as shapewear. I just wish they kind of did something else for the top because I just feel like this is kind of looking like shapewear undergarment, not as much workout onesie. Let me know if you guys agree with that, but that's kind of what I'm getting from this. The midsection area goes down to a V in the front, and you go from a lot of compression to basically no compression. So depending on how long your torso is, that's going to kind of dictate how low this goes. I do have a longer torso, so my belly button is here and it ends there, so I have about 3 inches below my belly button. So you're getting some tummy control, but you're not getting all the way down, so keep in mind this could actually kind of like compress your belly and then stick the lower tummy area out more. So there may be some lower tummy control, but I wouldn't guarantee it. The straps are not adjustable. I kind of wish they were, but they are pretty comfortable, so I appreciate that. I'm getting minimal extra fabric in the crotch area. And then we have the back. We have some pretty exaggerated seams up here. They go a little bit higher above my glutes than I would like, but I think most people who have shorter torsos, it would sit a little bit closer to your hip bone there. We do have that short back rise seam, so it goes up the glutes. So this is a high on the booty scale, and then it's hard to show the full view, but since these are pretty stretchy, I was able to stretch them basically down to full length. And this is actually feeling pretty similar to the Shape seamless fabric. It's kind of that very airy, very stretchy, but there are no details down the leg. So it's definitely giving hourglass, super flattering, but I just wish it was giving a little bit less shapewear underwear for me, at least on the top. But let me know what you guys think. It does have a little bit of a scoop in the back neckline as well. Next we have the Airknit Bolero Shrug. We have seen this before, but it's essentially just some sleeves to put on. And this is the Shrug version, so you don't have to put it on over your head. You just kind of slide on the sleeves. I think this in the honeydew color is super cute because you can wear this with like a full guava outfit and just add a little hint of honeydew, and the colors just go really well together. Same if you want to do like a full limon pepino outfit and add a little honeydew. It's a super lightweight fabric. We do have thumb holes as well, and I must have hung this up upside down because the logo is here. That's one of the things about these shrugs is sometimes you don't know which way goes which. Okay, so here we have the bandeau, and we'll also see one of my favorite color pairings, the honeydew and the guava. So cute. So this is a size small. I would say it's true to size. It's a very lightweight, stretchy fabric. It's even more lightweight than butter and almost a little bit more brushed. We have very long sleeves and thumb holes as well. And this is really just sleeves. There is nothing going on in the front of the neck, so it's really easy to get on. Guys, Pinto and I are playing fetch right now. Oh, thanks, bud. You wanna go play? Baby, go. So he runs all the way down the stairs and then brings it all the way back up, and you'll probably hear him meowing again. So yes, true to size if you want a really snug arm fit. If you want a little bit more room in the arms, you can definitely size up. And then here's the coverage in the back. It goes like above your normal bra band line here, and there is that embroidered logo at the top there as well. I will say I just put this one on and I didn't have quality issues in my Boleros before. I do have another one of these Airknit Bolero Shrugs, but I'm hearing multiple of the other Buffbunny girls say that they're getting rips in the sleeve, and I literally just put this on for the first time and the stitching is like kind of coming apart right here. Next we have the long sleeve curve crop. This is basically the curve bra in long sleeve crop form, except the neckline is slightly different. So we have this rounded square neckline that's super flattering. We have that under bust kind of curved area. There is a space for cup pads, but no cup pads were given. Just give me the cup pads. But that's similar to how the curve sports bra is. I'm at least glad they still left the space for the cup pads, because I like to at least have the option, but again, just give me the cup pads. I did get a size small in this. I hope it's not too small. This is made of the butter fabric. We have those thumb holes down the arm, and the back is a little bit more of a full coverage moment, but there's no built-in bra with this one. It's a very seamless look in the back. Okay, I did not expect this one to run so small. This was quite difficult to get on. I definitely felt like a seam crack trying to get this on because this bottom seam is so tight. I hope we can see here, but it's just like digging in to my rib cage. I am squishing the girls out here. So one reason I like the curved sports bra is that the neckline, it covers the girls, but you still have that little, like, you know, swoosh detail. This one's going to be a lot lower coverage. In this current state, I would say it's a low to medium coverage. I definitely have a chance of falling out, not only down there potentially, maybe not because the seam is so tight, but definitely on the top here. The support is low. This isn't really like a bra, it's more of a crop, but she's tiny, so I definitely would recommend sizing up in this one, especially if you have a large cup size, because you'll get a little bit more space. But either way, I have a pretty small rib cage, and this is a small, and she's cutting in, so I would definitely feel a lot more comfortable in a medium. This is the butter fabric, so it's nice and soft and lightweight. The arms are definitely snug as well. The sleeves are plenty long for me, and we have thumb holes. I'm not feeling any tension in the thumb holes as well because the sleeves are definitely long enough for me. Raising up and down, it's hard to say how much you're going to see this little under curve, especially with a larger bust. I feel like when your chest is smaller, you can tend to see that little curve a little bit better. Again, this did not come with cup pads, but in this current size, I would not be able to fit cup pads in here. So this is pretty on par with the fit of the curve sports bra. That one is pretty snug as well. So if you felt like that one was snug, definitely size up in this one. The back is full coverage, and there's no bra on the inside, so it's very seamless. And we have that logo right at the top center. I personally don't wear long sleeve super cropped crops like this very often because my arms tend to get a little bit claustrophobic and I'm already kind of getting warm. But I do like the style of this one. I think it's cute. I just think it would be better in a size up. We are almost there. We have the Juicy Tee, and this is definitely the graphic tee of the launch. They also have the Moves tee, but this one's so much cuter. So this is just a 100% cotton tee. The t-shirt itself really isn't too special. It's just kind of a unisex, kind of oversized vibe. This is a size small, and we have this super cute, juicy graphic with some little cherries on it. I just think it's so cute. I'm definitely gonna crop this and then wear it with my lipstick red flares. Okay, we have the Juicy Tee in a size small. So I'd say it's just kind of a normal, oversized, unisex fit. It's a full length. It's going over the glutes here. The sleeves go about to my elbows, and it's a classic crew neck. I just think the graphic is super cute for this one, and I definitely do plan on cropping it to be about here. That's why I got a size small. If I were to wear this as a pump cover, I'd probably want to size up 1 to 2 sizes, but when I crop them, I like to get my normal size because it's still enough of a boxy fit. It's just the perfect amount of oversize for cropping it. So when I crop it, I literally just draw a line and just like cut it, and then it rolls up a little bit, and it's super cute. This is 100% cotton. It's really nothing special t-shirt wise. You're just buying it for the graphic. And lastly, we have accessories. So first we have the butter scrunchie. It's just the butter fabric made into scrunchie form. It does have an embroidered Buffbunny logo. And the last accessory, we gotta have a bag. We have the mini Game Changer backpack. This was first seen in Kara Corey's launch, and I just have the black color from that one. I did not get a new one, but it is now coming. Oh my gosh, it's coming in Mojito Mint. It's gonna be so cute. It's coming in Cold Brew, Bone, and Mojito Mint, so it's gonna kind of look pretty similar to Honeydew, but it's a cute super mini bag. We have this polyester exterior that's water resistant, and it zips open, and we have a little mesh pocket. The new version does have 3 card slots as well if you don't want to carry a wallet. Personally, I'm just throwing my wallet in here anyway. The hardware is going to be dyed to match as well. The sides do have little pockets here too, but they don't really fit very very much, maybe like a chapstick. And the straps in the back are adjustable. They can be worn as a backpack, and you can also somehow make this into a crossbody bag. I was not able to figure that out before, but it is possible. So these Snatched seamless leggings have returned. These launched in, I believe it was Dreamhouse last year, but they've made some pretty significant changes to these, and I just wanted to go over those if you guys have been intrigued by these. So the Snatched seamless, the base of them feels pretty similar to the BBL seamless, but maybe a little bit more stretch. They are a soft seamless material with a little bit of a marl to the fabric. Here is that fabric up close. You can see there's a little texture to the fabric. This will help with some cellulite coverage in the back. And you have a compressive seamless waistband that dips down in the front and has a wrap waist. But this has been pretty significantly changed from before. We will do a side-by-side, but the rise has been pretty significantly lowered. The rise from the top of the gusset to the center of the dip down used to be 8.25 inches in a size small, but now the rise is 6.5 inches, and it's pretty low in the back as well, and I did notice some dipping down, so we're just gonna pop these on just to talk about them for a second. For me, honestly, they're a little bit lower than I like as someone with a long torso, and I'm hearing from a lot of people they're finding them to be a little bit low. So unless you really like a pretty low rise legging and you have a very short sacrum in the back, you know, a short butt essentially, I wouldn't go for these unless you fit those boxes. And you can see they're a pretty low rise. The sides and highest point of the waistband does hit the small of my waist, but then we're showing like a good, like almost an inch below my belly button. So I personally would label these as mid-rise. The waistband is pretty compressive, but it's going pretty low, so I do think that's flattering. These are a seamless feel. They feel in between BBL and form. They're not quite as stretchy as form and shape seamless by themselves. So I do feel just like a little bit of tightness in my knees. Overall compression is about a light to medium though. We have a marled fabric. And just from what I'm hearing, I do have a long torso, so I'm obviously showing a lot, but it seems like other people are feeling these are kind of low as well. And I have heard some people happier with the size up, just getting a little bit more rise. I think Buffbunny has taken this little mid-rise thing maybe a little too far. I'm not ready for so much belly button on every single legging. And then in the back, we do have that short back rise, and this is a sewn-on waistband. I do think it's very flattering in the back, but I'm noticing a little bit of a dip down happening in the waist because I think these should be like a little bit higher in the rise. This is something that I used to notice in the Amplify leggings as well. So again, that might be fixed with a size up. But for me, in terms of seamless leggings, I would just go for the form seamless. I think those are doing a really good job right now. Or if you want a more basic color, the shape seamless are still available in a lot as well. And then quick look at the length, basically full length with that vertical stretch. Next item from that summer capsule is the Form Seamless Reversible Sports Bra. So this came in these super bright colors from Snack. This was initially supposed to be in the Snack launch, but didn't make it in time. So this is a completely reversible sports bra. It's made of the stretchy Form Seamless fabric, and you can wear it front or back. And not only can you wear it front or back, but they actually have cup pad holes in the front and the back, so it's truly reversible. They've had some bras in the past that they said were reversible, but you could only wear the cup pads on one side. So we'll pop these on to discuss, but you can wear it this way. They kind of has this inverted V, and this way is definitely a little bit more of a scooped neckline, a little less coverage, but the coverage is honestly still pretty good. It has a scrunched detail in the front. There's a side panel to help the bra from kind of rolling up with this little inverted V detail. And then if you want super full coverage, there's a ton of coverage on this side, a keyhole detail, and again, the pads can be worn on this side. I will say this bra, I have it in a size small. It runs pretty big to the point where I'm not really getting a lot of support in this size. It just like feels like way too stretchy, so I would definitely recommend sizing down. Okay, so here is the bra with the ruched side in the front. So this is definitely the more low coverage side. That being said, I still think it's a solid medium coverage. Really good coverage on the side boob. Under boob is secure, but there is a bit of a cleavage moment. The support on this side, because this bra is super stretchy, I would say the support feels more low to medium on this side. So we have that kind of squared to V neckline, the ruched detail, the inverted V, the tank straps. The cup pads do go in on this side. Pads are honestly really large. We talked about that with the other seamless bras. So you really have to work to get them fully smoothed out. And overall, the fabric is just super, super stretchy on this one that I think sizing down would help. Just because I don't really feel a lot of compression or lift in this one right now. It's just kind of like a lightweight shirt that's just kind of like covering everything, but it's not really like, the bra is not bra-ing, if you know what I mean. Also, throughout my workout wearing this one, this little bottom area really like tucked in, and I just feel like that's because it was a little bit too big. If it was a little bit more snug and smaller, I just feel like everything would just stay put where it's supposed to be a little bit more. And then we have that little band along the side, and I just feel like this area definitely pokes out a little bit as well. And then we have the back. I can't tell if this looks like it's backwards or not. Someone let me know in the comments, but you can remove the cup pads from the back. So let's try this on reversed. Okay, and here is the cutout side. On this side, the coverage is full, but the support is really about the same. We definitely have a kind of tapered neckline here. We have the cutouts, and with this logo here and the seams kind of coming into the front, it does kind of feel like, I feel like it looks like this is backwards. They really kind of advertise this bra as like the BTC bra of the snack launch, and like it's giving like, this is how I feel. I just feel like it's giving saggy. Like it's not doing any lifting. It's just not giving what a true like BTC bra should be giving. Just having the high neck and coverage just is like kind of boring for me. Like I want to see some true support or some true like attention to detail for the BTC girlies, and I just feel like I was a little bit let down by this one. I just don't think it's super flattering, and it's not super functional either. The support isn't great. I think that a size down would definitely improve that. For some reason, it's not giving what I wanted to give on either side. Both sides kind of had some issues for me. And then if we wear this one backwards, this is the back of the bra. Again, no cup pads in there, you just get a little ruching detail. And then we talked about the form seamless leggings, but we also have the form seamless shorts already on the website. This is only coming in the colors that are already available. This is not coming in the new juicy colors. These are made of that soft, stretchy, form seamless fabric. They have a 5-inch inseam, and I would say that these were pretty good at not rolling up at the gym. I prefer them to be a teeny bit longer. 6-inch is preferred, just because that really helps things from rolling up for me, but I think this is a really good in-between length. We have that double ribbed waistband with those little contour seam details, almost like a corset, and in the back we do have a shortened back rise with that little serger stitch there to hold them up the cheeks and get that glute separation. You have those little raised rib details that curve around the glutes, again in the back, just kind of enhanced, but it's not like an obvious under booty contour. And then you have the embroidered logo. So let's try these on. All right, here are the form shorts, and these are probably the best seamless shorts Buffbunny's done so far. We haven't had a ton of seamless shorts from them, but these are really good. So we have that high rise, we have those corset details, and it's just very similar to the form seamless leggings, except in short form, honestly. These are a 5-inch inseam, but I feel like they are like a pretty solid 5 inches. Sometimes with a seamless short, especially if it's a scrunch, you just kind of eat all that fabric up and they seem super short, but these still look like they have a good amount of length to them for being 5 inches. So I feel like that's part of the reason why they didn't really roll on me too much at the gym. I don't know if these roll at all, to be honest. Overall compression is pretty low. The waistband, it doesn't feel quite as compressive as the form seamless legging waistband. It's just more like a medium compression. So these are very true to size. If you're in between, I would size up, but otherwise I don't think you need to. The bottom seam here has a good amount of stretch. I'm getting enough hold at the bottom here that it holds the shorts to prevent them from riding up, but it's not sausaging my thighs. So I would say they're friendly. And then they're still high on the booty scale. We have that scrunch. And I should also mention that because this is a seam and not a scrunch, they act the same way, but you're not getting that shiny scrunch look. It just looks like a regular seam that's up the rise of all of your leggings anyway. So I really hope we see these in more colors, because these are some really solid shorts. I really like them. The form seamless is just doing a great job. Okay guys, so that is everything launching in the Juicy collection. If this review was helpful, please give it a thumbs up. And if you are shopping the launch and this video helped you, you can use code Kathryn at checkout. It gives you 10% off. In terms of top picks, honestly, there's not a lot of things that I didn't like in this collection. You really can't go wrong with most of these pieces, but if I had to pick a favorite, the butter bandeau crop is just one of those pieces that I don't find very often, that I know I'm going to get a lot of use out of, like wearing for lifestyle, so I'm super excited for those. Honestly, all of the aggressive scrunch pieces, aggressive scrunch leggings, aggressive scrunch shorts, and the aggressive scrunch flares, I'm going to get a lot of use out of all of those as well, so I'm definitely excited for all those. And the form seamless leggings, and I haven't tried them yet, but I think I'm going to really like the Miracle Seamless. And then the sports bras, I always love the Curve sports bra, and I really liked the Wonder sports bra as well. Honestly, there's not a lot of pieces that I wouldn't wear in this collection. I think they did a really good job. Like I said, collab launches are always amazing. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to leave me a comment down below or message me on Instagram, and I'll try my best to get back to you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
Son of a bitch! So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that one. I'm gonna call it a night.